The weather in October is unpredictable. The night sky, which had been clear with stars, suddenly became overcast with rolling thunder. After a deafening clap of thunder, large raindrops began to fall incessantly, instantly enveloping the entire world in a curtain of rain. On this blue planet, in an apartment on the 6th floor of a residential building in the city center of Linhai City, a person lying stiffly on the sofa suddenly began convulsing along with the thunder and slowly opened his eyes after a moment. I am a transmigrator, and before my transmigration, I was a master of traditional Chinese medicine who enjoyed special allowances. 3 minutes ago, my soul transmigrated into this body. The cause of death was a heart attack. The original owner's name was Gao Yipeng, currently 32 years old, working as an ordinary salesperson, having a 5-year-old daughter and a beautiful wife. His wife's name is Xiao Jinyu, and she worked in the same company as Gao Yipeng, but she had already become the deputy head of the design department, a true backbone employee. As for why he suffered a heart attack, it was because his wife sent a photo to their daughter Qianqian's tutoring class group at 10 p.m. In the picture was a sexy piece of lingerie, exactly the black lace pattern bra that Xiao Jinyu had worn out in the morning. Gao Yipeng was so shocked that he trembled all over, not even caring that his daughter was sleeping in the room, immediately calling his wife. At the same time, many people in the tutoring class group started asking questions, and teacher would delete the photo as soon as possible. The phone rang several times before being answered. "Where are you? Qianqian misses you." Heavy breathing. "I'm working overtime at the company. There are lots of design drafts to finish. Don't wait up tonight. Just put our daughter to sleep early. I have something else to do, so I'll hang up now." The background noise was very loud, filled with laughter from men and women mixed with heavy metal music. Then, the soft panting sound when his wife spoke made it hard not to associate it with some bad things. To avoid being cuckolded, the original Gao Yipeng was extremely agitated and started frantically calling, but couldn't get through. Driven by anger, Gao Yipeng immediately went to the company. There were indeed people working overtime, but the design department floor was dark and completely empty. Worried about his daughter alone at home, the original owner returned home at the fastest speed possible, but due to extreme emotional agitation, he suddenly died of a heart attack, and I took over this body. After sorting through the memories, I looked at the time. It was midnight. Continuous chest pain represented the lingering anger of the original body. "Don't worry, I will take revenge for you. No matter what is behind this, rest assured," I muttered to myself. Xiao Jinyu met the original Gao Yipeng during college. Her beauty was among the top in the entire university. Marrying him was quite a shock to many people. 2 years of dating, 8 years of marriage. Except for dedicating herself fully to her artistic career, the wife performed impeccably in family life. Although they both joined the same company after graduation, the original Gao Yipeng was only an ordinary salesperson with limited income. However, Xiao Jinyu, as his wife, never complained at all, instead doing everything possible to provide material support for their daughter and husband. If such a woman did cheat, it certainly wouldn't be for money. My heart raced again, the residual hatred of the original body continuously attacking my nerves. I slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, finding an acupuncture box covered in dust from the house site was left by the original body's father, a relic never opened before, but today it would be used by me, a transmigrant. I took out the silver needles and inserted them into the Sanzhong Xie CV-17 point. The Sanzhong Xie can suppress inner emotions, making it perfectly suitable for my current state, preventing the residual thoughts of the original body from becoming restless. I needed to think calmly and reorganize my memories. There were signs of Gao Yipeng's wife cheating, but unfortunately, the original body never noticed. About 2 months ago, his wife came home later and later, her temper increasingly irritable. She scolded the daughter and the original man without reason, seemingly dissatisfied with everything around her. She especially disliked the original man, not allowing him to even touch her underwear. Sometimes getting closer would make her move away, leaving the Wei Chep original man to finally sleep in the study. From a third-party perspective, these were almost obvious signs of infidelity. Not for money, then for love. Fei Chun, I muttered softly. Fei Chun was a name Xiao Jinyu often mentioned. A renowned artist who graduated from the Royal Art College of England, served as a consultant for multiple luxury companies, and was famous in the art circle, especially known as the God's Hand in women's clothing design, meaning the clothes designed by this hand were treasures every woman dreamed of possessing. To attract such talent, the company offered extremely favorable treatment, directly appointing him as the head of the design department, making him my wife's immediate superior. At 1 o'clock in the morning, I called a friend and asked him to find me a private detective to investigate Fei Chen's personal information and recent activities related to Xiao Jinyu. This friend of the original body was a journalist who also worked part-time as a private detective. He himself was also in the parents' WeChat group, naturally understanding what happened and readily agreed without mentioning money. The original body once saved his life, a fact the original never mentioned, so no one knew. I transferred 100,000 yuan to him, which was half of the family's savings, but I thought it was worth it. In the following hours, I wasn't idle either. I searched online for information about Fei Chen. The original body didn't understand English, but I was extremely proficient. Gradually, some foreign website materials gave me some ideas, and an involuntary cold smile appeared on my lips. Click! The door lock was opened, and in the quiet night, it sounded particularly piercing. Xiao Jinyu walked in through the door, clearly somewhat flustered since she hadn't expected her husband to be in the living room. This 30-year-old woman was at the peak of her beauty, fair skin, full figure like a juicy peach, and was famously considered one of the most beautiful women in the entire medical system. Her hair was soaked, constantly dripping water, and her dress clung tightly to her body from the rain, showcasing her voluptuous figure vividly. "Honey, you're still awake?" There was some panic in her eyes. She might have never seen her husband looking so cold and indifferent, as if he had changed entirely. I smelled the scent of alcohol, so I turned on the camera in advance and casually placed it aside, ensuring it could record everything happening in the living room. "Sit down, let's talk." My voice was flat. I wasn't as timid as the original body. On the contrary, in my other life, I had seen too much and experienced far more than enough. She gently bit her lip, pretending to remain calm as she said, "I've been busy working overtime all day. So many design drafts to complete. Let me rest quickly, okay?" "Honey, you weren't working overtime. I went to the company and found out some things. I think we need to talk." "You?" "Yes, I wasn't really working overtime. I was just afraid you'd misunderstand. So I went out to play with my colleagues." She was still lying, or rather evading the main issue. "Oh, by the way, you wore your bra when you left, but now it's gone. Did you play that wildly?" "What?" Instinctively covering her chest, she indeed wasn't wearing a bra, and due to the rain, her dress was nearly transparent. When she entered the door, she had used her handbag to cover herself, but now it was fully exposed in front of Med. His was even more tempting than being naked. "Honey, please believe me. I had dinner with dozens of colleagues, and halfway through, wine spilled on my dress. While I wiped it off in the restroom, Tang took my brat as brat loves pranks. Honey, you must believe me. I haven't done anything to betray you." Her words were filled with sincerity. Unfortunately, I wasn't the original body. I lifted my chin slightly and said, "There's a mark on your neckies that a hickey? Also, you sent a photo of your underwear in the child's group chat. You'd better explain that too." Due to her fair skin, that red mark became even more noticeable. That isn't a kiss mark. It was during a game when Tang used an empty bottle to suck it. She instinctively covered her neck, then hastily opened her phone and angrily dialed. Tang, you really went too far. You touched my phone. Where's my bra?" "I'm sorry, sis. It's here with me. I lost a bet with Xiao Lu, and I didn't mean to. I tried to recall it earlier, but couldn't. Did brother-in-law misunderstand? Get lost. No next time." She hung up the phone, turned around, and said to me, "It's all Tang's fault. I'll deal with her later." I didn't show any anger, and this reaction left my wife somewhat at a loss. Sometimes, beneath calmness lies turbulent undercurrents. Using a gentle tone she hadn't used in ages, she said, "Honey, I'm sorry. It won't happen again." Chapter 2. Reluctance to admit the tenderness of the wife and the memories of the original Gao Yipeng seems like a distant affair. Her fervor for work vastly eclipses her affection for family. Her obligations to their daughter barely extend beyond the most basic responsibilities. She has never regaled her child with stories, nor has she prepared a single meal, often missing even the crucial moments of her child's birthdays. Gao Yipeng, occupying the lowest rung of the corporate ladder, usually enjoys a relatively relaxed work schedule without the burden of overtime, and he has taken upon himself the entirety of household duties, even performing many roles traditionally expected of a mother. Despite this, he has not escaped disdain, particularly from Xiao Jinyu's father, Xiao Changhe, a former city leader who regarded him as a mere kept man, an unwelcome son-in-law. Had it not been for Xiao Changhe's fall from grace, perhaps Xiao Jinyu would have remained steadfast, and Gao Yipeng would never have had the opportunity to experience her affections. The relationship between Gao Yipeng and Xiao Jinyu was a mutual pursuit fraught with numerous obstacles. After weathering the storms of over a decade, their union seemed a rarity. Yet, Who could have anticipated the possibility of Xiao Jinyu straying? Are you and Fei Chen together? Have you slept with him? I inquired directly, my tone remaining cool and detached. As though recounting a tale, I framed my questions in such a way as to imply that I was aware of certain truths. My wife had never encountered this side of Gao Yipeng, and her heart brimmed with discomfort as her face contorted in conflict. After a moment's hesitation, she appeared to be carefully crafting her response. I went to the bar, but please do not misunderstand. I was indeed with Minister Fei, but it was a gathering organized by our department. I assure you, nothing untoward transpired between us. I fixated on her delicate features, and through the subtle shifts in her expressions, I sensed an undercurrent of guilt, as if she were concealing something. I recall you have never frequented bars. How many times did your former minister invite you, only to be turned down? You claimed bars were disreputable. What has changed today? Did you sleep with him? I pressed again with my question. I went to the bar out of curiosity. It is not as vile as you imagine. How can you think such things of me? I am your wife. Can't you trust me at all? Her face flushed crimson, indignation radiating from her as she declared, Do you think I have betrayed you? I assure you, I have not. Then did you sleep with him? No. I shall repeat myself, no. Her voice rose, brimming with conviction. The subtle cues in her expression suggested that she spoke the truth. This revelation struck me as peculiar, causing me to furrow my brow. Very well. I believe you. I have prepared milk and bread for you. Please take a moment to rest, as I will be taking the child to kindergarten shortly. My wife, perhaps never expecting to navigate this moment so smoothly, was momentarily taken aback, and in her confusion, she obediently retreated to the kitchen. The warm milk contained a higher dosage of sleeping pills, ensuring a slumber that would last the entire day, for I needed that time to orchestrate my plans. Upon her return, she seemed poised to speak, yet after glancing at her phone, she swallowed her words and returned to the bedroom. Half an hour later, I approached the door of the bedroom. It was unlatched, and I entered without hesitation. In days gone by, Gao Yipeng had never entered unannounced, which bestowed upon Xiao Jinyu a profound sense of security. Alas, the former Gao Yipeng has vanished. His wife slept soundly, impervious to my persistent attempts to rouse her. I accessed her phone through fingerprint recognition and began to peruse its contents. As I had anticipated, the photo gallery was replete with images of Fei Chen and my wife, showcasing their camaraderie. In these photographs, my wife's face radiated a warmth and joy that had long been absent, and the intimacy between them was unmistakably beyond mere platonic bounds. The earliest of these images dated back to 2 months prior, during the Art Exchange Festival in Modu. Fei Chen had likely joined the company around that time. However, the familiarity captured in their photographs suggested a far longer acquaintance. Upon opening the messaging app, I found a conversation pinned at the top, under the moniker The Hand of God. Xiao Jinyu. Huh, how can you claim to be faithful? A sardonic laugh escaped me, and my heart ached for Gao Yipeng, who was clearly undeserving of such betrayal. It appeared that Xiao Jinyu had initiated contact with Fei Chen, initially seeking his counsel on artistic matters. Yet, as time progressed, their exchanges evolved into discussions of interest and intimate emotional concerns. My wife confided her dissatisfaction with the monotony of life and her husband's inadequacies, her words laden with discontent and frustrations regarding our daughter. Fei Chen's timely expressions of concern seemed to provide her with an outlet for her grievances. I noticed that while much of the conversation remained intact, some messages had been irrevocably erased. I transferred the phone's contents to my computer and adjusted the air conditioning to a chilling 18 degrees. Casting a frosty glance at Xiao Jinyu. At 7 in the morning, my daughter Qianqian awoke. Following the echoes of my former self's memories, I assisted her with her morning routine when a thought struck me. Qianqian, when you are with your mother, do you know of an uncle who frequently visits our home? My suspicion regarding Xiao Jinyu arose from a memory where my daughter had mentioned an uncle who liked to give her candies, regretfully. My former self had been too oblivious to connect the dots. Setting down her toothbrush, Qianqian looked up and confirmed that indeed, an uncle often came to her home. I led her to the study and retrieved a photograph of Fei Chen from the internet, activating the camera. Is this the uncle? Yes, this uncle is very nice. When he comes, Mommy is especially happy. Do they converse? I inquired. I cannot understand, and Mommy doesn't allow me to listen. She always brings me to the study to play with toys. However, I have seen the uncle using scissors to cut Mommy's dress. Daddy, is this uncle a good friend of Mommy's? My daughter's bewildered gaze filled me with a profound sense of sorrow. How could Xiao Jinyu, as a mother, so shamelessly invite a stranger into our home? Cutting dresses? Surely, it was something far more sinister. Now that my daughter had memories of these events, she would inevitably uncover the truth as she matured. Absent any psychological intervention, her entire life could be irrevocably affected. Gao Yipeng, I shall avenge you. I vowed silently. My daughter's words were captured on video, which I saved on both my computer and my phone. I casually asked a friend to investigate the hotel where our company representative stayed during the Shanghai Arts Festival, hoping they could uncover substantial evidence. After dropping my daughter off at school, I promptly visited a traditional Chinese medicine shop, swiftly preparing a secret medicinal powder. The desire for vengeance against the murder of my father and the betrayal of my wife weighed heavily upon me, the latter being a man's utmost humiliation. The vast knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine often breeds those who can wield it for harm, while I harbor no intention of causing injury. I would stop at nothing for revenge. Next, I made my way to the Human Resources Department of the company. Arriving early, the office was relatively empty. I requested a day off for Xiao Jinyu, claiming that my wife was still recovering from a hangover. Soon, I received a call from General Manager Ma Chao, who inquired with genuine concern, expressing that it was no trouble for family to take a few days off. Ma Chao is the husband of my sister-in-law, Xiao Jinyan, and was promoted to General Manager 5 years ago by the chairman, largely due to the influence of my father-in-law, Xiao Changke. Logically, my wife and I should have been afforded certain privileges, yet her strong-willed nature compelled her to ascend through her own merits. Gao Yipeng held great admiration for her and never pressed for favors, which I found perplexing. Society is rooted in human connections. The brother-in-law is a general manager while the sister's husband remains a mere salesperson at the bottom of the hierarchy. It is no wonder I was branded as a spineless, effeminate man. Our company is an established publicly traded group, its office building towering over 20 stories. The sales and design departments are quite distant from each other, and this was my first visit to this section of the firm. This time, I entered Xiao Jinyu's office floor equipped with silver needles and the prepared medicinal powder. Xiao Gao, what brings you here? Asked Yi Sui, the secretary of the design department, with a hint of surprise. No worries, Jinyu had a bit too much to drink yesterday, so I'm here to request a leave for her. Where can I find Minister Fei? Oh, he's in the room at the end of the corridor. There's a sign on the door. You can go by yourself. I have other matters to attend to. Yi Sui's gaze held an unusual and fleeting quality. I noted this detail, realizing that the relationship between Xiao Jinyu and Fei Chun was likely not a secret within the company. I activated my phone's camera, holding it at an angle, hoping to capture critical evidence when I encountered Fei Chun. Just a few steps later, a woman's voice suddenly called out from behind me. Sister, which office is Xiao Jinyu in? I halted and turned around to face a woman in her 40s, exuding an alluring fragrance and clad in a high-slit dress, carrying a plastic bag. Yi Sui, unaware of my presence, asked, Are you looking for Deputy Supervisor Xiao? Are you related to her? I am Fei Chun's sister. I'm looking for my brother's girlfriend, Xiao Jinyu. The woman smiled, adding, Jinyu was at my bar last night. They certainly had their fun. And she left her lingerie behind. Oh, then you should hurry. Yi Sui gasped, covering her mouth, and upon seeing me, promptly turned to leave. The beautiful woman before me noticed my presence, mistaking me for a staff member from the design department. She approached and inquired about the location of Xiao Jinyu's office. Chapter 3. The appearance of the adulterer young man. I am Fei Shui. Would you kindly guide me there? The striking woman stood nearly 1.7 meters tall, with an oval face that, while not quite goddess-like, possessed a unique charm after careful adornment. Her flawless skin radiated perfection. I felt a surge of heat from the anger boiling within, yet I managed to suppress my emotions, maintaining a calm facade. Of course, no problem at all. Are you the sister of Manager Fei? You look quite youthful. When are your brother and deputy manager Xiao planning to get married? I spoke with an air of curiosity, as if discussing someone else's affairs, while internally remaining vigilant, sensing that this woman was no ordinary individual. With a cheerful smile, the woman replied, It should be soon. I'll send you all wedding candies when the time comes. This sister-in-law is my favorite. My brother is quite serious this time. We all know about their relationship. I missed the bar outing yesterday due to some matters, but I heard they made their relationship public. Even without an official announcement, it was close enough. Many colleagues came and made quite a ruckus until midnight. However, they eventually departed. Since it was so late, they stayed in my office's private room. But being young, they didn't seem tired at all despite playing until such an hour. Fei Shui chuckled. To have you bring it over from so far, you could have just called. Our company has plenty of people, I replied, sharing a smile while casting a glance at the bag in her hand, confirming it contained Xiao Jinyu's lingerie, prompting a quiet scoff from within me. Fei Shui exuded an odd sensation, and at that moment, a door at the end of the corridor swung open, revealing a young man peering out. The young man, in his early 20s, was decent-looking, with prematurely gray hair and a diamond earring adorning his right ear. His complexion appeared somewhat pallid, with pronounced dark circles under his eyes, resembling someone who had indulged excessively. "Sister, what brings you here?" The young man, Fei Chun, clearly did not expect to see Gao Yipeng in the design department and recognized me, a hint of panic flickering in his gaze. Fei Shui gracefully approached, about to speak, but was pulled inside by Fei Chun, who attempted to close the door only to be obstructed by me. "Manager Fei, I've come to request a leave for my wife," I said, my tone laced with mockery, as if the prior exchange had never occurred. "Of course, no problem," Fei Chun replied succinctly, his voice carrying a hint of eagerness to please. The adulterer, upon encountering the principal party, was undoubtedly feeling guilty, and Fei Chun's reaction was not unexpected. "Thank you." I patted Fei Chun's back with apparent friendliness, though my fingers discreetly inserted a silver needle, piercing through his clothing and into his skin. The needle was coated with my specially formulated potion, crafted from entirely natural herbal ingredients, undetectable by the most advanced chemical instruments in this world. In this realm, traditional Chinese medicine was considered backward, primarily focused on rehabilitation with little advancement, often disparaged as pseudoscience and theological quackery, thus providing me ample room for maneuverability. I am convinced that the adulterer is Fei Chun. Various signs indicate that there is no possibility of mistakenly harming the innocent. These drugs are not lethal, they merely induce certain symptoms. The so-called act of killing both body and spirit will compel the adulterer and his paramour to pay a price far more painful than death, thoroughly quelling the original resentment. Fei Chun hastily shut the door. "What did that person say to you earlier?" "Get lost." "What right do you have to ask me? Hurry up and get this done. I have no time to play games with you." The voices of the two individuals inside grew fainter. I sensed something peculiar in the interaction between Fei Chun and Fei Shui. It did not resemble the bond of a brother and sister, as the latter's tone was rife with disdain. However, this was not the moment to dwell on such thoughts. Today's gains were already substantial. I requested 3 days off under the pretext of caring for Xiao Jinyu, simultaneously entrusting my sister-in-law, Xiao Jinyan, to assist with her care. My sister-in-law has no children, and her husband is the company's general manager, leading a life of luxury at home. She spends her time reading and tending to her flowers, particularly fond of Qian. When I returned home at noon, Xiao Jinyu was indeed still asleep. The room, chilled by the air conditioning, felt akin to an ice cellar. The effects of the sleeping pills had not yet worn off. I turned off the air conditioning and then fed Xiao Jinyu some medicinal soup. This concoction numbs the nerves and simulates the effects of a severe cold, coupled with the frigid environment. I am confident that Xiao Jinyu will remain bedridden for an entire week. I require time. A divorce necessitates ample evidence. In the eyes of the original's parents, Xiao Jinyu, as a daughter-in-law, is beyond reproach. With her high education and beauty, she is seen as a princess marrying down. Of course, her contributions to the family over the years are well acknowledged, and although she studied the arts, she has not succumbed to any vices, dressing modestly and applying only light makeup. Regrettably, the transformation of a woman who strays can be swift. Perhaps love truly diminishes one's intellect. Such occurrences are not uncommon in society. However, infidelity is infidelity, love can fade, and divorce is an option. Yet to enjoy the warmth of family while simultaneously indulging in the sweetness of love equates to betrayal. Such a perfect situation simply does not exist in this world. Time passes, second by second, as I organize materials in the study, uploading images and videos to the cloud. Ahem! A violent cough erupted from the bedroom, belonging to Xiao Jinyu. At 6:30 in the afternoon, she awoke. I donned a different facade, entering the bedroom as if recalling the memories of Gao Yipeng. Feigning panic as I said, "Wife, what is wrong?" Xiao Jinyu, gravely ill, appeared extraordinarily weak, her cheeks flushed, lips tinged with blue, trembling from high fever. Her inherent beauty remained undiminished even in sickness, accentuating a delicate softness akin to a begonia flower. "Are you unwell? Let me get you some medicine. Please rest well." I turned to fetch the medicine, and once outside the bedroom, my feigned panic transformed into indifference. I had purchased a camera at the electronics market at noon and had paid to install a virus on Xiao Jinyu's phone. Every move she makes is now under my watchful eye. Upon waking, my wife's first instinct was to message her paramour, which did not surprise me in the least. "Morning, are you there? I'm unwell and may need to take a leave. Could you assist me with tomorrow's report? Darling, I'm here. How are you? Your husband has arranged your leave, so rest assured, I will manage things. Trust my capabilities, love you. Stop it, don't say such things, hurry and delete it. The above messages were synchronized in real time to my phone, and after being automatically saved, the notifications on Xiao Jinyu's phone were promptly deleted. The content of these messages clearly indicated the ambiguous relationship between Xiao Jinyu and Fei Chen. Although Xiao Jinyu rejected Fei Chen's endearments, anyone with discernment could perceive the flirtatious undertones. In truth, Xiao Jinyu did not seem to mind Fei Chen. She appeared to find some amusement in it. I entered the bedroom with cold medicine and a cup of warm water. Perhaps hearing my footsteps, my wife instinctively tucked her phone under her pillow. This was a classic display of guilt, something that had occurred countless times over the past 3 months, yet the foolish original had remained oblivious. Thank you, dear husband, Xiao Jinyu said with a look of heartfelt gratitude. However, as I embraced her to offer her some water, she instinctively recoiled for a moment, only to be firmly held in place. Her body's instinct was to resist, and she realized something was amiss. One must never trust a woman who strays. For the sake of love, they would abandon family and even view their own children as mere obstacles in the path of romance. After taking the medicine, Xiao Jinyu fell into a deep slumber. Mixed with the herbal concoction I had prepared, she exhibited only the symptoms of a cold, spending most of her time in a stupor. I took out my phone and called my sister-in-law, Zhai Jinwei. Xiao Jinyu would need to rest for at least a week. And since I could not remain by her side, Jinwei had to come and care for her. Chapter 4. Gathering Evidence. Brother-in-law. A youthful maiden in her early 20s leaped into my embrace, enveloping me in a faint, delicate fragrance. Her appearance bore a striking resemblance to my wife. And she was indeed a rare beauty. In contrast to my wife's ripe, luscious curves, Zhai Jinwei resembled a blooming lily, youthful and brimming with vitality. Recently graduated from university, she had come to stay with my in-laws upon learning of her sister's illness. Given that my father-in-law suffered from hypertension and heart disease, and since I had downplayed the severity of Xiao Jinyu's condition, my mother-in-law, Zhao Lu, merely made a phone call to inquire about the situation. The Xiao family hailed from a scholarly lineage. My father-in-law, Xiao Changke, had not enjoyed good health since his retirement, yet having once held a prominent position, he was still well respected, with many former associates looking after the family. The Xiao family was most renowned for their 3 beautiful daughters. Among them, the eldest, Xiao Jinyan, was the granddaughter of Xiao Changge's aunt, while my mother-in-law, Zhao Lu, had adopted her due to years of infertility. Eventually, she bore 2 daughters, with Zhai Jinwei being the youngest and most cherished. All 3 daughters were exceptionally beautiful, well regarded throughout Linghai City. Take good care of your sister. I have business to attend to at work tomorrow and will be on a business trip for a couple of days. I will go to the office to rest tonight and leave early tomorrow morning. I gently ruffled Xiao Jinyu's hair, smiling as I spoke. In the memories of the original owner, the individuals who treated him the best at home were Xiao Jinyan and Xiao Jinwei, followed closely by his mother-in-law, Zhao Lu. Brother-in-law, please be cautious on your journey, I said. Take good care of your sister. She has been working late frequently and may be worn out. Encourage her not to overexert herself. Additionally, I have prepared a bowl of ginger syrup for you in the kitchen. After drinking it, please take a warm shower to avoid catching a cold. Thank you, brother-in-law. You are truly kind. Alas, my sister is blissfully unaware of her fortune, Xiao Jinwei said, biting her lip, her expression revealing some inner turmoil, as though she had something to say but did not know how to begin. From an observer's perspective, I could sense that the 2 sisters harbored distinct feelings toward the original owner. However, for me, as a time traveler, such sentiments were of little consequence. After an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. I was certain that Xiao Jinwei, being a sister, must know something, and I deliberately set aside time to listen to their conversation, curious to see if another name would be added to my list of vengeance. The torrential rain showed no signs of abating. A chilling wind whipped against me, causing me to shudder involuntarily as the umbrella in my hand was tossed about by the gusts, quickly soaking my upper garments. The rain intensified, showing no inclination to cease, with visibility reduced to mere steps ahead. Upon stepping outside, I made my way directly to the company, purchasing a few fine cigarettes and quality liquor along the way. Once inside, I headed straight for the security department. The guards in the security department were on fixed salaries, their routine consisting primarily of monitoring the surveillance feeds. I offered them the cigarettes and liquor, swiftly ingratiating myself. One of the older guards, Lao Lu, aware of my desire to view the footage, hesitated momentarily before waving the others out, then lit a cigarette. Brother Gao, I know what you're after. In truth, there are no secrets within the company. Many are aware of the matters at hand. However, leaking information from me is no trivial matter. I understand. You know who my brother-in-law is, and you should be well aware of the things that should remain unspoken. I shall not say more, but the same applies to you. I replied, nonchalantly retrieving a pre-prepared envelope from my pocket. Inside was 10,000 yuan. Lao Lu squeezed the envelope, surprised, inhaling deeply as he said, I will help you access it. But you must promise me one thing. Do not act foolishly. We men must look forward. Of course. I replied with a smile. That smile was akin to a blade. Upon seeing it, Lao Lu recoiled as if confronted by a specter, an icy dread emanating from his very core. He hastily activated the surveillance, pulling up several dates, whispering, I will step out for a smoke. I know nothing. With that, he closed the door to the monitoring room. As a few guards leaned in to inquire about the situation. Indeed, the barking dog does not bite. Something significant is about to unfold in the company. To avoid trouble, keep your mouth shut, Lao Lu lamented, the unsettling smile flashing in his mind, sending chills down his spine. It seemed that Xiao Jinyu had not disappointed me. She was cleverly deceiving Gao Yipeng like a fool. Inside the monitoring room, I scrutinized each frame of the footage meticulously. The revelations brought forth by old Lu are indeed captivating. Fei Chen's office is located at the end of the corridor. The position of the head of the design department has remained vacant for quite some time. In reality, Fei Chen has been conducting his work from the head's office, which is equipped with a resting area. Theoretically, as long as the door is closed, whatever transpires within remains a secret to the outside world. A month ago, one evening, Xiao Jinyu and Fei Chen entered the office hand in hand. 5 minutes later, a staff member knocked on the door, and Xiao Jinyu emerged to attend a meeting in the public relations department. The footage revealed that the buttons of her black blazer had been undone, exposing her white blouse, while her hair appeared somewhat disheveled. 10 days prior, at noon, Fei Chun had his arm around Xiao Jinyu's shoulders as they exited the office, only to leave together again an hour later. The surveillance footage clearly demonstrated their intimacy, and any bystander would undoubtedly presume them to be a couple. Xiao Jinyu's smile radiated happiness, her eyes sparkling with sweetness, reminiscent of her university days and her first love from 11 years ago. I lightly tapped the table, murmuring to myself that without substantial evidence, it was still insufficient. However, it was adequate for a divorce. Subsequently, I began to sift through other dates in the surveillance footage, rapidly skimming through at more than 10 times the normal speed. In just 2 months, 7 night shift employees, some not even from the design department, had entered Fei Chen's office, only to emerge in the early hours of the following day. The common traits among them were disheveled hair and wrinkled clothing. Intriguingly, I thought to myself, it was implausible that he would only be fixated on Xiao Jinyu. I copied the videos of the 7 employees and those involving Xiao Jinyu. I aimed to make their lives unbearable. I took refuge in a hotel near the company, not awakening until nearly noon. The cloud storage of the surveillance cameras had already uploaded the latest videos. I scrolled through them on my phone. Xiao Jinyu appeared frail, lacking even the strength to lift her phone. Xiaoyu, please send a message to Supervisor Fei for me. I might need to rest for another 2 days. The design draft is in the folder. Could you ask him to make some revisions? Sis, what exactly is your relationship with that Fei? You two are inseparable. You mustn't do anything to betray your brother-in-law. You know how Dad is. What nonsense. Supervisor Fei and I are merely friends. Don't spread rumors at home, especially not to your brother-in-law. Cough, cough. Where's your brother-in-law? Is he at work? Got it. But you should be cautious as well. All right, I sent the message. Your brother-in-law said he needs to go on a business trip for a few days. Oh, Xiao Jinyu showed no concern for her own husband. The first thing she did upon waking was to message Fei Chun. Chun, how is the design draft? My dear, it is absolutely perfect. I have a premonition that our project will surely succeed. Additionally, I have great news. I will soon be promoted to department head. Just waiting for the chairman to return from the hospital. Congratulations. That's wonderful. I truly hope our eternal love shines brilliantly at the art festival. Upon reaching this point, I couldn't help but scoff, feeling increasingly that the original self was utterly unworthy. Indeed, Xiao Jinyu's family had not been oblivious. Perhaps my esteemed father-in-law's family reveled in having such a prodigious son-in-law. However, according to the traditions of the Xiao family, even if a son-in-law is to be chosen anew, it is impermissible for the daughter to engage in actions that would disgrace the family during her marriage. Thus, I am inclined to believe that the Xiao sisters are aware of the situation, while the in-laws remain oblivious. Do you value reputation in your household? Huh. I shall ensure that your virtuous daughter imparts a lesson to you. I murmured to myself. The resentment of the original owner was barely suppressed, if not released promptly. It would be detrimental to my control over this body. A sense of urgency regarding time enveloped me. Xiao Jinyu possessed a strong obsession with work, and without a swift recovery, the possibility of a hospital visit loomed large. I estimated 3 days. I would utilize this time to isolate the information regarding Xiao Jinyu, the company, and Fei Chen. Should the two parties intersect, it would likely expose my fabricated business trip, potentially alerting them to my ruse. Time waits for no one. Chapter 5. The intruder arrives. The torrential rain outside gradually ceased, and the temperature dropped several degrees. The cold, slightly damp air flowed into the room. I rose from the bed, ordered some takeout, and then inserted silver needles into 18 acupoints on my body. Sitting cross-legged on the bed to adjust my body through breathing techniques. The pinnacle of traditional Chinese medicine is to achieve a state of harmonious equilibrium, which is the condition I currently inhabit, channeling my vital energy to attain inner peace, thereby achieving unity with the universe and unlocking my potential. Half an hour later, I slowly opened my eyes and contacted my journalist friend. Li Yicheng, under 30, had grown accustomed to traveling across the nation as a reporter, appearing nearly 40. Yet, he often referred to Gao Yipeng as brother, which left the original owner quite speechless. He had a multitude of acquaintances from various walks of life, and informed me over the phone that he had procured the surveillance video from the hotel corridor on the day of the Shanghai Art Festival through an informant. But it would take some time to transfer. Hotel surveillance footage is not permitted for public release, especially at a large 5-star hotel in Shanghai, where management is particularly stringent. I surmised that Li Yicheng must have exerted considerable influence to obtain it so swiftly. However, I soon sensed something amiss and decided to verify it once Li Yicheng arrived. Li Yicheng and Gao Yipeng were close friends, and without exchanging pleasantries, I requested him to find several private investigators. In addition to investigating Fei Chen, I asked him to focus on the relationships between several staff members in the surveillance video and Fei Chen. Li Yicheng expressed no signs of difficulty, stating that he had already found the individuals, all of whom were friends, and I need not cover the expenses, even returning a sum of 100,000 yuan to me. With my eyes closed, I organized the fragmented memories in my mind. In another world, although I was a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, the realms of medicine and martial arts were intertwined, and I had numerous methods to deal with the unfaithful couple. The most effective approach would involve orchestrating an accident to eliminate them. However, such a clean and decisive demise would likely not quell the original owner's resentment. I took a deep breath, lit a cigarette. This was my habit, while various clues intertwined in my mind. Text messages. Lingerie. Tang Tang. I suddenly opened my eyes wide. I have come to realize that Tang Tang harbors certain issues. How could a truly devoted friend abandon another in a bar filled with dubious characters, absconding with personal belongings and leaving marks upon her skin that could easily be mistaken for kisses? Moreover, those who stray in matters of love are often exceedingly cautious, never engaging in particularly risky games, nor would they entrust their secrets to a friend's device. Even more outrageous is the act of sending intimate photographs to a class group. Could it be that Tang Tang is attempting to convey a message to me? Is she aligning herself with my perspective? Or is someone scheming against Xiao Jinyu, attempting to sow discord in our marital bond? If he were a man of integrity, Xiao Jinyu would likely dismiss any claims outright, and further investigation would inevitably unveil the truth behind her entanglement with Fei Chen, leading to an unavoidable divorce. Xiao Jinyu is undoubtedly an exceptional designer, her professional prowess unparalleled, yet her emotional intelligence appears stagnant. Perhaps she has been overly protected, with her emotional acumen akin to that of a high school student. Despite reaching her 30s, her growth has been negligible since her university romance. Fei Chen, an internationally renowned master of art and design, at the pinnacle of his career, would hardly seek a married woman with children such as Xiao Jinyu, unless he merely seeks frivolous amusement. Is Xiao Jinyu truly so naive as to misinterpret his intentions? It seems she is akin to those ardent fans enamored with celebrities, carelessly projecting herself onto her idol in pursuit of a fleeting fantasy. Ding! A notification on my phone. It is not my message, but rather that of my wife. Dear, how are you feeling today? Are you better? Fei Chen. Still lacking strength, feeling dizzy. Nothing pressing at work, right? Did you help me revise my paper? Xiao Jinyu replies instantly. She does not refuse Fei Chen, indicating she has grown accustomed to such endearments. I find it utterly repulsive. It's all revised, rest assured. This year's art festival will be a success, and you will undoubtedly receive your international designer qualification. Is your husband at home? Can that spineless fool take care of you? He is not here. I believe he has been sent on a business trip. My sister is home, so don't worry. I'll come over to take good care of you. Dear, it's not our first time. Don't come over. It's too troublesome. My sister is still here. Wait for me. The text conversation concludes. Indeed, Xiao Jinyu's ambition is formidable, and her demeanor towards her lover is notably peculiar, suggesting that Fei Chen has not hesitated to belittle her true self in their exchanges. Spineless fool? I cannot help but scoff, intently observing the surveillance. Approximately half an hour later, Fei Chen arrives, and Xiao Jinyu opens the door, displeased, asking, "What are you doing here?" "I came to see your sister. Is Jinyu home?" Fei Chen inquires, rubbing his hands together. Even through the monitor, I can discern the lewd excitement radiating from his eyes. It is clear that he has set his sights on Xiao Jinyu as well. The allure of the sisterly duo is indeed formidable, and even a seasoned cad like Fei Chen finds it hard to resist. "My sister has me. You should leave quickly. My brother-in-law will be back soon." To my surprise, Xiao Jinyu's reaction is unexpectedly assertive. She seems to harbor a significant disdain for Fei Chen. "Ahem. Xiao Yu, is Mr. Fei here? Quickly let him in." Xiao Jinyu's voice was tinged with excitement, accompanied by a fit of harsh coughing. Indeed, she was deeply in love. With a stoic expression, I dialed Xiao Jinyu's number. And upon connection, I spoke in a calm tone. "Xiao Yu, how's your sister?" The video call quickly connected, and Xiao Jinyu exclaimed loudly, "Brother-in-law? Is that you? Sister still has a slight fever." In the video, the couple fell silent simultaneously. Fei Chen's expression darkened as he glanced around anxiously, as if I could appear at any moment. "I might be able to return the day after tomorrow. Bear with it for a couple more days." "Is your sister available to take a call?" I asked. "Sister, brother-in-law wants to talk to you. Are you feeling any better?" Xiao Jinyu did not step aside, blocking the door, and turned to shout into the bedroom. "Why are you shouting? Where are you?" I feigned ignorance. After a moment of silence from within the bedroom, my wife finally replied, "Xiao Yu, don't just stand at the door. Close it and bring me the phone." The implication was unmistakable. Fei Chen, recognizing the atmosphere, nodded awkwardly and turned to leave. Xiao Jinyu spoke little during our phone call, her tone petulant like that of a young girl, devoid of any concern for my well-being, and instead filled with impatience, as if uttering another word would be a luxury. "All right, I'm not feeling well. I'll hang up," she said habitually, ending the conversation. After the call ended, there was another knock at the door. It was my sister-in-law, Xiao Jingxian, visiting with her daughter. Her knock was loud and assertive. The hidden camera at the entrance captured her displeased expression, as if she were suppressing immense fury, her chest heaving with emotion. Almost the moment the door opened, she rushed into the room, handing her daughter Qianqian over to her sister, and stormed into my wife's bedroom. "Have you lost your mind? What is going on? Do you still care for our parents' reputation? Sending pictures of your underwear to the tutoring group. Are you insane? I wouldn't have known if it weren't for Qianqian's classmate's mother. I just saw that Fei Chen in the elevator. Why is he here? Didn't I warn you?" Xiao Jingxian glared, her finger nearly poking my wife's forehead. My wife, momentarily taken aback, soon shrieked and hurriedly picked up her phone to explain in the tutoring group. "I'm so sorry, everyone. My phone was borrowed by a friend yesterday, and it was a joke that caused trouble for you all." The tutoring group teacher, accustomed to such matters, replied politely, "Qianqian's mother, it's all right. Please be cautious in the future. We can only share matters related to the children in this group." Cheng Cheng's mother, Wan Xiao, added, "Qianqian's mother." Cheng Qing mentioned that Qianqian has been tearing up her textbooks in class lately. Perhaps she has something on her mind. I study psychology. If she needs emotional support, feel free to reach out to me. Thank you. I will keep an eye on it. Sorry for the disturbance, my wife replied. Chapter 6. Unraveling the truth after sending her message. Xiao Jinyu seemed to have exhausted all her strength, lying limply on the bed, groaning in pain. What should have been explained promptly last night was overlooked by Xiao Jinyu, who, in her unease due to my unusual behavior, forgot to respond in the parents' group at the tutoring center. Subsequently, due to her slumber and illness, she completely cast this matter aside, deeming the ambiguous images of lingerie circulating in the tutoring group far less significant than her design draft. Xiao Jinyan cast a glance at her phone, her lingering anger simmering. Yet upon observing her wife's frail condition, she suppressed her ire and closed the bedroom door. Why did you send such images last night? Where were you? Dear sister, it was merely a prank from a colleague. I went to a bar gathering with them, and it was an unintentional incident. Was that Fei Chen present? I implore you to answer me truthfully. Have you done anything to betray Yipeng? Absolutely not. I have not been unfaithful. Despite her weakness, her tone remained resolute. Xiao Jinyan, frustrated by her wife's lack of awareness, poked her forehead, lowering her voice to avoid alarming the neighbors. I have long warned you about Fei Chen. You are already married. You must maintain appropriate boundaries with him. What if Yipeng discovers this? Men can be quite possessive. Moreover, Fei Chen is not a good person. Can you not perceive his intentions? All right, sister, please stop questioning me. We are merely ordinary friends. Gao Yipeng is very magnanimous. Even the most generous of husbands would not permit their wives to grow too close to other men. I warn you, our father has high blood pressure and cannot endure any distress. Listening to the admonitions from my sister-in-law towards Xiao Jinyu, I could not help but nod in agreement. It seemed her sister possessed a sound moral compass and was intellectually astute. Yet, it appeared that Xiao Jinyu was rather naive. Or perhaps love had clouded her limited wisdom. The world is replete with tales of elite women ensnared by deceitful men through mere words. In traditional culture, men pursue women, leaving women in a passive role, fostering an expectation that breeds a yearning for romantic love, particularly among married women. Women like Xiao Jinyu are by no means anomalies. She has been preoccupied with her work for years, resulting in an emotional disconnection from her family and daughter. Should someone arrive who could timely provide her with romance and surprises, her descent into infatuation would surely astonish. However, I found it curious that Xiao Jinyu, in front of her sister, adamantly asserted her fidelity, and her micro-expressions suggested she was not lying. If Xiao Jinyu harbored any thoughts, her sister would be the best confidant. After all, despite their closeness, Gao Yipeng remained an outsider, and even if Xiao Jinyu were to stray, the sisters would undoubtedly keep it hidden from one another. Could it be a misunderstanding? Was the original owner of this body driven to despair by their own insecurities? No, that is utterly implausible. I shall uncover the truth, I muttered to myself. The surveillance revealed that the two did not continue with the topic. Xiao Jinyu succumbed once more to the effects of her medication and fell into a deep slumber. I turned off the surveillance. As per routine, uploaded the evidence to the cloud, and after dinner, I began to browse the internet on my computer. Due to linguistic and technological barriers, there exists minimal communication within the private domains between these two nations, with personal information often exchanged through company channels and personnel transfers. Companies, resembling the tycoons of a past life, extend their influence into various realms, impacting the lives of ordinary individuals. The company where Xiao Jinyu and I work is involved in a diverse array of businesses. Although its primary focus lies in design and architecture, it also extends into healthcare and investment, holding a significant position in Linhai, Fei Chen, through a company that specializes in the recruitment of exceptional talents, boasts an endorsement from the prestigious Royal College of Art in England, leaving no doubt about his genuine capabilities. However, after several hours of searching, I uncovered more specific information amidst the vast sea of online articles than I had gathered the previous night at home. Indeed, Fei Chen has published numerous design works and has obtained highly influential patents. Yet, these design patents have ultimately not been applied in commercial ventures. The average individual might attribute this to an overly avant-garde approach, but to a certain extent, these patents may lack commercial viability. After all, while businessmen may not comprehend art, they certainly grasp the market. An outstanding design is not merely esoteric, it must inevitably face market realities. The significant influence of a fashion design patent that has never been launched into the market can only be attributed to Mr. Smith, who frequently appears in patent recommendations and art award evaluations. Smith is a genuinely world-renowned master of art and design, a true pioneer in artistic fashion, and also Fei Chen's mentor during his undergraduate and doctoral studies abroad. Regrettably, this distinguished figure suffered a cerebral hemorrhage and passed away a year ago. What a coincidence! Shouldn't the passing of your mentor provide an opportunity to inherit his connections and influence? It is rather peculiar that he returned to the country at such a time. Defying logic, I spoke slowly, diligently saving the information. The reports and information regarding Fei Chen's designs were not particularly useful. Much of what could be found online consisted of accolades, with a significant portion appearing alongside Smith. This, in fact, exuded an air of abnormality. For no one can achieve perfection. While there are those online who deride Smith's designs as trash, Fei Chun remains as pristine as a blank canvas. It seems that someone has deliberately erased information about Fei Chun, making the situation increasingly intriguing. I couldn't help but smile, my eyes sparkling with excitement. I thrive on challenges. In the world I traversed before, I had trained secret departments due to my exceptional medical skills and traditional martial arts, during which I also learned the art of information gathering, allowing me to easily grasp the crux of matters. Following the connections to Smith, I indeed made a substantial discovery. No one would be benevolent to another without reason, particularly in conservative nations that uphold white supremacy. A person of Asian descent seeking prominence must have a strong backing. Smith's social media accounts are devoid of content, yet several of his students frequently pay their respects. I added their blog accounts and stumbled upon a photograph on one of their profiles. The image was from a wedding, featuring Fei Chun standing alongside a nearly 300-pound Caucasian bride, with Smith positioned to the right of the bride. My mentor's daughter, Anna, has wed my junior. Oh, they truly seem well matched today. Oh, Fei Chun is married. Yet, his persona within the company is that of a single man. I raised an eyebrow and saved a screenshot of the blog before searching for information on Anna. Anna is the youngest daughter of Smith, currently residing in England, where she serves as an assistant teacher at the Royal College of Art, leveraging the connections left by her father. It was 9 o'clock in the evening here, while it was morning there. Without a moment's hesitation, I dialed the Royal College of Art using the hotel phone. Hello? I am an editor from the Eastern newspaper. I would like to speak with Miss Anna regarding a memoir about Mr. Smith to commemorate this great artist. After a brief exchange, the response was quite accommodating, and soon a somewhat rugged voice came through. Anna held her father in high esteem and wished for his legacy to be widely known. Whether or not she had ulterior motives, it was advantageous for me. Anna spoke candidly, her words flowing freely, and I complimented her just enough to feel the moment was ripe to shift the conversation to Fei Chun. I've heard you are married, Mr. Fei Chun was your father's most esteemed disciple, known as the Hand of God with remarkable achievements. That scoundrel is nothing but a fraud, a murderer. My father died from the stress he caused. This so-called Hand of God is merely a fabrication. After marrying me, my father allowed him to sign his artworks. Otherwise, would he have ever become a designer? The rubbish he designs is nothing but a pile of garbage. Without my father's recommendation, he wouldn't have passed the patent review. I refuse to discuss this scoundrel. He is worthless both academically and in bed. I have already had my friends drive him out of England. Anna's voice was filled with rage as she spoke of Fei Chun. Chapter 7. The adulterer is a paper tiger. I secretly scoffed, thinking it was less about driving him away and more about fearing the paper tiger being exposed, prompting his own escape. Yet I remarked, but I have heard he is revered as a master designer at the Royal College of Art and has returned to his home country to serve as a design director at a top-tier firm, with a promising future ahead. Perhaps Mr. Fei Chun is not as poor as you claim, Miss Anna. I deliberately praised Fei Chun to provoke her, and indeed, it stirred Anna's ire. Do not be deceived. I have heard of this too. It is all the machinations of those filthy scoundrels. One day, an Oriental man brought Fei Chun into the dean's office, and shortly after, my ex-husband's file was removed. They thought that with my father's death, they could disregard my opinions. I will make them pay for this. My ex-husband is of the lowest character, employing every vile tactic imaginable. After marrying me, he even seduced my closest friend. The wretched man even contracted gonorrhea. Can you believe it? Had it not been discovered early, he might have lost his manhood. The ungrateful scoundrel. My father suffered a brain hemorrhage after a quarrel with him over the rejection of his work. I will forever despise him. Anna continued her tirade. It was evident that her father's death and Fei Chun's betrayal had profoundly affected her, compelling her to vent her frustrations even to a stranger. Having obtained the information I sought, I tactfully interrupted the conversation. Anna from across the way believed I was skeptical. She even claimed to possess evidence of Fei Chun's artistic forgery. It was revealed that Smith had secretly recorded a video while explaining his artistic design concepts to Fei Chun, with the ulterior motive of exerting control over him. Smith was acutely aware that his daughter was not the epitome of beauty, and the fact that Fei Chun pursued a woman of such a nature only suggested his intentions were anchored in her father's stature as an artistic master. As long as his daughter found happiness, Smith was willing to assist his son-in-law, yet he would ensure that he retained leverage should he depart this world. His daughter would still have the means to bind Fei Chun, preventing him from carelessly discarding her. Sadly, Smith underestimated both Fei Chun's audacity and the fickle nature of human relationships. After Smith's demise, his daughter's circumstances deteriorated significantly. To pay the inheritance tax, She had to deplete most of their assets, while Fei Chen, without hesitation, filed for divorce, absconding with half of their fortune. Just as I was about to end the call, I was met with a shocking revelation. What? You are not yet divorced. However, Mr. Fei's records indicate he is unmarried. Are you not his wife? The exasperation in Anna's voice was palpable. Damn it, he merely filed for divorce. The court date is 6 months away. And I have not agreed to anything. He has swindled me out of a substantial sum. This con artist. Give me your email, and I shall provide you with the evidence. Within mere minutes, a compressed file arrived in my inbox. Inside were several videos and images taken on mobile devices, including a marriage certificate from England, a divorce agreement, and a court summons, all of which substantiated the claims. Would you be willing to visit the East? I wish to unveil the true nature of Fei Chen, I suggested, my tone laced with persuasion. Anna hesitated, ultimately declining my proposal, citing her busy schedule as a constraint. I chose not to press further, but spoke candidly. To be frank, I am a colleague of Fei Chen. He has entangled himself with my wife, and like you, I desire to expose his vile character. Can you assist me? Together, we can reveal his treachery, perhaps aiding your divorce and reclaiming your stolen wealth. The line remained active, and after a prolonged silence, she finally responded, What do you propose? I expressed my disbelief that Fei Chen could wield such unchecked power in England. Although your father is no longer present, I trust his students will hold his legacy in high regard. I implore you to publicize the evidence and seek their support. I have tried, but our Western mindset may differ from yours. They are unlikely to assist without expectation of reward, she retorted. Fei Chen has just been awarded an Outstanding Talent Award by your country's embassy. Any scandal could escalate into a diplomatic incident, Anna added softly. Upon hearing this, I could hardly suppress a laugh, for Anna appeared as naive as Xiao Jinyu, genuinely believing in the validity of her reasoning. I will provide 50,000. You must first send the evidence to a newspaper. I wish to see it published without delay. While 50,000 is no trifling sum, Anna resolutely declined, citing her desire to avoid involving her father. I endeavored to calm myself and continued to persuade her. No one will blame your father, who harbors the most sincere love for his daughter. Moreover, those artistic achievements were indeed his, and they rightfully belong to you. Perhaps you might utilize these research findings to enlist the help of your father's students. No one would decline an opportunity to engage with a piece of art that holds global significance, even if only as a contributor. Dearest Anna, what we are undertaking is a noble and righteous endeavor. God shall stand by our side. I unabashedly wielded my rhetoric. The notion of justice bore no relation to me. What I sought was simple revenge against the unfaithful couple. Anna was evidently swayed by my words, and after a moment of introspection, she acquiesced. I did not truly transfer the promised £50,000, but rather sent 5,000 through the bank, indicating that the remainder would be paid after the announcement. In truth, Anna did not place much value on money. Whether she had it or not was inconsequential. For had it mattered, she would have long since pursued funds from the East. After ending the call, I glanced at the time. It was already 11:30 in the evening. Checking the synchronized messages on Xiao Jinyu's phone, I found only the flirtatious text from Fei Chen, filled with concern and cheesy compliments that sent shivers down my spine. This must have been their daily routine, though I had not noticed it before. It appeared that Xiao Jinyu had selectively deleted these messages, retaining only those pertaining to work. Naturally, some that remained unpurged were likely not perceived by her as ambiguous. In her naivety, she had broadened the scope of her friendships. A soft knock echoed at the door. I recognized it as Li Yicheng's arrival. I did not hasten to open the door, but instead grasped a ballpoint pen in my palm, standing slightly aside as I slowly turned the lock. This was a habit instilled in me during my time in the secret department, ensuring that no unforeseen circumstances would arise. A ballpoint pen, in certain situations, could prove more lethal than a knife, serving as an excellent means of self-defense. Fortunately, no unexpected events transpired. Outside stood Li Yicheng, clutching a brown paper bag, his expression grave. I intended to deliver this tomorrow, but fearing you would be anxious, I came right away. Li Yicheng glanced around to ensure no one was in sight before stepping inside. I shall forego the pleasantries. Besides the documents, you must have uncovered other matters, correct? I observed Li Yicheng's unusual demeanor, speaking in a low voice. Chapter 8. Hotel video indeed. Li Yicheng nodded, handing me the brown paper bag. The video has been burned onto a disc. I glanced at it briefly, and it pertains to matters concerning your sister-in-law. Yet I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. I shall discern it at a glance. Squinting my eyes, I felt a surge of interest. If something could unsettle Li Yicheng, a seasoned journalist, it seemed my suspicions were on the right track. As the saying goes, the one in the midst is blinded, while the observer sees clearly. From Xiao Jinyu's messages, it was evident that her transformation began with the Magic City Art Festival, and her interactions with Fei Chen also commenced around that time. I have supplanted Gao Yipeng, and I harbor no vestiges of the original's emotions. Even the possession of his complete memories fails to sway my judgment, allowing me to perceive certain details with greater clarity. The hotel's computer is poorly configured, taking an eternity to boot up, during which time I offered a cigarette to Fatty. How long did your friend take to send you the video? I should express my gratitude to him later, I remarked slowly, the prolonged mental exertion inevitably rendering me somewhat fatigued. In truth, I merely made a phone call, and my friend responded in under an hour, having already procured the video. How could it be so swift? It felt as if I were languidly stating this, a glimmer of cold intensity flashing in my eyes. Was it as though he had been waiting for my request? I sensed something was amiss. That fellow was merely a local thug, and had never acted with such alacrity. Brother, whom did you offend? Li Yicheng suddenly slapped his forehead, speaking to himself. I am unsure. Perhaps there are underlying circumstances. At times, when one is mediocre yet possesses a beautiful wife, it often marks the onset of calamity. However, this does not imply that we, as ordinary individuals, lack the will to resist. In a society governed by law, even the powerful must adhere to fundamental rules of engagement. Regardless of who stands behind this matter, I shall not relent. I fixed my gaze upon Li Yicheng, scrutinizing his micro-expressions, and discerned that he was not lying. So I poured him a glass of water. Li Yicheng's life was saved by Gao Yipeng, and they shared a close personal bond. However, that relationship belonged to the original. Upon realizing that a grand web of conspiracy was looming, I instinctively chose not to trust anyone or be led by their whims. Li Yicheng downed the drink in one gulp, clearly exhausted, and poured himself another. He likely remains oblivious to the fact that I had secretly added a special powder to his glass. This concoction would induce symptoms reminiscent of bone cancer within 7 days, yielding a definitive diagnosis at any hospital, with effects lasting a month. If Li Yicheng harbors no ulterior motives, I shall discreetly provide him with the antidote within the week. However, if he is indeed a cog in this conspiracy, then I regret to inform him that the false cancer would be the final straw that breaks his spirit. Even suicide could be seen as a release. Do not inquire whether traditional Chinese medicine can achieve this. I am uncertain. The protagonist's skills in this narrative are unparalleled, capable of granting life or causing death. Rest assured, brother, I will see this matter through for you. Had it not been for you during that car accident, I would have perished within the vehicle. In truth, you not only saved me, but effectively saved my entire family. Li Yicheng said solemnly, his gaze unwavering. Let us not dwell on those bygone events. You have a family now. Should you encounter any insurmountable dangers during the investigation, remember, withdraw promptly. I shall not hold it against you. After speaking to Li Yicheng, I inserted the disc into the computer, and amidst the harsh sounds of the drive reading, the screen flickered to life with images. The video quality is remarkably clear, and it is evident that it has been edited, confirming my suspicion that this was premeditated, awaiting my arrival or that of others. The hotel surveillance cameras are high definition, located in the corridor, timestamped at midnight. Li Yicheng provided me with the guest list from that night. Room 901 was occupied by Xiao Jinyu, while room 902 belonged to Fei Chen. The door to room 901 swung open, revealing Xiao Jinyu in a seductive black gown, a rare sight indeed as she donned black stockings. The stunning beauty was rendered even more alluring, and as she gently tucked her hair behind her ear, she approached the door of the adjacent room 902. Hesitating momentarily before knocking. Almost simultaneously with the knock, the door opened, and Xiao Jinyu stepped inside. The footage accelerated to 10 times the normal speed, and the surveillance indicated that it was now 5 in the morning when Xiao Jinyu exited room 902, returning to her own room 901. I pressed pause, fixating on her legs. A remnant of the past stirred my heart into a frenzied rhythm. Notably, one of her black stockings had torn, appearing as if it had been ripped, while the fabric around her knees was dust-laden, indicative of her having knelt on the ground. The original self had a penchant for black stockings, yearning for his wife to wear them, but she had scornfully labeled him a pervert, insisting that only unclean women adorn such garments. Little did he anticipate that today, in a bid to please her illicit lover, she would don the very stockings she despised. How recklessly indulgent. I clenched my teeth, swallowing several of my self-prepared heart rescue pills. then retrieved a silver needle to prick a pressure point, barely stabilizing my racing heart. Taking a deep breath, I resumed viewing the footage. The second segment displayed the following day at the same hour, when Xiao Jinyu entered room 901 once more. However, she did not remain until 5, approximately 2 hours later. She emerged. Sweat glistened on her exquisite visage, and she appeared nauseated, her legs trembling as she bent over, covering her mouth, slowly returning to her room. Brother, it seems we have captured evidence. How reckless this is, these women. Li Yicheng remarked, shaking his head. Isn't it thrilling? I bet you never expected this. I replied with a smile, feeling as though I were viewing not my wife, but rather the stills of some adult film star. Li Yicheng felt a shiver run down his spine, mistaking my grin for a hallucination, swallowing hard as he quietly asked, Brother, have you been affected? Affected? Huh, this is nothing. However, I have uncovered some intriguing details. I chuckled softly, maneuvering the mouse to replay the video, pausing it at a particular moment. The corridor in the video appeared desolate, seemingly devoid of any anomalies that an ordinary person might detect, yet nothing could evade my discerning gaze. The footage had been edited. The duration was brief, approximately 3 to 5 seconds, rendering the events of that interval irretrievable. Why would such a fleeting moment be excised? What traces were they attempting to erase, or what did they wish to conceal from my view? I closed my eyes and began to contemplate deeply, considering how I would react if I were the original, feckless individual upon witnessing the video. Even the most spineless of men would surely erupt in fury upon encountering such evidence. The original would demand a divorce, spreading the scandal far and wide. The conventional approach would be to socially annihilate the adulterous couple. However, this carries significant risks, as pushing someone to despair might also lead to my own legal repercussions. Divorce? My heart twisted painfully once more, for this was the original's profound love for Xiao Jinyu. You have been so thoroughly betrayed, yet you still refuse to divorce? What am I to do to exact revenge for you? I kept my eyes shut, biting my teeth tightly together, striving to maintain composure and conceal any signs of distress from Li Yicheng, who was nearby. At this juncture, it was evident that the original did not genuinely wish to sever ties. Although I felt helpless, I could only adjust my internal plans until my heart gradually stabilized. Is it due to insufficient evidence that you believe your wife is not unfaithful? To pursue a divorce, one requires undeniable proof. Absent that, revenge becomes the only recourse. You yearn for revenge against Fei Chun, do you not? I murmured inwardly, not for my own benefit, but as a lamentation for the original's lingering resentment. This was indeed a troublesome predicament. Given ample time, I would be confident that Xiao Jinyu would soon initiate the divorce herself. However, the original had not allotted me such luxury. Sigh. Then let us begin with Fei Chen. I exhaled slowly, uploading all the videos from my computer to the cloud. Subsequently, I prepared to accompany Li Yicheng for a late-night snack when, at that moment, Li Yicheng's phone rang. Chapter 9. Caught in infidelity, Li Yicheng opened his phone, furrowing his brow as he pressed a few buttons. The detective friend you asked me to contact has been following Fei Chun and has just captured some footage. I'll send it to you now. See if it's of any use. By the way, he is still tailing him and seems to have spotted Fei Chun in the company of a woman. All right, let me take a look. I returned to the room and retrieved my phone to examine the footage. The scene depicted the exterior of a private dining establishment in the city. A place scarcely known to the public, catering exclusively to elite clientele with exorbitant prices, rendering it a luxury within the culinary realm. The photographer employed specialized equipment, resulting in remarkably clear images. 3 individuals were prominently featured. One was Fei Chun, dressed in a suit, exuding an air of cultured debauchery. To my astonishment, the person facing him was my brother-in-law, Ma Chao, the group's general manager. He sported a notably pronounced paunch, and the camaraderie displayed between him and Fei Chen suggested a rapport more akin to that of old friends rather than a superior and subordinate. How intriguing. Has the position of Minister Fei been secured? I squinted, fixating intently on Ma Chao, a wry smile creeping across my face. The group is a premier design firm in the country, employing over 30,000 individuals. During the chairman's prolonged illness, Ma Chao wielded a considerable amount of power. Akin to a local sovereign, the heads of various departments resembled ancient feudal lords, collectively forming the hierarchical structure of the company. As I understand it, Xiao Jinyu and Fei Chen have been together for at least 3 months now, and their hand-holding in public has become a common occurrence. The entire company, apart from the original persona, Even the security team has caught wind of this, so Ma Chao is unlikely to be unaware. What could be the reason? Is it possible that Ma Chao seeks to win over Fei Chun, thereby tacitly approving of Xiao Jinyu's pursuit? I find myself momentarily perplexed. Ma Chao has only recently assumed the role of general manager, having been promoted due to his connection with the chairman, who made the decision out of respect for his father-in-law, thus replacing the former deputy general manager, Lu Guodong. The two have had quite a tumultuous relationship lately. But this is merely a power struggle at the upper echelons, entirely disconnected from the original persona. Xiao Jinyu, theoretically, comes from a design background, as a deputy supervisor. She does not qualify as middle management and should not be involved in this turmoil. Fei Chun, on the other hand, was recommended by the chairman's daughter, who had consented to her position prior to her hospitalization, and Ma Chao is merely following protocol. Given that the design department is one of the largest within the company, Fei Chun certainly possesses the qualifications to be courted. I hope it is not you. I shall uncover the truth, I murmured to myself. The original persona, Gao Yipeng, held a favorable impression of his brother-in-law, yet from my observant standpoint, Ma Chao embodies the archetype of a cunning individual possessing profound depths. Subsequently, I shifted my gaze to another figure in the photograph. Standing beside Ma Chao was a tall, strikingly beautiful woman clad in a gray trench coat and black stockings. With her almond-shaped eyes and elegantly arched brows, she exuded a unique sensual allure characteristic of a mature woman, yet her expressionless visage rendered her akin to an iceberg. This woman is Wei Xiangnan, the newly appointed head of the legal department within the conglomerate, aged 39 and unmarried, a graduate of a prestigious political and legal university. She has pursued her studies in law through Bachelor S, Master S, and doctoral programs consecutively. Her demeanor is cold, her approach exceedingly assertive, and her capabilities are unparalleled within the legal sphere of Linhai. She is the sole woman in the city to possess the qualification of an international lawyer, often engaged in legal audits within the company or traveling to resolve legal disputes on behalf of the conglomerate, truly a workaholic. Since her graduation, Wei Xiangnan has been with the group, which previously lacked a legal department, outsourcing all legal matters to law firms. Initially just an ordinary employee, no one knew when she covertly obtained her international lawyer qualification. Following Ma Chao's appointment as general manager, she was discovered and swiftly promoted, even leading to the establishment of the new legal department earlier this year, where she recruited a formidable team, earning her the moniker of the Iron Lady. Fame can be a double-edged sword. There are rumors that Wei Xiangnan is Ma Chao's mistress. But such gossip quickly dissipated when it was revealed that Ma Chao had suffered past injuries resulting in nerve damage. Given the sensitivity surrounding the general manager's private matters, few dared to spread such tales, inadvertently vindicating Wei Xiangnan. Whether one chooses to believe these rumors is a matter of perspective. The simultaneous appearance of these three individuals is rather intriguing. From the moment Li Yicheng retrieved the video from the hotel in the metropolis, I had no doubt that the puppeteers behind the scenes were already aware that someone was investigating, perhaps even cognizant that it was I who was delving into matters. Nevertheless, it matters not. I shall respond to them in an unprecedented manner. Regardless of whether they are puppeteers or illicit lovers, none shall escape. At that moment, Li Yicheng received a phone call and turned to me, saying, "The VE parted ways. Fei Chun just got into a car at the intersection, driven by one of the 7 individuals you instructed us to investigate. My 2 friends have now coincidentally crossed paths." I chuckled and replied, "Let them continue to follow. At this hour, a man and a woman alone together. What do you think might transpire?" I then transferred 5,000 yuan to Li Yicheng, instructing him to immediately pass it on to his 2 friends. This time, Li Yicheng did not refuse. Indeed, to ensure the horse runs, one must also allow it to graze. A mere personal connection might lead to some negligence in their duties. As we exited the hotel, Li Yicheng drove, following the directions of his friends to trail Fei Chun. Fei Chun did not leave the city. After alighting at an underground parking lot of a hotel, he entered the establishment. Meanwhile, one detective remained by the car while the other captured the scene of Fei Chun entering a room with a woman. From the photographs sent to me, I recognized the woman as Chen Aier, the deputy head of the public relations department and the wife of Li Fei, the deputy director of security. Approaching 40, she still possessed an alluring charm. Is this fellow truly so depraved as to seek the company of a married woman? Surely, given his status, he could have sought a younger companion. Li Yicheng, recalling my wife, instantly closed his mouth and pressed the accelerator. Indeed, alas, he has chosen the wrong target. I mused, my eyes gleaming with cold intensity. By the time I arrived at the hotel, half an hour had passed. Fei Chen had taken Chen Ai to a large bedchamber on the 10th floor's northeast corner. Li Yicheng and I were strategizing our next steps in the underground parking lot. Boss, what are you planning to do? Shall we confront him? Li Yicheng proposed, his demeanor suddenly fierce. Though he appeared quite honest at first glance, there was a certain rebellious spirit within him. Patience is key. We must not act hastily. The nearest police station is 10 minutes away. Allow me to orchestrate a grand spectacle for Fei Chen, I replied slowly, sending a photo of Chen Ai and Fei Chen embracing at the hotel to Li Fei, the deputy director of security, using a black market SIM card. Minister Li, I saw your wife with Fei Chen at a hotel. The room number is 1090. Upon finishing the message, Li Yicheng seemed to comprehend my intention, giving me a thumbs up and exclaiming, using a blade to strike, you truly are formidable, boss. I will publish it in the newspaper. There's no need to rush. When you see that fellow Li come to catch them in the act, join him. I will call the police. Ensure you take photographs and record everything with a hidden camera, but do not reveal your identity, I instructed. Is it really that complicated? What exactly are you planning? Li Yicheng asked, scratching his head, utterly bewildered by my scheme. Logically, if a husband were to confront his wife in infidelity, violence would likely ensue, and police involvement would escalate the situation, leading to substantial reputational damage for those involved when the newspapers picked up the story. I replied coolly, Fei Chen is an internationally renowned designer. A mere affair would hardly tarnish his reputation, if it truly impacts the integrity of the group. Do you believe your newspaper would dare publish even a single copy? The editors would swiftly retract it. That makes sense. Some individuals seem to possess an innate privilege. As far as I know, Fei Chen is acquainted with numerous celebrities and is a world-renowned designer. The women's adoration for luxury goods is akin to a dog encountering meat. Li Yicheng shook his head and remarked. His words illuminated a thought in me. Could it be that Ma Chao was drawn to the connections Fei Chen might possess? Truly exceptional artists are revered in high society, and Ma Chao harbors a profound yearning for a successful career. Even if he is aware of the liaison between Xiao Jinyu and Fei Chen, he might very well turn a blind eye. After all, one is a prospective minister while the other is merely an inconspicuous clerk. The notion of a brother-in-law betraying his sister-in-law? I hope this drama does not unfold as I imagine, for that would be quite amusing. Time passed swiftly. In less than 20 minutes, Li Fei arrived, accompanied by 7 or 8 friends. I promptly dialed the emergency services, reporting a violent altercation in room 1090 of the hotel, fearing that someone might be killed. And then I snapped my SIM card and discarded it outside. A gentle reminder, reporting false emergencies is illegal. This story is fictional and does not condone such actions. Readers should not immerse themselves in reality. Any resemblance to real events is purely coincidental. After accomplishing all this, Li Yicheng donned a mask and hat and followed Li Fei into the hotel. The hotel security would not allow entry so easily. Yet Li Fei produced a marriage certificate and identification, proving that Chen Ai, registered at the hotel, was his wife, leaving the hotel with no choice but to comply. One might say that infidelity is a common occurrence in hotels. The front desk and security merely fulfill their duties and are often eager to witness the spectacle. Thus, this grand procession ascended to the 10th floor. Upon reaching the door, Li Fei could hardly contain his fury, for the sounds emanating from within were unmistakably those of his wife, and the content was shockingly explicit, words that even a seasoned adult film actress might struggle to conceive. The attendant, stifling laughter, used a universal key card to unlock the door and stepped aside, craning his neck to look inside. With a resounding crash, Li Fei delivered a powerful kick that nearly shattered the door. Once it swung open, a throng surged in, followed by Chen Ai's piercing scream and Fei Chen's pleas for mercy. You two despicable creatures, engaging in an affair behind my back. I will end you, Li Fei roared. Nearby, a friend captured evidence on his phone, including a rotund individual recording the entire incident in high definition. The room was so crowded that it was impossible to discern individuals. Amidst the throng, only Li Fei and 2 cousins were able to engage physically. Li Fei kicked Fei Chen twice, then turned to grasp his wife's hair, delivering a series of sharp slaps. He had not struck many times before the police arrived, swiftly intervening. Stop. Everyone, freeze. Immediately cease. The officer commanded, and auxiliary officers subdued Li Fei and his 2 cousins. Those who had not engaged in the fray, including the rotund individual, exited the room. After understanding the situation, the police adeptly escorted Fei Chen, Li Fei, and the two cousins to the precinct. One can only imagine that this night would be etched in Fei Chen's memory for all time. The portly man returned to the vehicle, transferring the video content to me, and expressed his indignation, saying, "That wretched individual behaves like a woman, crying out when struck and cowering behind a woman. He is truly no man." Huh. Does this satisfy a moment's vengeance? Is it of any use? Revenge is a lifelong affair. A lifetime of suffering is the only sufficient reparation. I replied in a measured tone. What shall we do next? You and your two companions should keep watch outside the police station. Following the proper procedures, injury verification followed by mediation. It won't be resolved in less than half a day. Fei Chen will undoubtedly leverage his connections. Keep an eye on whom he seeks out. Then procure a copy of Fei Chen's detention certificate for me. You are a journalist. It should pose no problem, correct? If it does, I shall handle it personally. I fixed my gaze on Li Yicheng, speaking slowly. Without hesitation, Li Yicheng thumped his chest, assuring me, "Rest assured. Leave everything to me. This is merely a trifling matter." I instructed Li Yicheng to drive me to the intersection before I hailed a taxi. Remarkably, it had been less than 2 days since I discovered my wife's infidelity, yet so much had transpired, particularly today's unexpected incident, which had afforded me an opportunity. I casually opened my phone to save the information and scrolled through Xiao Jinyu's messages, a sardonic smile creeping onto my face. Just half an hour prior, Fei Chen and Xiao Jinyu were exchanging flirtatious texts, inquiring about each other's well-being. Li Fei, the chairman's nephew, known for his fiery temperament, undoubtedly conveyed something before being taken away, just as I had anticipated. In the company's large group chat, Li Fei shared compromising photos of Fei Chen and Shenire, which detonated like a stone thrown into calm waters, stirring chaos. Could Fei, the manager, truly engage in such behavior? It was utterly unexpected. After all, he is an art designer. Were they discussing art in bed? The comments varied, but most were gleeful at the spectacle. Li Fei, driven by impulsiveness, sought to vent his frustrations upon discovering his own humiliation, caring little for his own dignity. I chuckled derisively, forwarding the photos and videos from the group chat to Xiao Jinyu. Xiao Jinyu certainly needed a thorough dose of disgust in her current state. She was incapable of taking any action, and my plan was already halfway underway. However, a mere video, even if it unveiled Fei Chen's repugnant side, could not eclipse the fact that my wife's foolish mind would soon be swayed by his empty flattery. Such is the nature of idolization, I suppose. Chapter 10. The interrogation of my wife. As I had predicted, no sooner had I sent the video than my wife's call came through. Cough, cough. Gao Yipeng. Where are you? Where did you get that video? Have you gone to trouble Manager Fei? I'm in the car. I should be back by noon tomorrow. Why haven't you taken the time to rest? I evasively replied, fully aware of Xiao Jinyu's intended inquiry, yet deliberately sidestepping it. Xiao Jinyu, accustomed to Gao Yipeng's indulgence, reacted like a ruffled wildcat, exclaiming, "What I want to know is about the video. Explain how you captured it. Did you take Ministerly with you? How low can you stoop? I have already stated that my relationship with Fei Chen is that of ordinary colleagues. Your actions are truly distasteful." Xiao Jinyu, the one who is repugnant is you. Is your mind clouded? When that couple was caught in the act, you chose to blame me instead. Do you feel envious because Fei's supervisor has been involved with Shenire? Open your eyes and observe the WeChat group, you fool. Ministerly had already noticed, and now videos of the incident are circulating online. I retorted immediately, my tone unusually cold. My phone is equipped with dual systems, allowing me to monitor Xiao Jinyu's reactions in real time. When Xiao Jinyu called me, this woman nearly fell off the bed in her emotional turmoil. This, in turn, left Xiao Jinyu at a loss. After my sharp remark, perhaps having glanced at her phone, she quietly said, "I'm sorry, darling, I misunderstood you." Huh. You know your own thoughts best. In a few days, let us find an opportunity to have a proper conversation. I hope you can maintain your distance from Fei Chen. He is a scoundrel. If you truly value our marriage, refrain from crossing boundaries, I said coldly. What nonsense are you spouting? I've explained countless times, we are merely colleagues. Fei, the supervisor, is a world-renowned art designer who has aided me significantly. As for the romantic implications, they are quite normal. Fei is young and accomplished, and there are always unscrupulous women who throw themselves at him. It has nothing to do with us. I'm not feeling well, so I will hang up now. Xiao Jinyu ended the call. I felt a wave of nausea. This woman, in her final remarks, even defended Fei Chen, unilaterally attributing the affair to Chen Ayer's seduction. How utterly foolish. Has she lost her mind? Even if I choose not to retaliate, This woman is unlikely to end up well. I sighed, leaning heavily against the back seat of the car. Women like Xiao Jinyu tend to be serious and often engage in wild imaginings. When someone captures their affection, they overlook everything else, much like Gao Yipeng. Gao Yipeng was once an ordinary university student, yet his exceptional piano skills captivated Xiao Jinyu. Even after an injury rendered him unable to play, she remained steadfast in her feelings for him. It can be said that her unwavering support during his dark times was instrumental, which is one reason why his family holds her in such high regard. The taxi stopped along Jianyang Road. After alighting, I retrieved a black trench coat from my backpack, applied glue to my hands, and donned black gloves and shoe covers. Across Jianyang Road lies an upscale villa community, where the company has rented a stand-alone villa for Fei Chen, with a monthly rent of 10,000 yuan and a selling price of 20 million. Once this matter passes, I must swiftly amass wealth. What a farcical designer. He merely serves the affluent. Observing the elegant surroundings of the villa area, I set a modest goal for myself. As someone who has undergone specialized training in a covert department, evading a security guard in a villa community is a trivial task. To ensure privacy, there are actually few surveillance cameras within the community. Upon locating Fei Chen's villa, I discreetly cut the power supply from outside and stealthily slipped inside like a phantom. If Fei Chen had remained at home today, he might have lived for another 2 days. Alas, this wretched creature could not endure the solitude and ultimately left me an opportunity, allowing my plans to advance significantly. Upon reflection, the world operates on principles of cause and effect. Those who stray from fidelity seek only fleeting pleasures, oblivious to the fact that such indulgences are akin to poison laced with honey, inevitably leading to ruin. This villa is inhabited solely by Fei Chen. The furnishings within are sparse, yet the decor is exquisite and elegant, meticulously clean. The shoe cabinet contains only men's shoes and a few unopened pairs of disposable slippers. Intriguingly, there are no women's slippers, indicating that Xiao Jinyu has never resided in this villa. I narrowed my eyes, quietly noting the discrepancies, and decided to allocate time for Li Yicheng to conduct an inquiry. I then stepped into Fei Chen's bedroom and, after a thorough inspection, made several discoveries. I found surveillance cameras hidden within the decorative lights above and the sockets facing the head of the bed. Upon further examination, I uncovered 3 additional cameras, all directed at the bed. Perhaps due to the power outage I had imposed on the villa, these cameras remained inactive. I had my suspicions. He could not possibly be so honest. With such a frail physique, he surely could not survive a day without the company of a woman. Even the character of teacher Guanxi is superior to his. It is inconceivable that he has not engaged in clandestine recording. With a smirk, I mused to myself. Let me search for evidence in the form of videos of Xiao Jinyu. Gao Yipeng, you ought to resign yourself to despair. In the study, I discovered a safe behind an oil painting. After prying it open with a paperclip, I was astonished to find an abundance of gold, weighing approximately several dozen pounds, along with a substantial amount of foreign currency and bearer bonds. By market value, this could easily amount to 10 million. Easily portable and convenient for exchange. Are you preparing to depart at any moment? What exactly are you afraid of? As I pondered Fei Chen's bizarre behavior, I rummaged further and found a portable hard drive tucked away in a hidden compartment at the back of the safe. Checking the time, I noted it was 3 in the morning, so I opened Fei Chen's laptop resting on the desk. As I had anticipated, the hard drive contained a plethora of secretly recorded videos, meticulously organized into folders by name. Regardless of the world, the proclivities of a lecher remain the same. Knowing they possess incriminating evidence, they still choose to document it. Is it truly so intoxicating to relive? In the next moment, I shook my head with a wry smile. It seems that the majority of men, when afforded the opportunity, cannot resist temptation. I was indifferent to the others, and inevitably, I discovered the name Xiao Jinyu, solitary at the very bottom of all the files. Chapter 11, No Infidelity? To my surprise, within the folder named after Xiao Jinyu, there were only 3 videos of scant substance and a few images. Upon opening the images, I found them not to be illicit photographs of a romantic liaison, but rather candid shots of Xiao Jinyu in the bathroom, clad in black lace lingerie. From the angle of the photographs, it appeared the hidden camera was positioned above the bathroom mirror. Xiao Jinyu held a purple dress in her hands, poised to wear it. It must be acknowledged that Xiao Jinyu possesses an astonishingly exquisite figure. After giving birth to Qianqian, her bust has once again swelled, yet her waist remains remarkably slender, exuding an enchanting allure from head to toe. Perhaps it is the remnants of Gao Yipeng's lingering sentiments that plague my thoughts. The mere notion that Xiao Jinyu's intimate photographs are being perused daily by Fei Chen fills me with an incessant wave of annoyance and fury. I strive to regain my composure and continue my examination. The remaining photographs are also taken surreptitiously, albeit with a mobile phone. A few feature Xiao Jinyu and Fei Chen together, their backdrop set within an art venue in the bustling metropolis, where Fei Chen embraces Xiao Jinyu's waist, exuding a closeness that suggests they are indeed a couple. Another image captures them in a bar, with Xiao Jinyu seated on a sofa in a private booth. To her left sits Fei Chen, and to her right, a stunning young woman in her early 20s named Tang Tang. The three are almost nestled together. Xiao Jinyu's complexion is radiant, her lips curved into a smile, appearing exceptionally exhilarated in the very dress she wore a couple of nights prior. The photographs appear to have been intentionally captured without her consent. Xiao Jinyu seems to lack any sense of boundaries. Does she not realize the implications of such images should they fall into Gao Yipeng's hands? I ponder aloud. The most pressing matter now lies within the videos. To my relief, none of the 3 videos depict Xiao Jinyu bathing in the restroom, likely due to the superior privacy afforded by the 5-star hotel, where the bathroom and lavatory are completely segregated, and the angles of the cameras above the mirrors fail to capture anything untoward. The content of the videos offers a partial elucidation to my bewilderment, yet it simultaneously deepens my confusion. The first video, recorded within the hotel, reveals a hidden camera discreetly placed atop the television set facing the bed, providing a comprehensive view of the entire evening's events. However, the footage is devoid of sound, rendering the conversations inaudible. The timestamp reads 11:50 p.m. as Xiao Jinyu knocks on the door, and Fei Chen emerges from the bathroom to welcome her inside. Dressed in a black long gown and black stockings, she is immediately embraced by Fei Chen. Yet, as he leans in to kiss her, she raises her arms to obstruct his advance, turning her face away as if to reject his affections. Subsequently, her phone rings, and upon seeing the caller ID, she forcefully pushes Fei Chen away, her agitation palpable. Reflecting on Gao Yipeng's memories, I deduced that this call likely originated from him. Perhaps fate intervened, preventing Xiao Jinyu from succumbing entirely to the moment. Fei Chen, feeling embarrassed, loosens his hold on her, but in her fervor, Xiao Jinyu drops her phone beneath the bed. When she kneels to retrieve it, her stockings gather dust, and as she stands, a nail by the bed snags her tights. Observing this, the remnants of the original persona stir within me, yet it is a release that envelopes me in a sensation akin to soaking in a hot spring. From the video, Fei Chen gestures with his hands, his back turned to the television, obscuring his lips, though he likely utters words of apology. I am left to wonder what persuasive language this scoundrel employed to elicit forgiveness from Xiao Jinyu, the fool, who even goes so far as to embrace him momentarily. Though she quickly relinquishes her hold, nonetheless, I am left feeling profoundly unsettled. The two individuals sat on a single sofa, facing each other as they engaged in a discussion regarding the design draft. Fei Chen occasionally brushed his wife's hair with his hand, sometimes caressing her shoulder or back. Initially, his wife exhibited resistance, but gradually she ceased to object. However, when Fei Chen tentatively sought to touch her chest and lower body, he was immediately met with a swift reprimand, her expression shifting dramatically as she prepared to stand and leave. Naturally, Fei Chen offered his apologies once more. This left me perplexed. What did Xiao Jinyu truly mean? She seemed to tolerate his minor advances yet promptly rejected any further intimacy. Was she attempting to have it both ways? From Gao Yipeng's recollections, I did not perceive Xiao Jinyu as a manipulative figure. I fast-forwarded the video to 10 times its normal speed and paused it at 2/3 of the way through. Both Xiao Jinyu and Fei Chen stood simultaneously, their gazes directed towards the entrance, where someone had evidently arrived. Due to the camera's positioning, the identity of the newcomer remained obscured. Soon after, they resumed their discussion about the design draft until Xiao Jinyu chose to leave. The subsequent video revealed the following evening at a hotel in the bustling metropolis. Fei Chen had prepared a candlelit dinner, and his wife graciously consumed over half a bottle of red wine, the two of them sharing laughter and conversation. Fei Chen reached across the table to take his wife's hand, a gesture that typically heralds intimacy. Yet, unexpectedly, Xiao Jinyu covered her mouth and vomited, expelling a mixture of abalone and sea cucumber along with the wine she had just ingested, leaving her weakly reclined on the bed for some time. Fei Chen, initially repulsed, retreated slightly but soon softened his demeanor, offering her water. Perhaps the unpleasantness of the situation dampened his desire, as he refrained from taking advantage of the moment. After about an hour, Xiao Jinyu mustered the strength to rise. leaving the room without allowing Fei Chen to assist her. The remaining segment of the video depicted Xiao Jinyu at a bar, sharing drinks with Fei Chen amidst the cheers of their colleagues from the design department, creating a lively atmosphere. After they set their glasses down, Xiao Jinyu's phone rang. It was the day I found myself in Gao Yipeng's shoes. While she answered the call, Tang Tang seized the opportunity to playfully pinch her chest. Xiao Jinyu hurriedly ended the call, and the two began to frolic, concluding the video with a decisive clap. I closed my notebook, inhaled deeply, and swiftly gathered my belongings, stripping the villa of its valuables to create the illusion of a burglary. Exiting the villa, I evaded surveillance and made my way along the river back to the city hotel, disposing of the stolen goods in the water, leaving only the external hard drive filled with videos. In the hotel room, I took the time to rewatch the footage, my confusion only deepening. Had Gao Yipeng's wife truly been unfaithful? Infidelity was evident. Even if there were moments of rejection within the video, emotional betrayal was undeniable. Considering Xiao Jinyu's behavior, the distance between emotional and physical infidelity seemed alarmingly short. Furthermore, the so-called sister of Fei Chen, whom I encountered at the company, had mentioned that his wife and Fei Chen shared a room after the gathering concluded. I find it difficult to place my trust in unsubstantiated claims. Yet I cannot solely rely on the contents of the external hard drive belonging to Fei Chen to believe that my wife has not truly strayed. The essence of the truth is of little consequence. What truly matters is to quell the lingering resentment of the original owner, Gao Yipeng, enabling me to fully seize control of this body. Chapter 12. The Strategy 1. I'm now certain that the video from the Magic City Hotel, obtained by Li Yicheng, has indeed been deliberately edited, missing crucial seconds that likely conceal the identity of the individual who appeared in room 902. This person is someone both Fei Chen and my wife are acquainted with. Otherwise, they would not have simultaneously risen to greet one another. As I surveyed the women in the external hard drive who shared an intimate relationship with Fei Chen, I pondered deeply. Their husbands and families deserve to know the truth. Allow me to be the unnamed hero. I swiftly edited the extensive footage, condensing it into a succinct 30-minute video, ensuring that every woman's face was prominently featured, albeit with key areas obscured. As for Xiao Jinyu, the Magic City Art Festival occurred 3 months prior, and since then, it remains a mystery whether she has continued to rebuff Fei Chen. Even if it were merely an emotional infidelity, it is still a repugnant affair. A sardonic smile crept upon my lips. To be included in Fei Chen's collection, one must be willing to share the spotlight with these women. I cleverly edited the footage of Xiao Jinyu and Fei Chen together. The content is scant. Without viewing it in its entirety, it certainly invites speculation. A brief segment features Xiao Jinyu embracing Fei Chen, and Fei Chen attempting to kiss her lips, with the rejection cut from the scene, and a toast in a bar. What does this signify? Am I fabricating evidence of my wife's infidelity? Certainly not. These videos were surreptitiously recorded by Fei Chen. Had Xiao Jinyu possessed any sense of boundaries or loyalty to her family, she would not have engaged in such behavior. I encrypted the original video and uploaded it to a private server, subsequently scheduling the edited version to be released on a forum, complete with the names of each woman featured, entitling it provocatively, "Lovers of the renowned international art master," and censored. Once the video is published, I have no doubt it will swiftly circulate across the globe. Do not underestimate the viral nature of such content, as only faces are visible. With no exposure of private areas, this video can be classified as newsworthy rather than illicit material. I am, after all, a law-abiding citizen, seeking to instill a sense of shame in the wife who has emotionally strayed, compelling her return to the family. I must be perceived as virtuous, correct? With a flurry of clicks, I deleted the data, stood up to stretch, my bones cracking in relief. Glancing at the time, it was now 8 in the morning. The phone surveillance revealed messages sent by Xiao Jinyu to Fei Chen the previous night. Xiao Jinyu is exceedingly astute. To ensure her messages would not be overlooked while Fei Chen was at the police station, she deliberately sent several work-related texts, and naturally, he did not respond at that time. Afterward, there was a profound silence on the phone. In the midst of monitoring, my wife was struggling to rise from bed to go to work, only to be intercepted by my sister-in-law, Xiao Jinwei. Ultimately, she had to return to bed due to a high fever. "When will you be back, brother-in-law? My sister has had a fever for 3 consecutive days." Xiao Jinwei spoke to me with a quivering voice over the phone. "I've just gotten out of the car and will return as soon as I report back to the office. Please give her 2 fever-reducing pills. The medicine is in the first drawer of the bedside table. Do not panic," I reassured her before ending the call. I sat in the taxi heading to the company, and, on the way, I called the parents of the original owner, Gao Yipeng, asking them to come to Linhai City in the next couple of days. The reason given was that Xiao Jinyu's birthday was the day after tomorrow, and additionally, she had been promoted to deputy supervisor. I intended to keep it a secret and organize a surprise birthday and promotion gathering for her. Gao Yipeng's mother, Rong Xian, a retired elementary school teacher, tends to favor her daughter-in-law over her son. Naturally, upon hearing her son's request, she readily agreed, stating she would fly to Linhai the day after tomorrow. Celebrating Xiao Jinyu's birthday? What a delusion. The reason for deceiving Gao Yipeng's mother was to prevent future complications. If I did not expose the schemes of this seemingly good daughter-in-law, I feared that, given Rong Xian's affection for my wife, she might take it upon herself to forgive my wife's infidelity. Women who have been teachers often become quite bothersome, as they have a tendency to educate others, having developed a habit of preaching that all mistakes can be corrected. However, from a man's perspective, this is sheer fallacy. A woman who actively engages in infidelity cannot be deemed moral. She is far less clean than a foul sewer. Forgiveness is entirely out of the question. Infidelity, whether once or countless times, cannot be forgiven. The preparation for the birthday banquet is the most crucial part of my plans. I intend to host an exquisite celebration for Xiao Jinyu that she will remember for a lifetime. However, due to the unforeseen incident involving Fei Chen the previous night, I needed to revise my plans and head to the company as swiftly as possible. The video of Fei Chen with Chen Iyer had already been deleted from the company group, and the group was muted. The last message visible was from half an hour ago, posted by the cuckolded Deputy Minister Li Fei. Apologies for the earlier video. It was a misunderstanding. I had too much to drink, and I sincerely apologize to Supervisor Fei, Li Fei wrote. A warning followed, advising everyone not to discuss the matter in the group. With a one-day mute imposed. Tomorrow morning, all ministers and supervisors will gather for a study session. No leave will be granted without reason, stated the Human Resources Department. I was astonished and read it again. Indeed, it was correct. Just last night, the irrefutable evidence of Fei Chen's skeleton-like figure and Chen Iyer's ample bosom was captured with crystal clarity, and yet, within half a day, it had all been swept under the rug. Were they treating the masses as fools? For a man to endure such a tremendous humiliation, it must have come with significant compensation or immense pressure. If even the chairman's relatives must endure this, could it be the chairman's directive? I found it hard to believe. The chairman of the company has been hospitalized for recuperation due to illness for the past 5 years. Generally, he refrains from making public appearances unless it pertains to particularly significant matters concerning the group. Moreover, it is worth noting that Fei Chen's background appears robust. Yet if he were truly formidable, he would not have been compelled to return home. There must be underlying circumstances unknown to us. As I was pondering this, Li Yiqing called me. Brother, our leader just contacted me, indirectly inquiring about the hotel situation in the Magic City. I mentioned it was merely a favor for a friend. You were right. There are deeper waters at play here. That Fei Chen has been released on bail without a criminal record. I'll send you a photo. Delete it once you've viewed it. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Li Yiqing's words were couched in subtlety. Yet the implication was clear even to the dim-witted. This fellow, too, seemed to feel the pressure and was considering retreating, perhaps out of gratitude for my life-saving intervention. He ultimately chose to inform me. I did not hold it against him, but neither would I place my trust in him entirely. Thus far, aside from directly engaging with the hotel to demand video footage and tracking Fei Chen, Li Yiqing's knowledge remained scant. It was likely he dared not speak of the latter. If Fei Chen truly possessed an earth-shattering background, Li Yiqing, as a direct participant, would be the first to be implicated. Chapter 13. The love pursued by my wife. I could no longer rely on Li Yiqing. Our camaraderie had reached its conclusion, and it was improbable that the few detectives associated with him would offer further assistance. Nevertheless, this presented no hindrance to my plans. The information I sought had already been compiled in the shortest time possible, rendering Li Yiqing's involvement inconsequential. However, the abrupt withdrawal of Li Yiqing, contrasting sharply with his earlier bravado, felt almost comical. I resolved to delay the alleviation of his burdens for a few more days. This rotund fellow ought to endure some hardship. After all, a life-saving debt cannot simply be repaid so easily. Let it be made clear. I am by no means petty, nor do I harbor thoughts of vengeance. Ding dong. The image from Li Yiqing arrived via messaging app. After saving the image, I promptly blocked and deleted him. The entire process was remarkably smooth. The image was somewhat unclear due to low resolution and the night's darkness. But with the aid of ambient light, I could discern three individuals standing beside a black sedan. One was Fei Chen, covering his nose with one hand, appearing seriously injured. Opposite him stood Wei Xiangnan, holding a file in his left hand while his right finger jabbed at Fei Chen's chest, seemingly reprimanding him. Aside from these two, an unfamiliar man clad in a sharply tailored black suit stood nearby. This man was tall and robust, his physique suggesting that his muscles might burst through the fabric of his attire. Due to the angle, I could only see his profile. But he appeared to be nearing 40 years of age, with an ordinary countenance, one that could easily be lost in a crowd. Yet, combined with his imposing stature, he left a lasting impression. Who could he be? I felt a sense of familiarity, as though I had encountered him before. I closed my eyes and began to scour the memories of Gao Yipeng. The memories of the original self were more reliable than an external hard drive. As long as I had the energy, I could even relive the brief and ineffectual life of Gao Yipeng once more. The driver of Senator Zhu Jiuid from the city council. How did he come to be here? I opened my eyes wide in astonishment. Had it been the original Gao Yipeng, he would undoubtedly have failed to recall this individual, as they had met only once 5 years ago during the celebration of his daughter Qianqian's full moon banquet. A day rife with events. The Zhu and Xiao families were once closely connected, but a rift emerged due to mother-in-law Zhao Lu, leading to a bitter feud between father-in-law Xiao Changhe and Zhu Jiuid. Ultimately, Zhao Lu chose the more promising and affable Xiao Changhe, while the heartbroken Zhu Jiuid departed to seek his fortune elsewhere. Rumors suggested that it was Zhu Jiuid who played a role in Xiao Changhe's downfall, and years later, he successfully campaigned to become a senator of Linghai City. Although his power paled in comparison to that of the former leader Xiao Changhe, he remained a figure of considerable stature, admired by the common folk. At the banquet, Zhu Jiuid arrived uninvited, inciting Xiao Changhe's wrath, leading him to hurl a wine bottle in protest. This very driver in the photograph heroically intervened, and even as a senator, Zhu Jiuid showed no sign of anger, instead offering profuse apologies while casting glances at the still elegant Zhao Lu, nearly driving Xiao Changhe to the brink of apoplexy. Ultimately, it was Zhao Lu who mediated the situation. Only after Zhu Jiuid's departure could the moon celebration continue, albeit with great difficulty. Gao Yipeng had learned of these familial dynamics from Xiao Jinyu at that time, and was aware that Xiao Jinyu privately regarded Zhu Jiuid as a godfather figure. The term godfather made the original Gao Yipeng quite uncomfortable, yet due to his inherently timid nature, he dared not voice his discontent, especially after being warned by Xiao Jinyu to remain discreet. Could this situation somehow involve Zhu Jiuid? It appeared somewhat troublesome, necessitating a recalibration of my thoughts. Furrowing my brow, I uploaded the photograph to the cloud. Upon arriving near the company, just as I alighted from the vehicle, both the surveillance video and my wife's phone responded simultaneously. I sought out a relatively secluded area, donned my Bluetooth headset, and began observing the footage while listening to the audio. At that moment, Xiao Jinyu had just worked up a sweat, her spirits somewhat lifted, yet her mood remained quite poor. She curled up beneath the covers, her eyes reddened. Upon discovering that Fei Chen had been caught in an affair, she was consumed by disbelief. How could he engage in such despicable behavior? Was this the true nature of an art design master, whose usual politeness had merely been a facade? Doubts began to creep into Xiao Jinyu's mind, overshadowed by a sense of grievance, akin to that of a betrayed girlfriend. The more she pondered, the more distress she felt. Burying her face in the pillow as quiet sobs escaped her, her curvaceous form trembling slightly with the rise and fall of her shoulders. Fei Chen's calls began to come through. Xiao Jinyu glanced at the screen before disconnecting, yet he persistently dialed again and again until she reluctantly answered. Coldly, she addressed him on the other end of the line. "Why are you calling me? Shouldn't you be with your other woman?" I rubbed my head, sensing as if an inevitable fate was about to befall me. Gao Yipeng's wife was truly insufferable. Her words, rather than a straightforward inquiry, seemed more like a flirtatious challenge, clearly inviting him to console her. "Dear, I apologize. That was a misunderstanding. I told you it was that scoundrel Li Fei who deliberately set me up. I had too much to drink and thought it was you." Fei Chen's voice was filled with grievance, as if he were truly the victim. "How am I to discern the truth in your words? Just last night, you were messaging me, and now you are so swiftly in another woman's bed? You know how I despise being deceived. Jinyu, to speak candidly, I too have desires. I believe our relationship should have blossomed long ago, yet you refused to concede. I was merely confused in a moment of weakness, having not seen you for days, and fell prey to manipulation. My heart belongs solely to you, my dear. Xiao Jinyu wiped away her tears. She must have wept for a long time yesterday, as dark circles adorned her eyes. After a moment of silence, she said, "You two are an artist. I believed our souls were intertwined. I have a family, and my fundamental morals bind me. My body belongs only to my husband. Yet my soul may belong to you. We are akin to platonic soulmates. I shall not concern myself with your affairs henceforth. This time, I was in the wrong. No, you are not at fault. It is I who erred. I have resolved to punish myself. To curb my impulses, I shall remain chaste for you. When I return from the hospital this afternoon, you must punish me with the whip." "What nonsense are you spouting? Who would use a whip?" "Just the other day at the bar, I didn't dare to try. You frightened me. By the way, did Li Fei hurt you badly? Are you all right?" In the video, Xiao Jinyu's cheeks flushed slightly, and she playfully chided Fei Chen, ultimately expressing concern for his injuries. Chapter 14. The disgust of emotional infidelity. My injuries are minor. My primary concern now is you. My dear, I miss you. Tomorrow at noon at the romantic restaurant. I have prepared a surprise for you. Fei Chen spoke gently. Xiao Jinyu's cheeks reddened, her beautiful eyes widening slightly as she whispered, "I feel much better today. I should be able to return to work tomorrow. By the way, where are you receiving treatment? Is anyone accompanying you?" "At the first hospital. It's nothing serious. I can manage alone. Tomorrow at 11 o'clock. Let us not miss each other. Love you." The call ended. After overhearing their clandestine exchange, I was nearly driven to laughter in my fury. Platonic love is a spiritual connection, yet Xiao Jinyu deceitfully defined it as mere kinship, fully aware of the truth but unwilling to acknowledge it. She remained oblivious to her emotional fluctuations, which were evidently more than just a so-called spiritual bond. Upon learning of Fei Chen and Chen Ai's affair, her emotions clearly manifested as jealousy and possessiveness. Fei Chen is also a master of manipulating women's emotions. He has ensnared Xiao Jinyu completely and intends to further mold her preferences to achieve ultimate control. Were it not for my intervention, Gao Yipeng's spineless character would have left him a mere spectator as his wife gradually succumbed. After an emotional infidelity, the so-called moral constraints prove utterly fragile. Physical betrayal is merely a matter of time. The true constraints upon Xiao Jinyu now lie not with Gao Yipeng and his daughter, but rather with Xiao Changhe, the stern and conservative elder who despises Gao Yipeng above all. It is rather ironic that he has become the last bastion safeguarding Gao Yipeng's family. Such is the unpredictability of life. We have not yet reached the final moment, yet I already feel a sense of nausea. Xiao Jinyu, do you truly not care for the bond forged over a decade with Gao Yipeng? If love is absent, what compels the union? Why persist in this marriage? This is uncharacteristic of you. Do you harbor unspoken secrets? I delve into the recesses of my memories of Gao Yipeng, searching for pertinent details. The further back I go, the more energy it demands, particularly from that dark period in university. There remains much to be done. Thus, I choose to adopt an observer's perspective for judgment and analysis. To marry without love suggests ulterior motives, yet this does not hold water, as Xiao Changhe was then the prominent figure in Linhai City, while Gao Yipeng was merely an ordinary university student. Therefore, the only remaining explanation is guilt and atonement, born from past transgressions. It is a fairy tale indeed. When a woman actively pursues a man in decline, accompanying him into the sacred realm of marriage with unwavering love. If not for the memory of Gao Yipeng, I might have presumed him to be merely a pawn in this narrative. I feel as though I have grasped a thread of truth. Yet more clues are needed for validation. The earlier encounter with those two despicable individuals disgusted me, and upon learning that Fei Chen has now gone to the hospital, I surmised that the secret remedy I had administered via silver needles was beginning to take effect. My primary purpose for coming to the office was to assess the situation regarding the medication. Now that Fei Chen is responsive, I will head directly to the hospital to obtain the test results. I hailed a taxi, and as I settled into the back seat, I felt a slight chill on my back. Turning my head, I caught sight of Wei Xiangnan standing at the entrance of the company, her gaze directed toward me. Clad in a resplendent white fitted suit, her knee-length pencil skirt accentuated her alluring curves. Her ample bosom nearly strained against the fabric, and even her frosty demeanor could not diminish the ripe allure she exuded, reminiscent of a succulent peach. "Driver, to the first municipal hospital," I instructed, redirecting my focus. Wei Xiangnan had indeed spotted me, but what had prompted her intense scrutiny? Had she uncovered something? That piercing gaze, sharp as a blade, is often seen only in the eyes of those conducting interrogations. The lofty Minister of Justice, how intriguing, I murmured to myself. Ding, ding. My phone rang. It was my mother-in-law. I collected my thoughts before answering. Hello, mother. What can I do for you? Yipeng, I have arrived at your home. Xiaoyu is incapable of caring for anyone. So I will tend to Jinyu today. You need not worry about work. I heard from Xiaoyu that you have returned from your business trip? Yes, I just landed. I am heading to the hospital now to get some medication for Jinyu. How is she faring? It appears to be much improved. However, she seems utterly drained of energy. Refusing to go to the hospital, quite stubborn, just like her father. My mother-in-law, Zhaolu, expressed her displeasure. A thought crossed my mind. Recalling the playful banter between Xiao Jinyu and Fei Chun, and an idea formed. Mom, my phone got wet yesterday, and I had to reset it. All the photos in my album are gone. Just now. Teacher Chun from the kindergarten told me that Xian is about to graduate and hopes to collect a family photo of the whole class. Could you please let Jinyu know and send it to me? I was fully aware that my wife's phone contained no such family photo. Not even one of our daughter and me. I had two purposes in mind. One was to gauge my mother-in-law's attitude towards the possibility of her daughter being unfaithful. And the other was to observe my wife's reaction, to see if she felt any guilt regarding our child and family. Alas, can't you two just call each other? Is there some discord between you? If there's anything, just tell your mother. I will take care of it, Zhaolu said, visibly upset. I pretended to be distressed and sighed deeply. She might just be too busy. Our daughter has wanted to go to the amusement park several times. But she hasn't had the time. However, I understand. She works long hours. I just need to manage the household well. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. But it's been over 3 months since we were intimate, and I fear this will eventually affect our relationship. Is that so? We should have a serious talk with her later. Don't worry, she is my daughter, and she won't bring shame upon herself, my mother-in-law replied angrily. Mom, it's all my fault. I lack the ability, which forces Jinyu to work overtime every day. Please don't blame her or speak ill of her. I know. You are a good child. Your contributions to this family over the years have not gone unnoticed. Jinyu has been spoiled since childhood and has a bit of a temper. Only you can tolerate her, she said. Mom, I must go. I'm almost at the hospital. I'll call the doctor for a video consultation for Jinyu. So please keep your phone accessible. By the way, do send the group photo as soon as possible. The teacher is in a hurry. I maintained a humble tone. And my mother-in-law heard nothing amiss. Reflecting on it now, Gao Yipeng has indeed suffered over the years. His wife does not seem to embody the essence of a nurturing partner, and living in such a household feels akin to being just a son-in-law. Chapter 15. The album of my wife, brother. Has it really been 3 months without your wife allowing you any intimacy? I suggest you investigate the matter. Don't end up feasting outside while neglecting home. Back in the day, my wife was like that. I worked tirelessly outside, while she stayed home with a younger man. When I returned, it was either her period or an illness. In the end, I discovered that my eldest child wasn't mine. Tell me, should such a wretched person be spared? The taxi driver, upon hearing my phone conversation, was filled with righteous indignation, visibly agitated. So, did you end up getting a divorce? I inquired. The driver stiffened for a moment before responding dejectedly. The cost of divorce is far too great. I have an elderly mother back home to care for. And my eldest daughter hasn't finished high school yet. Even if I find out about that wretched woman's indiscretions, I can only endure. What can I do? I lack the means. In this world, honest people are always bullied. Have honest people eaten your rice? Those vile women enjoy themselves outside and then seek honest men to take the burden, only to remain unfaithful after marriage. The driver became increasingly agitated, pounding the steering wheel with fervor. I wished to avoid further provoking him. The world is replete with unfortunate souls. And to seek comfort for oneself inevitably means that others must endure discomfort. If one lacks the means, one should refrain from marrying a stunning beauty. For the fear of being unable to safeguard against the predatory desires of wolves and tigers looms large, hence the adage of a beauty brings disaster. A beauty in a humble household can spell calamity. I offered the driver a few perfunctory remarks, donned my Bluetooth headset, and directed my gaze towards the screen of my phone. Do not fault me for testing my mother-in-law. In truth, many familial fractures stem from parental influence. The education and values imparted to children from a young age subtly manifest in their marriages. If my mother-in-law appears outwardly cheerful yet incessantly whispers to my wife about her husband's shortcomings, over time, even the most steadfast souls may undergo transformation. After all, a biological mother represents the truest blood connection. Once love evaporates, a husband may merely be regarded as a cohabitant. Do not let me down, dear mother, I silently implored. My mother-in-law, Wu Gu, entered the house carrying a live hen, mindful of my instructions to have Xiao Hongli seek out the family portrait. Ironically, just moments ago, Xiao Hongli had finished a phone call with Lu Xingchen, utterly drained, collapsing onto the bed in a stupor. She sensed her mother's arrival but merely lifted an arm, uttering not a word. Alas, what has flared up again? Yipeng has gone to the hospital to register you. Shortly, a remote consultation will allow the doctor to prescribe medication. What a wonderful husband you have. You are truly fortunate, Wu Ge murmured, tucking a corner of the blanket around Xiao Hongli. Xiao Hongli heard her mother's words clearly. Aware that her husband had returned from a business trip specifically to tend to her ailments, a wave of shame washing over her. Although she deceived herself with the notion of a soul mate, deep down, she recognized that her actions amounted to a betrayal of her family. The more concern her husband expressed, the deeper her shame grew, instinctively prompting her to flee from and resist such affection, resulting in her gradually worsening temperament. It was as though Chen Yiping's care was akin to sulfuric acid, searing her sullied soul post-infidelity with excruciating pain. Mom, I'm exhausted, lacking strength. I need to sleep. Xiao Hongli turned away, wishing to conceal her face from her mother. Oh, my child, sleep easy. By the way, the kindergarten teacher requires a family photo. Gao's phone is broken, so I'll select a nice one to send over, my mother-in-law stated. Xiao Hongli, already in a fog, felt a throbbing headache and instinctively reached for her phone. Observing her daughter-in-law's discomfort, my mother-in-law assumed she was requesting assistance and took the phone, saying, never mind. I'll help you find one. Qian is so beautiful. We must choose a lovely picture. Listening to the sounds from the monitoring device, a cold smile crept upon my lips. Had I not been in a taxi, I might have laughed aloud. My dear mother-in-law, take a good look at what you deem your admirable daughter, what truly lies beneath. My mother-in-law was au courant with fashion trends and well acquainted with smartphones. Xiao Hongli had just spoken with Lu Xingchen, and her phone remained unlocked. The moment my mother-in-law unlocked her phone and caught sight of the screensaver photo, her countenance turned a shade of green. Ultimately, she rose abruptly, her entire body quivering, and upon reopening the album, she discovered it was devoid of any images. On my synchronized phone, I observed her fixating intently on the enlarged picture of Lu Xingchen and Xiao Hongli, closely nestled together. Xiao Hongli, get up this instant. The pallor on my mother-in-law's face was alarming as she yanked the covers away, gripping Xiao Hongli's nightgown with excessive force. The delicate purple lace-trimmed silk nightgown was torn open, leaving a significant gash. At this point, Xiao Hongli could no longer feign sleep. Her beautiful eyes fluttered open, and she weakly protested, "What are you doing, Mom? Let me lie down for a bit. I have things to do tomorrow." Things to do? What kind of things? With which man are you involved? How embarrassing. Get up. My mother-in-law bellowed. In Chen Yiping's recollection, he had never witnessed Wu Ge exhibit such fury. She was typically a woman of noble demeanor and refined elegance. After being shouted at, Xiao Hongli finally emerged from her stupor. Upon seeing her mother's phone, her heart sank. She suddenly mustered an unexpected strength and snatched the phone from her mother's grasp. Who permitted you to touch my phone? She retorted indignantly. So, there are secrets, are there? How long have you been together, and to what extent has it progressed? My mother-in-law trembled with rage, her teeth clenched. How long? What do you mean? Xiao Hongli questioned, her confusion evident. Usually, she would sense the tension immediately, but her ailment had dulled her reflexes. With the man in that album. How long have you been together? You know I despise deceit and infidelity. I believe that your father and I's guidance would instill integrity in you. Yet today you have gifted me a shocking surprise. My mother-in-law's words poured forth in a torrent of indignation. Only then did Xiao Hongli notice the photo displayed on the screensaver, and in an instant, her hair stood on end. Flustered, she exclaimed, "Mom, it's not what you think. We are merely colleagues. He is an international art design master, my idol, much like how you admire Dehua. You are a fan too, are you not? An idol?" My mother-in-law's gaze bore into her, teeth gritted. "Do you take me for a fool? I am your mother. Do you think I cannot discern what constitutes an idol? Yipeng told me you two haven't been intimate for 3 months. I assumed you were simply busy with work, but it appears your heart has already wandered. Chen Yipeng told you? That scoundrel. How could he divulge everything? It's true we haven't shared marital intimacy for 3 months, but that was merely due to my busyness. I assure you, I have not strayed. Nor has anyone touched me. Mom, please believe me." As she spoke, tears of grievance welled in her eyes. Chapter 16. The wrath of my mother-in-law. My wife's mention of me only served to ignite my mother-in-law's fury further. With a resounding slap, my mother-in-law struck my wife's face. Though she tempered her strength slightly, The blow remained sharp and resonant. Has your conscience been consumed by dogs? Do you comprehend the sacrifices Yipeng has made for this family? Your father was hospitalized with high blood pressure, and Yipeng scurried back and forth, staying in the hospital for 3 days. And what about you? Upon merely glancing, one could easily discern that it was indeed your biological father. Now that you have been promoted, you seem to be flirting with other men. If this were to spread, how could I, along with your father, show our faces? Do you think I am oblivious, idolizing you? Is there truly such a fervent pursuit of an idol? What are his hands doing? Do you possess no sense of shame? Are you aware that you are already married? Do you comprehend that you are a mother? How will your daughter perceive you? Your mother-in-law scolded vehemently. A barrage of questions and reprimands struck Xiao Hongli like a hammer, leaving her in a state of bewilderment and feeling profoundly wronged. Women possess an exceptional capacity for self-deception. Xiao Hongli convinced herself that as long as she maintained her boundaries, she was not engaging in infidelity or betrayal, foolishly defining her relationship with Lu Xingchen as a soulful connection. Her mother-in-law, Wu Gu, typically remained silent at home, but when she spoke, even the father-in-law had to listen attentively. Mother, I have not been unfaithful, Xiao Hongli asserted weakly, her gaze evasively darting. Her mother-in-law took a deep breath and inquired, "Who is this person? Ah, why do you ask about him? Why should I not? What is there to fear? Are you not confident in your stance? If he has captivated my daughter to the point of obsession, neglecting her husband and child, should I not be allowed to question this?" The more her mother-in-law spoke, the angrier she became, striking Xiao Hongli's back several times. Lu Xingchen, my superior, head of the design department, soon to be promoted to minister. The wife lowered her head, scrolling through her phone, gazing at the picture on the screensaver, feeling a sense of unease. Indeed, she had changed recently, becoming engrossed in her artistic exchanges with Lu Xingchen, to the point that even her sisters and mother had noticed. What troubled her most was the neglect of her daughter. Once, her daughter enjoyed spending time with her, but gradually she seemed to have faded from her world. As thoughts of her daughter emerged, Xiao Hongli could not help but shed tears, feeling ashamed into silence. Her mother-in-law sighed and said, "I believe you would not engage in shameless acts." While Yipeng remains unaware, "You must cease any association with that man. First, delete the photos on your screensaver, then resign from your position. Our family does not depend on your income. If you wish to start a business, I will provide the funds." Her mother-in-law's tone was calm, yet left no room for refusal. Xiao Hongli felt a pang in her heart, wiped her tears away, and resolutely stated, "I will not resign. I will maintain my relationship with Lu Xingchen. Mother, I am passionate about art and design. I assure you, our connection will remain strictly professional henceforth. I acknowledge my lack of attention to the family. Chen Yipeng may have voiced his grievances, and I will find an opportunity to apologize. The photos were my oversight. I was too absorbed in my work during that time. But I promise it will not happen again." Her sincere apology was met with her mother-in-law's evident belief in her daughter. However, while observing through the phone surveillance, I scoffed. A woman who strays is akin to a dog that has consumed excrement. No matter how foul, it will still return to it. Utterly disgraceful. You and Yipeng were once sweethearts, inseparable, and after marriage, you pursued your passions without seeking assistance from home. It was Yipeng who sacrificed himself for your sake for this family. And you must learn to appreciate that. The days following marriage may seem unremarkable, yet there is nothing amiss in their simplicity. It is the groundedness that holds the utmost significance. The exhilaration derived from the outside world is but a fleeting joy. While only a warm bowl of porridge at home can truly soothe your soul, heed my advice, do not meet that man in private again. Once you take that step, there will be no turning back, the mother-in-law earnestly advised. "I understand, mother," the wife nodded, promptly deleting the photos from her phone in her mother's presence. Observing this scene through the phone's surveillance, I couldn't help but shake my head. Xiao Hongli had clearly not absorbed the advice, hesitating noticeably as she deleted images. If she wished, the deleted photos could be restored within 3 days. The mother-in-law could compel her to erase those from her phone, but she could not erase the one from her heart. A woman who has altered her affections is not worth pursuing, I lamented, paying the driver before hastening into the first hospital. At that moment, the wife unexpectedly sent me a message. What could this mean? Guilt, or perhaps a desire to confront? I adjusted my mindset, striving to emulate Chen Yipeng, and swiftly answered the call, anxiously inquiring, "Hello? Darling, how are you? Are you feeling better?" "Much improved, Yipeng. How about you?" she responded. I nearly stumbled. Had I not known better, one might think she was reminiscing with an ex-lover. Realizing her words were misaligned, she hastily rephrased, Which hospital are you in? There is no need for you to come if it's too much trouble. I'm already feeling much better, so please return soon. I'm at the second hospital. I've already registered, and I'll be finished shortly. Just wait for me, I replied soothingly, forcing the words of affection that I would never normally utter. I knew this wretched woman was not genuinely concerned for my well-being. She was likely worried about encountering her lover at the hospital. Oh, my mother has come to our home and made chicken soup. You should return early, she murmured. It had been ages since I had heard Xiao Hongli speak in such a subdued tone. Perhaps her mother's presence rendered her unable to reveal her true self. Gao Yipeng was indeed foolish. With such a good mother-in-law, he failed to take advantage of the situation. If he had brought her over to assist with the child, even Xiao Hongli would not dare to stray. All right, I'll finish prescribing your medication and return promptly, I said gently. I apologize for neglecting your feelings lately. We need to have a proper talk, the wife stated. Indeed, let us have a meal together with our family when we have the time. Nothing is beyond resolution, I replied, following her lead. Now, whatever Xiao Hongli said, I would accommodate. Tomorrow was the day for the grand performance, and the leading lady must not be absent. The call was typically ended by the wife, and I arrived at the urology department of the hospital. Finding the changing room, I confidently entered, donning a white coat, placing a stethoscope around my neck and masking my face. To enhance my disguise, I even prepared a pair of plain glasses. Even Gao Yipeng's biological parents would likely fail to recognize their son in front of them. The original plan was to head to the pathology room, but fortune seemed to favor me. Chapter 17. The harvest of the hospital. Dressed in a white coat, I blended among the patients and their families, intending to visit the pathology department to examine some cases. However, I unexpectedly spotted Lu Xingchen sitting outside the outpatient clinic. How fortuitous. It seemed fate had conspired against you. I inwardly scoffed. I had administered a clandestine drug to Lu Xingchen, capable of inducing symptoms akin to gonorrhea in an otherwise healthy individual, spreading rapidly through bodily fluids, and eventually becoming contagious upon mere contact. My purpose for visiting the company today was to observe the effects, and I had not anticipated that this wretched person would inadvertently expose herself through a conversation with Xiao Hongli. Utilizing my role as a doctor, I discreetly captured the entire incident on video, enhancing its value further. Lu Xingchen was dressed quite ordinarily, sporting a baseball cap and a mask that concealed her face. Her head bowed low, and her legs awkwardly pressed together, occasionally rubbing against each other. She appeared noticeably anxious, her throat frequently swallowing nervously, her gaze fixed intently on the door to the consultation room. I paid her no mind and pushed open the door to the consultation room. The doctors and patients inside paused momentarily, but upon seeing my attire, they did not inquire further. I adjusted the angle of the surveillance camera and retrieved some alcohol from the cabinet, feigning that I had come to borrow supplies. The attending physician glanced at me but remained silent. My actions were quite typical within the hospital, as departments often lent items to one another as needed. As the patients emerged, Lu Xingchen entered with her test results in hand. I promptly activated the surveillance, beginning the real-time recording. In the footage, Lu Xingchen sat obediently in the chair like a timid mouse, submitting her test results. Oh dear, your screening test is positive, and your blood work is abnormal. Please remove your trousers, the doctor said with a grave expression, meticulously donning rubber gloves and spraying some alcohol. Lu Xingchen nearly broke down in tears, trembling as she removed her trousers, inquiring, "Doctor, it shouldn't be serious, right?" "We'll see," the doctor replied, drawing in a sharp breath as he examined her. Lu Xingchen's unsightly affliction was marked by large purple bruises, and perhaps due to intense itching, some of her skin had been broken, oozing pus. "Do you have any prior medical history?" the doctor asked. I accidentally contracted secondary gonorrhea abroad, but I have been treated," Lu Xingchen confessed without hesitation. The doctor shook his head, stating, "If you have a girlfriend, you should bring her in for testing as well. You have contracted a new virus, which is not evident from the test results as being contagious. There is a possibility of further deterioration, so if feasible, you should bring along any recent partners." "Doctor, is there any treatment available?" Lu Xingchen asked anxiously. "This condition is not fatal. It can be managed. If you are reluctant to undergo surgical intervention, modern prosthetics are quite advanced. Given your naturally small size, would you like me to recommend a beauty clinic?" The doctor replied nonchalantly. No. Please just prescribe me some anti-itch medication. I plan to return to England soon," Lu Xingchen insisted, undeterred. In this world, gonorrhea had become an exceedingly difficult ailment to treat. and Lu Xingchen had previously spent a considerable fortune in a research institute for her treatment. In a state of desperate urgency, he sought to return to the research institute in England without delay. However, this endeavor was contingent upon the availability of financial resources. Just as Lu Xingchen rose to depart, he received a phone call that rendered him almost incapacitated, only to rise again moments later. "What? My house has been robbed. What on earth is your property management doing? Don't call the police. Wait for me to return and assess the situation." In his haste, Lu Xingchen neglected to grab his medication. Bursting through the door in a frenzy, I observed from around the corner, both clearly seeing and hearing the unfolding drama. As I had anticipated, Lu Xingchen was acutely aware that his clandestine activities were far from honorable. Knowing full well that he had been robbed, he dared not involve the authorities. I entered the room to find the doctor preparing the medical records, which I casually took, stating, "That person earlier is my friend. I will deliver this to him shortly. Make sure your friend receives treatment promptly. This fellow clearly does not understand the consequences of his actions. Be cautious in choosing your acquaintances." The doctor remarked without lifting his gaze. "He is precisely that sort of individual," I replied coolly, retrieving the surveillance footage before striding out of the hospital. I must admit, fortune favored me. All my plans executed flawlessly, and even the occasional setbacks seemed to steer me toward a favorable outcome. In truth, I could have returned home without seeking another prescription from the doctor, as the antidote I had given my wife the previous day would restore her to normalcy by afternoon. Yet, having already fabricated a reason to be at the hospital, I not only procured some antibiotics, but also took the opportunity to acquire a few tonic prescriptions to invigorate my vitality, for a robust constitution allows for greater endeavors. As I reached the lobby on the first floor, I spotted Li Fei, his face ashen, dragging Chen Eyre toward the gynecology department. Intrigued, I followed closely behind, and indeed, I overheard a scandalous revelation, capturing it on record. "You wretched woman, the bastard in your womb belongs to Lu Xingchen, doesn't he? You will go in and terminate it right now, or I will take your life." Li Fei seethed, his eyes bloodshot with fury. "Husband, as long as we don't divorce, I will do anything you want. Do you still want me?" Chen Eyre trembled like a startled quail. What a ridiculous notion. If it weren't for the intervention of significant figures, I would have already sent you two to the depths of the river. Li Fei sneered. "No, I will do as you say, husband. I was wrong." Chen Eyre's voice trembled with fear. "Enough of your prattle. Hurry up. Don't you fancy those pretty boys? You'll have plenty of opportunities to indulge in that. The big shots seem to enjoy women like you." Li Fei continued his tirade as they walked. Upon hearing the mention of big shots, I felt my eavesdropping had not been in vain. Coupling this with the photograph I had seen outside the Public Security Bureau, I couldn't help but wonder if it was that Zhu Guidi fellow. Regardless, it bore little relevance to me. Those of significant stature have their own means of resolution. I shook my head and exited the hospital. "Qianqian's father?" A gentle voice called from behind me, followed by the rapid clicking of high heels against the floor. Turning around, my eyes brightened, and I noticed that nearly every man in the vicinity had their gaze directed my way. She was a stunning woman clad in a white lab coat, whose age I would surmise to be no more than 40. While her looks might slightly pale in comparison to the beauty of Xiao Hongli, her elegance was unparalleled, the most refined I had ever encountered. Though her upper body lacked a certain prominence, her slender waist, reminiscent of a willow branch, compensated for this shortcoming. Her legs, encased in nude stockings, exuded an ineffable allure that rendered her straight legs irresistibly seductive. Had she been merely a beautiful woman, she would not have captured my gaze a second time. However, this woman possessed an innate ability to draw everyone's attention towards her. There was an aura of tranquility about her, and her gentle, beautiful eyes seemed to possess the power to see into the depths of one's soul. Chapter 18. A Wife's Reflection. "Hello, you must be Qianqian's father, right? I am Cheng Cheng's mother. We have met previously at the tutoring center. My name is Wenruyu." The woman spoke with a voice that was sweet and soft, unhurried and measured, evoking a sense of comfort that washed over me like the soothing waters of a mountain spring. Wenruyu was the mother of Qianqian, a classmate of my daughter, and I had encountered Gao Yipeng a few times, leaving a rather favorable impression. Engaging with this woman was effortlessly harmonious, a rather formidable ability. "Hello, I didn't expect to find you working here." I greeted her with a warm smile, yet within me, a flicker of caution arose. Perhaps it was a remnant of habits from a past life, but I harbored a wariness towards every beautiful woman who approached me. One must remember, fortunes do not simply fall from the sky. Beautiful women have always been a rare commodity, and to have one approach an ordinary man in his 30s. One must be wary of potential ulterior motives. My words were polite yet distanced, a stark contrast to my previous demeanor towards Chen Yipeng. A glint of surprise flickered in Wenruyu's eyes. She was acutely aware of her charm, yet this was the first time she faced a setback, igniting a competitive spirit within her. Mr. Qianqian's father, I previously mentioned to your wife that you could bring Qianqian here for some psychological guidance. I am the head of the psychology department at this hospital, and I would like to discuss Qianqian's mental state, which is not very stable. I hope you can take it seriously. Wenruyu spoke slowly, her tone still gentle, yet undeniably assertive. I was aware of Qianqian's situation, primarily stemming from the long-standing mother-daughter relationship. As a father, I could not replace the role of a mother. Once my schedule eases, I will bring my child in. I nodded, intending to extricate myself from the conversation, only to find it backfiring. Wenruyu proactively displayed her messaging QR code, smiling as she said, Mr. Gao, let us connect. This is my first time extending an invitation, and you wouldn't refuse, would you? Of course. I swiftly retrieved my phone and scanned the code. Then added, I have other matters to attend to, we will be in touch. I then turned and left with a decisive grace, as if Wenruyu were a predatory creature. Wenruyu chuckled softly, opening her phone to find no change in her friend list on the messaging app. Rather than feeling anger, she appeared intrigued, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and excitement, as if she had stumbled upon a delightful new toy. I was unaware that my distinctive style would lead me into considerable trouble. After leaving the hospital, I received a message from Rong Xian, Chen Yipeng's mother, informing me that they would arrive at the airport at 5 in the afternoon, as the one stepping into the role of their son. It was imperative that I prepared myself for our initial encounter, ensuring that no discrepancies would be detected. One must never underestimate a mother's inexplicable, keen intuition, of course. Except for those women who abandon their families for infidelity. On my way home, I activated the phone surveillance, a habit I had cultivated over the past few days. The original owner of this life had certainly left me with a significant mess to untangle. Xiao Hongli had consumed her mother-in-law's chicken soup and, after taking an antidote, had sweated profusely, followed by a 2-hour nap. Her body had returned to normal. Under usual circumstances, she would have dressed for work. Yet today she sat unusually still before her vanity mirror, lost in thought. The sunlight streaming through the window bathed her in a radiant glow, her skin shimmering as if enveloped in a translucent sheen. Yet, this beautiful woman was consumed by her inner turmoil. She pondered her future and the events of the past few months, which felt like a surreal dream. Her mother's words from the morning had resonated deeply within her. Rather than being dismissed, how foolish I am, Xiao Hongli murmured, biting her lip. Did she truly love Lu Xingqian? Did she wish to be with him forever? Was she ready to leave her husband and beloved daughter? She questioned herself, hesitating over the first inquiry, yet when posed collectively, the answers crystallized almost instantaneously. I will not leave my husband and daughter. I merely find myself unwilling to accept the mundane. My passion for art has led to an admiration for Lu Xingqian. Indeed, it is that of a fan for a star. I do not love him. Xiao Hongli repeatedly reaffirmed her feelings, only to suddenly realize that she had not spent time with her family, especially her daughter, for over 3 months. Where had she been? Engaged in design work with Lu Xingqian, dining together after work, strolling through shopping malls. Yet, she had not taken the time to accompany her daughter to an amusement park. The more she reflected, the heavier her guilt weighed upon her, her eyes reddening and soon brimming with tears. She truly felt unworthy of the title of mother. She had no right. When one begins to reflect, past memories resurface vividly. Although Chen Yipeng lacked an understanding of romance and art and shared little common ground with her, he consistently demonstrated care and thoughtfulness. No matter how late she returned home, there was always a warm meal awaiting her. When exhaustion rendered her immobile, he would gently bring a basin to wash her feet, providing relaxation. Just days ago, despite her wild revelry, losing even her undergarments and sending inappropriate messages, Chen Yipeng had still prepared steaming milk and toast upon her return. How could I have been so foolish? I possess such a wonderful family, she lamented, realizing she must not let her husband discover her transgressions. Her mother was right. She needed to maintain a distance. The guilt weighed heavier on her heart, and she found herself murmuring again. Even if she preserved her physical boundaries, deep down she understood that her relationship with Lu Xingqian was, in essence, a betrayal to Chen Yipeng. One cannot deceive oneself. Her period of reflection was brief when Lu Xingqian sent her a message, tomorrow at 11 a.m., at the romantic restaurant. We must not miss each other. A simple note plunged Xiao Hongli into turmoil, as if her phone weighed 1,000 pounds. I apologize, Supervisor Liu, but I have several design drafts to complete tomorrow. I fear I will not have the time. If Xiao Hongli truly wished to sever ties with Lu Xingchen, her first course of action would be to block and delete all means of contact with him, followed by a transfer or resignation from the company, thus embodying a genuine stance of reflection and regret. In truth, a flicker of reluctance lingered in her heart. This represented a transference of emotions, a conflation of her passion for art and her admiration for design masters with the feelings she had developed for Lu Xingchen. Perhaps after they crossed physical boundaries, such emotions would be catalyzed. The emotional investment she had made over the past few months had intensified her sunk cost. She was acutely aware that pursuing this was misguided, yet she found herself reluctant to relinquish it, fearing the loss of her prior emotional investment. A few minutes later, another message arrived. Darling, let's discuss the supplementary design for the Eternal Heart. Xiao Hongli gazed at Lu Xingchen's message, an inexplicable sentiment seemingly overpowering her rationality. Had it not been for her earlier pangs of regret, she might have readily acquiesced. Supervisor Liu, regarding the Eternal Heart matter, I believe it would be more appropriate to discuss it at the office. There is no need to go to the restaurant. Lu Xingchen's reply came swiftly. You call me Supervisor Liu? My dear, are we not soulmates and confidants? Your address saddens me. Has your ineffectual husband discovered our affair? Please do not refer to him as my husband. I have a family now. Perhaps my previous behavior led to misunderstandings, and I may share some culpability. Henceforth, I hope we can maintain a strictly professional relationship. Xiao Hongli's hands fidgeted, her eyes reflecting turmoil and sorrow. I am about to return to England. I wish to see you one last time, my dear. I came for you. Since you wish to end this, why not leave each other with a beautiful memory? You are leaving? Why? Is someone threatening you? Will you return? In astonishment, Xiao Hongli replied hastily, her emotions now fully eclipsing her rationality. Her mind flooded with anxiety over gain and loss. Women are indeed capricious beings. One moment she was repenting and yearning to return to her family, and the next, a few words from her lover transformed her into a foolish dog. Let us discuss this in person. All right, let us meet and talk. Ultimately, Xiao Hongli acquiesced to Lu Xingchen's invitation, forgetting her earlier promise to her mother, selectively disregarding her previous reflections. This is merely a final meeting. I will return to my family, she murmured to herself. 2 streams of tears fell once more, as if mourning a love that had withered away without resolution. At the same moment, Lu Xingchen set down his phone in the villa, speaking nervously. She agreed to meet. When will you provide me with the money you promised? If I were present, I would instantly recognize the figure before Lu Xingchen as Senator Zhu Jiyi's driver and bodyguard. As long as you facilitate Xiao Hongli's divorce and take her away from Linghai, the boss will reward you handsomely, the bodyguard coldly remarked. This woman is exceedingly foolish. She will undoubtedly heed my words, rest assured, Lu Xingchen replied, bowing slightly. The bodyguard scoffed dismissively. Focus on the task at hand. The boss is quite displeased with your foolishness yesterday. If you cannot control your urges, I would not hesitate to render you incapable. He added, a word of caution. Xiao Changhe is not to be trifled with. Exercise caution. Understood. I will follow the boss's instructions precisely. Xiao Hongli is a fool. I could easily send her to a nightclub as an escort, Lu Xingchen declared with pride. Maintain discretion. Do not pressure Xiao Hongli too much. Yet ensure she feels isolated and helpless. Most importantly, you may manipulate her, but do not engage with her physically. You are unworthy, the bodyguard barked, tightening his grip around Lu Xingchen's neck, his fingers slowly closing. The immense force was akin to a hydraulic clamp, nearly suffocating Lu Xingchen, whose face turned pale from lack of oxygen as he instinctively began to struggle. After delivering a lesson, the bodyguard turned and departed. Lu Xingchen's expression darkened as he slammed his fist into the ground. In the past, he might have had a chance to resist, but the loss of his private external hard drive had plunged him into utter despair. Who knows when this bomb will explode? Most of the individuals in those videos are either affluent or noble, and time is running short for him. I was, of course, unaware of Lu Xingchen's predicament. However, the home surveillance and phone monitoring had completely grasped the circumstances of the 2 individuals. Xiao Hongli, truly, a dog cannot change its nature. Your crocodile tears are abundant. If you had genuinely severed ties with Lu Xingchen and declined the invitation, I might have spared you some grace for Chen Yipeng's sake. Yet now, you have cut off your own retreat, so do not blame me for being ruthless, I said with a cold laugh. After a moment's contemplation, I sensed something amiss. Lu Xingchen, this scoundrel, is surrounded by numerous women. The pressing matter is not to seek treatment, but to continue pursuing the wives of others. Do not tell me they are in true love. Perhaps Xiao Hongli, this foolish woman, harbors genuine affection. But Lu Xingchen is nothing more than a man who has bedded countless women. He is unworthy of uttering the word love. What is the motive behind this? Why must it be Xiao Hongli? If this continues, Xiao Hongli and Chen Yipeng will undoubtedly divorce. Chen Yipeng, being a worthless man, will not yield due to the child and will contest custody after the divorce. Xiao Hongli stands no chance and will return to her hometown from Linghai. The Xiao family values propriety, and Xiao Hongli will likely fail to gain her parents' approval, risking estrangement from them. All this intricate scheme, merely to ensnare the foolish Xiao Hongli? Could it be that there are secrets about Xiao Hongli of which I am unaware? Regardless, assisting Chen Yipeng in dispelling his grievances is no concern of mine. Even if Xiao Hongli were to be sold into slavery on the black market, it would not affect me. Adults must bear the consequences of their choices, and no one is exempt from this truth. I composed myself and, carrying a freshly purchased carp, returned to Chen Yipeng's home. My mother-in-law, Wu Ge, was tidying up when she heard the sound of the door lock and hurriedly came to greet me. Mom, I addressed her respectfully. Though she is Xiao Hongli's mother, I found it impossible to redirect my anger towards her. From the surveillance footage, I understood that my mother-in-law held strong values and had made considerable efforts to help maintain harmony in our family. Ah, good child, leave it to me. I will prepare something delicious for you. You've worked hard today, come in quickly. Her words warmed my heart, making me feel as if my own mother were caring for me. I also deeply understood why Chen Yipeng persevered in his marriage despite his wife's indifference. Having such an understanding mother-in-law and a clever daughter, what more could one desire? I resolved to endure. Yet, a flicker of doubt crept into my plans. If this kind-hearted mother-in-law were to discover her daughter's true nature, how heartbroken and devastated she would be. Nevertheless, I steeled myself and feigned indifference, saying, Mom, allow me to handle it. Hongli loves carp. You'll need to take care of her shortly, and she detests the smell of fish. Upon hearing my insinuation, my mother-in-law's expression reflected pain and concern. She gently touched my hair and said, Child, I know I have wronged you. This girl is thoughtless. Please don't hold it against her. Chapter 20. Returning home, Mom. I'm going to wash the vegetables. I have some medication in my bag. I originally planned to go to the second hospital, but fearing subpar medical expertise, I opted for the first hospital instead. Please help me with Hongli twice a day. I feigned a despondent demeanor and chuckled bitterly. This statement not only established my role as the wrong party, but also distanced the matter of visiting the first hospital. Previously, to prevent Xiao Hongli from warning Lu Xingchen, I had lied about going to the second hospital. My current statement was, in reality, meant for Xiao Hongli to hear. Wu Ji's eyes glistened with unshed tears. What a wonderful son-in-law he is. How deeply he must love his daughter to be so self-sacrificing. What exactly is my daughter doing? With this thought, a surge of anger welled up within me. I turned and flung open the bedroom door, shouting, Xiao Hongli, are you deaf or dead? Can't you hear your husband has returned? As a wife, you can't even bother to greet him? Do you think you are a queen, with the world revolving around you? Should I, as your mother, bow to you and serve you your meals? Such harsh words felt satisfying to utter. I knew that half of what I said was directed at myself. What mother doesn't care for her daughter? However, in the dynamics of a marriage, the closer the relationship, the less one should show favoritism. Chastising the daughter serves to preemptively relieve the son-in-law's frustrations, preventing future conflicts between them. The son-in-law would not dwell on the issue, and the daughter would learn a lesson, refraining from retorting. What one fears most is a mother-in-law with misguided values, who anxiously worries about her daughter's potential divorce, lurking nearby with a mocking demeanor, instigating conflict. Such families are rarely happy. They either end in chaos or culminate in divorce. Xiao Hongli emerged with a stoic expression, her thoughts consumed by Lu Xingchen, completely oblivious to her mother's good intentions. Instead, it only fueled her resentment. Mom, you are my biological mother. How we interact is none of your concern. Chen Yipeng, what do you mean? Are you feeling wronged by being compared to a fish? If you are willing, then so be it. Who are you addressing with those words? Xiao Hongli regarded me with a frigid gaze, her words piercing like a winter wind. I inhaled deeply, stifling my anger, striving to restrain myself from delivering a slap to this woman. Indeed, a woman who strays is devoid of humanity. Contemplating the impending retribution, I calmed myself. adopting a feigned submissive demeanor, and smiled as I said, "Darling, please don't be upset. You were unwell earlier, so take care of yourself." Chen Yipeng was merely a devoted sycophant to Xiao Hongli, and in this regard, he was not mistaken. After Xiao Hongli's words left her lips, a twinge of regret blossomed within her, for not long ago, she had contemplated returning to her family, only to be ensnared by the situation with Lu Xingchen. The mother-in-law gazed at her daughter with incredulity, as if seeing her beloved child for the first time. Xiao Hongli felt uneasy under her mother's scrutiny, brushing her hair back. She said, "Mom, I'm not feeling well today. I have a terrible headache, so I'll head back to rest." The mother-in-law remained silent, exhaling deeply, her eyes brimming with concern. After a moment's hesitation, she resolved to speak with her daughter again and entered the room. While I was halfway through preparing dinner, my sister-in-law, Xiao Jinyan, returned with her daughter, Chanxian. "Dad, I missed you so much. Where have you been these past few days?" A little girl clad in a white dress leaped into my embrace. My daughter Chanxian inherited her mother's beauty, delicate and exquisite, resembling a porcelain doll. Despite being Chen Yipeng's daughter, I found myself utterly charmed by her adorableness, my heart melting instantaneously. "Good girl, have you been well today? My hands are too dirty right now, but I'll play with you shortly, all right?" I said. "Mommy isn't feeling well today, so let us not disturb her. We'll play together with her tomorrow." "Okay, I'll wash my hands and not disturb Mommy," my daughter replied obediently. "Yipeng, why didn't you go to the office today?" my sister-in-law, Xiao Jinyan, inquired. I looked up, noticing this woman. Even though we had interacted not long ago, I still found her stunning. Xiao Jinyan possessed an alluring figure and an undeniable aura of a devoted wife and mother. I was worried about Hongli's illness, so I stayed home. "Thank you for your efforts these past few days, sis," I responded, suppressing my ulterior motives. "Family, why are you still being so courteous?" A flicker of melancholy crossed Xiao Jinyan's eyes as she prepared to remove her shoes. However, she accidentally bumped her leg against the shoe cabinet, losing her balance and stumbling backward. My reflexes were swift. I rushed forward, wrapping my arms around her. "Sister, are you all right? It hurts." Xiao Jinyan's eyes were tinged with red, and she spoke with palpable pain. "Let me see." Without granting her a moment to refuse, I scooped her up in a princess carry and placed her on the sofa. Xiao Jinyan was completely taken aback as she was lifted into the air, engulfed in the masculine aura that surrounded me. It was only when she reclined on the sofa that she began to comprehend what had just transpired. Her charming face flushed a deep crimson, and the shyness within her rendered her speechless. As I gently removed her socks, I noticed there was no trace of sweat, but rather a delicate fragrance reminiscent of orchids. Her 5 dainty toes appeared particularly adorable, with a slight redness near the tops. I tenderly massaged her feet, saying, "It seems you haven't injured your bones. Resting for a while should suffice. Let me apply some ointment for the sprain." "No." Xiao Jinyan withdrew her foot, calling out to me. Having lived apart from her husband, Sima Zhong, for years, she had not engaged with any man since their marriage, especially not in such a sensitive area. The brief massage had nearly swept her off her feet, leaving her feeling both dazed and flushed. "Very well, you should lie down a bit longer," I conceded, not wishing to press further. As I still had my own troubles to resolve, I had little inclination to tease this lady of leisure. Whether there would be further interactions in the future depended on Chen Yipeng's intentions. If I could not dispel the original owner's grievances, my time in this world would be limited. Xiao Jinyan bit her red lip, feeling inexplicably disheartened. A fleeting shadow crossed her beautiful eyes as she forced a smile, saying, "Then I appreciate your help. I truly envy Jinyu. Your brother-in-law never cooks. He is a man of great affairs. By the way, what is he occupied with? Will he be home today?" I inquired nonchalantly. Xiao Jinyan complained, "Who knows? He is rarely seen, and it seems to involve some insurance company. Even when he returns home, he is constantly on the phone. I wish I hadn't agreed to let him be the manager." "Insurance company? I don't recall our firm having any dealings with insurance," I remarked. "I wouldn't know much about it. I only heard snippets about ensuring safety and guaranteeing liquidity," she replied. Chapter 21. Shyness. Xiao Jinyan, a pampered lady of privilege, possessed little acumen for business matters and was completely indifferent to her husband's undertakings, utterly unaware of what he was involved in. However, my mind stirred slightly upon hearing her words, recalling a rumor about the company. It was said that the firm had insured Lu Xingchen, the so-called art star, for a staggering 80 million, an astronomical figure for an individual. If Lu Xingchen truly possessed the caliber of a top-tier art designer, Any single design could easily yield profits that would offset the insurance premium, making it a highly lucrative venture. Yet, I was aware that Lu Xingchen was nothing more than a fraud, destined to have his facade shattered. Should anything unfortunate befall him, then Sima Zhong, as the owner of the insurance company, would undoubtedly face bankruptcy. "Oh, brother-in-law, what schemes are you concocting?" I murmured to myself. The meal was prepared swiftly, and my mother-in-law along with Xiao Hongli emerged from the bedroom. Traces of tears still lingered on my wife's face, indicating she had recently wept. Qianqian wished to embrace Xiao Hongli, but halted midway. Witnessing this, Xiao Hongli felt a pang of regret for her neglect towards her daughter. She longed to initiate a hug, but feared transmitting her illness to the child, leaving her frozen in place. Understanding and considerate, Qianqian spoke up. "Grandma, Mom, please eat your meal." How thoughtful Qianqian is. This child is truly wonderful, far more obedient than you sisters were in your youth. My mother-in-law remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Xiao Hongli sat silently in her chair, the food before her served by Qianqian. Lost in her thoughts, she mechanically brought the food to her mouth, unaware of the taste. Suddenly, Xiao Jinyan, standing from the sofa, stumbled and fell again, causing concern as those present rushed to her aid. I bumped into the shoe cabinet. "It hurts so much. How can an adult be so careless?" My mother-in-law lamented, filled with worry. "Mom, please stop. This is so embarrassing." Xiao Jinyan struggled, unable to rise. Shaking my head in dismay, I approached and gently supported Xiao Jinyan's back, while my other arm swept beneath her legs, effortlessly lifting her to the dining table. During this process, my body inevitably brushed against her curvaceous figure, leaving her momentarily dazed. Her beautiful eyes misty, and her cheeks blushing like peach blossoms, her heart racing uncontrollably. "Damn that scoundrel. How could he be so bold?" Xiao Jinyan thought, feeling her entire body weaken, nearly unable to steady herself in the chair. My mother-in-law observed the scene with keen eyes, scrutinizing both Xiao Jinyan and me. Yet she remained silent. With an air of nonchalance, I retrieved the ointment and asked, "Mom, should I apply it, or will you?" "Let me do it," my mother-in-law replied, taking the ointment to tend to Xiao Jinyan. Meanwhile, Xiao Hongli felt an inexplicable discomfort, akin to a cherished toy being forcibly borrowed from her. Allow me to advise everyone to refrain from being sycophantic. Instead, strive for self-improvement and invest your limited resources in your own development, enhancing your own excellence. Flowers bloom of their own accord, and butterflies will naturally come. Women possess a tendency to compare. Being a wealthy and handsome man who continually caters to them will not garner their respect. Conversely, even an ordinary-looking individual can inspire women to pursue them, fostering a sense of competition within their social circles, ultimately making them more desirable. Xiao Hongli mechanically pushed the rice around in her bowl, finding it tasteless. She felt perplexed. Chen Yipeng had merely embraced her sister, an act she would have previously brushed off without a second thought, yet today it stirred uncomfortable feelings within her. This sensation was not misplaced. No matter how well I impersonated Chen Yipeng, at our core, we were fundamentally different individuals. The warmth that once enveloped her had turned to an icy coldness, inevitably leaving Xiao Hongli, who had once been shielded, feeling disoriented. "Today's dish is truly salty, Qianqian. Don't eat too much," Xiao Hongli blurted out, unable to suppress her rising frustration. "I'm sorry, I'll make a fresh batch right away," I promptly responded. My demeanor is a performance intended for my mother-in-law and sister-in-law, aimed at isolating my wife and placing the entirety of the marital infidelity upon her shoulders. I wish for my family to comprehend my forthcoming actions without attributing them to my negligence in caring for the household or my daughter, or to any perceived deficiencies in my character. Sit down. Eat if you wish. If not, return to your room. Yipeng, sit down and eat. You spoil her too much, my mother-in-law exclaimed, her fury palpable. In an instant, my wife's rebellious spirit surged, and she forcefully slammed her bowl onto the table. "If I don't want to eat, I won't." With that, she stormed off to the bedroom, slamming the door behind her. Qianqian was left bewildered, her small face a picture of distress. On the verge of tears, I gently ruffled my daughter's hair and reassured her, "Do not be afraid. Your mother is simply unwell. Once she feels better, we shall visit the amusement park together, shall we?" "All right," my daughter replied with a smile. Perhaps in her young mind, her mother was merely an optional presence, while I bore an undue burden of responsibility. My mother-in-law turned her head away, discreetly wiping her tears, feeling too ashamed to utter another word. Xiao Jinyan fidgeted. sensing her sister's ire directed towards her, yet feeling unjustly wronged, as it was not her fault. "Mother, do you and father have plans tomorrow?" I inquired. "I do not believe so. Why do you ask?" My mother-in-law responded, puzzled. "I may have matters to discuss with you both tomorrow. I hope you can spare some time." "Sister, I would appreciate your assistance with Qian," I added. Simultaneously, Xiao Jinyin and my mother-in-law exchanged glances, scrutinizing my expression for any clues. My mother-in-law seemed to sense something amiss, nodding thoughtfully and replying, "Very well, your father and I will await your call." The harmony of a household can often be discerned through myriad subtle details. Xiao Hongli's emotional turmoil regarding Chen Yipeng had not materialized overnight. Previously, they had managed to feign the appearance of a loving couple, but the intrusion of an outsider had laid bare the underlying discord. After dinner, it was already 5:30, and Chen Yipeng's parents had yet to arrive due to a delayed flight. Seizing the moment, I washed the dishes and excused myself, claiming I needed to retrieve documents from the office before leaving home. Once I departed, my mother-in-law and Xiao Jinyin speculated that the next day's events might pertain to Xiao Hongli. What sins have we committed to warrant such a turn of events? My mother-in-law grumbled, suppressing her anger. The bedroom door remained firmly shut. Even in my absence, it had not been opened. Xiao Hongli lay beneath the covers, oblivious to whether she had drifted into slumber. Xiao Jinyin conversed with her mother for a while, daring not to divulge any details regarding Lu Xingchen, unaware that her mother had already been apprised of the situation. Both mother and daughter concealed their knowledge from one another. Ultimately, Xiao Jinyin returned home with Qian, as if she were the child's biological mother. Chapter 22. Confessing to my parents, it was past 8 in the evening, and a gentle drizzle fell from the sky, casting a melancholic atmosphere over the streets where pedestrians hurried along, eager to return to the comfort of their homes. I drove Chen Yipeng's parents towards the hotel, the streetlights casting shadows of the sycamore trees, adding an eerie chill to the already dimly lit road. After disembarking from the plane, Chen Yipeng's parents sensed something was amiss. Their son, as they remembered him, seemed altered. Since I was driving, they refrained from inquiring further. Once we arrived at the hotel and settled in briefly, the three of us finally sat down together. "Dad, Mom, I apologize for deceiving you into coming here. It was not to celebrate Xiao Hongli's birthday," I said slowly. The term Mom and Dad evoked profound emotions within me, as I had assumed Chen Yipeng's body, and out of both sentiment and obligation, I felt compelled to bear the responsibilities of the original owner. The elderly couple exchanged solemn glances, their faces clouded with concern. "Speak, child. Have you gotten into trouble again? Or is there something amiss at home?" Rong Xin inquired. Her worst fear was that the children were afflicted with some terminal illness, as her impression of Xiao Hongli was far too impeccable to entertain any notions of infidelity. With determination, I knelt on both knees and bowed deeply. As I prepared to reveal my truth, knowing that vengeance against the unfaithful would soon be on the agenda, I needed the support of my family, at the very least. I sought not to hinder my resolve. "Dad, Mom, I want a divorce," I declared decisively. "Divorce? Is it due to illness?" "Thank goodness." "What? A divorce?" Rong Xin exclaimed, rising in shock, her body trembling. "Why? Hongli is such a wonderful daughter-in-law. Have you been unfaithful? Speak," she demanded, striking my shoulder forcefully. However, Chen's father sensed the gravity of the situation and gently pulled Rong Xin close, saying, "Let our child explain. I believe the values we instilled in him will prevent him from being ungrateful." Adopting a sorrowful expression, my eyes brimming with tears, I gritted my teeth and said, "Xiao Hongli has been unfaithful, Dad, Mom. I feel utterly devastated. I wish I could just disappear." Chen Yipeng had a history of suicidal tendencies during his university days, which made Chen's father and Rong Xin dreadfully fearful of hearing the word death. Rong Xin felt lightheaded, nearly collapsing as she incredulously asked, "Is this true? Could someone be meddling?" Internally, I was taken aback. Chen Yipeng's mother was astute, hitting the nail on the head when it took me considerable time to investigate. However, upon reflection, my anger surged. Xiao Hongli had masqueraded too well over the years, maintaining an impeccable facade. She had gone to great lengths to satisfy Chen Yipeng and the family's material needs, often prioritizing their comfort over her own, even donning worn clothes to ensure they had the best. Each time they met, Rong Xin would embrace Xiao Hongli with tears, showering her with love as if she were her own daughter. Damn it, was Chen Yipeng even her biological child? Having just begun speaking, I felt as if I had already sat down wrong. Taking a deep breath, I continued, "I have evidence. Her infidelity has circulated throughout the company. Your son has been wearing the cuckold's horns for far too long. Mom, I am in such pain. I truly wish to no longer exist. After saying this, I retrieved my phone, displaying screenshots of Xiao Hongli and Lu Xingchen embracing in a hotel, along with videos from the hotel corridor of them holding hands. Although these pieces of evidence did not capture the lovers in the act, it was clear to any discerning viewer what was transpiring. My evidence pierced the hearts of the elderly couple like a knife. Rongxin stared in disbelief, murmuring, "How could this be possible? How could Jinyu do such a thing?" Chen's father's expression darkened considerably. The scandal of his daughter-in-law's infidelity was a significant affront, and as a man, he could particularly empathize with his son's feelings. I hastily provided the two elders with my specially formulated heart-soothing remedy, and once they regained their composure, I solemnly stated, "I have gathered further evidence through a friend. If you wish to see it, I can present it now." Ultimately, I possessed no direct evidence. The circumstantial proof merely indicated the ambiguous and unclear relationship between Xiao Hongli and Lu Xingchen. However, Rongxin assumed I held more scandalous footage. Repulsively waving her hand, she said, "Keep that away from me. I do not wish to see it. Just tell us why you summoned us here. What is the situation with Hongli?" Still referring to her as Hongli, it appeared she had not lost hope regarding her daughter-in-law, which troubled me greatly. Xiao Hongli was no longer a suitable daughter-in-law. While it was possible someone had lured her into a trap, a fly does not alight on an unblemished egg. She had long regarded me with disdain for my perceived inadequacies, spending time with her lover watching films while neglecting Qianqian. She even brought her lover home, flaunting him before Qianqian. Do you still wish to retain such a daughter-in-law? I lowered my head in dismay. In the hearts of the elderly, there is always a special affection for their grandchildren. Qianqian, intelligent and charming, endeared herself to them. And their fondness for Xiao Hongli was partly due to gratitude for the wonderful granddaughter she had given them. Bang! Chen's father, rarely showing anger, slammed his palm on the coffee table and roared, "This is utterly unacceptable." However, Rongxin grasped the implications of my words and quickly interjected. "Are you implying that Hongli was set up? Mother, are you still entangled in such matters? A fly does not alight on an unblemished egg. If she were to uphold her integrity, no temptation would bear fruit. When you were young and beautiful, did not many pursue you after marriage? Why did you not waver? Do not use me as an example. Was Hongli intoxicated, or did someone employ underhanded tactics to ensnare her? You ought to investigate thoroughly." I still refuse to believe that Hongli could commit such an act, Rongxin lamented. "Mother, if that were indeed the case, I would accept it." Even if someone plotted against her, she willingly gravitated toward the bait for some trivial notion of art, I replied with a wry smile. "Indeed, why is she so foolish?" Rongxin sighed helplessly, finding herself at a loss even to defend Xiao Hongli. Amidst the myriad temptations of the mortal world, infidelity remains a rarity. If one possesses strong character and cherishes family, it is implausible that they could be swayed by mere temptation. Chen's father regained his composure, took a deep breath, and patted my shoulder, saying, "Do not be misled by your mother's apparent bias towards Hongli. Her true love remains with you. Were it not for Hongli's companionship during your trials, you might have taken a path of no return. In this matter, your mother and I are grateful to her. However, we do not condone infidelity. Regardless of the decision you make, as long as it is in the best interest of you and Qianqian. Your mother and I will support you unconditionally. We are a family, and we shall bear our burdens together. In times like these, one must remain composed and not act impulsively. Consider Qianqian." Chapter 23. Suffering. Father Chen is apprehensive that I might commit an unwise act, dragging the paramour and Xiao Hongli to a mutual demise. Perhaps in the past, Chen Yipeng would have indeed resorted to such extremes. A barking dog seldom bites. Yet it is the quiet ones whose rage can be deadly. Rest assured, I am not so foolish. My intention in bringing you all together is to lay bare the situation between Xiao Hongli and myself. After all, divorce is a matter that concerns both families, and we have Qianqian to consider. Moreover, I have reason to suspect that Xiao Hongli and I are entangled in the machinations of the Xiao family. Otherwise, how could one explain the extensive efforts taken to ensnare an ordinary citizen like myself? No matter how beautiful Xiao Hongli may be, beauty fades. After all, she is already a mother. I articulated my purpose with clarity and reason, leaving no room for dissent from the elder couple. As a father yourself, you must make this decision. I had reservations about your romance from the outset. The affluent Xiao family was always a lofty aspiration for our modest household. Divorce may indeed be for the best, allowing our family to unite and sparing me the anguish of constant worry. Rongxin's attitude shifted rapidly. Although reluctant to part with her daughter-in-law, witnessing her son's suicidal tendencies necessitated a decisive break. The situation unfolded more favorably than I had anticipated. Gao Yipeng's parents were not as stubborn regarding infidelity and divorce as I had imagined. The reality is this: when infidelity comes to light, whether to divorce or reconcile, both sets of parents must be informed without delay. There must be no room for procrastination. The mindset of a woman who actively engages in infidelity is inscrutable. Yet one certainty remains: she has lost all affection for you and may even view you as an impediment on her path to love. Such a woman is capable of anything, leveraging the existence of their marriage to borrow money from the male partner's relatives, mortgaging properties, or engaging in illicit loans. In extreme cases, she may even resort to heinous acts against her husband. Think of Wu Dalong and Pan Jinlian, and you will find your excess sympathy curtailed. Furthermore, do not entertain the notion that your parents will be unable to accept the truth or that pride can be salvaged through concealment. Parents possess a resilience greater than one might assume. One cannot reclaim honor through deception. Living a life superior to that of the paramour is the ultimate act of retribution. Our family agreed to gather at 10:30 tomorrow morning, and I departed the hotel to return home, ensuring to keep a vigilant watch for any tricks Xiao Hongli might play in her final night. Simultaneously, in the villa district, Lu Xingchen lay alone in bed, racked with anguish cries. His lower body was in a state of complete decay, with numerous purple abscesses gradually spreading to his legs. First came an unbearable itch, followed by piercing pain. Lu Xingchen longed to sever the afflicted area with a blade, thrashing about on the bed in a futile attempt to alleviate his suffering. A shadow entered like a specter. It was Zhu Juidi's bodyguard. Leaning against Lu Xingchen's lower half, he frowned and coldly inquired, "Can you still move?" "Yes, I can move. I'm fine," Lu Xingchen hastily replied. The individual held evidence in their grasp that could lead to their own destruction. If they failed to demonstrate their worth, they would undoubtedly be cast aside without hesitation. The employer, however, chose to extend an opportunity, urging them to cherish it. The bodyguard handed Lu Xingchen a syringe filled with a potent substance, stating, "This is a powerful analgesic. Once administered, you shall be free from pain for 3 days." Upon the completion of the task, the employer would provide financial compensation and a ticket to return to England. Although Lu Xingchen's reputation was unmerited, he had navigated the upper echelons of society and recognized the nature of the substance within the syringe. This particular drug was highly addictive. A single injection could ensnare one indefinitely. Yet, in the throes of unbearable pain, Lu Xingchen grit his teeth and proceeded with the injection. As the liquid coursed through his veins, a fleeting expression of pleasure graced his features, and he gradually succumbed to slumber. The bodyguard, lifting his phone, remarked, "Boss, the subject appears to be incapacitated and seems to have contracted a serious illness. He claims he is confident he can take Xiao Hongli away tomorrow. Should I accompany him?" The response from the other end was the authoritative and aged voice of Zhu Guide. "There is no need. Even if he fails, it holds no consequence." The bodyguard expressed concern. "Boss, I am uneasy about allowing such a scoundrel near the young lady." Zhu Guide scoffed. "Just because she calls me uncle, must I treat her as a niece? Were it not for the interests of significant figures, I would have already devoured her. Do not dwell on this matter. Execute it flawlessly, and even failure will bear no weight." His tone was chilling. "Understood, boss," the bodyguard replied before ending the call and departing. I returned home around 9 o'clock in the evening. The lights in the living room were on, and the sound of water splashing could be heard from the bathroom. My mother-in-law and Xiao Jinyan had left. Only my wife, Xiao Hongli, remained to bathe. Expressionless, I removed my shoes, donned my slippers, and made my way toward the study. At that moment, the bathroom door swung open. Wrapped in a white towel, Xiao Hongli emerged, her damp hair cascading over her shoulders, revealing her long, fair legs that elegantly accentuated the towel's curvature. It was a temptation that could incite transgression. Even I felt a slight warmth in my abdomen. Such a reaction was unavoidable, as I am a normal man. Xiao Hongli seemed surprised by my presence. Since the incident involving her lingerie, we had not exchanged proper words for several days. Even during phone conversations, the name Lu Xingchen was inescapable, as if this cad was perpetually looming over us. Xiao Hongli attempted to appear composed, forcing a smile as she opened her mouth to address me as husband, yet her voice faltered, unable to form sound. I nodded slightly, treating her as if she were a stranger, and walked directly into the study, a departure from my usual comportment that left Xiao Hongli momentarily bewildered. Why was he treating me this way? A sense of grievance welled within her, accompanied by an ache in her heart, and she instinctively adjusted her path. Just as she reached the threshold of the study, an inexplicable feeling of guilt washed over her, though she could not articulate what she feared. I have not wronged Qin Yipeng. I have not been unfaithful, merely harboring admiration for an idol. Tomorrow, I shall sever ties with Lu Xingqian, as he is soon to depart. Indeed, I am not at fault. Xiao Hongli murmured to herself, her hand resting upon the doorknob, and in that fleeting moment of turning, all her courage dissipated. One may deceive others, yet one cannot deceive oneself. Xiao Hongli is acutely aware of her actions, with the most fundamental values and moral standards of society relentlessly chastising her conscience. In the past, she had buried her head in the sand like an ostrich, pretending to be oblivious. However, as she increasingly encountered those who sensed the disarray around her, the filth upon her soul and her transgressions could no longer remain concealed. Chapter 24. The wife's pregnancy. There is a saying, those who live without guilt fear not the midnight knock of ghosts. Xiao Hongli has crossed the boundaries of marriage, her thoughts derailing, and no matter how she tries to convince herself, she cannot face the reality with true composure. Since the founding of the empire, the Xiao family has maintained a pristine reputation in the Jiangnan region, with ancestors who were heroes, sacrificing themselves for righteousness amidst chaos. The offspring of such a lineage bear no flaws in character. Even Xiao Changhe suffered betrayal while advocating for the people. It is unfathomable for Xiao Hongli to consider the grave consequences were she to truly transgress those boundaries. A woman who actively engages in infidelity would tarnish the illustrious legacy of the Xiao family, burying centuries of renown in the mud. Why is it that after Xiao Chang's retirement, the Xiao family remains the preeminent family in Jiangnan? It is all due to the esteemed reputation bequeathed by their ancestors and generations of martyrs. Reflecting on her mother's warning earlier that day, a wave of unease and fear surged within Xiao Hongli. What shall I do? As she contemplated tomorrow's rendezvous, an inexplicable sense of dread and aversion swelled within her, starkly contrasting the anticipation she had felt over the past few months, when she eagerly longed to be with Lu Xingqian to discuss art and design. Yet, since her mother and sister's admonitions, coupled with the noticeable changes in her husband, she has begun to regret her choices. I do not wish for this. I merely adore art and design. Why can no one understand me? Xiao Hongli instinctively continues to deflect blame, a reaction rooted in the instinct of self-preservation. To compel her towards genuine reflection cannot rely solely on her own awakening. A woman who engages in infidelity without suffering the harsh realities of life will undoubtedly lack any possibility of genuine remorse. At this moment, I am in my study, utilizing my laptop, while Anna, far away in England, has emailed me the initial version of the newspaper. Is the renowned master of art and design a thief? The daughter of the late Master Smith laments her husband's theft. Why has the art master returned to the East? Anna has tipped off several newspapers, and indeed, many are interested, with all of it being published in the popular morning editions. Such success is undoubtedly aided by the support of Smith students. When Anna dangled Lu Xingqian's art thesis as bait, many eagerly emerged to denounce him, all stemming from vested interests. Due to the time difference between the two countries, the early edition of the English newspaper has just begun circulation, and it will take some time for the news to reach the East. As I gaze at the newspaper on the screen, I cannot help but let out a cold laugh. Suddenly, the door handle rattles, and I quickly shut my notebook. Before I can turn around, a fragrant figure, imbued with the scent of body wash, presses against my back, the warm and soft sensation igniting a flurry of thoughts. Then, a pair of delicate arms encircles me. Darling, let us take a break. I've missed you so much, Xiao Hongli murmurs shyly. The chilling touch of her silk nightgown nearly shatters my resolve. If it were possible, I would have turned around immediately to tear off that nightgown and give this disloyal woman a stern lesson. However, in the next moment, reason pulls me back. Even if Lu Xingqian hasn't touched her, who knows if this woman has been with another man? Women of questionable virtue are not to be trusted. The more beautiful the woman, the more likely she is to disguise and deceive. I take a deep breath, gripping Xiao Hongli's arm, preparing to push her away when the pulsing sensation beneath my fingers leaves me utterly stunned. A pulse. She is 40 days pregnant. My mind explodes as an uncontrollable rage surges within me, the fury of Qin Yipeng. It's been 4 months since we were intimate, hasn't he it? I turn my head, speaking each word with deliberate emphasis. My gaze is dark and impenetrable, a coldness Xiao Hongli has never encountered before, as if she is not gazing at a person but rather at a creature marked for slaughter. The air around us seems to thicken. Anyone who has served in the military or undertaken covert missions would understand instantly. This is the aura of impending danger. Darling, you're hurting me. I admit I was wrong before. I'm sorry for neglecting you. And Qian Xiao Hongli forces a strained smile, interpreting my words as mockery of her prior demeanor. Instinctively beginning to apologize out of guilt. Leave. We can discuss this tomorrow. I don't wish to touch you. I refuse to be a pawn in your game. I am not a naive man. I articulate, each word delivered with chilling precision. My words strike her like a biting winter gale, causing her to tremble. Caught between indignation and sorrow. Chen Yipeng, I am your wife. My body is pure. I swear I have not wronged you. I have my principles. Xiao Hongli exclaims vehemently. Were you not the one who deemed me dirty, foul, and reeking of smoke? One touch sends you recoiling as if electrocuted. Why am I dirty? It was Qian who fell ill and soiled my clothes. Where were you then? You find me foul? That was the result of my washing your clothes. And the smoke? That is from my time spent in the kitchen. I'm sorry, Xiao Hongli says, her face flushed with shame, realizing the extent of her past transgressions. Acknowledging that she had truly lost herself. Leave. I point towards the door, my voice resolute. I will not repeat myself. Your vows are not to be trusted. Xiao Hongli felt as though she had been struck across the face, a profound sense of shame compelling her to retreat slowly. Chen Yipeng, you have changed. You are no longer the Chen Yipeng I once knew. I have apologized. What more do you want? Should I kneel before you and beg? Her voice trembled with tears that streamed down her cheeks. She had been pampered for far too long, utterly unaware of what a genuine apology entailed. Ultimately, the original Chen Yipeng bore responsibility as well. Endlessly compromising and seeking to please without any communication had led to his beloved wife disregarding his efforts, trampling upon his dignity. Chen Yipeng is dead, I said coldly, dismissing the woman and pushing her out of the study. Anger surged within me, prompting me to retreat to the bathroom, where I turned on the shower, allowing the cold water to cascade over me, swiftly calming my tumultuous heart. As reason returned to my mind, a deliberately forgotten memory belonging to Chen Yipeng resurfaced. It was a moment of profound humiliation in their marital life. Given the timeline of Xiao Hongli's pregnancy, it seemed plausible that the child she carried could indeed be Chen Yipeng's. As I delved into his memories, it felt akin to watching a film, and the previously suppressed anger ignited fiercely once more. Chapter 25. The deepest memory through the lens of Chen Yipeng's memories. I glimpsed the most pitiable aspect of this man. Perhaps he deemed his actions too shameful and despicable, burying them deep within his recollections. Yet, when provoked by external forces, the agony of the past surged back. Chen Yipeng's claim that he and Xiao Hongli had not been intimate for 4 months was inaccurate. Over a month ago, Xiao Hongli had mentioned a gathering at the design department to celebrate her jewelry design and Lu Xingchen's design, which had graced the cover of a fashion magazine as the top-selling product of the month. Chen Yipeng had sensed a shift in his wife's demeanor early on. He wished to avoid suspicion, yet that day, he inexplicably followed the design department after work and took a taxi to trail behind her. The venue for the gathering was an upscale restaurant, where no vehicle parked outside was worth less than 800,000 yuan, adorned with opulent decorations that only the local affluent could afford. Chen Yipeng found himself in a dilemma, financially constrained and reluctant to be discovered by his wife. He felt that stalking, regardless of intention, was inherently sordid. If your wife frequently receives invitations from her boss under the pretext of company gatherings to venues far beyond your family's financial means, it may be wise to take heed. Either your wife possesses remarkable beauty, or she holds some utilitarian value. No one showers kindness upon another without reason. Treating someone to a meal incurs expenses. And if the relationship between your wife and her boss is strictly professional, her salary should suffice to reflect that, rendering any intrusion into personal matters unnecessary. Chen Yipeng waited anxiously outside for several hours until he finally saw his wife emerge, intoxicated and thankfully supported by her close friend, Wei Bingbing. As Chen Yipeng was about to hail a taxi, his spirits plummeted upon witnessing Lu Xingchen, that insufferable wretch, audaciously grasping his wife's hand and leaning in to share an intimate cheek-to-cheek greeting. While such gestures of affection do exist in Western cultures, they are reserved for relationships that have reached a certain level of intimacy and are not universally recognized customs. Lu Xingchen's intentions were unmistakably self-serving, yet his wife appeared utterly enchanted, even waving cheerfully as if her senses had been dulled. Meanwhile, Wei Bingbing, the so-called best friend, clapped her hands in amusement, proving herself to be a true confidant, albeit one with a dagger poised. Chen Yipeng had always been considerate towards his wife's friend. ensuring that she received her share of any good fortune. Yet, here she was, stoking the flames of discord. Chen Yipeng followed his wife home, while Wei Bingbing merely escorted her to the foot of their apartment building before departing. Those who have experienced inebriation know that one's consciousness remains alert. Alcohol merely amplifies emotions and relaxes the nerves, with true disorientation only occurring upon sleep or unconsciousness. Upon returning home, Chen Yipeng was met with a chaotic scene. Clothes strewn across the floor, a pool of vomit in the living room, and his wife sprawled on the bed in a deep slumber. This was Chen Yipeng's first encounter with his wife's intoxication. She had previously abstained from alcohol, avoiding gatherings until Lu Xingchen's arrival marked a shift in her behavior. He tidied up the disarray and checked her undergarments, finding no suspicious evidence, before preparing to wash her face. However, his heart sank when he heard her mumble Lu Xingchen's name in her sleep. No man could bear such an affront. Chen Yipeng raised his arm, ready to strike, but recoiled at the thought of shattering the fragile facade of their family. With their daughter only 5 years old, the weight of fatherhood loomed heavily over him, rendering him unable to fathom the implications of such a fracture. Despite any shortcomings in Xiao Hongli's role as a mother, she was far preferable to a stepmother or the loss of maternal presence altogether. In his current state, Chen Yipeng lacked the courage to contemplate divorce. His meager salary in Linhai would barely sustain himself, let alone secure custody of Chanqian. He could not bear to lose his daughter. Thus, in a moment of pent-up resentment, he engaged in an act of intimacy with his wife, as if to exact a form of retribution. A strong condemnation is issued against engaging in intimate relations without a spouse's consent, a gentle reminder to avoid actions that may breach legal boundaries, as illustrated in Please, Sir, Go to Your Death. This narrative is purely fictional and serves the purpose of storytelling. Afterward, Chen Yipeng felt a pang of guilt. Hastily using a towel to cleanse his wife and replacing her undergarments, erasing all traces of their encounter. Throughout the ordeal, his wife remained unresponsive, her consciousness submerged beneath the effects of alcohol. It was Chen Yipeng's intrinsic ability to provide her with a sense of security that prevented any instinctive reactions. Had it been anyone else, the likelihood of awakening mid-act would have been far greater. After perusing through the entirety of my memories, I am nearly certain, an 80% conviction, that the child within Xiao Hongli is indeed Chen Yipeng's. However, any offspring conceived during an emotional betrayal must not come into existence. Should this child be born, every annual celebration of their birthday would serve as a reminder of the wife's infidelity, and the ensuing disgust and resentment would inevitably be projected onto the child. To safeguard the child's future, it is imperative to spare them from suffering. All these transgressions stem from the actions of the unfaithful. Moreover, there exists the possibility that the child could be a product of Xiao Hongli's illicit affair, which further solidifies the rationale against its birth. The truth shall unveil itself tomorrow. Half an hour later, I emerged from the bathroom, perhaps influenced by the peculiarities of my transition. The physique and body fat percentage of this form were undergoing visibly remarkable transformations. In less than 3 days, the once prominent belly fat had all but vanished, supplanted by well-defined abdominal muscles. The door to the bedroom stood ajar, and Xiao Hongli had merely turned on the bedside lamp. Bathed in the soft, golden light, she reclined against the headboard, draped in a delicate silk cloth, her body curled in a fetal position, with reddened eyes. Upon hearing my footsteps in the living room, Xiao Hongli, for reasons unknown, leapt from the bed and confronted me in the living area. However, upon noticing my bare torso, she was instantly rendered speechless. The contours of my muscles were distinctly pronounced, embodying an exquisite aesthetic of the human form. When did you start working out? I had no idea, she stammered, swallowing hard. Having studied human anatomy, she understood the level of difficulty in achieving such a physique that an ordinary person could attain. The former Chen Yipeng was utterly inactive, having succumbed to middle-aged weight gain, yet my arrival seemed to rejuvenate this body, rendering it increasingly perfect. As the wife, Xiao Hongli should have been the first to notice these changes. However, their prolonged lack of intimate proximity led to this transformation being overlooked, attributed instead to an inexplicable phenomenon rather than a personal oversight. Chapter 26. The wife's rejection. Xiao Hongli had always considered herself unique, believing that the emotional connection between partners was paramount, even in friendships. Yet, in the presence of my extraordinary physique, she found herself at a loss, her face flushed, heart racing, and her gaze unconsciously cast downward towards her feet. Xiao Hongli, don't you have something to say? Go on, speak up. I'm your husband. What are you afraid of? Encouraging herself inwardly, she instinctively placed her hand upon my abdominal muscles. To be candid, the Gao Yipeng of yesteryear was indeed the campus heartthrob. Even with age and a disinterest in grooming, he remained more photogenic than the average middle-aged man. Coupled with a muscular build, he exuded the allure of a seasoned gentleman. I advise everyone to diligently enhance themselves, engage in swimming and fitness, maintain personal hygiene, elevate your image, read extensively, stay informed, and travel. Invest your time effectively in self-improvement. It is far more beneficial than incessantly worrying about your partner's fidelity, living in a state of suspicion. I am superior to you. Your departure would be your loss. As my excellence affords me even better choices. This is not a sermon, merely a reflection. A shiver ran down my spine as I instinctively stepped back. The lingering resentment of Gao Yipeng acting as a barrier. Otherwise, I would not have minded engaging in a friendly competition with the alluring woman before me. Yet, each time such thoughts crossed my mind, the wretched remnants of my original self would stir an uncontrollable wave of nausea within me. As if I were on the verge of retching. My retreat saddened Xiaohongli, but upon reflection, she realized that her husband was not to blame. Love had faded. Divorce was an option. However, she was reluctant to part ways yet unwilling to acknowledge any affection between herself and Gao Yipeng. This conflicting mindset left her in a state of turmoil. Since returning from that night at the bar, her disposition had worsened, and she sensed a change in her husband. The once reassuring home now felt increasingly stifling, despite appearing normal on the surface. I'm sorry, dear, Xiaohongli apologized for the third time that evening. When no one treated her like a princess, she felt utterly insignificant. I could see that, even now, she had yet to grasp the root of the issue. Instinctively seeking to compensate with her body to alleviate the guilt stemming from her emotional infidelity. There's no need to apologize. Let us discuss this tomorrow or the day after when you're feeling better. It's best you rest now. I endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor, ensuring no trace of my anger was visible. Only Xiaohongli sensed the distance between us. With trembling lips and tear-filled eyes, she implored, "Okay, dear, I truly love you. You must believe me." The mere mention of love made me feel ill. Had I not overheard her conversation with Lu Xingchen through the phone surveillance, I would find it hard to believe that this woman had the audacity to profess love for Gao Yipeng. Yes, I believe you. My irritation grew, prompting me to respond dismissively. This morning, the teacher asked for a family photo. Did your mother mention it to you? Have you forgotten? If you have a moment, please send it to me. I recalled a particular photograph of us taking Chanqian to the museum, which I thought would suffice. Upon hearing this, my wife shuddered. Her face paling as a wave of shame washed over her. She could not bear to meet my gaze. My phone is broken. I just formatted it recently. I'm sorry. Dear, I'll go to the repair shop tomorrow, she said, a hint of nervousness in her voice. She didn't even have the time to concoct a logical lie. Fortunately, I was aware of the truth and chose not to confront her about it. It's fine. I'll check my computer. There should be a backup. You should rest early, I replied indifferently. Xiaohongli felt guilt creeping in, her unease palpable at the mention of the phone's photo album. She silently watched as I left, too apprehensive to utter another word. Like a marionette, she returned to the bedroom, collapsing onto the bed. The warmth of our home seemingly vanished, her tears soaking the pillow. Tomorrow will be our last meeting. I have not wronged my family. I love my husband and my child. Each word seemed to serve as a form of self-hypnosis, gradually lulling Xiaohongli into a restless slumber. This evening, Xiaohongli displayed an unusual demeanor, perhaps a subtle warning from the heavens. My plans, to her, might serve as a sharp blade, poised to utterly rend her unsightly soul asunder. Inheriting Gao Yipeng's memories, I find myself haunted by the despair and anguish he endured in his final moments. For this man harbored an overwhelming love for Xiaohongli, a love that regrettably remained unreciprocated. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Xiao Jinyan successfully soothed Chanqian to sleep after her evening routine, leaving her to languish alone on the sofa, idly watching a television drama. The opulent decor of the villa's living room, while lavish, still conveyed an aura of emptiness and chill. Alas, what does this adversary truly desire? Troubled and flustered, Xiao Jinyan cast the remote aside, curling up on the sofa, her pale pink cotton nightgown modest, yet unable to conceal her voluptuous form. Moments later, her body stiffened, as if frozen in place. A long sigh escaped her lips, her fair cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. She returned her slender fingers to the pillow, her half-closed eyes glistening with unshed tears, seemingly lamenting her misfortunes. The slight tremor of her body and the delicate beads of sweat on her forehead lent her an air of languor, imbued with both sensuality and allure. A profound sense of guilt threatened to bring her to tears, yet who could fathom her solitude and loneliness? Suddenly, the front door creaked open, and Sima Zhong, reeking of alcohol, stumbled inside. "You're back. Have you eaten? Allow me to brew you a cup of hot tea." Xiao Jinyan's voice quivered slightly, still ensnared by her earlier guilt, feeling inexplicably timid in front of her husband. "Yes, I've eaten. Now hurry and rest." Sima Zhong placed his briefcase aside. Gazing at the gentle, beautiful woman before him, his heart swelling with satisfaction, while he did not experience the sensation of being an emperor at work, at home. Before this eldest daughter of the Xiao family, he was indeed the undisputed sovereign. Regrettably, she was not the biological daughter of Xiao Changhe. Sima Zhong felt a twinge of jealousy towards the ineffectual Chen Yipeng, yet Xiao Jinyan's presence only heightened his frustration. The exquisite, pale contours of her figure from this angle could cause any man to bleed from the nose, yet for Sima Zhong, it was a tormenting agony. A wife who could be admired yet was unattainable felt like a cruel jest laid bare before him. As Xiao Jinyan positioned her slippers, Sima Zhong bypassed the alluring woman in need of affection and headed straight to the bathroom. Sighing deeply, Xiao Jinyan pondered how long she would endure this existence, lamenting her lack of autonomy over her own life. Chapter 27. Conspiracy unveiled. As the night deepened, Xiao Jinyan stirred from her slumber. Glancing at the sleeping Qianqian beside her before checking the time, it was merely 1 o'clock in the morning. She intended to drift back to sleep, but an unsettling feeling washed over her. The light seeping through the crack of the door indicated that someone lingered in the living room. Dressing in her nightgown, she cautiously opened the bedroom door a fraction and peered into the living room. To her surprise, Sima Zhong sat alone on the sofa, engaged in a phone call while smoking. The living room was shrouded in a haze of smoke, with numerous cigarette butts carelessly strewn across the floor and table. Xiao Jinyan was aware that Sima Zhong, who rarely smoked aside from his troubles, was preparing to step out and offer some words of comfort when she unexpectedly overheard him mention a certain individual. "Judigue, we are partners. I am not your subordinate. My relationship with Xiao Hongli is of no concern to you. I have already cooperated extensively. My sole interest now lies in when I can procure the funds from Xiao Changhe. The matter of my misappropriating the company's insurance premiums is becoming increasingly difficult to conceal. I sincerely hope your plans come to fruition. Chen Yipeng is truly a spineless wretch. It is only natural for him to seek retribution against Lu Xingchen for his wife's infidelity. Yet he has made no move in months. If necessary, I shall personally orchestrate an attack and frame Chen Yipeng for it. Once Xiao Changhe relinquishes the money, any trouble you wish to pursue with him shall not concern me." Sima Zhong lowered his voice deliberately, turning to glance toward the bedroom door where Xiao Jinyan stood. His expression was devoid of the usual warmth, dark and foreboding, his eyes bloodshot, reminiscent of a demon emerging from the depths of hell, brimming with malice and avarice. Xiao Jinyan clamped her mouth shut, fear coursing through her, her body frozen in place, a profound panic threatening to overwhelm her. She could never have imagined her husband, with whom she had shared her days, could embody such darkness. Although Sima Zhong lacked masculine prowess, he had always treated her with gentleness, and she had never harbored resentment, only lamenting the unfairness of fate. However, this sinister side of him shattered her previous perceptions entirely. The once gentle and kind homemaker found herself at a loss. "Wait." Sima Zhong suddenly stood and walked toward the room where Xiao Jinyan was. He pushed the door open, staring silently at the two figures on the bed before eventually exiting and closing the door. Once hidden beneath the covers, Xiao Jinyan allowed herself to relax, her mind a whirlwind of confusion. If her husband truly was the vile mastermind behind her sister's troubles, what would become of her? How would he treat her? Utilizing her limited intellect, she resolved to endure for the time being. She could not afford to confront him directly. Otherwise, if Qianqian were harmed, she would find no peace even in death. The long, unsettling night passed, and only after Sima Zhong departed did Xiao Jinyan collapse onto the floor, fear propelling her to hastily dress. She limped as she and Qianqian boarded a taxi. Meanwhile, Xiao Hongli also left her home, driving towards the company, preoccupied not only with her design drafts but also with an 11 o'clock appointment, her thoughts a chaotic mess. After completing her morning routine, she had intended to pick up her parents and then her in-laws, never expecting Xiao Jinyan to arrive home first with Qianqian. Xiao Jinyan, visibly anxious and drenched in sweat, instantly embraced her as if finding a pillar of strength. Dressed casually, her lightweight long dress did little to conceal her figure. The immense curves she possessed exuded a destructive allure. Her swan-like neck, a delicate waist, and exquisite collarbones all radiated a mature and captivating charm. Do not rush, speak slowly. Has something happened? I gently inquired, striving to avert my gaze. To be candid, I held a considerable fondness for Xiao Jinyan. Had she not been married, I might have genuinely pursued a relationship with her. Sima Zhong is Sima Zhong, both homely, and you are in peril. Xiao Jinyan's exquisite visage was marred by anguish. Her previously sustained foot injury exacerbated during her recent exertion, causing her ankle to swell considerably. Upon hearing the name Sima Zhong, I surmised that, as the wife of my intimate confidant, she must have learned something significant. Her ability to communicate this promptly attested to her being a nurturing and reliable woman, far superior to Xiao Hongli in countless ways. Do not fret. Let me tend to your foot, or you shall be rendered incapacitated today, I stated solemnly. Allow me to clarify that I harbored no intentions of avenging Sima Zhong. My heart simply ached for this beautiful woman. I instructed Qian to fetch the necessary ointment while I assisted Xiao Jinyan in settling onto the sofa. Xiao Jinyan winced in pain, her delicate brows knitting together as she endeavored to bring her voluptuous legs together, shifting her ample form to the side. From my vantage point, her long dress strained against her peach-like curves, evoking boundless imaginings. Qian dutifully retrieved the ointment before returning to her studies. I proceeded to gently remove Xiao Jinyan's sock, my movements tender as though I were handling a precious artifact. Xiao Jinyan bit her lip lightly, her entire being quivering with tension. Her inherently timid nature rendered her silent. Even as I applied pressure to the swollen area of her ankle, resembling a meek lamb, her gaze cast downward. My palm massaged her delicate ankle, the soothing ointment penetrating her skin. Xiao Jinyan felt a wave of coolness followed by an increasing warmth, the sensation surging through her, nearly eliciting a sound from her lips. Is it better now? She trembled as she spoke, enveloped in a heat that felt ethereal, as if conjured from a dream. Your ankle must have been twisted again. Without timely intervention, complications may arise. Please endure a little longer. Consider me your physician. What kind of doctor are you? The intense blush that suffused her alabaster skin rendered her a vision of roseate beauty. Despite her efforts to suppress her inner excitement, her body betrayed her instincts. Beads of perspiration threatened to saturate her dress, and if this persisted, she could not guarantee her dignity would remain intact. Very well, you may rise now, I declared after infusing her ankle with the full potency of the ointment and tidying up. In my palm lingered not only the scent of the balm but also an enduring fragrance reminiscent of orchids. Thank you. Xiao Jinyan gasped, her breath coming in heavy bursts, her heart a mix of melancholy and resolve. Once her embarrassment subsided, she recounted her concerns regarding Sima Zhong, and in an instant, I grasped the situation. While I may not have comprehended every detail, I was acutely aware of who our adversary was. Chapter 28. Social Death. Sima Zhong had misappropriated the insurance funds, and it was evident he would not be able to compensate for the losses. Thus, he contemplated orchestrating the company's bankruptcy in an effort to mitigate his own losses. He sought to pin the blame for injuring Lu Xingchen on me. Given his acquaintance with my father-in-law, he must have surmised that my father-in-law would inevitably intervene in such a matter, regardless of the reputation of the Xiao family or the well-being of his daughter. The mysterious sum of money that my father-in-law might possess became the target for these individuals. From the very beginning, the focus was never on me and Xiao Hongli. Was it? No, that cannot be right. Just moments ago, Xiao Jinyan mentioned that Zhu Guide was colluding with Sima Zhong, and she specifically referred to Xiao Hongli. Could it be that two factions were conspiring simultaneously? Was such complexity truly necessary? With Zhu Guide's capabilities, it would have sufficed to simply abduct Xiao Hongli without the need for such elaborate schemes to entice her into infidelity. This predicament left me somewhat perplexed. While the clues appeared abundant, they ultimately convoluted what was initially a clear situation. Nevertheless, this feud had no bearing on a minor character like Gao Yipeng. I would remain a passive observer, provided they did not provoke me, lest I unleash upon them the horrors of a biochemical crisis. I mused silently to myself. Subsequently, I accompanied Xiao Jinyan and Qian to retrieve Gao Yipeng's parents before proceeding to collect my mother-in-law and father-in-law. The meeting of the two families was marked by a noticeable lack of warmth, particularly from Xiao Changhe, who maintained a stern expression throughout, seemingly suppressing his ire. Brother-in-law, is today a family gathering? Zhao Jins remarked, wrapping her arm around mine with unabashed familiarity and a cheerful demeanor. Indeed, there is a matter to address today. What? Do you intend to join us? I inquired, raising an eyebrow. Zhao Jin's lowered her voice, saying, I overheard my parents arguing yesterday. My father wanted to summon my sister and you, but my mother intervened. Brother-in-law, are you preparing to reveal something? Among the three esteemed daughters of the Shao family, Zhao Jin was undoubtedly the most astute. She appeared innocent and charming on the surface, yet possessed a depth of insight and a unique perspective on matters. Refrain from prying. It would serve you no good. Be cautious yourself in recent times, I advised her, confident that her intelligence would allow her to grasp the underlying tensions. Are they coming for us? Zhao Jin's expression shifted to one of seriousness. I remained silent, directing the car towards the romantic restaurant. Today, I was driving a luxurious business vehicle I had rented, originally designed for 7 passengers. With Xiao Jinyan, Qianqian, and Zhao Jin's, it was more than sufficient. However, I had not anticipated the entire family arriving, resulting in a fully occupied vehicle. Once my father-in-law, Xiao Changhe, entered the car, he uttered not a single word. His imposing demeanor, a remnant of his former military bearing, rendered him unable to conceal his feelings. Yet, with Gao Yipeng's parents present, the atmosphere was unsuitable for confrontation, and all he could do was repeatedly pat his legs. We shall head to the romantic restaurant. I have reserved a private room. Xiao Hongli is at work this morning, and the location is near her office. I broke the silence. You decide. It is indeed time for a serious discussion, Xiao Changhe replied in a subdued tone. The oppressive atmosphere lingered heavily. Before long, the vehicle halted in the parking lot of the romantic restaurant, and everyone disembarked. Noticing the time approaching 11 o'clock, I checked my phone and confirmed that the 2 individuals in question had arrived. Thus, I activated my Bluetooth. Hello, Hongli, where are you? I deliberately inquired, my voice intentionally raised so that all could hear. I am at the office. Is there an issue? Xiao Hongli endeavored to maintain a calm tone. Is this a convenient moment? My parents have arrived, and we are dining together with my in-laws. I spoke slowly. There was nothing inappropriate in my words. Even my father-in-law and mother-in-law could find no fault. Oh, let us postpone it until evening. I am currently at work and cannot spare the time. As I have a design draft that requires revision, Xiao Hongli hastily responded. My objective had been achieved. I made certain everyone clearly understood how Xiao Hongli, this wretched woman, could find time to be with her lover, yet lack time for her children and parents. Zhao Jin's eyes darted with a glimmer of cunning as he stood at the back, hands clasped behind him. Xiao Jinyan, cradling Qianqian, appeared lost in thought, oblivious to the fact that we were nearly pressed against each other, perhaps a subconscious quest for security. Wu Ge noticed and furrowed his brow. Yet this was not the appropriate setting for discourse. Let us wait until evening to discuss it. For now, let us welcome our in-laws. With a sweeping gesture, Xiao Changhe led the way inside. At 11 a.m., at the romantic restaurant, the spacious dining area was sparsely populated, with a musician in the center playing the piano, the melodious notes reverberating throughout the hall. This establishment, themed around romance, had borne witness to countless love stories, both joyous and sorrowful. Xiao Hongli was resplendent today in a fitted dark gray dress that accentuated her already exquisite figure, rendering her even more voluptuous and alluring. She had even adorned her lips with a subtle shade of red and applied eyeliner, exuding an irresistible charm devoid of any pallor. My dear, you look stunning today. This is for you. Lu Xingqian, captivated by the beauty before him, felt a thirst welling up within him. The effects of the painkillers left him slightly exhilarated. The rose, a symbol of love, was accepted by Xiao Hongli, who pursed her lips and casually set it on the table, her emotions swirling in a complex turmoil at that moment. Let us maintain a platonic relationship moving forward, shall we? I believe this is for the best, Xiao Hongli murmured softly. Why? Lu Xingqian immediately grew anxious. Just as he seemed on the verge of success, the catch was slipping away. I already have a family. I do not wish for my husband to harbor misunderstandings. In retrospect, I may have acted irrationally, forgetting that I am a mother now. Xiao Hongli pronounced each word with gravity, as if addressing Lu Xingqian, yet also speaking to herself. Unbeknownst to her, her eyes brimmed with glistening tears, rendering her even more tragically delicate. Lu Xingqian, adept in his rhetoric, sensed her wavering resolve and leaned in closer, fixing his gaze intently upon the captivating woman before him. He spoke gently. You have previously declared that we are kindred spirits. Our connection transcends the mundane gaze of society. You are unique. Do you understand? We are bound for the sake of art. Everything is for the sake of art. I need to think this through carefully. Initially resolute in her decision to sever ties, the pursuit of art led to a wavering of conviction. Lu Xingqian, that wretched individual, equated art with her own identity, and foolish women often fall into such traps. Xiao Hongli's heart grew ever more tumultuous as she beheld Lu Xingchen, this internationally renowned master of the arts, where emotion and reason collided relentlessly. My dear, I know your passion for art. Come with me to England. There lies the paradise of artistry. I love you more than anything. I wish to introduce you to my mother and my family. I am willing to marry you. And we shall be together forever, Lu Xingchen exclaimed excitedly, grasping Xiao Hongli's hand. The restaurant resonated with Lu Xingchen's fervent declaration, naturally drawing the gaze of all present. Such declarations had occurred countless times in this romantic establishment, and the waitstaff, accustomed to such displays, paused their duties to applaud and offer their blessings. That woman is stunning. That man is truly fortunate. Did you not see the roses? Once again, we are subjected to this display of affection. Damn it, why can't that person be me? Amidst the murmurs, our family turned their attention toward the scene. At that moment, Xiao Hongli seemed astonished by Lu Xingchen's confession, momentarily immobilized, and thus did not withdraw her hand from his grasp. Chapter 29. Unveiling the unsightly veil. Lu Xingchen's confession was akin to unveiling the unsightly veil that the wife had desperately sought to conceal. My family and I turned our gaze toward the table where my wife sat, recognizing the two individuals present. The vibrant red roses on the table were striking, reminiscent of blood gushing from the heart. In that instant, our family was utterly frozen. My father-in-law, Xiao Changhe, trembled with fury, his blood pressure surging dangerously high, threatening to overwhelm him. My mother-in-law, Wu Ge, wished for nothing more than to disappear into the ground, regretting the existence of such a daughter. As she tightly supported Rongxin to prevent them from collapsing, Zhao Jin's, foreseeing the scene, wore a barely perceptible smile, covering her daughter Qianqian's eyes to shield her from this repugnant spectacle. My sister-in-law, Xiao Jinyan, covered her mouth in shock, gazing at her sister, momentarily feeling an inexplicable thrill that was entirely inappropriate. I sensed the timing was right. Everything unfolded as I had anticipated. The engagement display of these two wayward souls was nothing short of spectacular. Do not think I feigned indifference while Xiao Hongli was enticed. I even brought her family to witness it. A fly does not land on an intact egg. If she had not strayed, why would she resort to deceitful phone calls? In the past, Xiao Hongli had appeared flawless before her family, and even if I produced evidence, it would be less impactful than their first-hand observation. At this moment, my wife was visibly moved by Lu Xingchen's words, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, a faint sound of sobbing escaping her delicate nose. As Lu Xingchen attempted to wipe her tears, I lunged forward like a fierce tiger pouncing on its prey. You, Lu, you are seducing my wife. I will destroy you. My voice thundered, startling the two misguided souls. Lu Xingchen was taken by surprise as I unleashed a flurry of powerful punches upon his face, instantly fracturing his nasal bone and causing a torrent of blood to cascade forth. The pain was excruciating, unlike anything Lu had ever experienced. Each blow felt as if it were delivered by a hammer, leaving him with no recourse but to clumsily shield his vital areas. I watched him, hands clasping his nose and arms wrapped around his head, howling in agony like a wounded beast. An ironic smile crept across my face, though my strikes appeared ferocious. They were executed with precise restraint. Aside from the initial flurry, the subsequent blows were applied using specialized techniques aimed at areas rich in nerve endings. Even if injuries were assessed, they would hardly qualify as serious, ensuring that the most severe consequence from the authorities would be a mere 5-day detention. At that moment, Xiao Hongli's mind was a blank slate, her focus solely on Lu Xingchen and myself, oblivious to the family members approaching. Please, don't. Stop. Someone might get killed, she implored, instinctively grasping my arm in a desperate attempt to pull me away. Despite her diminutive stature, she was no match for my strength, but as her grip tightened, I feigned a backward stumble, deliberately striking my head against the edge of a table. As a professional cleaner, my understanding of my surroundings and physics was instinctual, ensuring my safety. The back of my head collided with the table leg, instantly staining my scalp with blood that gushed forth. To onlookers, it appeared grave, though in reality, it was merely a superficial laceration. Yet, beneath the gaze of the crowd, it was clear that Xiao Hongli had pushed her husband down in defense of her lover, inflicting grave injury upon him. My son, Rong Exine cried out in a heart-wrenching wail, rushing towards me in a frenzy, attempting to help me up while frantically pressing her clothing against my wound. Mom, what are you doing here? Xiao Hongli's mind was in disarray, upon seeing Rong Xin. Her heart raced uncontrollably as she stammered, "I didn't mean to. It wasn't me. I only wanted." Her words trailed off as Xiao Chang'e stormed in like a furious lion, raising his arm with unrestrained wrath and striking down hard. The blow was delivered without restraint, its force immense. With a sharp crack, Xiao Hongli was sent sprawling to the ground, her head buzzing and stars dancing before her eyes, a crimson handprint blooming on her delicate, pale cheek. Simultaneously, a trickle of blood seeped from her ear. At that juncture, Lu Xingchen regained his composure, rising just in time to witness Xiao Chang'e striking down his wife. Mistaking him for my accomplice in a scheme to catch him unawares, Lu charged forward, intent on reclaiming his masculinity. "You old fool! How dare you touch my woman? Die!" he shouted, throwing a punch that landed squarely on Xiao Chang'e's chest. Despite his fatigue, Lu's youth rendered him formidable, and the strike nearly knocked Xiao Chang'e off balance. He staggered back, only prevented from falling by Wu Ji's timely support. Rong Xin let out a wail, her eyes reddened as she pointed accusingly at Lu Xingchen, shouting, "If anything happens to my son, I will take your life." "You wait." Lu Xingchen, realizing the grave situation, trembled as he noticed me lying in a pool of blood. He stammered, "I had nothing to do with this. It was this woman who pushed him. She seduced me first and added me on face son. If you must blame someone, blame her." With that, he scrambled out of the restaurant in a panic. Zhao Jin's took Qianqian away from the scene, while Xiao Jinyan assisted their mother in supporting Xiao Chang'e, hastily administering medication for his heart condition and hypertension. Xiao Hongli made no attempt to defend herself. Her gaze was vacant, as if she had lost all consciousness. In truth, her heart felt utterly frozen. Had Lu Xingchen shown even a hint of responsibility, it might have offered her some solace. Yet, reality dealt her a resounding slap in the face. How terribly misguided her judgment had been, clouded by naivety. Just yesterday, she had promised her mother to sever all ties with Lu Xingchen. How had she ended up here, fulfilling an arrangement? All she desired was closure, a return to her family. Why would fate deny her this opportunity? Xiao Hongli lifted her head, only to be met by her mother's gaze, filled with disappointment and resentment, as if she were looking upon a foe. Her thoughts were in disarray, and only after some time did she recall that Lu Xingchen had assaulted her father. "Dad, how are you?" she cried, attempting to assist her father, but was forcefully pushed away by her mother, Wu Ge. "Get away. I have no daughter like you. Just leave." Xiao Chang'e gasped weakly, his complexion a ghastly hue, as if he lacked the strength to speak. Chapter 30. Misunderstandings deepened in that moment. Xiao Hongli felt an unprecedented despair. She glanced again at Gao Yipeng, lying in a pool of blood, and an overwhelming wave of guilt and sorrow surged within her. "Husband, how are you? Speak to me. Please forgive me. I'm so sorry." She fell to her knees, reaching out to embrace me, but was paralyzed by Rong Xion's vengeful glare. "Your man is not my son. Don't you dare touch him." Rong Xion cradled my head, her eyes brimming with hatred. In that instant, her daughter-in-law had become her greatest enemy. She covered her face with her hands, weeping uncontrollably and incessantly apologizing, yet she knew it was all too late. Some actions are irrevocable, and some stains cannot be cleansed. Who would believe that Xiao Hongli came merely to bid farewell to Lu Xingchen? Who would accept that she had prepared to reject a return to her family? Who would trust that the meticulously arranged bouquet of roses was not a token of affection between lovers? Who would believe in her innocence, that she had not strayed? Her self-deceiving mental barriers began to crumble, and Xiao Hongli tasted the bitterness of being unable to defend herself, her mind swirling in confusion. At that moment, guests around began to take out their phones to capture the spectacle, as the scene before them unfolded with a dramatic flair akin to a theatrical performance. What was happening? Was her husband caught in the act with the entire family? The woman, adorned with an ostentatious appearance, clearly was not a virtuous character, despite being married. She engaged in illicit affairs, displaying a shocking lack of decency. Familiarity may reveal a face, but not the heart. Her husband was indeed unfortunate, having been struck by his wife for the sake of her lover, who in turn had assaulted her own father. Whispers circulated, and the incident quickly made its way online. Although due to the world's protective measures regarding the privacy of non-celebrities, most videos were blurred. Nonetheless, many recognized the individuals involved, prompting a swell of intrigue. Little did anyone realize that this incident would spark a tempest that would engulf the entire coastal city. Upon witnessing the injuries, the restaurant promptly summoned an ambulance, and the paramedics began to escort my father-in-law and me towards the parking lot. Xiao Hongli followed closely behind, her complexion pale and ghostly, as she cautiously tugged at the hem of my trousers, as if seeking solace through that connection. Chen Yiping's mother, Rong Xin, was preoccupied with her son's injuries. Leaving no time to express her anger at her daughter-in-law, her gaze remained fixated upon me. This was precisely my intention. Rong Xin cherished her daughter-in-law immensely, and the bond between Chen Yipeng and Xiao Hongli was further complicated by their daughter. To ensure Rong Xin relinquished all hope, I understood I had to portray a more tragic image. "Mom, I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. It was unintentional," Xiao Hongli wept, her eyes swollen and glistening with tears, while her left cheek bore the vivid imprint of a slap, gradually turning a deep purple and grotesquely swollen. In that moment, Xiao Hongli had completely lost her former elegance, resembling a wretched creature emerging from a sewer, howling in despair. Rong Xin's heart softened somewhat as she noted the crowd gathering. After all, her granddaughter still needed her mother, and she could not bear to push her to the brink. However, just as she prepared to speak, an unexpected voice interrupted. "Sister, where are you going?" The speaker was a woman clad in opulent attire, accompanied by an older lady with striking red lipstick. Squinting, I recognized this woman as Fei Shui, the sister of Lu Xingchen, whom I had previously encountered at the company. Upon seeing them, Xiao Hongli panicked, recalling Lu Xingchen had mentioned introducing his family to her today. Yet, given the numerous misunderstandings that had already transpired, she worried that if her mother-in-law misconstrued the situation again, it would be utterly unjust. Fei Shui appeared oblivious to the chaos, deliberately guiding the older woman towards us. "Mother, this is Xingchen's girlfriend, Xiao Hongli. Take a good look. This is your future daughter-in-law," Fei Shui declared loudly. Wu Gu, Xiao Changhe, and my parents, who were on the verge of boarding the ambulance, all turned their attention toward Fei Shui. "You've mistaken me. I am not," Xiao Hongli shouted vehemently, her face flushed with anger as tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. If there were a crack in the ground, she would gladly burrow into it to escape the scornful and derisive gazes of those around her. Fisher feigned a sudden realization, patting her head as she exclaimed, "Oh, I understand now. How could I forget? Xingchen mentioned your impending divorce. I nearly overlooked it. Come, let us depart, mother." The elderly woman scrutinized Xia Hongli with murky eyes and remarked, "A broad rear, good for bearing children. This daughter-in-law seems quite suitable." Their banter flowed effortlessly, leaving Xia Hongli engulfed in despair. Meanwhile, I lay on the stretcher, and had I not been pretending to be injured, I might have laughed aloud. To Lu Xingchen, his wife was indeed a burdensome companion, yet to me, she was an unexpected ally. I could discern from their subtle expressions that these two women harbored ill intentions. It appeared they were subtly cornering Xia Hongli into a hopeless situation, employing a method both veiled and relaxed, indicative of seasoned practitioners in sordid affairs. As a cleaner of society's ills, I had witnessed numerous dark deeds. Many prominent figures were drawn to virtuous women, delighting in manipulating hearts, often sending agents to lure them into depravity. Such once reputable women seldom met favorable fates, and after being exhausted of amusement, they might find themselves sold to the red light district, with the most tragic ending being the commodification of their very beings. "Mother, it is not as it seems. Please allow me to explain." Xia Hongli clasped Rongxin's sleeve, pleading earnestly. Her expression was pitiful beyond measure. Had it been any other day, Rongxin would have surely embraced her in comfort. However, Rongxin, now seething with suppressed rage, forcefully shook off Xia Hongli's grasp. "Who is your mother? How many mothers do you possess? I am unworthy of being your mother. That woman is your true mother. Go to her. If anything were to happen to my son, you need not remarry. You would have already found another suitor. In-laws, I congratulate you on acquiring a fine son-in-law. The Xiaos are truly a prestigious family with strict morals," Rongxin remarked sarcastically, barely able to contain the fury in her eyes. "Mother, please listen. I do not know them. I have no boyfriend. Mother, trust me. I am pure. I have not wronged Yipeng." In a fit of desperation, Xia Hongli knelt heavily upon the ground, swearing her innocence. Chapter 31. A difficult defense. This was Xia Hongli's second act of kneeling, and amidst her oaths, a flicker of doubt pierced through Rongxin's fury. For a woman caught in infidelity would not dare confront her mother-in-law so defiantly. Perhaps there was a misunderstanding. Yet, the photographs on her son's phone clearly depicted intimate moments between the two. A married woman holding hands and embracing another man undoubtedly crossed the line. The distance between emotional infidelity and physical betrayal was but a mere step. The earlier scrawny, monkey-like paramour claimed that Xia Hongli had initiated the contact, a notion that, if true, repulsed Rongxin upon reflection. Her stance wavered, but the disdainful remarks she had uttered provoked the ire of her in-laws, who could no longer remain silent. Xiao Changhe struggled to sit upright, raising his arm and pointing at his wife with trembling fingers, gasping as he uttered, "Let her go. Without this daughter, the Xiao family bears a disgrace." As he spoke, tears streamed down his weathered cheeks. The veteran, who had fought his way out of a sea of corpses and blood in his youth, had never uttered a sound when shot or pleaded for mercy when wronged. His lifelong reputation lay tarnished in the hands of his daughter. Apart from shedding tears at his parents' passing, this was a sorrow the world had never witnessed before. Xiao Jinyan recognized her adoptive father's genuine grief. She intended to reveal the truth she knew, yet the moment was ill-timed. Wu Gu, deeply concerned for the old man's health, harbored resentment towards her daughter for her failures. Initially, she had no intention of confronting her, but the repeated provocations became unbearable. Unable to restrain herself, she stepped directly in front of Xiao Hongli and struck her across the face. "Mother!" Xiao Hongli exclaimed, covering her face in disbelief, her voice tinged with hurt. "I cannot accept you as my mother. I wish you had never given birth to me." Wu Gu retorted fiercely, her heart hardened, and she turned away in anguish. "This is not how it should be," Xiao Hongli murmured, numb, as she stared blankly at the ground, her eyes devoid of life. Witnessing this scene, I felt a sense of foreboding. He sought to break her spirit rather than drive her to despair. Everyone has a threshold for mental well-being, and when overwhelmed by pressure, one may succumb to depression or, in severe cases, contemplate suicide. It is imperative to prioritize mental health and engage with positive cultural influences. The original self had loved Xiao Hongli profoundly, to the marrow of his bones, akin to the character in an animated series who is forever the victim of betrayal. To prevent Xiao Hongli from descending into despair, I must assert control over the body, influenced by the remnants of the original self's lingering regrets. I found myself compelled to speak. "Hongli, Hongli, I love you." I closed my eyes, pretending to be in a state of unconsciousness as I uttered these words, simultaneously pressing my right hand against my ribcage. My calls not only stirred Rong Xian, but also brought tears to the eyes of my in-laws. The voice that reached Xiao Hongli's ears was like a heavenly melody, a sound of redemption. She almost crawled towards me, sobbing as she cried out, "Husband, I am here. Please wake up. It is all my fault. I should not exist." Her plaintive cries resembled the sorrowful lament of a cuckoo, evoking an inexplicable ache in the hearts of those who heard. Some things can be regretted and reversed, while others, like ink staining pure water, seem impossible to cleanse. In ancient times, water was spilled before horses, and now Xiao Hongli faced her own betrayal. On the verge of collapse from grief, she felt a tumult of regret, realizing that her husband, even in his unconscious state, professed his love for her. This intensified her perception of her own soul as repugnant, her entire being exuding a foulness. Rong Xian, too, felt helpless to intervene, lamenting the misfortune that had befallen their once happy family. Xiao Hongli's misfortunes were far from over. Perhaps heaven itself could no longer bear witness, or perhaps Lu Xingqian's blundering presence was simply too overpowering. The restaurant manager hurriedly approached, clutching a small bag, exclaiming loudly, "Madam, you left something behind in the establishment." Xiao Hongli appeared somewhat bewildered. She was certain she had not forgotten anything. After a moment of reflection, she suddenly recalled that when Lu Xingqian arrived, he had indeed been carrying a bag alongside the roses, though he had not mentioned it. And thus she had not inquired further. Squinting, I recognized that the bag unmistakably belonged to that woman named Fei Shui, who had taken it to the company. It likely contained the same sorted items as before. Just as the hotel manager handed the bag to Xiao Hongli, my right foot inadvertently kicked it, causing my blood pressure to plummet rapidly. The contents of the bag scattered across the floor, revealing an array of unspeakable adult items: a whip, a collar with a leash, and bells. What constitutes social death? What is an ancient injustice? Xiao Hongli felt her blood rush to her face, quickly followed by a wave of dread. She hurriedly exclaimed, "It's not mine. I have nothing to do with it." After witnessing the earlier scene, who would believe in her innocence? Rong Xian was momentarily taken aback before spitting in disgust, realizing she was witnessing the true nature of her daughter-in-law for the first time. Had she not prided herself on her composure, she would have surely erupted in a tirade. "Shameless! Shameless!" Wu Ji's eyes reddened. She could hardly fathom that her once proud daughter could behave so disgracefully in private. Engaging in playful activities with a husband could be deemed romantic, but being with a lover was nothing short of debauchery, shameless. Was Xiao Hongli aggrieved? Indeed, she was. However, her grievances were not unfounded. She had clearly seen similar things in the bar's private room and had nearly succumbed to temptation herself. It was only her cowardice that had caused her to retreat at the last moment. Had Lu Xingqian persisted, the boundaries between them would have gradually eroded, and Xiao Hongli might have transformed entirely. Xiao Hongli's limbs felt icy, her lips parted slightly as she attempted to explain, only to realize with despair that she could not articulate her innocence. Any attempt might exacerbate her predicament. Seeking assistance from her colleagues would inevitably reveal her prior encounter with Lu Xingqian in the bar. Without video evidence or witnesses, no one would believe her. Patient's heart rate is excessively rapid. Prepare for resuscitation. Quickly, the medical staff exclaimed, their anxiety palpable as they observed the abnormal heart rate. This was the result of my own methods constricting my blood vessels, compounded by blood loss from my head. Meanwhile, my father-in-law was genuinely enraged, his blood pressure soaring. Had I not preemptively administered heart and blood pressure medication to him, he might have succumbed on the spot. At this juncture, no one was concerned for Xiao Hongli. She alone would bear the consequences of her misdeeds. Chapter 32. The mother-in-law's persuasion. The unfolding scenes were clear even to the paramedics and nurses, who were eager to avoid wasting time and were ready to depart. Xiao Hongli, inexplicably finding the strength, forced her way onto my ambulance. Rong Xin ordered her to exit, her tone harsh. You do not deserve to be near my son. Get out. Mom, I long for my husband, and he needs me as well. Mother, please allow me to stay by your side. If there is anything amiss with Yipeng, I would rather not live. Xia Hongli's tone was remarkably resolute, leaving Rongxin momentarily speechless. The more she observed her daughter-in-law, the less she appreciated her. When one develops aversion towards another, even past kindness transforms into a source of resentment. Alas, had I known it would come to this, I would have acted differently from the outset. You and your lover seem to be quite entangled. If there are no feelings left, why not simply divorce? Why must you ruin my son and my poor granddaughter? Have you no shame as a mother? How will your daughter face the world in the future? The more Rongxin spoke, the more agitated she became, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. Even having prepared herself mentally the day before, witnessing her daughter-in-law's despicable side was still hard to bear. Mother, I know you do not believe me, but I assure you, I have never done anything improper. I haven't even touched those toys. Do not make promises. I see through you. Your past kindness towards this family is merely a reflection of your guilt. You should hasten to divorce my son. Go and harm whomever you wish. Rongxin said, her spirit somewhat diminished. No, I will not divorce. I love Yipeng. Xia Hongli gently caressed my face with her cool, delicate hands, tears falling like raindrops. I could sense the lingering regrets of my former self stirring within, and I couldn't help but smirk inwardly. I would sooner believe that a frog has 3 legs than trust the words of an unfaithful wife. Had I known it would come to this, I would have made different choices. In the past, embracing a lover and sharing laughter, I never considered the consequences of such infidelity being revealed. Have you thought about how to explain this to Qianqian? Although Jins has distanced the child, she must have witnessed the events between you and that man. Rongxin hesitated briefly before responding. Do not assume that just because the child has no memory, you can deceive her at will. Qianqian? She was just here. The wife felt a sudden dizziness, nearly collapsing onto me, but the medical staff promptly supported her. It is all my fault. I will properly explain to Qianqian. She is a sensible child and will forgive her mother. The wife, fueled by alcohol, rubbed her hands fervently. The hand that had been grasped by Lu Xingqian received particular attention, and she suddenly felt a wave of nausea. In the past, she had unhesitatingly prioritized her career over family. Even when she instinctively sensed that Lu Xingqian, the brilliant designer, harbored feelings for her, she never rejected him. She reveled in the achievements he brought to her career, never contemplating that such actions constituted infidelity. However, it was perhaps too late. Remnants of blood and pus that Lu Xingqian had left under her nails had already tainted her hands. Delayed in addressing this, the contamination had seeped into her skin, and even high-concentration alcohol could not wash it away. Rongxin suddenly felt a twinge of worry. She sensed something was amiss with Xia Hongli, though she could not articulate it. Soon, an ambulance arrived at the first hospital. Due to Xia Kang's special status, he was admitted directly to a specialized ward, and I was fortunate enough to accompany him. At this moment, Zhao Jins had returned home with Qianqian. The daughter, remarkably perceptive, asked nothing and simply completed her homework before dinner. Meanwhile, Xiaochanghe, having recovered from an emergency injection, lay alone on the bed, quietly gazing at the white ceiling. You should eat something. Your stomach isn't well. I had the hospital chef prepare some red date and corn porridge, Wu Ge said, sitting beside her husband with a thermos in hand. It was evident she had recently shed tears, as traces remained at the corners of her eyes. How is Yipeng? Xiaochanghe inquired. He's stable, though he lost a significant amount of blood, and the stress has left his blood pressure unstable. What about Yipeng's parents? Xiaochanghe asked. They've been informed. But who can truly eat under such circumstances? Wu Ge sighed softly. And that shameless beast? Xiaochanghe's fist clenched tightly, his knuckles turning pale from the pressure, accompanied by the cracking sound of his joints. Wu Ji's expression shifted, and she quickly patted his chest, whispering, I sent her away when she came to see you. She must be with Yipeng now. I heard she knelt outside during the resuscitation, refusing to budge. Isn't this a form of torment? A mother, despite her disappointment, cannot bear to see her daughter in such a distraught state, and instinctively speaks in her defense. She deserves it. Yipeng called for her name while he was unconscious. The depth of their feelings is undeniable. How could she be so heartless? Xiaochanghe gasped, gritting his teeth. Once I can get out of bed, I will convene a family meeting and banish that shameless creature from our home. Stop referring to her as a beast. She is our own flesh and blood. We raised her ourselves, Wu Ge interjected. Ultimately, we share in the blame. Being overly indulgent is not beneficial. Hesitating for a moment, she asked, Old Xiao, do you think Yipeng could forgive Hongli? I mean, could they possibly avoid divorce? Forgive? Which steadfast man could bear to witness his wife's infidelity? I have long found Chen Yipeng to be a pitiful excuse for a man. If it were me, I would have dealt with those two wretches without hesitation. Xiaochanghe spat vehemently. Wu Ge, alarmed, glanced around to ensure they were alone before reprimanding him. Have you lost your mind? That's your own daughter you're speaking of. How can you so casually suggest such violence? What if Yipeng hears you? Will you stand by and watch or hand him the weapon? Xiaochanghe begrudgingly fell silent, muttering, I only spoke in anger. The situation has escalated, and the family will undoubtedly learn of it. Alas, how did we end up with such a wretch? What now? I've instructed Lu from the communications department to limit online posts. The restaurant incident should not gain traction immediately. My thought is that if Yipeng can accept our daughter, perhaps the Xiao family could offer some form of compensation. A fresh start in a new place could allow Yipeng to thrive, especially if the family lends support. I believe he can achieve a stable life at the very least. This could be beneficial for everyone involved, don't you think? Even if Yipeng harbors disdain for Hongli and wishes to seek someone else, as long as there is no divorce, let us turn a blind eye. Wu Ge articulated his thoughts. Chapter 33, The Wife's Companionship. Wu Ji's words plunged Xiaochanghe into deep contemplation. What parent does not cherish their daughter? Even if she is disappointing or lacks ambition, when she creates a tremendous mess, parents will inevitably cushion the fallout. This is the nature of parenthood. All parents share the same heart. In the past, Wu Ge had contemplated providing some support to Chen Yipeng, if not to become a council member, at least to establish a company for a respectable living. However, Xiao Hongli resolutely opposed this, preferring Chen Yipeng to remain merely an ordinary salesman. In truth, Wu Ge could not be oblivious to Xiao Hongli's ulterior motives. She feared that if Chen Yipeng became successful, he might no longer be content to stay at home managing household affairs. Even during her previous emotional infidelity, she was acutely aware that her strongest support was Chen Yipeng, who enabled her to pursue her artistic aspirations without restraint. Alas, do as you wish. I have already lost face once, and I care not to lose it again. I shall seek help from my old classmates. Xiaochanghe lamented with a shake of his head. Wu Ge sighed in relief and remarked, ultimately, this mess was instigated by Hongli. She has committed such a grave error that I find myself embarrassed to face our in-laws or Yipeng. Enough of this. My head aches. You should return home to rest, and let Jins take care of Qianqian. All we can do now is strive to make amends. Xiaochanghe closed his eyes. Wu Ge let out a soft sigh, leaving the thermos on the table before turning and exiting. Meanwhile, a video titled Communication Between Renowned Art Designers and Their Girlfriends began to circulate wildly across various platforms. These videos were meticulously edited, showcasing each person's face clearly, with only the sensitive areas censored, akin to the clandestine works of certain underground starlets from the East. Xiao Hongli was the last to appear, merely embracing and seemingly kissing. Yet, due to her striking appearance, the video swiftly gained traction, and the absence of any explicit content only fueled speculation and desire. At this point, anyone claiming that Xiao Hongli did not engage with Lu Xingchen would be met with disbelief. Even divine intervention would not suffice. Naturally, I was the one to release this video. The content is entirely authentic, devoid of any fabrication. Xiao Hongli should have anticipated the repercussions of her disgraceful actions. As for any doubts about my involvement, the answer is a resounding no, for at this moment, I am in a state of unconsciousness. With my unparalleled hacking prowess, even a thorough search of the servers would yield no trace of my intrusion. My next course of action is to infiltrate the company's server, as it is evidently suspicious. After Xiao Jinyan informed me about Sima Zhang, the underlying conspiracy has become increasingly apparent. However, I maintain that Sima Zhang plays merely a minor role. The true mastermind has yet to reveal himself. Minister Liu of the Haiqing Cyber Surveillance Department remains fixated on the romantic restaurant video, entirely overlooking the happenings on those platforms. It is foreseeable that by dawn, these videos will likely spread throughout the entirety of Jiangnan, and perhaps even escalate to a staggering pace across the globe. In the intensive care unit, the air is permeated by the acrid scent of disinfectant, and the heart rate monitor at the bedside emits beeping sounds at intervals. Xiao Hongli kneels beside my bed, her knees swollen and reddened from the cold, hard floor. Yet the pain in her knees pales in comparison to the anguish within her heart. In this self-imposed act of penance, she seems to inflict suffering upon herself. May heaven grant my husband an early awakening, she whispers fervently, eyes closed and hands clasped in prayer. However, I scoff inwardly. Are these regrets of any worth? How can this pain compare to the torment felt by Gao Yipeng? The greatest suffering in the world is death, and Gao Yipeng is acutely aware of life's departure. Or else such resentment would not exist. Just as Xiao Hongli is about to recite the Diamond Sutra once more, she suddenly feels an itch in her lower region. Instinctively rubbing her legs together, she had just returned anxiously from the restroom, oblivious to the fact that the toxin, initially confined to her hands, had silently spread to her intimate areas. Rong Xen enters with a tray of food, and, upon seeing Xiao Hongli's state, furrows her brow, increasingly bewildered by her daughter-in-law. What on earth is she thinking? Can studying art truly lead one to such indiscretions while remaining so composed? Is she merely putting on a facade for herself? As an elderly woman without financial means, what benefit does such a performance yield? Following the events of today, divorce seems inevitable. Get up, I have something to ask you. Rong Xian commands, wrapping her fingers on the table and lowering her voice. Xiao Hongli gently bites her crimson lip, struggling to rise, her legs unsteady and unable to bend. Despite this, she grits her teeth and manages to inch towards Rong Xian, daring not to sit, merely bowing her head and softly calling out, "Mother." That familiar yet distant term almost brings tears to the elderly woman's eyes, and only after a moment does she regain her composure. "Tell me, how far have you and that man gone?" Rong Xian inquires. This question is not solely for her own sake, but also for her son, who is nearby. If he remains in this unconscious state, the frustration must be unbearable. If a jolt could rouse him, that would be a blessing. Rong Xian harbors a desire to slap Xiao Hongli, her feelings towards her daughter-in-law tangled and complex. This woman has saved her son's life, yet has also jeopardized it in equal measure. "Mother, you must believe me. I may have done things that are questionable and could be misunderstood, but I assure you, my body is entirely pure. No one has touched me," Xiao Hongli vows to the heavens. Rong Xian remains skeptical, having been intimate with that man during the day. And lying to her son over the phone, now she offers assurances. This is the effect I aim to achieve, Xiao Hongli thinks, feeling wronged. She has not taken that step, or rather, lacks the courage to do so at this moment. Unfortunately, no one believes her now. For she is already a woman who has borne a daughter. How can she prove her innocence? "Mother, I was wrong. I will change. I have resigned from my company and will make amends to Qianqian, honoring you both diligently. Grant me an opportunity. If anything were to happen to my husband, I would repay you with my life." Xiao Hongli spoke with a heavy heart. The only thing she could strive for now was the affection of her soft-hearted mother-in-law. Rongxin felt a wave of nausea recalling the scattered adult toys and found herself at a loss for words, regardless of the veracity of the other party's words. Her initial reaction was one of disbelief. So many events had transpired today, leaving Rongxin utterly fatigued as she waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Have you truly changed your heart? Or do you have other intentions? I no longer wish to concern myself with this. Please leave, for your presence here fills me with unease." Chapter 34, Awakening. In ancient times, There was Pan Jinlian who poisoned her husband. Today, there is Xiao Hongli who brings ruin. Rongxin merely uttered this in passing, yet her heart grew wary. Who could fathom the true intentions of this woman? A woman who strays cannot be trusted. Mother, how could you think so poorly of me? Xiao Hongli began to smile bitterly, feeling overwhelmed by the day's events. Faced with her mother-in-law's skepticism, she lacked the energy to argue. Alas, Rongxin sighed, intending to adjust the quilt's corners, but Xiao Hongli preempted her, placing my hand within her embrace. The gentle, soft touch tempted me. Yet I soon felt a tingling sensation where her skin had brushed mine. I realized she had already been exposed to the toxin and could not help but reflect on it. This toxin, while capable of inducing symptoms akin to a venereal disease, is not highly contagious. Infection occurs only when skin contact exceeds 1 minute and the toxin concentration is significantly high. It can be surmised that Lu Xingchen, without proper hygiene after tending to his own afflictions, had brought this upon Xiao Hongli. Mother, it is nearly 9 o'clock. You should rest for a while, Xiao Hongli urged, forcing a smile. Rongxin shook her head, replying, how can I possibly sleep now? You, however, have become quite incomprehensible. Has that man attempted to contact you? Xiao Hongli paused, having neglected her phone since entering the hospital. Upon being reminded, she retrieved it, only to find a flurry of missed calls and unread messages. Hongli, are you all right? I was wrong. I should not have said that. I was simply too anxious. I love you, Hongli. That worthless man is not deserving of your affection. Come with me. I have already booked the tickets. The results of the Eternal Heart Award have been announced. Hongli, come to the company, and let us witness our child's achievement together. Lu Xingchen continued with his usual tactics, his messages dripping with ambiguity. In the past, Xiao Hongli relished these words, often smiling sweetly at the messages. However, after today, she found herself unable to read further. Should she be misinterpreted as still harboring contact with Lu Xingchen, what would she become in her family's eyes? A shameless woman of ill repute? The turmoil within her compelled her to swiftly erase all messages and calls, even blocking Lu Xingchen's number. Once upon a time, Xiao Hongli devoted herself wholeheartedly to her career, believing it to be superior to family, convinced that she would sacrifice everything to enter the sacred realm of art. Yet, when faced with a choice, she realized the impossibility of such a feat. Her husband, daughter, and parents could never be replaced by art. She should not equate Lu Xingchen with artistic design. Ensnared by Lu Xingchen's allure, past communications instilled a flicker of doubt in Xiao Hongli's mind. Was he deliberately coaxing her into making a grave mistake that would lead her family to misjudge her? She had merely cherished her passion for art and had never forsaken her family, striving to maintain a delicate balance between the two. When did everything begin to shift? After deleting the messages, she found herself in a daze, reflecting on past events and repeatedly questioning the nature of her feelings for Lu Xingchen that had led her to such disreputable actions. Unbeknownst to her, her mother-in-law, Rong Xian, was scrutinizing her with a scornful, derisive smile. Rong Xian had encountered infidelities among female teachers at her school and had merely probed Xiao Hongli, who had unwittingly revealed her connection to the illicit affair. How foolish to perform for me, she mused. Although Linghai was the Xiao family's territory, beyond their reach, they could certainly evade it. Rong Xian lacked the insight to discern true intentions. Yet even if she were to realize the misunderstanding, it mattered little. Xiao Hongli's lack of consideration was evident, after being hospitalized for so long. Her failure to decisively sever ties with that man indicated she had no intention of doing so. Any apologies or tears were merely theatrics, insincere acts. Xiao Hongli remained oblivious to the significant misunderstanding her negligence had caused with her mother-in-law, and once a misunderstanding took root, unraveling it proved a formidable challenge. As I squinted at the clock on the wall, noting that it was nearing 9 in the evening, I was aware that the videos had likely circulated widely. Thus, for the sake of subsequent plans, I needed to awaken. Coughing violently, I slowly opened my eyes and, in a remarkably frail voice, called out, Xiao Hongli, you're awake. Oh, my husband, you're awake. My wife nearly lunged to my side, tears brimming in her eyes as she spoke with fervor. Get away from me, stay back. I raised my arm, pointing towards the door with an expression of intense agitation. My wife's expression froze. She had believed my previous state, when the ambulance took me away, to be a sincere declaration of my feelings. Yet reality dealt her a harsh blow. Fortunately, she had been prepared for this moment. After all, today had been a catastrophic betrayal, and if my anger were absent, that would truly be a cause for concern. Instead, my willingness to engage in conversation and express my frustrations was, Ironically, the best news for her. Husband, I shall not leave. I was in the wrong. Xiao Hongli clutched my hands tightly, her voice trembling with a feigned innocence as she implored, please do not be agitated. Once you recover, I will slowly explain everything to you. The former Qin Yipeng would have easily succumbed to this act whenever Xiao Hongli adopted such a demeanor. Coupled with a few subtle gestures of distress, he would relent, no matter how grave the circumstances. Do not provoke me, and keep your distance. I find you utterly repugnant. I retorted coldly, though a part of me reveled in the satisfaction of her apparent distress. How ironic that she could display such a sense of grievance now, yet was oblivious to the implications of her past flirtations with Lu Xingchen. Rong Xian stepped outside to summon a doctor, and upon her return, she overheard our exchange and could scarcely contain her disapproval. Fearing further emotional upheaval for her son, she swiftly intervened, pulling Xiao Hongli away. Xiao Hongli stumbled, nearly collapsing. As she leaned against the doorframe, her beautiful eyes never leaving mine. Keep your distance from my son. You are nothing but a hindrance. Can't you attend to your father instead? Rong Xian commanded. Mom, my father is with my sister and mother. I just came from there. Please let me stay. Xiao Hongli pleaded, her voice tinged with indignation. Chapter 35. A mother's shift in attitude. Rong Xian cast a disdainful glance at Xiao Hongli, recognizing her as a master of theatrics. Just moments before, she had been entangled with her lover via text, yet now, with her son awake, she feigned deep affection. It was utterly nauseating. However, doctors and nurses soon arrived to examine me, upholding the principle of keeping familial disgrace private. Rong Xian refrained from uttering harsh words. Her son's well-being remained her utmost priority, and she paid little mind to Xiao Hongli's plight. The doctor shone a flashlight into my pupils, assessed my limb movements, and then stated, there appears to be no major issues. The fainting was primarily due to excessive emotional agitation. The patient should avoid any significant stressors for the time being. Although the brain shows no signs of injury, the impact to the back of the head raises concerns about potential future complications. At this stage, it is crucial for the patient to stabilize their emotions and rest adequately. Thank you, Doctor, Rong Xian replied hastily, her gaze fixed on Xiao Hongli with palpable animosity. Although the doctor declared that there were currently no pressing concerns, he did not rule out the possibility of subsequent complications from the brain injury. The fact that my son had been harmed was attributable to this vile woman. She had pushed her husband into a serious injury, potentially causing lasting damage to his mind, all to protect her lover. The thought pierced Rong Xian's heart like a dagger as she recalled her past affections for Xiao Hongli. She felt an overwhelming urge to slap herself for being so blind, once believing her to be a commendable daughter-in-law. Xiao Hongli's eyes brimmed with tears, her pearly teeth biting down on her crimson lip, struggling to maintain her composure. Yet, ultimately, the tears cascaded down onto her dress, her body quivering slightly. She felt an immense sense of guilt and remorse. Xiao Hongli wished she could slap herself, questioning her own motives. How could she have led her husband to such a fate? Was it truly to protect Lu Xingchen? Her mind was in disarray, unable to comprehend the gravity of her actions. As long as I remain silent, this incident will forever instill a sense of guilt and self-reproach within Xiao Hongli, leading her to demean herself psychologically. The entire affair is indeed revolting, especially when she chose to protect her lover in front of her family, causing her husband severe injury. Xiao Hongli, this secret will haunt you for a lifetime. You shall never atone for it. I shall ensure you experience the torment that Qin Yipeng endured in his final moments. I mused silently. Rong Xian gently stroked my hair and whispered, my son, the doctor assures me you are fine. Tomorrow, we shall return home with Qianqian. With my retirement pension, I can support you for a lifetime, even if you choose to stay at home. Rong Xian finally adopted a firm stance. This is the essence of a true mother. Unlike the unprincipled mother-in-law who offers blind support to her daughter-in-law, which simply does not exist in reality. Xiao Hongli's heart skipped a beat. She wiped her tears and anxiously pleaded, Mother, you mustn't do this. I was wrong. Please grant me another chance. I am Qianqian's biological mother. Do not call me mother. Did you not already acknowledge another mother-in-law? Had we not witnessed this with our own eyes today, I would scarcely believe that anyone could act so shamelessly. Upon hearing Xiao Hongli refer to her as mother, Rong Xian was reminded of the events of the day and felt a wave of disgust. Such sarcastic remarks left Xiao Hongli speechless, as she sought to deny any acquaintance. However, investigations would reveal her meeting with someone named Fei Shui at a bar, where she tacitly accepted her relationship with Lu Xingchen. This outcome would serve only to expose her habitual deceit, leaving Xiao Hongli with no choice but to remain silent. her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at me. The cries for help during her unconsciousness in front of the ambulance had now become Xiao Hongli's lifeline. She understood that to mend her family and earn forgiveness, she must not only placate her mother-in-law, but also rekindle her husband's love. Those who study art and design tend to be more emotional than rational, yet when reason returns, they instinctively begin to calculate. Xiao Hongli's schemes were ringing in her mind. Yet she remained oblivious to the fact that the man who loved her most had departed from her life forever. Had I not intervened, Xiao Hongli would have faced a series of conspiracies, while Gao Yipeng would have endured a succession of humiliations. Rong Xian's words reached Wu Ge, who had just entered, causing the mother-in-law's face to shift between crimson and pale, overwhelmed with shame and regret. In-laws, I heard Yipeng has awakened. I came to see him. Wu Ge attempted to don a smile, slowly entering with a slightly hunched back, appearing quite humble. This demeanor was unfamiliar to Xiao Hongli. She realized her mother was bearing the consequences of her mistakes. What a proud woman her mother had always been, dignified and elegant, never once bending her back. It was all her own doing. Ah, you have arrived? Rong Xian instinctively called out to Wu Ge, only to promptly close her mouth. As her daughter-in-law's disgraceful actions filled her with disdain, leaving her with no goodwill even upon seeing Wu Ge. What kind of person could raise a daughter so devoid of shame? Perhaps it was indeed a matter of family values. Wu Ge appears to be unaware of the ideologies she is imparting to her daughter in secret regarding infidelity, which she neither regards as shameful nor sees as a source of disgrace. Infidelity is not solely an individual affair. It often reverberates throughout an entire family, and even extends to the broader clan, unless one is utterly shameless or has completely severed ties with their original circle. The accompanying shame and scrutiny will haunt family members for a lifetime, with the misdeeds of children being attributed to their parents' upbringing and genetic inheritance. Wu Ge feels a pang of bitterness in her heart. She empathizes deeply with Rong Xian, yet she cannot overlook the fact that she has only one biological daughter. In order to preserve the dignity of the Xiao family, her only course of action is to strive to contain the situation within manageable bounds, for which she is well prepared. Even if Gao Yipeng seeks to seize all of Xiaochang's resources, Wu Ge is resolute in her authority. She could even manifest a city-level counselor or a billion-dollar enterprise from mere determination. My dear in-law, it is my failure to educate properly, and I sincerely apologize. Wu Ge states, bowing her waist at a 90-degree angle. Rong Xian cannot accept such a grand gesture. Instinctively, she supports Wu Ge, sighing. These matters belong to the children themselves. I recognize your kind heart. We shall address future issues in due course. The doctor has advised that Yipeng requires rest. Don't you see? Her words implicitly urge Wu Ge to depart. In the past, Rong Xian, owing to the stature of the Xiao family, often sought to ingratiate herself with her in-laws, fearing her son's discontent in Linghai. However, her genuine affections have seemingly gone to waste. Had she known, she would have prevented her son from marrying, ultimately finding herself in the predicament of having a son-in-law who is not only a mere guest, but also wears the proverbial green hat. Chapter 36. The astute mother-in-law Wu Ge, the mother-in-law, was once a renowned beauty in Linghai, possessing not only remarkable intelligence but also exceptional foresight and communication skills. She served as the strategic advisor behind Xiaochanghe. When Xiaochanghe was injured on the front lines and subsequently transferred to Linghai as the director of the Public Security Bureau, his fiery temper alienated many, rendering him unable to issue commands and nearly forcing him to resign. Ultimately, it was Wu Ge's adept maneuvering that secured his position, allowing him to gain recognition for his work and rise through the ranks. Most alarmingly, Xiaochanghe's network was meticulously managed by Wu Ge, particularly the rumored Wu Salon, which effectively encompassed the wives of Linghai's prominent officials. The primary reason for their failure in prior struggles was Wu Ji's absence. Xiaochanghe fell prey to the common errors men make, succumbing to a trap laid by adversaries, leaving him without support in Linghai. Had Wu Ge not intervened, it is likely that Xiaochanghe would still be imprisoned. Such a mother-in-law, adept at navigating various powers, finds dealing with a retired teacher of little insight to be an effortless task. Perhaps Wu Ge sees no need for cunning. The finest strategy is simply to exchange sincerity for sincerity. With reddened eyes, she clasps Rong Xian's hand and says, "My dear in-law, please do not say such things. It is all my fault. I am fully aware of Yipeng's contributions to the family, regardless of how the two children fare in the future. I accept Yipeng as my son, as well as the burden of my own misguided offspring. You may chastise or scold as you wish. I shall not intervene. Xiao Hongli, why are you standing there foolishly? Come over here and kneel." Xiao Hongli has knelt so many times today, decisively bowing before the two mothers, not daring to move even as her knees throbbed with pain. With a pitiful expression, she lowered her head, her eyes still brimming with tears. Wu Gu had already had a serious conversation with Xiao Hongli earlier, and knowing that his daughter's body had not strayed, he felt a measure of reassurance. After all, it was merely a fleeting lapse in thought, and her hand had been touched a few times. As long as Qin Yiping was willing to forgive, everything would be well. Of course, this premise relied on the trust that his daughter had not deceived him. Wu Gu believed in his judgment of her, convinced that they had not crossed the ultimate line. Now, as he reflected, beads of cold sweat trickled down his back. Had they not been discovered today, those repugnant toys would inevitably have been used on his daughter. Just the thought sent shivers down his spine. If that day ever arrived, not only would there be no hope for redemption, but the entire family might as well resort to collective suicide to avoid disgrace. Wu Gu fixed his gaze upon me and then glanced at Rong Xin, declaring, Xiao Hongli has issues with her thoughts. That is undeniable. Infidelity is infidelity. However, Yipeng, my dear-in-law, I still believe that Hongli's body remains untainted. Do you believe this? Is belief even necessary? The facts are laid bare before us. Rong Xin hesitated. Wu Gu was wagering his own credibility, and based on what she knew of him, the trustworthiness was considerable. Although Xiao Hongli's actions today were disgusting, the older generation held that as long as she hadn't crossed the line, there was still a chance for redemption. Rong Xin's thoughts wavered, ultimately turning to her son. She tentatively inquired, Son, what are your thoughts on this matter? Yipeng, my dear, I know you have borne grievances these past years. If not for your quiet sacrifices for this family, my wayward child would have never pursued any career. Instead, she would have hindered you. Your father-in-law and I have decided to make amends. You may pursue any path you desire. If you wish to start a business, I will provide the funds. If you wish to enter politics, I will help you find connections. You are still young. Opportunities abound. Today, I assure you, there is nothing that Wu Gu cannot accomplish. Wu Gu spoke plainly. This not only risked his own reputation but also placed the entire Xiao family on the line. Whatever you desire, I shall provide. This was the audacity of Wu Gu. Qin Yipeng, your mother-in-law is no ordinary woman. No wonder you remain firmly under her thumb. All the kindness she shows is predicated on your devoted care for her cherished daughter. If she had supported you back then, how could you have ended up in such a tragic state, neglected and alone? I inwardly scoffed, my face a mask of desolation, not even glancing at Wu Gu. Seeing my demeanor, Wu Gu appeared startled. With his understanding of me, he expected a reaction to his words. Xiao Hongli's hopeful gaze shifted to one of despair, realizing that she would not be forgiven in the near future. If the roles were reversed and she witnessed her husband holding hands with another woman in a restaurant, being pursued romantically, she would likely be furious. The entire hospital room fell into a profound silence. A moment later, I spoke. The reason I still call you mother is due to your past kindness towards me. However, some actions, once taken, cannot be undone. Initially, I had discovered certain matters that I intended to discuss with my family, but unexpectedly, I encountered Xiao Hongli and her husband. No, not her lover. I do not love him. You must believe me. Xiao Hongli interrupted my words, her voice laced with urgency. A cold, lethal glint emanated from my eyes, and a mere glance at Xiao Hongli rendered her speechless, her complexion turning ashen. Yipeng, please continue. Hongli, silence yourself. Wu Gu frowned, acutely sensing that her son-in-law was not his usual submissive and feeble self. However, she attributed this change to her daughter's misdeeds, having coerced an honest man into such a state. I have matters to address. Let us wait until everyone is present, I said slowly, my expression exceedingly grave. This piqued Wu Gu's attention. Rongxin, filled with concern, said, Son, must you speak now? Shall we wait until you recover and return home to discuss this? Yes. Let's talk at home. Rest assured, your father-in-law will provide you with an explanation. Wu Gu glared fiercely at Xiao Hongli, declaring, if you meet that man again, I shall personally break your arms and legs before your father even arrives. I waved my hand dismissively, saying, there is no time. Certain individuals do not wish for our family to find peace. Please summon my elder sister and father. If not, I shall go to my father's hospital room myself. Is there more to this? Certain individuals? Could it be that the daughter's infidelity involves someone else? My mother-in-law, Wu Gu, felt a jolt of alarm within her. She perceived the underlying implications in my words, and her expression shifted to one of seriousness. Indeed, this matter is significant. It would be prudent for my father to take his medication ahead of schedule. If that is inconvenient, I shall go myself. I strained to rise, eager to prove my well-being. Observing my frail appearance, Wuga hastily pressed me back down, stating, "Your father is fine. It is merely high blood pressure. He just walked around a bit. Xiao Hongli, go inform your father to come as soon as he is able." The astute mother-in-law had consistently referred to me in a manner befitting a son-in-law, indicating her depth of thought. My wife, however, appeared utterly bewildered. It must be said that she had inherited her mother's youthful beauty flawlessly, but unfortunately lacked any semblance of intelligence or emotional acumen. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and go." Wuga kicked her daughter in frustration, suppressing her ire. "Oh, all right. I will go call Dad right away. Mother, would you like to accompany me?" "Get lost," Xiao Hongli replied reluctantly, paralyzed by fear at the thought of confronting her father alone, a terror that seemed to penetrate her very bones. Yet, she must face the consequences of her own actions. At that moment, Minnie remained awake, likely never anticipating that my reckless actions would lead to the unraveling of our plans. I had initially wished to contain the conflict within certain bounds, but the outcome proved counterproductive. Of course, these developments would unfold later. Xiao Hongli and I found ourselves unwitting pawns upon the chessboard of fate. Chapter 37, Wu Song's Betrayal. Mother-in-law Wu Gu epitomizes a deeply traditional woman, and it is precisely such women who harbor a greater disdain for impure relationships, particularly when it involves their own kin, holding them to an even stricter moral standard. She can accept her daughter's divorce stemming from emotional discord, yet she utterly cannot condone infidelity within marriage. Wu Gu is perplexed and tormented by the notion that her own flesh and blood could engage in such despicable acts, which amplifies her suffering beyond that of others. The pain is further intensified by her guilt in being associated with me. After my wife departed, Wu Gu excused herself to fetch hot water, lingering outside the hospital room. She understood the importance of moderation and did not wish to impose undue pressure on me. Confident in her ability to maintain a delicate balance, she believed that I would remain tethered to her in this intricate dance of emotions. I paid no heed to my mother-in-law, even failing to acknowledge her departure. At such moments, excessive displays of respect and politeness seem utterly out of place. I was assured that my covert actions left no trace. Yet a woman's intuition is an unreasonable force, one that can discern even the subtlest of clues. "Mom, where is Dad? Has he gone to confront Lu Xingchen?" "Has he?" I inquired, my curiosity piqued. After being hospitalized, I had only glimpsed my father a few times and had no knowledge of his whereabouts. I recalled how, years ago, when someone bullied Rong Xian, he had chased them down the street wielding a kitchen knife, displaying a fierce spirit. Thus, my speculation was not unfounded. Yet Rong Xian vehemently denied it, saying, "Do not let your troubles burden your father. Your brother called earlier. He doesn't want him to return, so he is finding ways to keep it from him. If he calls you, make sure not to invite him back. When his temper flares, it can be catastrophic. Just resolve your issues with Xiao Hongli. If necessary, divorce her, but do not let any further chaos ensue. Think of Qian." I felt momentarily dazed, striving to recall the memories of my former self, and to my astonishment, I realized I had a younger brother. However, after marriage, Chen Yipeng had seldom kept in touch with him, focusing solely on his family, while that brother, due to his circumstances, was unable to visit. Chen Yipeng's biological brother is named Chen Yisong, and he is 30 years old. The bond between the two brothers is exceptionally strong. Chen Yisong, who has an intellect below the average, was often bullied during his childhood, with Chen Yipeng always standing as his protector. By the age of 13 or 14, Chen Yisong's appetite had surged, his height skyrocketed, and his physical strength was remarkable. Even drinking water seemed to build muscle, rendering him akin to a robust bull. From a distance, he appeared like a youthful man of 20. Their parents took him for a health checkup, receiving the reassuring result that he was in excellent health, even surpassing the average individual. Upon entering junior high school, Chen Yisong almost became Chen Yipeng's bodyguard. Anyone who dared to lay a hand on Chen Yipeng would find themselves on the receiving end of Chen Yisong's fists. The physical education teacher at the school recognized the athletic prowess of Chen Yisong. Unfortunately, this not-so-bright younger brother struggled to grasp any skills. Nevertheless, through sheer physical capability, he garnered commendable accolades for the school in a few sports and was subsequently recommended for admission to a prestigious high school as a student with athletic distinction. During his first year of high school, Chen Yisong found himself embroiled in a significant scandal when he struck the local gentry's eldest son, rendering him mentally impaired. The altercation arose from the fact that this young man had stolen away Chen Yipeng's girlfriend. Fortunately, the young aristocrat was not without his own faults, as illegal substances were discovered on him, ultimately allowing Chen Yisong to be seen as a hero for his actions. However, he was unable to remain in the locality due to the fallout. At that time, standing nearly 2 meters tall, Chen's family decided to send him to the military for training, hoping the stringent discipline would tame this unruly bull. Surprisingly, once in the military, Chen Yisong thrived. With his exceptional physical abilities and the unwavering obedience that stemmed from his simpler mindset, he quickly garnered the admiration of his superiors, earning promotions almost every few years. Now, at the age of 30, he serves as the deputy battalion commander of the elite Tiger Reconnaissance Unit. When Chen Yipeng married, Chen Yisong made a special trip home from the border, arriving at the wedding venue to bow deeply 3 times to both Chen Yipeng and Xiao Hongli, only to be subsequently escorted back to his unit for confinement. The sight of this towering giant, exceeding 2 meters in height, made quite an impression at the wedding, nearly frightening the guests. Given Chen Yisong's status, the Xiao family faced diminished opposition to the union, as a mere 24-year-old captain with such accomplishments was indeed seen as having a bright future. This proved true, as Chen Yisong is slated for promotion to battalion commander this year, with potential for further advancement in rank. This is a rarity in the Northern Frontier Military District, and none dare to question it. The reputation of Old Tiger Chen is forged through the relentless strength of his fists and the blood of his foes. Reflecting on this, I comprehend why Mother Rongxin harbored such fears. This was no longer Chen Yisong. He had transformed into a figure reminiscent of Wu Song. And what of my own identity? Am I Wu Dalong or Chen Dalong? Is Xiao Hongli akin to Pan Jinlian or Xiao Jinlian? My scalp prickled at the thought. Following the usual narrative arc, after the original Chen Yipeng's demise at home, it is certain that Chen Yisong would not rest easily. With his straightforward reasoning and the military's investigative resources, it would not take long for him to uncover Xiao Hongli's infidelity, leading to a dramatic confrontation where he would exact vengeance upon the adulterers, offering their hearts as a tribute to honor his brother. The Xiao family would undoubtedly retaliate, forcing Chen Yisong into a corner, and prior to that, he would likely unleash a bloody rampage. Had I underestimated the situation? Was the target not Xiao Changhe, but rather the formidable Chen Yisong himself? I straightened my back, attempting to steady my racing heart. This was truly spiraling out of control. Xiao Hongli, too, seemed utterly oblivious. Did she not consider the consequences of her infidelity? The Chen family was not without its own fierce members. Indeed, they had a true force to reckon with. To assert that women are indeed driven by romance is not without merit. Those who stray in love seem unafraid of death, perceiving all obstacles in their path as adversaries. Even if your brother were as formidable as Wu Song, he would still be unable to prevent his wife from transgressing. Rongxin, noticing my troubled demeanor, gently patted my arm and reassured me, "Do not fret about your brother. He has matured and developed a sense of responsibility, unlike in the past. My greatest concern now is you. Do not despair, for there are many good women still to be found." "Oh, I am not worried, mother. Please call father back swiftly," I replied dismissively, yet inwardly I began to include my brother in a larger scheme. Regardless of whether there is some ulterior motive concerning Chen Yisong, as long as he belongs to the Chen family, he will inevitably be drawn into the fray. Chapter 38. The public trial commences. Time passed swiftly. 5 minutes later, Father Chen returned, carrying some fruit, his expression a blend of anxiety and hesitation. Before Rongxin could inquire, my mother-in-law and Xiao Jinyan assisted Xiao Changhe into the room. The wife followed last, her visage marred, undoubtedly having endured at least a couple of slaps, her once exquisite face now rendered nearly unrecognizable, even to a stranger holding a photograph. Beneath Xiao Hongli's nose, remnants of blood had yet to be cleaned, yet she paid it no mind, leaning against the doorway once everyone had entered. She stood there, much like a condemned criminal awaiting the onslaught of accusations and reprimands. Xiao Jinyan donned a form-fitting pair of jeans that accentuated her voluptuous curves, showcasing her robust and rounded legs, which exuded an alluring fleshiness, with no gap at the thighs end. Her upper attire was a simple long shirt, radiating a homely charm. Though not as breathtaking as Xiao Hongli, she possessed a gentle and virtuous aura. I found myself stealing glances, unnoticed by the others, save for my wife and Xiao Jinyan, who particularly sensed my intense gaze lingering on her bosom. Strangely, instead of anger, Xiao Jinyan's eyes inadvertently met mine, her doe-like pupils shimmering with an intoxicating allure. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. My wife, sensing discomfort, hastily stepped forward to shield Xiao Jinyan, placing herself between us. Xiao Changha's expression resembled an ancient, unyielding glacier, emanating an air of authority that crumbled upon encountering my family. The once high-ranking city official bowed deeply to the parents of Gao Yipeng, saying, "I apologize. It is my failure in raising my daughter. I have brought shame upon you both." Despite Rongxin and Father Chun's lingering grievances, witnessing such a prominent leader bowing at a 90-degree angle compelled them to rise instinctively, though words of forgiveness remained unspoken. After all, forgiveness could only come from one's own son. How could they presume to assume that role? "Yipeng, this wretch may be beaten, scolded, or dealt with in any manner you see fit. I shall pretend I have no daughter," Xiao Changha uttered slowly, regardless of the insults or the harsh words. Divorce is not an option. A bitter smile crept into my heart as I spoke with an impassive expression. "Father, I will call you for a while longer. I have no intention of divorcing for the time being." Everyone looked at me in astonishment, and Xiao Hongli was overjoyed, rushing over to embrace me, saying, "Husband, please forgive me. You believe in me. I have not betrayed you. I do not wish to divorce. I have no desire to leave this home. Get away from me. Keep your distance." I disdainfully pushed my wife to the ground, panting heavily as I continued. My reluctance to divorce stems from not wanting to be manipulated, not from any sense of forgiveness. You are not worthy of forgiveness. This declaration left everyone even more astounded, particularly the mention of manipulation, which struck a nerve with my in-laws. Xiao Changha suddenly exuded a formidable aura, akin to an enraged lion, glaring at me as he demanded, "What is going on?" Xiao Jinyan opened her mouth to speak, but was silenced by a mere glance from me. My mother-in-law noticed our subtle exchanges, her expression shifting as she pondered the situation. I instructed Chen's father to activate the projector. Although everyone was puzzled and uncertain of the meaning, they remained silent, awaiting what was to come. Months prior, after Lu Xingchen, Xiao Hongli's superior, arrived. Her behavior had become increasingly peculiar, indicating signs of infidelity. I spoke slowly. "Husband, I did not." My wife exclaimed anxiously, "I have merely been somewhat neglectful at home. I have not done anything to betray you." I remained silent, while my father-in-law slammed his hand on the table, shouting, "What right do you have to speak? How dare you show your face? Do you think we are blind? Either listen to your husband or leave." My wife clutched the hem of her clothes, retreating helplessly to the side, her eyes pleading with me. I cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Hongli, a cold smile curling at my lips. Truly, a villain must be met with a villain. This wretched woman feigned innocence now. Where was this pretense before? "I fear not your derision. We have not shared a bed for months. Have we, Xiao Hongli?" I urged my wife to confess. Xiao Hongli bit her lip, nodding as she admitted, "I'm sorry. I was indeed too busy during that time." That single admission sufficed. Later, any child she bore could not be attributed to me, and I would relish watching her explain that. "For days ago, I discovered a cigarette, but in our home's bathroom, and Qianqian informed me that you brought a man home. Moreover, you failed to attend Qianqian's parent-teacher meeting, and I was unable to reach you that evening. Subsequently, I received a picture message." I spoke slowly as I pressed a button on the remote control. The projector vividly displayed the cigarette, but alongside images of my wife behaving recklessly at a bar, accompanied by Qianqian's account. The atmosphere grew exceedingly tense. The faces of my in-laws flushed crimson, and my father-in-law, Xiao Changha, struggled to rise, as if he wished to strike his shameless daughter. Rong Xin was devastated and infuriated. She and her father had mentally prepared themselves. Having previously watched the video, they did not attempt to intervene when they realized I was about to present evidence, thinking it would serve as a fitting humiliation for that shameless wretch. Xiao Hongli anxiously explained, "Mom and Dad, that day was a gathering with colleagues, and I might have had a bit too much to drink. I didn't mean to. I promise I will never go to such places again. And about the cigarette butts, I don't know how they ended up in the restroom. That day, Lu Xingchen drove past our house and asked me to alter a limited edition dress for next spring. He also needed to use the restroom, so I let him in. Wei Bingbing was there as a witness. I did not betray my husband. Darling, believe me, I have been so wronged." Her fervent assertions, combined with her tone, surprisingly convinced some of those present. In my view, Xiao Hongli's explanations were utterly worthless. Aside from the video, she thought she could exonerate herself by merely calling upon any random person as a witness. Such notions were utterly delusional. The video itself could easily have been edited. Who could ascertain her true integrity? I refused to believe that Lu Xingchen was a eunuch. two individuals sharing a room day and night. And he would simply gaze at the tempting feast without indulging? I silently scoffed. This was merely the beginning, and far more explosive revelations awaited. Chapter 39. Presenting evidence. The enormous projector continued to display the footage, accompanied by my icy narration. Someone had sent me a video, and I immediately recognized that Xiao Hongli had been unfaithful. Thus, I enlisted the assistance of a friend to conduct an investigation, acquiring surveillance footage from the hotel corridor. The content of the video had been edited, and as it began to play, aside from Rong Xin and her father, the others from the Xiao family stared in disbelief. The footage revealed a brief video of Xiao Hongli embracing Lu Xingchen in a hotel room, with a few seconds depicting her nearly kissing him. Following that were scenes of Xiao Hongli in a disheveled state within the hotel corridor, ultimately concluding with the record of the room reservation. A late-night visit to a man's room, coupled with video evidence. Xiao Hongli's eyes glazed over, her mind devoid of thought, her face drained of color, and her body began to tremble violently. Blood rushed to her head, leaving her cheeks flushed with shame. However, the loathing gazes of her family made her feel as if she had plunged into an icy abyss, causing her to tremble uncontrollably until she collapsed to the ground. How could she still claim innocence? She had lost all semblance of dignity by visiting a man's room. This was her admirable daughter. Xiao Chang'e was also overcome with utter shame, for the first time directing a fierce glare at Wu Ge. He felt deceived by both Wu Ge and his wife, primarily experiencing a profound sense of humiliation in front of so many onlookers. At that moment, Wu Ge was equally taken aback, for any reasonable person. The video alone was sufficient to conclude that Xiao Hongli had indeed shared a bed with that man, Lu Xingchen. It was akin to being slapped across the face with the sole of a shoe. How could he have previously insisted that his credibility was intact when it seemed utterly worthless in the eyes of his daughter? Faced with the untruths of her own mother, Wu Ge felt a profound despair wash over her, leaving her devoid of even the strength to reprimand Xiao Hongli. This sensation epitomized the profound sorrow of a heart rendered lifeless. Sometimes, the gravest punishment is not physical chastisement, but rather utter disregard. No, it is not like that. The video is incomplete. I did not husband. Parents, you must believe me. I truly did not. Tears streamed down Xiao Hongli's face, her heart feeling as if it were being incessantly sliced by a knife. She was acutely aware of her unjust predicament, yet she also recognized her own culpability. For the laughter captured in the video betrayed a willingness to embrace, negating any notion of coercion. The sound of her own laughter pierced her heart like steel needles, rendering the figure in the video a stranger to her. Observing from an outsider's perspective, she finally comprehended the magnitude of her transgressions. What of soulmates? Infidelity is infidelity. Emotional betrayal is also betrayal. A wife, bound by the sanctity of marriage, must possess a clear self-awareness and maintain a respectful distance from the opposite sex. The scenes depicted in the video were far from the conduct expected of a faithful spouse. They represented betrayal. With a stoic expression, I pressed the pause button and declared, "Parents, the authenticity of these videos is beyond question, yet we must ponder the motives of those who sent them. Is it a threat or blackmail? Do they possess more direct evidence? Or do they merely wish to see me divorced?" My words diverted the fury of Xiao Chang'e, whose temples throbbed and whose eyes burned with a crimson intensity, resembling a feral wolf on the brink of death. "You speak truthfully, beast. Are you even aware that you have been secretly filmed? Do you possess any other incriminating evidence?" Xiao Chang'e turned to glare at his wife, his voice dripping with coldness. This was the first time his wife had witnessed such an attitude from her father, as if he were about to devour her whole. Wu Ge hastily kicked his wife down, scolding, "Stop crying. Kneel and speak. Truly, to strike is to show affection, to scold is to express love." Her mother-in-law intervened once more, perhaps wishing to alleviate her daughter's mounting pressure before she reached a breaking point. A flicker of discontent and wariness towards me stirred within her, for I had quietly gathered evidence without raising suspicion, and my recent composure unnerved her. "No, I did not. That day he merely wanted to embrace me. But I pushed him away. He did not kiss me. My condition in the corridor was due to gastroenteritis. You must believe me. Husband, you must trust me." Her knees ached unbearably, and she could no longer maintain her kneeling position, collapsing onto the cold tiles, curling into a ball, and weeping uncontrollably. "I am wronged. It is so unjust." With tears exhausted, she could only choke out her defense, yet no complete video existed to vindicate her. Who could engage in such an act of covert filming? Only Lu Xingchen. But why would he do such a thing? He is undeniably a talented international art master. Did he truly send the video clip to Gao Yipeng merely to be with me? How deeply does he love me? Yet he has also brought ruin upon me. Xiao Hongli's mind was in turmoil, a profound internal conflict emerging. For those immersed in the arts, when emotion takes precedence, logic and rationality often seem insignificant. If his actions stem from genuine love, their madness could be deemed forgivable. Perhaps I bestowed upon him too many hopes, leading to his delusions. Perhaps it is all my fault. Xiao Hongli began to belittle herself, even contemplating exonerating Lu Xingchen. How ruthless Lu Xingchen truly is. Resorting to clandestine recordings. Xiao Chang'e sneered. Is there more? You made quite the spectacle. Release the rest, and I shall endure. I nodded, continuing to operate the remote, stating, Xiao Hongli and Lu Xingchen's relationship is common knowledge throughout the company. I retrieved the footage from the security department. Please take a look. The screen displayed my wife and Lu Xingchen entering the office hand in hand, engaging in intimate gestures. In the past, my wife perceived no wrongdoing. She regarded these interactions as mere communication between soulmates, a closeness among friends. Yet, upon seeing the footage of herself, she felt as if she were stripped bare. Her most unattractive and repulsive side exposed before all. The shame was overwhelming, the disgust unbearable. She wished to vanish into the ground. Simultaneously, resentment brewed within her. Why wouldn't Gao Yipeng spare her some dignity and keep this from the family? When one's spirit cannot withstand the pressure, the instinctual response is to deflect blame. Even when the other party has committed no wrongdoing. I was unfaithful, yet you mustn't disclose it. You mustn't reveal it to anyone. This inversion of right and wrong is fundamentally unsolvable. You discuss morality with her. She counters with legality. You speak of law. She brings up emotions. Chapter 40. The wife's breakdown as a purveyor of secrets in the shadows. My psychological acumen could be deemed masterful. To process the evidence at crime scenes effectively, one must not adopt the mindset of detectives. I now understood Xiao Hongli's psychological state thoroughly. Noticing the peculiar gleam in her eyes directed at me, I began to mock internally. A dog cannot change its nature. One must show no mercy to the wretched. Did you truly believe Lu Xingchen loved you, foolish dog? Allow me to gradually peel away Lu Xingchen's hypocritical facade, so you may glimpse the garbage you adore. Ignoring Xiao Hongli's resentful gaze, I continued to play the video, stating, Lu Xingchen is not as simple as he appears. His approach to Xiao Hongli likely harbors ulterior motives. Observe closely. As I spoke, the projector displayed woman after woman entering Lu Xingchen's office, only to emerge disheveled. What does this signify? The design department is indeed responsible for creating clothing. It is not unreasonable for the designer to take a look, is it? Xiao Hongli murmured softly. This statement essentially served to defend Lu Xingchen. Xiao Chang'e, filled with rage, was prepared to scold further, but was halted by Wu Gu. Wu Gu had come to understand that his son-in-law was no ordinary man. He had discreetly gathered substantial evidence. It is no wonder they say not to provoke an honest person, for when pushed to the brink, they can become lethal. Wu Gu felt fortunate that he had treated his son-in-law well. Otherwise, releasing this evidence would cause the entire Xiao family to crumble, tarnishing the family's ancestral reputation. The video depicted the affair between Lu Xingchen and the public relations officer, Chen Iyer, a skilled seducer. I continued playing the footage. This clip was even more explosive than the last. While Xiao Hongli had seen it, her parents remained oblivious to the unsavory character their daughter had chosen. Had I not stripped away Lu Xingchen's veneer, my in-laws might have understood their daughter's choice, given that he was a nationally recognized international art master, far superior to the original character, who was a mere ineffectual. Once public opinion spread, the Xiao family could easily portray Xiao Hongli and Lu Xingchen as the unfortunate lovers in a tragic tale. As for me, the cuckolded husband, I would undoubtedly be mired in a plethora of false negative reports, leading others to believe that Xiao Hongli's infidelity was justified. Thus, I could not gamble on my in-laws' integrity and morality. I had to execute all plans swiftly to prevent them from twisting the truth and creating confusion. Xiao Hongli grew increasingly disenchanted with her husband. She was well aware of Lu Xingchen's infidelity, as he had actively explained it to her. In truth, she understood, having kept him waiting far too long. This is precisely why she harbored some resentment. Despite not having physically strayed, why did everyone assume she had? It seems so unjust. At times, her intellect surfaced, and she even guessed my intentions, but owing to her own missteps and today's reprimands, she dared not speak further. I had contacted Lu Xingchen's wife, Anna, in England, who informed me that Lu Xingchen was a fraud. They had been married for many years, I continued. This revelation caused Xiao Hongli to lose her composure, exclaiming in disbelief, You mean he is married? Impossible. His records clearly state he is unmarried. I have seen the personnel files with my own eyes. I scoffed, replying, that is precisely the issue. Why would the company allow such discrepancies? And why does General Manager Wang Wei remain silent regarding your affair with Lu Xingchen? Is he unaware of the potential damage to the Shao family's reputation? I then presented the evidence, wedding photos of the unattractive Anna with Lu Xingchen, along with their marriage certificate issued in England. At this point, Xiao Hongli was left speechless. Muttering to herself, no, he cannot be deceiving me. He is an international art master. He claimed he returned for the sake of art and for me. Wu Ge, unable to bear it any longer, cried out and struck Xiao Hongli, saying, how could you be so naive? An art master would be interested in a married woman like you? And for your sake? Use your brain. He is merely trying to deceive you. I have no desire to engage with fools, so I continued scrolling through the video, which stated, Lu Xingchen's morals are exceedingly low. His wife, Anna, is the only daughter of the esteemed artist, Master Smith. After Master Smith's passing, he indulged in debauchery with his wife's close friend, even contracting a second-stage gonorrhea. Upon discovery, he filed for divorce and absconded with Anna's inheritance. Simultaneously, he extensively plagiarized Master Smith's artistic works. Today, Mrs. Anna has submitted evidence to the newspaper and initiated legal proceedings. The video showcases the process of Master Smith creating art for Lu Xingchen, along with excerpts from today's English newspaper and recordings of conversations with Anna. The evidence is irrefutable. Lu Xingchen is nothing more than a thoroughly fabricated charlatan. This revelation must make Xiao Hongli's infidelity all the more unbearable. She is left feeling akin to a foolish dog, allowing herself to be toyed with emotionally, potentially losing her family, husband, children, parents, and reputation in the process. As this realization washed over her, she felt as though the world was spinning, recognizing her own folly and falling into such a trap. Regret consumed her as she gazed upon the evidence, including Anna's testimony. The shame these proofs brought forth struck her beliefs like an unyielding spear, leaving her heart seemingly frozen and slowly being stripped away. The pain rendered her breathless, as endless self-reproach and indignation began to spread within her. Xiao Hongli raised her arm to wipe away her tears, but could not manage to clean them away. Her remorse flowed like an uncontrollable flood. It is a fact that she did not engage in relations with Lu Xingchen, yet it is equally true that she was taken advantage of. She recalled their recent text exchanges, filled with ambiguous terms of endearment. Dear, I love you, darling, and the like. The more she thought about it, the more nauseated she felt. She could hardly face her husband and mother-in-law, overwhelmed by a profound shame that left her unable to lift her head, reduced to tears with seemingly no other recourse. Xiao Changhe and Wu Ge exchanged glances, both heaving a sigh in unison, wishing fervently that they had never borne such a daughter, so foolishly manipulated by a deceiver. Normally, one should conduct some investigation before engaging in an affair. The information I could find online should have been accessible to Xiao Hongli as well. How could she have believed everything without exercising any judgment? Chapter 41. Unveiling the conspiracy. Observing Xiao Hongli's breakdown, I felt no sympathy. This woman has brought her plight upon herself. I thought of the unfortunate Gao Yipeng, coldly lying on the sofa, feeling the weight of life's passage and his wife's betrayal. In that moment, he would have wished to drag the entire world down with him. Whatever I did to Xiao Hongli was hardly excessive, for she has already caused the demise of the man who loved her most. She would spend the rest of her life atoning, forever haunted by remorse. Hatred surged within Xiao Hongli, her eyes reddened with tears, her inner fury threatening to spill over, wishing desperately to exact vengeance upon Lu Xingchen. Her hands were tightly clenched around the silk-clad legs, her nails digging into the flesh, leaving faint traces of blood. With her head bowed, only I, lying on the bed, could discern the deep-seated resentment in this woman's eyes. A sense of joy welled up within me. This wretched woman had finally realized she had been deceived. Regrettably, I could not hear her silent anguish. Yet, this was merely the beginning. I spoke in a low voice, expressing my suspicion that the entire affair had been orchestrated. Starting with the company's general manager, Wang Wei, whom my father-in-law had personally promoted. It was known throughout the company that he had not uttered a single word to my father-in-law, nor even hinted at the situation. He could not possibly be unaware of the Shao family's long-standing reputation for integrity, and he would never condone the presence of a woman involved in infidelity. This assertion caused both Wu Ge and Xiao Changhe to blush, yet they refrained from rebuttal, listening intently. They realized that their son-in-law was a man they were encountering for the first time, displaying sharp logical reasoning and a composed demeanor that shattered their preconceived notions. Xiao Hongli lifted her head in confusion, her vacant gaze beginning to stir. She assumed I was attempting to exonerate her, but my subsequent words plunged her back into despair. If this incident had been premeditated, Xiao Hongli, with her resolute spirit, would never have allowed such a calamity to befall her. Yesterday, my elder sister had conveyed something to me. When viewed in conjunction with the current events, it seemed the puppet master was targeting you. I gazed at my father-in-law, Xiao Changhe, enunciating each word deliberately. Flies do not swarm a seamless egg, I continued. Xiao Hongli kept her head bowed, affirming that, just as I had stated. Her steadfastness had prevented her from engaging in any indiscretions, thus making her a victim of deception. With my permission, Xiao Jinyan recounted everything she had overheard at home regarding Sima Zhong. Crash. Xiao Changhe's fury reached its zenith as he erupted, cursing, a wolf raised without gratitude. I once thought of him as a talent, marrying you off for the sake of the Sima family's reputation. Yet look where we are now. Wu Gu tenderly took Xiao Jinyan's hand, saying, You have endured enough, my dear. You must divorce him. We shall find you a husband who truly cares for and cherishes you. What are you saying, mother? Xiao Jinyan's cheeks involuntarily flushed a rosy hue. Her alluring gaze fleetingly glanced at me before she shyly averted her eyes like a startled doe. I felt a shiver run down my spine. While I admired Xiao Jinyan's nurturing and domestic charm, this was not the time for romance. The pressing matter at hand was to definitively expose Xiao Hongli's infidelity and clear my own name. Throughout this process, I must not be perceived as the wrongdoer, lest I be ensnared in a compromising position. I hastily shifted the conversation, stating, Father, this is not merely an issue concerning my brother-in-law. Allow me to show you a few photographs taken by a detective friend of mine. Do not call him brother-in-law. That scoundrel is unworthy. Xiao Changhe's anger simmered, his presence radiating a menacing aura. City councilman and future city council president, Zhu Guide. He must be involved. On the night Lu Xingchen and Chen Iyer were apprehended, his bodyguard was spotted outside the Public Security Bureau. I opened the last few images, revealing bodyguards and Lu Ruyan from the legal department. The bodyguard left a profound impression on Xiao Changhe, who almost spat the words through gritted teeth, coldly declaring, Zhu Guide's lackey, Zhu Can. My sister had just mentioned that they were after the wealth in your hands, perhaps even harboring intentions to drag the Xiao family into turmoil. Xiao Hongli and I hold no value. Thus our parents must exercise utmost caution in the coming days, I deliberately stated. In truth, I harbored suspicions unspoken. The adversary possessed greater schemes yet refrained from deploying them against Xiao Hongli, persistently aiming to force a divorce. Should the plot orchestrated by the puppet master unfold, post-divorce, Xiao Hongli would face two paths. 1. The Xiao family would cover up the scandal of infidelity and accept Lu Xingchen into their fold, thereby accessing the family's resources. The other, post-divorce, Xiao Hongli would inevitably unveil Lu Xingchen's true nature, and given Xiao Changhe's temperament, he would surely disown her, leaving her in despair and potentially leading her to consider drastic measures. The final thought felt rather absurd. After all, it seemed unworthy for a married woman to invest such effort from a perspective of self-interest. Yet, I resolved not to overlook any clue or notion, however ludicrous. The battle of wits between the scavengers and detectives often hinges on the most inconceivable details. Many colleagues have fallen prey to their own arrogance. Xiao Hongli's exquisitely beautiful face bore dried tear streaks, her earlier resentment towards Gao Yipeng having vanished without a trace. Listening to the conspiracies unfolding behind her, a chill crept into her heart, guilt and regret compelling her to approach me. Husband, I was wrong. They are despicable. I know I cannot explain now. They edited the video, and I did not betray you. Xiao Hongli spoke cautiously, beseeching for forgiveness. Yet, the inhabitants of the hospital room, including her own mother, held no trust in her, a poignant tragedy, indeed. As her delicate fingers reached to touch my garment, I evaded her advance with an exaggerated motion. The humiliation left Xiao Hongli frozen, but under the sharpness of my gaze, she timidly withdrew her hand. If it was merely an edited video, what truly transpired that day at the hotel? If the intent was solely to frame you, I doubt they would go to such lengths. I genuinely believe you did not sleep with Lu Xingchen that day. I understood the need for restraint. I could not allow Xiao Hongli to fall into utter despair. My words as her husband drew the attention of all present, even softening the expressions of my in-laws. Xiao Hongli looked up in disbelief, perhaps unable to articulate her own thoughts, nor did she anticipate my willingness to vindicate her. Her heart swelled with gratitude. The emotion of being trusted flooded her soul, as if the withered blossom of love was being quietly nourished once more. Chapter 42. The deceiving wife. A woman like Xiao Hongli cannot be coddled endlessly. She requires both nurturing and discipline, lest she lose her way entirely. The original Gao Yipeng was indeed inadequate, excessively humble, failing to comprehend that a sycophant possesses neither status nor dignity. No matter how much one does, it amounts to naught. Had it not been for my arrival, even in the absence of Lu Xingqian, another would have emerged, perhaps Li Xingqian. I replayed the video, pointing to the hotel scene projected before us, stating, if it has been edited, it conceals secrets that must not be unveiled. If you claim to have not shared a bed with Lu Xingqian, then what, pray tell, is depicted in the missing frames? Now, with the entire family present, confronting an unknown peril, we must unite to face adversity. At this juncture, do not utter falsehoods or attempt to conceal the truth. My aim is to draw my wife's greatest supporter to my side, thereby exerting absolute pressure on her. I intend to cultivate a profound sense of psychological isolation and guilt, deepening her remorse and contrition. My subtle machinations went unnoticed, instead garnering the approval of those around us. Speak. Do not lie now. You must be acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Xiao Changhe regarded me with newfound respect, reinstating his authoritative demeanor. Wu Gu sighed, concerned that Xiao Hongli might feel overwhelmed, and gently brought her closer, whispering, speak now. The truth cannot remain hidden. Even if you have wronged Yipeng, this is not the time for concealment. They are not here for you. Their ire is directed at your father and the Xiao family. Her tone remained gentle, yet the authority in her voice brooked no argument. Individuals from prominent families understand the ruthless rules of the upper echelons all too well. A seemingly trivial matter could lead to the disintegration of an entire family, with severe consequences that could even cost lives. Gao Yipeng's parents had already concluded that Xiao Hongli had been unfaithful, their anger directed not only at her, but at their son for being embroiled in this turmoil. No matter how magnanimous Rongxin may be, she regarded Xiao Hongli with disdain, her presence grating on her nerves. Under the immense pressure akin to a public trial, Xiao Hongli began recounting the entire sequence of events from that day at the hotel, her narrative seemingly plausible, leading the others to believe she would not lie at such a moment. Yet, I couldn't help but smirk. This woman was truly relentless. She artfully evaded the critical few seconds missing from the video, indicating that this secret was of utmost importance. Or perhaps the individual she sought to protect emboldened her to speak despite her parents' pressure. Who was the person she desperately sought to shield? Lacking the original footage and unable to provide evidence from Lu Xingqian's surreptitious recording, I focused on the hotel corridor video. I aimed to instill a lasting impression of Xiao Hongli as a habitual liar, ensuring that should she ever wish to confess the truth, no one would believe her. Nor would she receive support from her family. The tale of the boy who cried wolf endures, universally applicable across all realms. After Xiao Hongli concluded her tearful account, silence enveloped the room, each person lost in their own thoughts. Wu Gu and Xiao Changhe, as parents, held the belief that their daughter would not lie in such dire circumstances. In the current situation, it has almost become an accepted assumption that an intimate relationship has occurred. The most critical question now is whether the video will serve as leverage against the Xiao family, particularly, as Xiao Jinyan just mentioned, the funds in my father-in-law's possession that Sima Zhong and Zhu Guide are eyeing. I did not inquire about the money, nor did my father-in-law offer an explanation. The depths of this matter appear profoundly murky. I am now deliberately dragging Xiao Changhe and the Xiao family into this predicament, ensuring my own safety while keeping my distance as much as possible. Lacking sufficient strength, one should refrain from seeking personal vengeance. The most effective strategy is to leverage others against them and observe the ensuing conflict from a safe distance. Wu Gu and Xiao Changhe exchanged a glance, filled with skepticism. As they pondered the intentions of the unseen puppet master, they remained utterly unaware that many clues had been deliberately fabricated by me, aimed at directing suspicion towards the real culprit and amplifying the sense of crisis within my mother-in-law and father-in-law. My dear, I truly haven't been touched. These videos are incomplete. I pushed him away at that moment, my wife lamented, tears streaming down her face. I narrowed my eyes and coldly asserted, you were lying. After receiving the video from the shadowy figure, I too feared it might be fabricated. Thus, I had someone analyze it. The footage from the room was inconclusive. Yet the corridor footage had been tampered with. I had a friend investigate your hotel records. Within an hour, I obtained the corridor video from the 5-star coastal hotel. This corridor footage had been expertly edited, concealing several seconds, indicating a brief window of opportunity. Father, mother, what do you think the hidden figure aims to achieve with such actions? What are they trying to conceal? Xiao Changhe and Wu Gu fell into deep contemplation. while my wife's expression turned frantic, her eyes betraying a flicker of anxiety and fear. This woman could hardly fathom that I had nearly deduced the truth based solely on a minor flaw. I intentionally crafted a Sherlock Holmes persona, striving to divert attention towards the true puppet master, ensuring that the original video from the hotel room remained concealed from view. Still lying. Hopeless. Xiao Chang'e sighed heavily. Neither striking nor scolding, he appeared utterly disheartened. Wu Ge furrowed her brow and spoke gravely. Hongli, have you been threatened? Or does the other party possess some incriminating evidence against you? Speak honestly with your mother. In this territory of Lin Hai, no one can harm Wu Ji's daughter. Her words resonated with strength and conviction, reminiscent of the formidable woman she once was. Yet, alas, one fears she may be unable to warm the heart of her own daughter. I maintained an indifferent attitude. My wife's revelation of the truth would merely satisfy my curiosity. And if she chose to remain silent, it mattered little. The Xiao family would eventually uncover the facts. The act of Li Yicheng retrieving the video could not be concealed from the Xiao family. It was a reality that had transpired. And the sole flaw revealed by the puppet master was an overwhelming haste. Eager to solidify the notion of Xiao Hongli's infidelity, they overlooked the timing. Xiao Chang'e and Wu Ge did not believe I would lie about such matters. They would conduct their own investigation in due course. When the formidable Xiang family mobilizes, no one can escape its grasp. Xiao Chang'e cast a cold glance at his wife, disappointment etched upon his face due to the repeated betrayals concerning their daughter. Even the strongest of affections cannot withstand ceaseless deceit. I intend to let Xiao Hongli experience the bitter fruits of her lies, to taste the anguish of being forsaken by those she holds dear. Chapter 43. The secrets concealed by my wife Wu Ji's encouragement appeared futile. His wife's eyes grew increasingly frantic as she scanned her surroundings, struggling to form words, yet failing to utter even a single syllable. Her delicate, pale fingers tangled together, eventually drooping as if she were a condemned prisoner on the verge of execution. Despite being clothed and the room maintained at a comfortable temperature, a chill enveloped her, exacerbated by the scrutinizing gazes of her family that rendered her utterly uncomfortable. She could neither explain nor speak. A profound sense of guilt threatened to crush her, compounded by Lu Xingchen's betrayal, which left her feeling nauseated. Rong Xian held no interest in these so-called truths. She was convinced that her son had been ensnared by the Xiang family, and that this so-called daughter-in-law was nothing but a shameless woman. Thankfully, this incident had unveiled a person's true nature, habitual deceitfulness and fickleness. Such a woman would surely attract other men, even without Lu Xingchen. What good is beauty if it is akin to a mere ornamental vase? Once a woman strays, her heart is no longer at home, no matter how much one inquires. Nothing of substance will be revealed. If her heart were truly with her family, she would not engage in such shameless acts. My son has just regained consciousness. With matters now clarified, you Xiang family must sort this out on your own, without dragging my son into it. Please return to the ward for further inquiries. Rong Xian stated bluntly. Although Rong Xian's words were harsh, Xiao Chang'e and Wu Ge could only endure them. After all, despite the coarse delivery, the essence of her words rang true. It was Gao Yipeng who bore the brunt of the situation, ultimately due to the Xiang family's involvement. Xiao Chang'e's face flushed crimson. Those who are particularly concerned with their pride cannot endure such humiliation, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Rising, he bowed in apology, stating, "Please rest well. I will ensure this matter is addressed." Those who know Xiao Chang'e well understand that in such a state, he is unrecognizable, much like he was over a decade ago. Even if confronted by a beloved uncle, there would be only a path of despair. Wu Ge managed a strained smile. "Then you both should rest. I have arranged a bed in the adjacent intensive care unit, so we shall not intrude further. By the way, Hongli, come with me. Jinyan will stay to care for Yipeng." Xiao Hongli paused, glancing sharply at her mother and then at Xiao Jinyan. Her instinct as a woman alerted her to something amiss, and she instinctively radiated hostility. Alas, she herself was embroiled in a myriad of unresolved issues and was forcefully ushered out of the room by Xiao Chang'e. Rong Xian vaguely discerned Wu Ji's intentions but found them somewhat absurd. What sort of situation is this? The thoughts of these elites are indeed beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk. "Old man, I am tired. I shall return to sleep. Jinyan, I entrust Yipeng to you for tonight." Rongxin gently tugged at Chen's father and spoke softly. The elderly lady had encountered Xiao Jinyan a few times and harbored a very favorable impression of the girl, particularly admiring her qualities of a virtuous wife and devoted mother. She had even fantasized about having Xiao Jinyan as her daughter-in-law, believing that her son's life would be far less arduous. Although Xiao Hongli was beautiful, Beauty alone could not sustain a household. Marrying someone as grounded as Xiao Jinyan was essential for a fulfilling life. Xiao Jinyan's cheeks flushed crimson as she quickly adapted to the situation. She graciously brought forth a basin, mixing the hot water to the ideal temperature, and then prepared a damp cloth to help me cleanse myself. This poised and dignified mature woman had a profound impact on me, a young man full of vigor. "Sister, my back feels a bit uncomfortable. Could you help me with that?" I asked with a smile. Xiao Jinyan replied softly, her crystalline earlobes reddening with shyness. Once she twisted the towel anew and diligently cleaned me from head to toe, she nearly found herself unable to stand. Her legs felt weak, and the tight denim nearly strained against her movements, while beads of sweat continued to trickle down her forehead. Her lustrous black hair, dampened by perspiration, clung together, and the modest attire of her upper body became soaked, adhering closely to her skin, revealing her voluptuous and flawless curves. 10 delicate toes were ensconced in black stockings, restlessly shifting in response to their owner's emotions. "I'm bringing you water to soak your feet," Xiao Jinyan said bashfully as she carried the basin to the restroom, carefully washing her hands, especially her palms, and even taking a moment to smell them. She was a person with a penchant for cleanliness. Yet she had never tended to Sima Zhong in such a manner, leading to a pang of guilt within her heart. However, recalling Sima Zhong's hidden cruelty contrasted with my attentive gentleness, her internal scales tipped decisively. What purpose did overthinking serve? After all, she was simply attending to a patient. Xiao Jinyan made an effort to calm her emotions and stepped outside. My gaze remained fixated on her figure, which resembled a ripe peach in its voluptuousness. When she crouched down to wash my feet, the sight nearly caused my heart to race uncontrollably. "Is the water temperature suitable?" Xiao Jinyan's face was tinged with a rosy hue, her pearly teeth gently biting her red lips. It seemed to be her first time serving another man in her capacity as a woman. In the past, Sima Zhong wouldn't even allow her to touch him, claiming he had health issues. After years of seeking medical help without success, she had gradually lost hope. Yet, my presence seemed to transform her entire existence, intertwining feelings of excitement and joy with concern and trepidation. As Xiao Jinyan meticulously washed my feet with the towel, she sensed my gaze upon her, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. She lowered her head, unable to meet my eyes, her gaze filled with an alluring charm, yet tinged with a hint of confusion. The gentle fragrance reminiscent of orchids and musk lingered around me, evoking a sense of reflection. The woman before me was indeed in the most beautiful chapter of her life. Although her figure may no longer possess the slender grace of youth, time has transformed her into a succulent, ripe peach, shedding her youthful naivety. Sima Zhong is indeed a fool for not cherishing such a wonderful wife. One matter I have always found perplexing is Sima Zhong's betrayal, which, in many respects, is utterly foolish. There are no secrets that remain hidden in this world. The incident involving Xiao Hongli would, at most, tarnish the reputation of the Xiao family. Even if Xiao Changhe possesses wealth, how significant can it truly be? Unless, of course, the money is tainted or entangled in a more intricate struggle. I glanced at the time, inserted a virtual phone card into my mobile device, and sent a message along with a package file. Hearing the sound of my keystrokes, Xiao Jinyan instinctively raised her head, but I pressed her down, resting her head upon my lap. The masculine aura enveloped her, rendering her mind blank and causing her to forget everything that had transpired in the past 5 minutes. Chapter 44. Under currents, the howling winds of the night swept dark clouds over Lehigh City, followed by blinding flashes of lightning that lit up the sky, accompanied by the deafening roar of thunder. Boom! Sima Zhong jolted away from his desk, fear flooding his eyes, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, and his heart racing violently, leaving him gasping for breath. An unsettling feeling gnawed at him as he turned to gaze out the window, only to see the orange glow of streetlights and the occasional stray cat or dog. Truly, he was merely frightening himself. He murmured a wish for a smooth course ahead. Unbeknownst to him, lurking in the shadows where the streetlights did not reach, a tall, robust man clad in a black suit was fixated upon him, the flickering light of a lit cigarette casting dim shadows. Xiao Changhe was not dead, he had aged. Upon discovering Sima Zhong's treachery, he immediately reached out to the Xiao family's private armed forces after leaving the hospital. Had it not been for his desire to further investigate any potential hidden puppeteers, Sima Zhong would have already been discreetly dispatched to an interrogation room. Of course, I was unaware of this, yet it did not surprise me. Had the Xiao family lacked such capabilities, they would not have instilled fear in those lurking in the shadows, who sought to exploit Xiao Hongli for leverage. Simultaneously, A server at an internet CAF unexpectedly logged into a dormant computer and forwarded a video and email to major media outlets nationwide. Breaking news. The internationally renowned master artist is revealed to be a fabricated fraud, confirmed by international media. Exclusive. Famous artist Liu Xingqian has contracted a new strain of gonorrhea, potentially affecting numerous employees within the organization. This new strain of gonorrhea is highly contagious. The first hospital of Lehigh City has reported the first case, linked to the personal life of a certain designer. These videos varied widely, including articles published abroad that mourning, medical records, and treatment footage of Liu Xingqian, as well as video screenshots from an online forum. The Shao family's influence may hold sway in Jiangnan, but it cannot suppress the vast expanse of the empire. Editorial Department of the Capital Empire Daily. Editor. We have breaking news. However, this may involve the privacy of a celebrity. An editor excitedly pushed open the door to the chief editor's office. The chief editor, nearing 60, did not lift his gaze. His eyes were fixed intently on the computer screen. Suddenly, he chuckled. Someone is certainly stirring the pot. Given the substantial evidence at hand, it would be unreasonable not to publish a headline report. Withdraw all the originally scheduled headlines and allow this celebrity to make a proper appearance. However, chief editor, won't we offend anyone? After all, this person has just been recognized as an outstanding talent by the state, the editor inquired with uncertainty. Rest assured, if you do not publish it, someone else will. The empire is preparing to purge a batch of parasites. Those fellows below have gone too far, always thinking the grass is greener abroad. Does our nation not have its own exceptional talents worthy of recognition? The chief editor remarked with a smile. He was well aware that he was eating from the iron rice bowl provided by the state and had keenly sensed that the information had been deliberately leaked. Nevertheless, as long as it was genuine news, who cared where it originated? Timeliness is paramount in journalism, and the chief editor was confident that this news would spread across the nation by the morrow. Just as he anticipated, I sent it to not just one media outlet, but to all 768 media organizations nationwide, including even the smallest county-level outlets. No matter how powerful the Shao family's influence or how formidable the hidden hand, they could hardly silence the news from the entire nation. Such a method of attacking through public opinion was unprecedented in this world. As there were no more advanced hacking techniques, all sent emails and messages were subject to monitoring. In this context, unless one harbored a mutual destruction mentality, no one would voluntarily expose negative news. Most reconciliations occurred under the influence of consortiums and aristocratic families. The clash between foreign ideologies and local thoughts manifested not only culturally, but also economically and militarily, fundamentally pertaining to the distribution of interests. I would never have dreamed that a mere international art designer could become the spark igniting the conflict between the two sides. At the first hospital of Lehigh City, in the patient room, all right, it's all cleaned up now. Let me give your shoulders a gentle massage. Lying around isn't good for you. The voice was soft and tender, breezing into the heart unbidden. Xiao Jinyan gently wiped the fragrant sweat from her forehead, and the blush on her face rendered her even more alluring than usual, with a hint of bashfulness in her beautiful eyes. Thank you, Jiyan. I turned slightly, wrapping my arms around her plump, soft waist, whispering in a low voice in Xiao Jinyan's ear. What should we talk about? This is bad. Xiao Jinyan sprang to her feet as if electrified, her face flushed crimson. The fleeting sensation from moments ago quickened her heartbeat, filling her with an unprecedented thrill. This unique blend of ambiguity and intimacy made Xiao Jinyan feel that her efforts were not in vain. Yet, thoughts of Xiao Hongli added a layer of confusion to her brow. Wandering through the treacherous shadows for years, I am not akin to the original Chen Yipeng. Rather, I am captivated by the gentle and virtuous nature of the woman, Xiao Jinyan, unlike the mere ornamental beauty of Xiao Hongli, who serves only as a decorative vase. Xiao Jinyan circled around to my back, her slender fingers, as delicate as spring onions, pressed gently onto my shoulder with just the right amount of pressure. With a deep exhale, I released the weighty burden that bore down upon me, wishing fervently that time could linger a little longer. An impulsive thought of divorcing my current spouse to marry Xiao Jinyan flickered through my mind, only to be swiftly dismissed as unrealistic. The Xiao family would never allow another daughter to marry me, as it would tarnish their reputation unless some fortuitous circumstance arose. I am a purveyor of personalities. In a sense, I could be deemed a genius. Within this realm, I am referred to as the architect, the foremost strategist. Yet, now is not the time for such contemplations. I seem to have forgotten something important. Suddenly, I shook my head, a jolt of realization coursing through me. The allure of beauty has misled me. My foremost task should be to retrieve my phone and eavesdrop on Xiao Hongli. The secrets she refuses to share will undoubtedly be revealed to her parents. This matter must pertain to an emotional scandal, a betrayal of the family. Could there be another lover involved? Is Lu Xingchen merely a scapegoat? A glimmer of fury flashed in my eyes, but it soon subsided as I playfully smacked Xiao Jinyan's ample backside and chuckled. I've indulged. Will you stay with me? What am I thinking? Wait until you're divorced, and do not provoke me. The last few words from Xiao Jinyan were scarcely audible, almost as if she were speaking to herself. Chapter 45. Does the wife have a lover? Though Xiao Jinyan felt a twinge of embarrassment, the beauty in her eyes could not conceal her joy. The happiness she experienced today far surpassed the sum of her marital bliss, and she had engaged in some audacious acts. I will lie beside you. Just call me if you need anything, she said gently. Curled up on the accompanying bed, she resembled a docile Persian cat, having just assisted me with my ablutions. And she appeared quite fatigued, her cheeks flushed, and her damp hair clinging together, still not fully dried. I found myself at a loss, uncertain whether Wu Ji's actions were deliberate or accidental. What should I do in this situation? Her alluring, gentle eyes were fixed on me, as if I bore flowers upon my face. The distance between us was merely an arm's length, and I casually extended my hand, playfully coaxing her smooth, fair chin as one might tease a cat. My fingers grazed her skin lightly. Xiao Jinyan grew increasingly flustered, thinking this man was indeed too much. Was she to be treated like a mere feline? Her gentle nature only allowed her to shyly evade, unable to articulate even the slightest protest, and she was nearly on the verge of tears from the ticklish sensations. I recognized I had crossed a line. Although I am not the original Gao Yipeng, I am nonetheless inhabiting his body and identity. It is truly inappropriate to play with emotions before resolving the existing dilemmas. All right. I was wrong, I whispered softly, brushing my fingers gently across the corner of her eye. The beautiful woman shyly enveloped herself in the quilt, turning her voluptuous form away, leaving only her curvaceous silhouette draped in a towel. I extinguished the bedside lamp and swiftly placed my Bluetooth earphones in my ears. Upon activating the phone's surveillance, I discerned that Xiao Hongli had seemingly reached the conclusion of her discourse. The troubles you have caused, I could hardly wish you had never been born. That scoundrel Zhu Guide is indeed an accomplice. This is what you have incessantly referred to as a good brother. Xiao Chang's voice was barely above a whisper, as if fearful of being overheard, yet his ire was unmistakable. Wu Gu interjected, saying, "This is not the time for such discussions. Your daughter did not provoke this situation intentionally. We, and even the Xiao family, are undoubtedly under scrutiny." Xiao Hongli sobbed quietly beside them, uttering not a word. Perhaps we should relinquish that sum of money. I have grown weary over the years, and the younger generation of the Xiao family has shown little promise. Xiao Changhe lamented despondently. Is there truly no way out? Wu Gu pressed urgently. Xiao Changhe laughed bitterly, exclaiming, even employing the allure of beauty, all to shatter my protective talisman. With my daughter embroiled in such disgrace, how could I possibly retain the dignity of a guardian? This protective talisman must refer to Xiao Changhe's esteemed reputation in Linhai. With this honor intact, both the capital and local aristocracy would afford him due respect. The notion of a guardian and that sum of money eludes my comprehension, yet it bears no relevance to me. In a certain light, my actions mirror those of a puppet master, but what perplexes me is why the adversary has fixated on Xiao Hongli as their target, employing such a convoluted scheme. The more intricate the stratagem, the lower the chances of success. A single misstep can unravel the entire plan. Yet, the machinations aimed at Xiao Hongli seem indifferent to success. Whether it be her husband Gao Yipeng, a spineless wretch, or Lu Xingchen, a scoundrel, Xiao Hongli, caught amid them, would inevitably succumb to despair as time progresses and more truths emerge. But to what end? Is this merely a heart-wrenching execution? As a headache began to throb, my wife suddenly remarked, "Dad, Mom, I truly did not anticipate encountering that person. It was an extraordinary coincidence, and I have not seen him since." "Stop. I have no interest in your affairs with your lover. Do not mention it to me," I retorted, suspecting it to be akin to the snare set by Lu Xingchen. "Ensnaring you, foolish girl. Indeed, as the old adage goes, a fly does not alight upon an unbroken egg. You are but a rotten one." Xiao Changhe gasped for breath, his frustration evident. Wu Gu, equally disheartened, chimed in, "Why did you transfer schools in high school? Do you not comprehend your own limits? Those behind this have even unearthed this matter, presenting that individual before you. With your temperament, it was only a matter of time before you fell into someone else's embrace. Aside from Lu Xingchen, Your father's most cherished possession is on the verge of being destroyed by you. Dad, Mom, I have pleaded countless times. I am innocent. You must believe me. And I had no choice back then. I have told you I am perfectly normal. The wife, unable to contain her tears, expressed an unprecedented sense of urgency. Regrettably, due to her numerous lies, her parents would never believe her. Following this revelation, an extended silence enveloped the three of them. Perhaps due to their advancing age, Xiao Changhe was the first to succumb to slumber, followed by Wu Ge, who quietly conversed with Xiao Hongli. The exchange between the mother and daughter was barely audible, their words lost through the fabric of their trousers and the phone. With my eyes closed, I contemplated the dialogue among the three, recalling that the person Xiao Hongli encountered that day was a fellow student from her high school. There might have been emotional entanglements or other complications at play. Moreover, this individual possessed a peculiar identity, necessitating the covert editing of videos to obscure the truth. When Xiao Hongli met this person in the hotel room, her expression was one of surprise, tinged with a hint of anxiety, accompanied by an indescribable thrill and excitement. I consider myself a master of micro-expressions. However, even the most skilled cannot read minds. Xiao Changhe believed that this person served a similar purpose to Lu Xingchen, both being potential seducers of Xiao Hongli. It stands to reason that Xiao Changhe must also be acquainted with this individual, yet he would not even utter their name. The more I pondered, the more perplexed I became, as I endeavored to sift through the memories of the original owner, Gao Yipeng, finding nothing but a few instances of nosebleeds. Could it be that the original owner had already been betrayed? I wished fervently for his revival, longing to discuss that fateful wedding night, questioning whether he had mistakenly embraced someone other than Xiao Hongli while inebriated. A stunning young lady from a prestigious family marrying an ordinary university student is a fantastical occurrence that might only transpire once in a billion. Was it a case of unexpected fatherhood, or an effort to escape trouble? This individual must be known to Lu Xingchen. It seemed unlikely that he could simply be cast aside. I must also arrange for a test for Gao Yipeng's daughter. Fortunately, the advancements in testing technology in this world allow for results to be obtained within half an hour, with the added benefit of anonymity in reporting. However, one must ponder, with such advanced technology, could it be that infidelity is rampant in this world? The thought alone sent chills down my spine. If only there were a choice, I would wish never to have traversed into this body, sparing myself the daily torment that kept me awake at night. In the darkness, a blurred figure approached me, the familiar scent lingering in the air, followed by warm, soft lips brushing against my face. The one who bestowed this kiss cautiously retreated back to the bed, seemingly hiding under the covers while emitting a soft giggle. I too began to smile, my body gradually relaxing, ready to rest, for tomorrow promised to be yet another exhilarating day. Chapter 46. Discrediting the wife at 5:30 in the morning. The hospital ward began to buzz with life. Since my father-in-law and I were in a special care unit, we were unbothered by any unwelcome visitors. Only a nurse came in to check my blood pressure before leaving. Noticing that I was on the verge of waking, Xiao Jinyan seized the moment to slip into the bathroom to wash her clothes. As she did so, memories of the dream she had the previous night flooded her mind, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Did I have feelings for Yipeng? When did this begin? I had not even noticed. Perhaps it was the solitude and boredom of being at home that fostered such emotions. I, too, am an ordinary woman, deserving of care and affection. I envy Hong Li and have a fondness for Qin Qian. Were I in Hong Li's position, I would dutifully strive to be a good wife. What thoughts occupy Yipeng's mind? Why did he tease me last night? Might he perceive me as a wayward woman? Xiao Hong Li gazed into the mirror, her mind a whirlwind of confusion. Upon her emergence, I reclined against the headboard, intrigued by the presence of this mature and enchanting woman before me. While others grow weary in their company, Xiao Jinyan appeared as if revitalized, her skin luminous and tender, rivaling that of an 18-year-old maiden. Truly, she exemplified the virtuous homemaker, bringing me a basin of warm water to assist me in my ablutions, and tenderly wiping my body with a warm towel afterward. To marry a wise woman is a noble pursuit. I nodded in agreement, stretching lazily and perusing my phone. The hour was still early. Morning news typically aired at 6:30. I was uncertain of its impact, but as long as it reached Xiao Changhe's ears, that sufficed. As Xiao Jinyan turned to depart, I could not restrain myself from grasping her slender wrist, reminiscent of a tender green onion. Just last night, I had asserted that this was not the time for romantic entanglements. Yet when faced with her, who could truly resist? It must be said that my mother-in-law, Wu Ge, is exceedingly cunning, using a nearly estranged daughter to ensnare me, a mere professional cleaner, so thoroughly. Xiao Jinyan attempted to withdraw her hand, but to no avail. Her face flushed crimson, avoiding my gaze as she implored, "Auntie will arrive shortly. Please let me go. This is inappropriate. Hong Li will have objections." Oh, my heart has long ceased to feel. Given her repugnant deeds, do you truly believe I envision a future with her? Moreover, do you not grasp the implications of our mother insisting you stay? I responded with a bitter smile. I drew this beautiful woman closer, encircling her waist and gently kissing her delicate, glistening earlobe. She is the first woman I have desired since arriving in this world, and I cannot bear to let her go. Xiao Jinyan was taken aback by my audacity, her body stiffening as she trembled with anxiety. Her heart a tumult of anguish and shyness. Throughout her life, she had been guided by her adoptive parents, attending an all-girls school and studying knitting and sewing in university. Never having experienced love, she herself was uncertain of her feelings towards me. I am not yet divorced. Sima Zhong messaged me yesterday. I read it, but did not reply. Am I a bad woman? Xiao Jinyan's voice quivered. Overwhelmed with shame, she felt a warmth enveloping her body, her emotions restless. No, you are the finest, most gentle and virtuous woman in the world. The fault lies with me. Perhaps Xiao Hongli's betrayal has tainted my perspective. Please forgive me, I murmured softly in her ear. I could only smile bitterly within. I could not reveal to her that I am a time traveler, with no connection to Chen Yipeng. Who would believe such a tale? However, without uttering a word, Chen Yipeng remains unmarried, and the question of identity continues to loom over us, making it exceedingly difficult for us to take that next step. Xiao Jinyan, with a touch of sympathy, gently placed her hand on my head, caressing it softly, her gaze filled with tenderness and affection. The enchanting fragrance she emanated brought a sense of calm over me, to the point where, for a fleeting moment, I wished for nothing more than to simply remain in quiet companionship with her. Xiao Jinyan cherished the intimacy we shared during our moments alone, and the fragile barrier between us could be pierced at any moment. Just as I was gathering the courage to act, footsteps suddenly echoed from outside the door. Xiao Jinyan sprang to her feet, as if electrified. Her cheeks flushed as she hurriedly tidied her disheveled clothes and stray locks of hair. Is Jinyan here? Rong Xian, upon seeing Xiao Jinyan's flustered state, appeared momentarily entranced, reminiscent of the Xiao Hongli of yesteryear. Auntie, you've arrived, Xiao Jinyan murmured shyly, her hands anxiously intertwining, akin to a freshly graduated high school student. Rong Xian, noticing my lively demeanor, expressed her gratitude towards Xiao Jinyan, grasping her hand as she said, "Thank you, Auntie. Come. Let us step outside and allow this rascal to dress himself." Despite any grievances she might harbor towards the Xiao family, Rong Xian maintained a remarkably cordial demeanor towards Xiao Jinyan, seizing the opportunity to chat with her in the corridor. The two laughed heartily at amusing anecdotes related to me, without a hint of reservation. Their camaraderie resembled that of a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, a scene that was inadvertently witnessed by my wife. My wife had deliberately returned home to shower and change into an outfit gifted by Chen Yipeng the previous year, which she had once dismissed as unattractive but seemed to have chosen to wear today. The form-fitting white mermaid dress accentuated her swan-like neck and the delicate collarbone that peeked through, exquisitely outlining her alluring figure. The intricate lace design lent the garment an almost bridal purity. Paired with white high heels and nude stockings, her stature appeared even more statuesque. Her long, jet-black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and the swelling in her face had subsided significantly, restoring her fair complexion. A touch of eyeshadow concealed the dark circles under her eyes, and her slightly lowered gaze held a hint of depth, while a red lipstick masked her natural pallor, exuding an ethereal aura that gave her an otherworldly sense of solitude. A pair of emerald green jade earrings dangled from her alluring earlobes, swaying rhythmically with her graceful steps. These were a gift from Rong Xian on their wedding day, unfortunately worn only once due to concerns about damage from work. Despite the disarray of the previous day, a simple touch-up revealed her unparalleled beauty, captivating all who beheld her, leaving some of the male attendants nearly colliding with walls in their daze. "Sister, you've come," Xiao Jinyan said upon spotting my wife, feeling inexplicably guilty, and quickly distanced herself from Rong Xian. Rong Xian huffed softly, taking Xiao Jinyan's hand and kindly advising, "You cared for him all night. You should take some time to rest. Aunt, I truly thank you. I wish my son could have a daughter-in-law like you." This remark suggests a sinister undertone. You have erred first, yet you still manage to sleep soundly and dress so flamboyantly. Perhaps it is for your lover's gaze? Such a woman, when brought home, proves utterly useless. In critical moments, she is unreliable and shows no signs of remorse. It would be wise for my son to seek a divorce, lest he fall victim to this cruel-hearted woman. Chapter 47. The wife's transformation. Rongxin harbored incessant grievances in her heart, ignoring Xia Hongli, which starkly contrasted with her warm demeanor towards Xia Jinyan. Sister, you all carry on with your conversation, and I will check on Mom and Dad, Xia Jinyan said, unwilling to make her sister uncomfortable, and thus she took her leave. Throughout, Xia Hongli refrained from addressing her sister, her eyes shadowed with a mix of pain and anger. Her fingers, clutching the thermos, turned pale from the grip. Once her sister departed, she approached Rongxin. Mom, I made some kanji for Yipeng. Xia Hongli spoke cautiously. Do not call me Mom. That word makes me nauseous. Rongxin, adopting the stern demeanor of her days as a homeroom teacher, fixed Xia Hongli with a gaze that seemed to pierce through her very being, causing Xia Hongli to lower her head, akin to a wayward student. Mother, I was wrong. I am sorry. Xia Hongli's eyes brimmed with tears as she quietly sobbed. The sight of her, resembling a weeping pear blossom, was enough to soften even the toughest heart. Xia Hongli, at times foolish beyond measure, could also exhibit moments of intelligence. Her current attire was meant to ease familial tensions, hoping to evoke some fond memories. Indeed, her humble admission of guilt left Rongxin at a loss for words. Her heart, once hardened, softened a fraction, especially upon noticing the jade earrings adorning Xia Hongli's earlobes. A pang of sorrow struck her heart, nearly bringing her to tears. These jade earrings were passed down by her mother-in-law, who, in her final moments, had clasped her hand, earnestly hoping for her son to find a worthy daughter-in-law. Yet, this so-called worthy daughter-in-law was instead of a malicious nature, flirting with other men. What was to become of her son in the future? Lost in thought, Rongxin's eyes grew moist, and she turned away from Xia Hongli. Mother, I was wrong. I have disappointed you. I wish to see Yipeng, I beg you, the wife pleaded, her voice choked with emotion. Rongxin drew a deep breath and replied, I cannot make decisions for my son. If you wish to see him, then do so. However, should you lie again, perhaps it would be best if you do not see him at all. The doctor has advised that he must not endure any more stress. Mother, I will not lie again. I am wronged, and you must believe me. Furthermore, there are extenuating circumstances regarding the events at the hotel. I fear they may bring trouble to Yipeng, Xia Hongli wept. At this moment, Rongxin found her patience for her daughter-in-law waning, letting out a cold huff before seeking out Chen's father. With a creak, the door to the hospital room swung open. I had just completed my visit to the restroom and nearly collided with the other person. Her warm, delicate form pressed against me, and a subtle, fragrant aroma enveloped me. What are you doing here? I furrowed my brow and remarked, then pushed her away with determination. Even though I held this woman in disdain, I could not help but acknowledge the marvel of creation. Despite having reached the age of 30, she still resembled a delicately carved piece of jade. With a swan-like neck of pure alabaster and long, straight legs, complemented by a figure that adhered to the golden ratio, possessing an almost instantaneous ability to captivate all who beheld her, especially today, having made a particular effort in her appearance. Her face adorned with subtle makeup that concealed her former pallor. Husband, please don't treat me this way. I'm so frightened. You were never like this before. As she was pushed aside, my wife felt not only aggrieved, but also a profound sense of guilt and regret. I do not wish to touch you, for I perceive you as tainted. Lu Xingchen had contracted a serious disease while abroad, and I had witnessed him at the first hospital when I went to fetch your medication. He was there for a urology consultation. In his haste, he had left behind his test results and medical records. Lu Xingchen harbored a severe illness, and any woman who had been intimate with him could potentially be infected. I casually handed the medical records from my pocket to Xiao Hongli. Xiao Hongli's eyes widened in horror, feeling utterly repulsed and reluctant to accept the documents. With a slightly agitated tone, she exclaimed, Husband, why didn't you tell me? Otherwise, would I have gone to dinner with him? You actually believe I should have informed you? When Li Fei caught you in the act, I told you. How did you respond? Surely, you do not require reminding? And even now, you have yet to reflect on your actions? Do you truly think a married woman should accept a man's invitation in solitude? Oh, I almost forgot. He was planning to propose to you. If I had mentioned Lu Xingchen's affliction, how disappointed you would have been. Now, unless there is something of importance, be gone. Your presence disgusts me, I said with a cold laugh. Husband, I brought you lunch. I still wish to converse with you. Xiao Hongli's beautiful eyes held a hint of sorrow, akin to rippling autumn waves that stirred one's heart. My wife found herself at a loss for words. For indeed, it was she who had committed those reprehensible acts. While it would be unjust to blame her entirely, as she had no knowledge of Lu Xingchen's intentions with roses and toys, nor did she foresee the proposal. She had thought it merely a casual gathering, only to be met with such distasteful circumstances. Contemplating Lu Xingchen's affliction made Xiao Hongli's stomach churn. She thrust the thermos into my hands and rushed to the restroom to retch. Unfortunately, having eaten nothing since the previous evening, all that emerged was bitter bile. The painstakingly applied makeup was now ruined. I raised an eyebrow, recalling her pregnancy of less than 2 months. The medication I had administered only simulated gonorrhea, not the actual virus. It would dissipate naturally within 4 to 5 days, primarily serving to induce mental strain. In truth, I held no fondness for the child conceived during Xiao Hongli's emotional infidelity, yet I felt compelled to clean up the mess that the original self had created. Therefore, regardless of whether Xiao Hongli chose to keep the child or not, I would respect her wishes. However, for now, it seemed prudent to let her experience a bit of fear. Thus, I said, it would be prudent for you to undergo an examination. You wouldn't want to fall ill and bring misfortune upon your parents as well. My dear, I assure you, I am not unwell. I have done nothing with Lu Xingchen. At most, I have merely been taken advantage of. I detest myself for my earlier naivety. Please, you must trust me. I understand that anything I say now may seem implausible to you, but my father has already sought assistance to clear my name. Xiao Hongli spoke with tears of despair. To this day, she remains bewildered as to how matters escalated to such an extent. Despite her truthful assertions, no one seems to believe her. It appears that every family member has concluded that she has been unfaithful and engaged in a liaison with Lu Xingchen. Any attempt at clarification seems futile, especially with the hotel's surveillance footage having been manipulated by unseen forces, leaving her devoid of any evidence. Dare you assert your innocence? Are you truly innocent? Reflect upon your heart during the time. Whom did it harbor? I said with a cold smirk. Chapter 48. The first communication. Perhaps Xiao Hongli was prepared for my inquiries or had posed these questions to herself repeatedly in her mind, for she longed for an opportunity to converse with me. Unfortunately, her recent indiscretions rendered any discussion at this moment seemed disingenuous, akin to fabrications. Yet, Xiao Hongli was unwilling to relinquish any chance for confession and redemption. With a quivering voice, she proclaimed, "My love, I was somewhat vain at that time, beguiled by the deceitful words of Lu Xingchen, mistaking him as a representative of artistry. He had expressed a desire to deepen our relationship on several occasions, but I had always rebuffed him. My dear, I cannot bear to be away from home, from you and Qianqian. I do not love Lu Xingchen at all. Perhaps you say I once loved him. Perhaps I admire your audacity in confronting the truth. Yet now that Lu Xingchen's facade has been shattered, do you claim indifference? Are you aware that you have called out Lu Xingchen's name in your dreams more than once? Would you like me to play those dreams for you?" I articulated each word deliberately, my eyes radiating a cold fury. Recalling the humiliation from the original self's memories, I would have relished the opportunity to eliminate the wretched woman before me. Xiao Hongli's continued existence should be solely attributed to the residual resentment from the original self influencing me. The original self was indeed the most foolish and devoted fool in existence. No, this cannot be. My dear, you are deceiving me, are you not? I never dream when I sleep. Xiao Hongli's complexion turned pale in an instant, her eyes filled with terror. She did not ask me to provide evidence, for she feared that I might indeed present it, leaving her with no face to appear before me again. Her self-deceiving responses seemed more like a repudiation of her past self. I, of course, possessed no evidence, but I also believed that Xiao Hongli would never dare to request it from me. I merely sought to help this woman gradually realize the true nature of her being. Infidelity within marriage is utterly unforgivable. The notion of forgiveness is merely self-deception and a concession to reality. Moreover, the Chen Yipeng capable of forgiving Xiao Hongli has long since perished. I am not Chen Yipeng. I bear no responsibility or obligation towards Xiao Hongli. It was Chen Yipeng who made vows at the altar, not I, the time traveler. Speaking of this now is futile. You do not truly know me, for I harbor no fondness for porridge. I opened the thermos with a cold smile. This caught Xiao Hongli off guard, her complexion paling further as she repeatedly sifted through her limited memories, realizing that Chen Yipeng had never consumed porridge in her presence. On the contrary, due to her fondness for it, he often prepared elaborate servings for himself, and she had never cared to inquire where the remnants had gone, assuming that he had consumed them. I'm so sorry, dear husband. I truly did not know. Over the past few days, Xiao Hongli had uttered countless apologies. Yet she understood that they could scarcely mend the debt she owed to her family. She had to concede that she had indeed been treading perilously close to the precipice. And even if she defended herself, the notion of a soul made amounted to a form of emotional infidelity. Well, I do not wish to dwell on these matters. Since you have come, I want to inquire about the deleted video in the hotel corridor. Whom were you attempting to conceal? I asked. Xiao Hongli's expression shifted slightly, her shame causing her to avert her gaze, and after a moment of silence, she spoke. What I have said, dear husband, can you forgive me? Please, share your thoughts. I kept my head down, feigning disinterest, though my peripheral vision was acutely attuned to her subtle expressions and movements. Dear husband, I once had a first love in high school, Zhu Zitao, the son of Uncle Zhu. He was the one who appeared at the hotel that day, but I assure you, there is nothing between us. He went abroad during university, and I have not seen him since. As for his presence, I am not entirely certain. He merely greeted me. He was one of the sponsors of that event, and we have not been in touch since, Xiao Hongli murmured. Even if you were to reach out, I doubt you would agree to meet him, considering your heart was with Lu Xingchen at that time, I remarked dismissively. No, dear husband, I'm sorry, Xiao Hongli said, growing increasingly embarrassed, utterly at a loss for words. What she said seemed to hold truth, yet I sensed an underlying dissonance. I endeavored to connect the fragments of Qin Yipeng's memories, and suddenly, a cold smile crept upon my lips. I recall that Zhu Zitao was a senior at our university. Correct? You must have had a decent relationship there. How is it that he simply left for abroad? I rose and slowly approached my wife, my gaze piercing with intensity. Why do you ask such questions, dear husband? We parted ways after high school and have not been in contact since, Xiao Hongli replied, her voice tinged with anxiety. I smiled knowingly, fixing my gaze upon her exquisite visage, and said, back in university, you intentionally drew close to me, did you not? Shortly after we began our relationship, someone deliberately inflicted a knife wound on my hand, resulting in not only the permanent loss of feeling in my index finger, but also a lasting psychological scar that rendered me unable to play the piano ever again. Look into my eyes and tell me that all of this is unrelated to you? Dear husband, I am truly sorry. I never intended for any of this to happen. Zhu Zitao pursued me to university, and I truly held no affection for him. So, you took the initiative to draw closer to me, using me as a shield, directing Zhu Zitao's animosity towards me. Subsequently, he devastated my hand, and as the matter escalated, he fled abroad to evade the repercussions. Thus, your marriage to me was, in truth, born out of guilt. You must pity me. You do not love me, Qin Yipeng. My voice grew increasingly frigid as I towered over my wife. The distance between us scarcely an inch. In truth, Qin Yipeng harbored some doubts about the events of that time. Yet, he chose not to investigate, deliberately avoiding all clues. Never contemplating a quest for justice. Xiao Hongli's legs weakened, causing her to kneel upon the ground, her carefully applied makeup washed away by tears. She shook her head in anguish, saying, Husband, at first, I truly contemplated making amends. However, during my graduation project, your meticulous care for me made me genuinely fall in love with you from that moment. Please believe me, will you? Was that love? You merely sought a free servant. I retorted with a sneer. Once the ugly veil was torn away, the true soul emerged. Xiao Hongli could not deny her infidelity during that time. Even if it was merely emotional infidelity, she was tainted, unworthy of uttering the word love. Chapter 49. A vow to heaven. A profound sense of regret enveloped Xiao Hongli as she painfully realized the foolishness of her past actions, betraying her family and the most solemn vows between spouses. Where in this world exists a remedy for regret? The wrongs committed leave indelible stains, unremovable. Yet, Xiao Hongli was unwilling to accept this, particularly after unmasking Lu Xingchen's hypocrisy. She instinctively found it impossible to trust any man approaching her. Only in Qin Yipeng's presence did she regain a semblance of security. This was the primary reason she desperately sought forgiveness, yearning to return to her family and the past. However, her current actions were merely driven by a primal instinct to seek advantage and avoid harm, lacking any genuine understanding of her inner desires. It remains uncertain whether, after this period, another man capable of providing her with security would prompt her to swiftly fall in love again. What I am doing now is to continuously stretch Xiao Hongli's emotional state to keep her on the brink. I aim to help her gain clearer insight into herself, to confront the wretched truth of her past, and to assist her in reshaping her worldview and values. Husband, I am sorry. I know that no matter what I say now, you may not believe me, but grant me an opportunity for atonement. Do you have feelings for my sister? I can accept that. Tears welled in Xiao Hongli's eyes, as if she sensed my intentions, and she threw herself into my embrace. Her slender arms, like white jade, clung tightly around my waist, grasping the fabric of my back with fervor. She pressed her head against my chest, seemingly seeking solace and warmth from the rhythm of my heartbeat. Xiao Hongli, do you even comprehend what you were saying? You are dragging my moral standards down to your level. I, Chen Yipeng, vote before the heavens that I shall not engage with any woman until our divorce is finalized. I swear an oath, and if I breach it, may the heavens strike me with 5 thunders. I scoff at the notion of my oath. What does it have to do with me? However, one truth remains. Until I have completely severed ties with Xiao Hongli, I cannot draw too close to Xiao Jinyan. On the surface, Wu Gu treats both daughters equally, yet in reality, she harbors a bias towards her biological daughter, this mother-in-law. In her quest to uphold the Xiao family's reputation, may resort to certain actions, with Xiao Jinyan serving as a significant pawn, until this matter reaches resolution. I can only admire Xiao Jinyan from afar, as this is the bait my mother-in-law has cast before me. I observe Xiao Hongli's wavering spirit, and, seizing the moment, feign anger and heartache, proclaiming, Xiao Hongli, let us divorce. You must admit, even without Lu Xingqian, there will be Li Xingqian. The world is vast, and there will always be exceptional men seeking you. How long can a woman's beauty endure? 10 years, 20. At 30, Xiao Hongli is at the pinnacle of her beauty. Yet she is gripped by anxiety. Otherwise, she would not have taken to makeup, unwilling to be outshone by others. Xiao Hongli has been sheltered by me to such an extent that she remains oblivious to the world's harsh realities, mistakenly believing I shall always be by her side, comfortably relishing this affection while yearning for external excitement. Now, she is genuinely frightened, as if faced with a sentencing decree. Deep down, she has likely anticipated this moment. A rational mind would never associate with a woman who is strayed. Yet, I have not betrayed her. I merely admire an idol. What can be done? Who can prove otherwise? Xiao Hongli's thoughts are in disarray, and she nearly collapses into my arms. I neither embrace nor support her, allowing her to kneel at my feet. The divorce agreement is prepared. For years, I have focused on providing for the family. I will leave behind the house, the car, and the savings, departing with nothing but my dignity. The custody of Tianqian shall be mine, as you have failed to fulfill your responsibilities as a mother. I have drafted the agreement. All that is needed is your signature, and we shall part ways. I spoke with indifference, retrieving the divorce papers from the folder on the bedside table. This document has long been prepared, originally intended to be presented in the presence of others. However, my mother-in-law, Wu Gu, possesses considerable cunning. Each time I contemplate this course of action, it seems she senses it and deftly diverts the conversation, offering various temptations. Her singular aim is clear: to prevent the divorce. As long as we remain married, the Xiao family's reputation can be preserved, and she is willing to propose any condition, even keeping Xiao Jinyan as leverage. Were Xiao Hongli to possess even half of Wu Ji's ruthlessness and wisdom, I might never realize that my own wife would betray me. I now intend to capitalize on her emotional desolation, applying moral pressure to compel her to sign the divorce agreement. As for when to formally submit the divorce, that power rests entirely in my hands. Husband, I shall not divorce you. Last night, you professed before my parents that you would never part from me. Xiao Hongli did not even glance at the divorce agreement. Instead, she gazed at me with her beautiful eyes, filled with an infinite sorrow. The sight of the divorce document seemed to pierce the very core of her deepest fears. Even during the happiest moments with Lu Xingqian, she had never contemplated the possibility of divorce. For generations, the Xiao family has never witnessed a woman who has divorced or strayed. Sign it. The debts incurred by you and Zhu Zitao shall be repaid in full. My hand, fingers curled in a mock grip around my wife's delicate throat, bore a cruel smile as I began to apply pressure. The sensation of suffocation compelled Xiao Hongli to struggle, yet I released my grip just in time, causing her to collapse backward, coughing violently. Sign it. Once you have, we can converse, discuss as we wish. I tossed the divorce agreement and pen before her, looking down upon her from a height. No, I refuse to divorce. Husband, we have a daughter. Grant me another chance. Xiao Hongli knelt on the ground, her posture almost abject, yet she remained blissfully unaware of how striking her appearance was to me, a stranger. The white bodycon dress strained against her exquisite curves, exuding an irresistible allure. A typical man might have succumbed to temptation long ago. Testing me, are you? I must admit, I feel a twinge of regret, Chen Yipeng. Perhaps I should reconsider my quest for vengeance. I rubbed my nose, my gaze brazenly sweeping over Xiao Hongli. She seemed to sense my scrutiny, the heat of my gaze piercing through her clothing, a sensation she had often experienced in the office and public spaces. Generally, she found such attention repulsive, thus favoring conservative attire. However, a flicker of unexpected joy ignited within her. She realized that, in her husband's eyes, she was not devoid of merit. At least her physical form retained a certain allure. Clutching at a lifeline, she struggled to rise and pressed against me, her hands gripping my shirt sleeves with fervor. Chapter 50. The misunderstanding of my mother-in-law. At this moment, my wife resembled a desperate gambler, her hopes dwindling, yet willing to wager her very body to preserve the marriage that provided her with a sense of security. Such behavior would have been unimaginable in the past. The proud scion of the Xiao family, Xiao Hongli had always held her dignity close. Otherwise, she would not have changed her name from Jinyu to Hongli. In her past interactions with Gao Yipeng, whether stemming from guilt, love, or pity, she merely performed the role expected of a wife. In family life, she contributed materially but never infused her emotions into the household, maintaining a sense of detachment. Yet, she longed for more emotional connection to quell her insecurities and alleviate her mental burdens. The tenderness of her husband and the charm of their daughter were treasures she coveted. Emotions and material possessions have never been equal. Those who give should not expect commensurate rewards in return. Can the warmth of a bowl of porridge awaiting you after a night shift, the lamp left on for you in the living room, and the milk and eggs prepared for your morning truly be quantified in monetary terms? Certainly, one might consider hiring a nanny. Yet can a nanny stand by you for a lifetime? When your hair turns gray, it might not be your children by your side, but rather your beloved who feels the deepest concern for you. Young couples who grow old together cultivate genuine affection in the simplicity of life and in companionship. They come to understand each other's hearts more profoundly. Xiao Hongli's background makes it unlikely that anyone would impart this wisdom to her. Understanding must be cultivated over time or sparked by significant events. Husband. Xiao Hongli's exquisite visage is now shrouded in sorrow, her pitiable appearance enough to shatter hearts. She clings to me, her weight entirely upon me, hands gripping my clothing tightly as she murmurs her confessions, a hint of a sickly pallor flickering in her gaze. Her skin, as delicate as that of an 18-year-old, transforms this pallor into a striking blush upon her cheeks. With a waist as slender as a willow's bend, her voluptuous figure beneath a fitted dress compels one to admire this divine piece of art created inadvertently by the hands of God. Is this for real? My heart sways like a sailboat tossed upon tumultuous waves. My wife, with a hint of allure in her eyes, appears as radiant as a blooming peony, especially with her long, enchanting legs holding my gaze captive. As my eyes wander downward, I notice she has discarded her shoes, her dainty toes curling in a delightful manner, the crimson polish accentuating the porcelain whiteness of her feet, reminiscent of a lotus poised to blossom. Just as I feel on the verge of abandoning my resolve, the door to the hospital room suddenly swings open. My mother-in-law, Wu Ge, enters and sees her daughter leaning against her son-in-law, hands gripping his clothing as if to tear it apart, immediately misinterpreting the situation and feeling a mix of anger and embarrassment. What are you two doing in broad daylight? Wu Ji's anger, however, is tempered by a flicker of joy. If they truly reconcile, she could save her energy for the external crises looming ahead. She longs to applaud her daughter, yet maintains a stoic facade, recalling the most pressing matter at hand. With a stern expression, she commands, Xiao Yun, come in. Take the young lady to the adjacent room. Confiscate her phone. Do not allow anyone to approach. As her words linger, a woman enters, standing at 6 feet tall and appearing to be in her 30s, clad in a simple black tracksuit. Her short hair frames a face marred by a scar that runs from her forehead across her left eye, marring an otherwise exquisite beauty. Though little more is visible, the muscular lines revealed suggest this woman has undergone rigorous training and has blood on her hands, exuding an aura of ferocity. The Xiao family? They have arrived swiftly. It seems Xiao Changhe has already begun his investigations. I'm used to myself. The wife gazed at Xiao Yun, clearly recognizing her, and a faint trace of fear flickered across her face. She promptly rose to her feet, shaking her head at Wu Ge, exclaiming, Mom, I won't leave. Why are you confining me? My husband wants a divorce, Mom. Don't let Xiao Yun watch me. Divorce? Wu Ge raised an eyebrow, turning her gaze towards me. Yipeng, that is not what you said last night. I scoffed. Mom, let me ask you, are you aware of Zhu Zitao's situation? Do you know that your daughter used me as a shield, crippling my hand and causing me psychological trauma? Wu Gu's eyes widened slightly, her mind sharp and perceptive. Much like a clever heroine from a fantastical tale. With just my words, she deduced a multitude of circumstances. No wonder her daughter insisted on marrying a seemingly aimless university student, showing indifference towards family and husband post-marriage, even bordering on coldness. It became evident that her heart was not swayed by love, but rather by guilt. Everything fell into place. Suddenly, Wu Gu whirled around and struck Xiao Hongli across the face. She had grown despondent over her daughter's marriage and no longer believed she could mend their issues. Forcing two dispassionate individuals together is a feat even the divine cannot accomplish. You've concealed this matter from the family. Do you think yourself noble? Not loving Yipeng, yet still wanting to be together. You've ruined his life. Do you understand? Wu Gu's countenance darkened, her gaze sharp as a knife. Realizing her parenting had truly faltered. Mom, I do love Yipeng. Please believe me, I don't want a divorce. For the first time, Xiao Hongli faced Wu Gu with remarkable courage, casting a determined glance in my direction. This unexpected bravery caught Wu Gu off guard, bringing her a sense of relief. Without such a declaration, her daughter might have been beyond saving. Now, the only one capable of resolving this situation was Chen Yipeng, Xiao Hongli's husband. Xiao Yun, take her away. Do not let her out of your sight. If she dares to make a scene, you know what to do. Wu Gu declared coldly, her resolve unwavering. The woman named Xiao Yun remained silent, as still as an iceberg. She promptly confiscated Xiao Hongli's phone and grasped her arm, escorting her out of the hospital room. Wu Ji's decisive actions left me astonished, while a sense of caution began to rise within me. In my recollection, my mother-in-law was a gentle and elegant woman. I had not anticipated this hidden side of her. My plans were not without flaws, and to avoid exposure, I needed to tread carefully in her presence. Chapter 51. The mother-in-law's test. Xiao Hongli resisted multiple times, but to no avail. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, as though she were on the brink of breaking down. Once Xiao Hongli departed, the hospital room fell silent again. I glanced at my phone. It was 6:40 in the morning. Mother-in-law Wu Gu subdued her anger, picked up the divorce agreement from the floor, scanned it briefly, and sighed, saying, "You've truly endured a lot. Last night, I refrained from revealing the truth immediately, perhaps out of concern for maintaining face with your father." With narrowed eyes, I hesitated to respond, as her seemingly indifferent remarks concealed a probing intent. What was she testing me for? Did she suspect I was already prepared? Was she on guard against me? Upon entering, her swift footsteps and the anger etched on her face indicated that her ire stemmed from other matters. The clock read 6:40. A mere 20 minutes before the morning news. She must have received some information, prompting her to strike Xiao Hongli in a fit of rage. Now, her instinctive response was to delineate allies from adversaries. It was not born of deliberate suspicion towards me. With this contemplation, I deliberately lowered my gaze and, feigning great distress, declared, I had intended to bring it up at the romantic restaurant, but I never anticipated encountering such turmoil. The humiliation of being cuckolded is utterly intolerable. I wish to preserve the last vestiges of dignity with Xiao Hongli and part ways amicably. In such moments, the more furious and candid one is, the less suspicion they attract. A seasoned vixen like Wu Gu, with years of experience, would inevitably be exposed at the slightest misstep. Yipeng, I understand your sentiments. Yet as you rightly stated, the enemies we face are currently mounting an offensive against us. Therefore, divorce is not an option. At least, not at this juncture. Wu Ji's gaze sharpened, transforming into a command rather than a negotiation. When the reputation and survival of the Xiao family hang in the balance, the thoughts of a mere son-in-law hold little weight. In fact, Wu Gu personally addressing the situation was already a considerable concession to me. If Chen Yisong were present, Wu Gu would undoubtedly adopt a different tone. Ultimately, it is the lament of an ordinary person. I mused silently, feeling a sense of helplessness. Even if I possessed extraordinary abilities, I would dare not exhibit them. The more I acted, the more mistakes I would make. Mother, what exactly do you intend to achieve? Let us not beat around the bush. This entire affair has little to do with me. From the outset, Xiao Hongli's marriage to me was a calculation. And you are well aware of how the Xiao family has treated me as their son-in-law over the years. Now that Xiao Hongli has strayed, it is only fair and just that the Xiao family provides me with an explanation. The timing of the divorce is mine to dictate. I wish to divorce now. Xiao Hongli disgusts me. I feigned outrage, though I was chastising Wu Ji's own daughter, who remained impassive, seemingly unperturbed by my words. Once I had vented my frustrations, She revealed a faint smile, meticulously folding the divorce papers and placing them into her bag. Mother knows you were quite angry. I too learned about your university affair with Hongli just now. Rest assured, the Xiao family will provide you with satisfactory recompense. There is now a matter I wish for you to assist with. Take a look at this video. Wu Ge produced her phone and handed it to me. The screen displayed 2 edited videos, precisely the ones I had sent to various newspapers and media outlets the previous evening. As I watched, I sensed Wu Ji's unyielding gaze scrutinizing me, seemingly still harboring suspicions or perhaps attempting to eliminate them. Yet, Wu Ge was destined for disappointment. Gao Yipeng's past was not without its traces. However, she could never have imagined that the figure before her was not Gao Yipeng at all, but rather a specially trained professional cleaner, navigating through the shadows. Cleaners inevitably encounter interrogation, thus the foremost task for any cleaner is to conceal and deceive. Those who fail in these 2 aspects will swiftly find themselves captured or perishing at the hands of hostile forces. Indeed, Xiao Hongli was lying. Her relationship with Lu Xingqian was exactly that, utterly repulsive. How could Qianqian have such a mother? Lu Xingqian is truly deranged. I had warned Xiao Hongli long ago. My face flushed crimson as I roared in fury, then dashed to the restroom to vomit into the toilet. I heaved until my complexion turned pale, then frantically began to wash my hands with soap. The positions exposed in the video featuring Lu Xingqian's affliction were deliberately left unblurred. Any normal person would find it repulsive, and my reaction was entirely justified. This video was likely a test devised by Wu Ge. Typically, media broadcasts do not display private areas. Wu Ge was aware of my prior investigation into Xiao Hongli. Although I attributed it to a hidden mastermind, many coincidences remained. For instance, I fortuitously encountered Lu Xingqian at the first hospital, coincidentally obtaining the medical records and test reports. Had I not laid the groundwork during my earlier planning, I would now be without refuge. Unbeknownst to me, just half an hour prior, I had become Wu Ge's primary suspect. Last night, as she presented her evidence, she had felt relieved that I had not disseminated the information. However, at 2 in the morning, upon witnessing the forthcoming video featuring Lu Xingqian's affliction, she immediately ordered an investigation into my recent activities. Under Xiao Chang's direct arrangement, within less than half an hour, all my recent intelligence had been compiled. It was proven that my caution was warranted. The entire thread of clues was remarkably clear, logically substantiating my innocence. Li Yicheng was lifted from the orthopedic bed at the first hospital and brought before Xiao Chang'e, his form utterly ravaged. Initially, Li Yicheng had no intention of betraying me, but the Xiao family was ruthless. A single phone call unearthed all of Li Yicheng's family information. The results confirmed the existence of a hidden mastermind, as all the videos were deliberately provided by someone. Xiao Chang'e had long since clung to the hotel leads, and in conjunction with the information and individuals Xiao Hongli divulged, speculations regarding the mastermind had arisen. Although he did not wish to mobilize forces against his own son-in-law, Wu Ge insisted on the investigation. Thus, from dawn until 6 in the morning, half the time was dedicated to probing into me, while the other half scrutinized Sima Zhong, Zhu Guide, and Lu Xingqian. The Xiao family's foundation was exceedingly strong. Once Xiao Chang'e became serious, nearly nothing in Linhai could remain concealed from him. Sima Zhong was under constant surveillance. Zhu Guide had not left the villa, and only Lu Xingqian had vanished without a trace since leaving the romantic restaurant. The 2 so-called sisters and mother of Lu Xingqian similarly yielded no clues, as if they had evaporated from existence. All these circumstances further affirmed my innocence with my capabilities. Such feats were beyond my reach. At this moment, the atmosphere between Wu Ge and me was exceptionally tense, and the pressure from her was becoming increasingly overwhelming. Chapter 52. The Conspiracy of Divorce. The room was enveloped in silence as Wu Ge scrutinized me with a calm demeanor, remarking, "Yipeng, your transformation is quite significant. It has left me somewhat bewildered. Which wife remains unchanged when her spouse is unfaithful? My ability to maintain composure yesterday stemmed from my ignorance of the vile acts committed by Xiao Hongli. He has shattered my life," I declared vehemently. By reversing my attitude from yesterday to today, I aim to attribute the shift to Xiao Hongli's recent confession, thereby granting myself some leverage in negotiations with Wu Ge. While outright refusal was not an option, I sought to secure the most favorable terms for myself. Wu Ji's brow furrowed, wishing she could chastise her foolish daughter for being a hindrance. The immediate priority was to soothe the situation, even if it required deception to stabilize her husband's emotions. How could she be so foolish as to expose herself, especially when just the night before, she had been her strongest ally, now transformed into a volatile powder keg? Yipeng, Since you wish to divorce, I have no further remarks. Once this matter concludes, you may part ways. However, I hope you can remain composed. Those behind the scenes have begun their assault. These videos are likely just the initial step. Your adversaries are indeed these individuals. Wu Ge spoke gently. Wu Ge, once the queen of salons in Linghai, possessed exceptional diplomatic skills. Another person might have easily been led astray. My foremost enemy is Xiao Hongli. I once had the potential to be an exceptional piano master, my love for the piano surpassing all else. I lifted my injured right hand, revealing an unsightly scar on my index finger, which appeared as chilling as a centipede under the stark white light. Wu Ge was visibly moved. Recognizing the complexity of the situation, to sever someone's future is akin to killing their parents, and such animosity is not easily dispelled. Reluctantly, Wu Ge resorted to her trump card, the strategy she least desired to employ. Mother can see that Jin Yin has feelings for you. Once this tumultuous period passes, and Sima Zhong divorces Jin Yin, I will support your union. Wu Ge believed she was being sincere, yet her words sent shivers down my spine. Indeed, it was a mindset steeped in privilege, treating even a foster daughter as a mere bargaining chip. One sentence could dictate a person's fate, without even considering Jin Yan's thoughts on the matter. Even if we shared mutual affection, being bound together in such a manner by Wu Ge was utterly unacceptable. Otherwise, I could very well meet the same fate as Sima Zhong, gifting a devoted wife to another while still married. I offered a bitter smile. I have not divorced Xiao Hongli. Discussing this now is utterly absurd. Based on the most fundamental moral principles and the values instilled in me by my parents, I cannot condone infidelity while married. If you are reluctant to part with me as your son-in-law, I can continue to address you as such for a while longer. Wu Ji's expression fluctuated between red and pale, nearly bursting into a tirade. She recognized that Jin Yin had an interest in me and had assumed it would unfold naturally, only to be met with my rebuttal. Do not attempt to provoke me with your words. I am still your mother. Indeed, Xiao Hongli's misdeeds are partially a reflection of my upbringing. However, now is not the time for such discussions. I hope you can provide an explanation at today's press conference, asserting that everything is a fabrication and that it was merely a film shoot. A legitimate film crew will attest to this fact. Of course, I understand your grievances, but the reputation of the Xiao family must not be tarnished. You must grasp the implications of this situation. Wu Ge spoke candidly, cutting to the chase. I squinted, suddenly chuckling. This is truly the most absurd idea I've ever encountered. My esteemed mother, does the Xiao family truly lack common sense? These videos unmistakably reveal Xiao Hongli's infidelity, albeit without explicit evidence of physical intimacy. Even if I declare at the press conference that it is a slanderous accusation, I would only be ridiculed as the cuckolded knight. It would serve no purpose. Furthermore, do you genuinely believe Xiao Hongli's honesty? How many lies has she spun for that lover in recent days? Did they truly not share a bed? Who knows? Just as I finish my explanation, the video could be released. I estimate that the Xiao family will face more than just a tarnished reputation. Manipulating public opinion and fabricating lies could spell disaster for the entire clan. Upon hearing this, Wu Ji's mind became a whirlwind. Her complexion paled, and she stumbled back against the wall. The situation unfolded too abruptly, and the Xiao family had no effective strategy ready. Perhaps their elitist mentality had solidified, fixated solely on exonerating Xiao Hongli to safeguard the family's reputation. Yet, in reality, the disgraceful actions of Xiao Hongli are irredeemable, widely known even within the company. The Xiao family's subsequent attempts at clarification are nothing short of a farce. It would be better if they remained silent. Those in the Xiao family are indeed foolish. Yipeng, do you have any solutions? Wu Ge suddenly remarked. She astutely perceived my inclination to formulate a plan and encouraged me to articulate it. Xiao Hongli's infidelity during marriage is scandalous, but what if it occurred post-divorce? I shall issue a statement declaring that we have been divorced for 6 months. Prior to Lu Xingchen's return, Xiao Hongli and Lu Xingchen share a mere romantic relationship. As for Lu Xingchen's personal life and character, it is a folly of Xiao Hongli and bears no relation to the Xiao family. I spoke slowly, my eyes glimmering with scorn. In another realm, certain celebrities caught in infidelity employ this very tactic, albeit more effectively than the Xiao family's approach. Yet, the one bearing the brunt is Xiao Hongli alone. I am merely allowing Wu Ge to choose. Shall it be Xiao Hongli who bears the shame, or shall the entire Xiao family's honor be obliterated? Do you still insist on divorce? Given the circumstances, your proposed method is indeed the most prudent. The mistakes made by Xiao Hongli ought to be shouldered by her alone. Wu Ge swiftly reached a decision. As for the divorce agreement, in the face of such aristocracy, it is akin to a jest, as long as Wu Gu consents. Xiao Hongli can smoothly finalize the divorce even without her signature. I harbor no concerns regarding Wu Gu's choice. I am employing a timeless strategy, an overt tactic. Within the confines of limited conditions, I guide the circumstances to ensure the other party chooses in alignment with my vision. Therefore, please inform me when the press conference is set to commence. Furthermore, it would be prudent to release a more sensational news story to divert the media's attention while I clarify matters, thereby minimizing the impact. I remarked nonchalantly. Very well, Wu Gu replied, casting a deep, wary glance in my direction, as if encountering me for the first time. He continued, your health has yet to fully recover, so I shall have Jin Yin come in to care for you. In the meantime, ponder over the draft. The divorce is set for March 1st, and you shall utilize this divorce agreement. Although it is indeed a divorce, you must not alter your words, nor leave the house or the coastal city. This is not a restriction of your freedom or a threat, but rather a consideration for your safety. Ultimately, the Xiao family owes you a debt. I assure you, the Xiao family will strive to compensate you. Chapter 53. An inextricable marriage. As for the so-called compensation, I hardly placed any significance on it. Do not presume that the possessions of the powerful come easily. Every gift from the divine bears a price tag. Regardless of the motives behind those who conspire against Xiao Hongli, I am currently unwilling to confront them. Assuming the identity and status of Chen Yipeng, it is most advantageous for the Xiao family to take the lead. My sole enemy, Lu Xingchen, is now afflicted by a secretive toxin, a highly contagious virus mimicking gonorrhea. Ensuring that this vile individual will not evade his fate for long, Lu Xingchen has become a source of infection. And as the number of cases escalates geometrically in a short span, even the might of the conspirators cannot obscure the truth. Exposure is inevitable. Unless Lu Xingchen is silenced forthwith, I too would be avenging Chen Yipeng by proxy. I reclined comfortably in bed, anticipating the arrival of the gentle and virtuous Xiao Jinyan to care for me, feeling increasingly optimistic about the days ahead. Meanwhile, Wu Gu returned to Xiao Chang's side. The hospital room was bustling with individuals, some sent by the Xiao family as consultants, while others were friends of Xiao Chang'e. These acquaintances were akin to ancient retainers, sustained in idleness until their services were required. A life saved warranted a life given, and the effort expended determined the rewards reaped. Xiao Chang'e's complexion was an unnatural shade of red, his eyes brimming with fury and excitement, clad in a sharply tailored suit. He bore no semblance of a patient. Rather, he resembled a warrior poised for battle, gripping his phone while engaging in a heated exchange. Zhu Guide, you better hand over your little bastard. I'll grant you both a dignified demise. Yes, I am mad, driven to insanity by you. Do not think I am oblivious to your intentions. Forget about that money. I shall use it to ensure our mutual destruction. I await you, Zhu Guide. Enjoy your meals while you can, for they shall soon be a luxury you can no longer afford. As the call ended, Xiao Chang'e's expression swiftly darkened, losing all semblance of excitement. The entire episode akin to a theatrical transformation. This phone call was, in truth, a performance, with everyone involved obtaining their desired outcomes. Qiuqiya, Zhu Guide's little bastard is currently in hiding. I implore you to assist me in locating him. Xiao Chang'e turned to an elderly man beside him. Though referred to as an old man, his physique was anything but typical. He donned a vintage blue robe, standing tall and straight like a razor-sharp sword. His eyes sparkled with intensity, reminiscent of a hawk, instilling a sense of trepidation in those who dared to meet his gaze. His arms were unusually long, almost reaching his knees, with large hands and fingers resembling steel rods. The sheer force that could be unleashed if those fingers were to clasp together would be nothing short of terrifying, akin to a falcon in pursuit of its prey. Wu Gu furrowed his brow, clapped his hands, and said, "Everyone, please calm down and step outside for a moment. Seventh Master, I kindly ask that you refrain from involving yourself in this matter for now. I will personally contact you when the time is right." The crowd exchanged glances but complied obediently. The elderly man known as Qiuqiya chuckled softly, regarding Wu Gu with a hint of affection. Little dove. Why so distant with Seventh Master? Shall I go and deal with the Zhu father and son right away? Seventh Master, what are you saying? We are law-abiding citizens. And besides, you've been retired for quite some time. Wouldn't it be better to enjoy your leisure? Wu Gu replied, exasperated. Qiuqiya shot a disdainful glance at Xiao Chang'e and, with a cold snort, exited the room. His gait was peculiar, stepping forward with his left foot, followed closely by his right, as if traversing through mud. Though he appeared to be an ordinary elderly man with his hands clasped behind his back, he emanated a chilling aura that was unnerving. He moved like a wounded tiger, poised like a sleeping eagle. The once feared Qiuqia, who had stirred chaos in the Jianghu of Linghai, had re-emerged, a fact that would undoubtedly stir a tempest should it become known. Xiao Changhe's expression darkened. Yet he felt utterly powerless. He held no ire towards Wu Ge. In critical moments, his subordinates were more inclined to heed Wu Ji's directives. Strategic foresight had always been Xiao Changhe's Achilles heel, a truth he was painfully aware of. What did that lad say? Did he agree? Xiao Changhe inquired in a subdued tone. Ultimately, it was the foolish actions of Xiao Hongli that led to further humiliation for his son-in-law, making reconciliation seem unlikely and animosity a near certainty. Our son-in-law is no ordinary man. He has proposed a better solution. Wu Ge, with an impassive expression, handed the divorce agreement to Xiao Changhe and relayed the boy's words. Bang! Xiao Changhe slammed his palm on the coffee table, causing it to tremble violently, and the teapot on the table toppled to the ground. That clever boy dares to play a long game against me. How come I never noticed his intellect before? Despite his frustration, Xiao Changhe was not truly angry. Perhaps his disappointment in his daughter made him feel that sacrificing her marriage was an acceptable cost. Wu Ji's expression grew serious as he said, "Are you truly allowing Yipeng to divorce our daughter?" "What daughter? She is nothing but a beast." "I have no such daughter," he retorted. "Furthermore, by your account, she harbors malicious intent, ruining another's future. What we must focus on now is how to make amends. If it's money they require, let it be. If it's a future they seek, so be it. I am still Chan Chan's grandfather after all. What a disgrace it is for me to be her grandfather." Xiao Changhe prided himself on being honorable, yet his daughter had engaged in such sordid deeds. Originally, I anticipated that Xiao Changhe would exhibit favoritism towards his daughter. Yet such behavior did not manifest. Indeed, Xiao Changhe's character mirrors that of Xiao Feng. He distinguishes right from wrong, shuns partiality, and remains unyielding in his principles. While it may seem that the light and glory are solely enjoyed by Xiao Changhe, the underlying darkness and intricate schemes are borne by Wu Ge. Naturally, Wu Ji's perspective diverges significantly from that of Xiao Changhe. Do you truly wish for your daughter to divorce? Have you considered that once the news escalates, Xiao Hongli will become a national figure? Given her current mental state, if you pressure her into divorce, are you not afraid of pushing her to the brink? Wu Ge asserted, "How can we convince the public if she does not divorce? My daughter, Xiao Changhe's daughter, must take responsibility for her actions. Yipeng has already shown great kindness by coming forward. Had I been in his position, I would have ensured mutual destruction. I warn you, do not resort to those despicable tactics. I now hold a newfound respect for Yipeng's sense of duty." Xiao Changhe replied sternly. Wu Ge, displeased, glared and retorted, "You, Xiao, are truly tearing down the bridge after crossing it. How do you think I learned those underhanded tactics? Have you no conscience? Let me be clear. For the sake of my daughter, this marriage cannot truly end. You must devise a way to resolve this matter." Chapter 54. News exposure. Under the oppressive demeanor of his mother-in-law, Wu Ge, Xiao Changhe found himself at a loss for words. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, "What exactly are you intending to do? Since a press conference has been convened, it is evident that the divorce is indeed genuine. However, it is the divorce between Qin Yipeng and Xiao Hongli. Have you forgotten what surname Yipeng had after being abducted? What was our daughter called before attending university?" Xiao Changhe was momentarily stunned, lowering his voice as he asked, "Are you suggesting they changed their names? That is not particularly difficult, but will the Qin family agree? Moreover, I sense that Yipeng has significant reservations about remaining with Hongli. I have my ways to ensure Yipeng's acquiescence. You need not concern yourself with that. Even if it proves challenging, there are many people sharing the same name in this world. At worst, we shall relocate and live together." Wu Ge declared, "Hongli is the treasure I acquired at 30, my very essence. As long as she thrives, I shall thrive. If she suffers, I will ensure that everyone else does too." At last, Wu Ge no longer concealed her feelings before Xiao Changhe, her words laced with bitterness. Xiao Changhe recalled the last time he witnessed such a fierce side of his wife was when he had been wrongfully imprisoned. He sighed, shaking his head. "I can personally arrange for a new file to be created. However, I advise you to exercise caution and avoid creating a spectacle. It is imperative to soothe Yipeng. He must willingly accept this arrangement. You wouldn't want Hongli to be forced into a union with an enemy, ultimately causing harm to them both. You shall orchestrate the matter, formalizing the divorce before the press conference, then disseminate the information. I will later inquire about my daughter's thoughts. If she truly cannot continue, then it shall be concluded." Wu Ge glanced at the clock on the wall and spoke solemnly. At 7 in the morning, major media outlets commenced their morning broadcasts simultaneously. Lu Xingchen, the recently certified National Master of Arts, instantaneously captured the nation's attention. Alongside Lu Xingchen, several female protagonists have gained notoriety, as well as undeniable evidence of Lu Xingchen's indiscretions. This has almost become a hot topic of public discourse. Some major media outlets have obscured the faces of Xiao Hongli and the multiple female leads, while smaller local media have been less scrupulous. In an effort to capitalize on the situation for increased viewership and attention, they have repeatedly streamed the original video, particularly online. Unedited long versions of the video have circulated wildly. Locals in Linghai have recognized most of the female leads, many of whom are affiliated with the same company. This revelation has sparked a public outcry, leading the company to issue a statement terminating Lu Xingchen's employment and demanding compensation. Among the group, only Xiao Hongli has been singled out for criticism regarding her personal conduct, resulting in a demotion. Adultery and infidelity have become labels affixed to Xiao Hongli, especially given her striking beauty, which surpasses that of most actresses nationwide. This has further fueled the dissemination of videos and private information pertaining to her. The Xiao family now finds itself at the center of a media storm, with astute observers noting that the company appears to be using Xiao Hongli as a scapegoat to divert public scrutiny. It is evident that she may become the focal point of a struggle between two factions, potentially igniting a cultural conflict. If she were an ordinary woman, she would likely face irrevocable ruin, her reputation shattered, and her family besmirched. However, the Xiao family is not one to sit idly by. They have prepared in advance, notifying major media to convene a press conference at the Linghai First Hospital at noon. At this moment, Wu Ge stands vigil by Xiao Hongli's side, already steeling herself for the impending fallout, yet feeling close to breaking down as the situation escalates. Xiao Hongli lies on the hospital bed, having succumbed to exhaustion. Her hands clutch the sheets tightly, her legs pressed together under the quilt, her body occasionally twitching in evident distress. Her long, dark hair clings to her forehead, damp with sweat, her complexion pale, and the white lace of her dress is thoroughly soaked. When will you truly grow up? Wu Ge gently wipes the sweat from her daughter's forehead. Husband, let me sleep a little longer. I don't want to go to work, Xiao Hongli murmurs, still caught between dreams and reality, mistaking the hospital for home. There is no husband now. You may find you have none in the future. Wu Ji's eyes well with tears as she softly ruffles her daughter's hair. Xiao Hongli instinctively sits up, the quilt slipping from her delicate shoulders, revealing her flawless, fair skin. Mom, why are you here? She asks, fully awakening. Upon seeing the streaks of white in her mother's hair and her weary features, she cannot help but burst into tears. Wu Ge glanced at her watch. It was 11:15, and the media conference was fast approaching. She took a moment to compose herself, hesitating before returning her phone to Xiao Hongli, and then said, "You must prepare yourself mentally. Those behind the scenes have taken action. The more critical the moment, the calmer you must remain." A sense of foreboding washed over Xiao Hongli as she picked up the phone, which automatically displayed the trending headlines. Famous international art master exposed as a fraud. Lu Xingchen and his lovers, a critique of cultural dregs. Daughter of former Linghai speaker allegedly engaged in affair with Lu Xingchen. Suspected marital infidelity. Centuries-old Xiao family reputation ruined overnight. Eldest daughter's infidelity with artist, scandalous photos leaked. Company strongly condemns marital infidelity, urges designers to learn from this example. These shocking, sensational headlines, coupled with vivid images and videos, left Xiao Hongli utterly stunned. She muttered in disbelief, "How can this be? It shouldn't be like this. I haven't been unfaithful. I am innocent. Why don't you believe me? My admiration for Lu Xingchen is purely artistic. He is the deceitful one, deceiving me. I am blameless. Mom, please believe me. I truly did not have an affair with Lu Xingchen. Those videos and photos have been tampered with. Where's my husband? I need to explain to him. Will he abandon me?" As she spoke, tears streamed down her face like a torrential flood, overwhelming her. In just 2 days, she had shed more tears than in the past 20 years, each tear bearing a weight of unspoken injustice, regret, and resentment. Wu Ge embraced her daughter, gently stroking her head, offering comfort. "It's all right. They are all liars. The world may not believe you, but I do. You are innocent. They are the wrongdoers." Chapter 55. The wife's malady. Confronted with the overwhelming pressure of public scrutiny, Xiao Hongli's mental state was nearing its breaking point as she frantically attempted to explain herself. Throughout her life, she had been an inherently proud woman, determined to establish herself in the art world through her own talent, renaming herself Hongli to avoid relying on her parents. Yet now, all of that had become a mere farce. What she initially believed to be a bond of artistic resonance with Lu Xingchen had devolved into a cruel deception. Her foolishness had led to a scandal that tarnished her reputation. No luxury brand would consider her designs, and she had lost her dearest passion for art. Moreover, she had also lost the love of her husband and daughter, dragging her proud parents into the turmoil as well. The grotesque footage of Lu Xingchen's misdeeds played on her phone, inciting a profound sense of discomfort and humiliation within her. She had been touched by this scoundrel, exploited by him. Xiao Hongli pushed her mother away and retched onto the floor, expelling the meager remnants of the bread and milk she had forced down earlier, filling the room with a foul odor. Wu Gu, undeterred by the situation, tenderly patted her daughter's back, just as she had done during her childhood. She refrained from speaking harshly, having discerned that Xiao Hongli's mental state was amiss. Further pressure would undoubtedly lead to calamity. She kept Xiao Yun close at hand to avert any unforeseen incidents. Once the nurses had tidied up, Xiao Hongli collapsed into her mother's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably, instinctively seeking solace and security. Wu Gu tenderly stroked her daughter's head, articulating the forthcoming arrangements. "Mother, how can you say this? I refuse to divorce. I would rather perish than sever ties. My husband must have misunderstood me, leading to this divorce. Please help me find proof. I am truly innocent." Xiao Hongli broke free from her mother's embrace, retreating to the head of the bed. Her eyes were swollen from crying, yet her gaze was resolutely firm. Wu Gu felt a profound ache within. Had she foreseen this? Would she have acted differently? If Xiao Hongli had not strayed, would there have been so many subsequent tribulations? Calmly assessing the time, she stated, "You cannot be selfish. Given the current circumstances, divorce would be beneficial for both of you, allowing you to evade the storm. Moreover, Yipeng is willing to clarify matters with the media, asserting that you divorced 6 months ago. His willingness to go this far is commendable. Reflect on your actions. How would another man respond? Yet I know he despises me, yet he loves me. He is willing to lie to protect me from the stigma of infidelity, which proves he still cares. I will never divorce, nor will I relinquish my husband to another wretched woman," Xiao Hongli declared emphatically, her eyes brimming with resentment. Wu Gu, understanding her daughter's implications, sighed deeply impressed. "Must it be Yipeng? Absolutely. Even in death, we shall face it together. We vowed when we married." After uttering these words, Xiao Hongli fell silent. Indeed, what were the vows they exchanged? "In poverty and in health, through hardship and wealth, we shall remain steadfast, guarding our marriage with love and proving our promises with loyalty." Loyalty. It was she who had betrayed that loyalty. How could she dare demand her husband's unwavering fidelity? Xiao Hongli's heart felt as though it were being rent asunder. "Mother, I still do not wish to divorce. I have made many mistakes, but I cannot face losing Yipeng, nor can I bear to lose my family." Trembling uncontrollably, she felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness. The revelation of Lu Xingchen's true nature had stripped her of her sense of security. Those who approached her seemed intent on plotting her downfall. Driven by the instinct for survival, she clung desperately to her marriage, believing that remaining within the sanctuary of her family was the only path to safety. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Hongli's psyche was unraveling, developing an unhealthy obsession with her marriage to Chen Yipeng. Guilt, gratitude, regret, nostalgia, anger, reflection, and remorse, an intricate tapestry of emotions intertwined, forming a distorted sentiment. Though still in its nascent stage, without timely intervention, Xiao Hongli might descend into another extreme. This marriage may indeed require dissolution. Yet there exists a distinction between genuine and feigned separation. Wu Gu spoke slowly, realizing she could no longer provoke her daughter. Thus, she divulged the entirety of the forthcoming plans. "Are you suggesting that I revert to my original name and that my husband should adopt the surname he had while being fostered? To marry under 2 fictitious identities? Wouldn't that be a false identity? Would my husband even agree to such a thing?" Xiao Hongli exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief as she stammered. "At that moment, I had just exited the hospital room, accompanied by bodyguards, and regrettably, I did not hear this exchange. This remains my greatest source of remorse." Her naivety left her oblivious to such possibilities, a testament to the meticulous protection provided by Wu Gu. With a cheerful demeanor, Wu Gu replied, "How could it possibly be false? Given the influence of the Xiao family, what is fabricated can easily become reality. As for Yipeng's thoughts, you need not fret, especially with Qian around. You must cultivate a good relationship with your daughter. You cannot continue as you have in the past. You must learn to be a good mother. Remember, Yipeng's greatest concern is his daughter, which means your bond with him can never truly sever. Understood, mother. Thank you. Xiao Hongli responded earnestly, aware that without her mother, events could spiral into disarray. To deceive the public with such a ludicrous excuse as filming a movie would not only fail to clarify matters, but would also tarnish reputations, potentially turning Qin Yipeng into a national laughingstock. Her husband already harbored resentment towards her. If the family pressure led to humiliation, their marriage would be doomed. Thankfully, her husband was astute. Though she worried about how he would address the media regarding their supposed divorce, she felt he had been wronged. She was engulfed in distress, lamenting her own blindness, vowing to take revenge on the deceitful Lu Xingqian and to reclaim her husband. These tumultuous thoughts swirled within Xiao Hongli's mind when a gentle knock interrupted her reverie. A bodyguard clad in black entered and handed a leather document folder to Wu Ge. Madam, the divorce and marriage certificates have been processed, and the new documents have been entered into the system. One more thing, the son-in-law requested that the young lady undergo a checkup in the urology department. A lab report would help silence the media and prevent them from spreading rumors. He wishes to maintain the relationship with Lu Xingqian strictly as one of mere friends, without any further developments, for the sake of the young lady. After all, failing to address the matter of a potential STD promptly could have significant repercussions. Yipeng is quite considerate. This is indeed the right course of action, Wu Ge affirmed, nodding in agreement, fully endorsing my suggestion. Chapter 56. Speculations and sorrow. Lu Xingqian now faced infamy, not only for alleged artistic forgery, but also for a tumultuous personal life, compounded by the possibility of an STD. Among all the women featured in the videos, only Xiao Hongli remained without concrete evidence against her. She was the sole individual untouched by incriminating footage, thus allowing for some measure of reprieve. A simple lab report could conclusively demonstrate that their interaction was merely an immature romance without any intimate exchanges, thus sparing the Xiao family from complete disgrace. Even if intimate videos were ultimately revealed, it would be feasible to sever ties with Xiao Hongli swiftly, sacrificing her alone for the sake of appearances. The only concern that Wu Ge harbored was that Xiao Hongli had yet to speak the truth. If it truly came to that extent, it would signify that she could not save her daughter. My dear, I wish to confirm once more, have you truly not had any relations with Lu Xingqian? Wu Ge inquired cautiously. After months of close companionship, under the premise of emotional infidelity, could a man, not lacking in ability yet driven by strong desires, truly be resisted by a woman? It is impossible for one to be recorded incessantly, thus rendering words devoid of persuasive power. Nevertheless, Wu Ge clung to a glimmer of hope, wishing her daughter would not deceive her, as every mother harbors infinite tolerance for her child. At that moment, Xiao Hongli was holding her brand new divorce certificate and marriage certificate, tears cascading down her cheeks, each crystal droplet striking the divorce document. The photograph on the divorce certificate was one taken on their wedding day, now cruelly severed in two and affixed to the certificate. At that time, they were a handsome pair, perfectly matched, their faces alight with the happiest of smiles. Just that single photograph evoked a flood of memories for Xiao Hongli. She had genuinely fallen in love with Qin Yipeng back then, not out of guilt or a desire for atonement. Qin Yipeng's gentle and considerate nature had been a beacon of salvation, dispelling years of psychological gloom. Yet now, that light no longer belonged to her, but to the woman she despised most, one who once bore her name and embodied her former, less appealing self. Hongli, I am inquiring of you. Wu Ge noticed Xiao Hongli lost in thought and promptly nudged her. Xiao Hongli snapped back to reality, her expression bewildered, having not heard until her mother repeated the question. Mother, I truly have not had any relations with Lu Xingqian. Why can't you believe me? Xiao Hongli said, her voice heavy with distress. She no longer wished to explain. Once the video surfaced, any explanation would likely be futile, even if the video proved that nothing had transpired that night. Their months together presented countless opportunities for intimacy. Who could genuinely believe in her innocence? It is not that I do not trust you. It is simply that given your relationship with that man, who could possibly remain untroubled? Wu Ge replied with a bitter smile. As long as nothing has occurred, perhaps your heart still holds onto the notion of home and Yipeng, which prevents you from sinking deeper. Xiao Hongli pressed her lips together, murmuring, during that time, I truly do not know what came over me. It was as though I was lost in a haze. I wasn't even thinking of home. Lu Xingqian pursued me several times, even presenting those revolting items, and I nearly wavered. It was only the phone call that interrupted our encounter at the hotel, and afterward, I was more concerned about being discovered by you and father. I have not forgotten about my aunt. Our family has a strict stance on infidelity. Do not utter such words again. The Xiao family has no such aunt of yours. And do not speak of this to anyone, including Yipeng. Do you understand? Wu Gu admonished fiercely, her eyes betraying a deep-seated apprehension. A profound silence enveloped the mother and daughter until a nurse entered to draw blood from Xiao Hongli, accompanied throughout by bodyguards, ensuring the impossibility of any tampering. At that moment, I removed my Bluetooth headset, a flicker of doubt igniting within me. Alongside a deep mockery of the original owner, Qin Yipeng, from the conversation between my mother-in-law and Xiao Hongli, it became apparent that the latter's refusal to yield to Lu Xingchen stemmed from her infidelity. The first interruption had been due to a phone call from the original owner, but the principal reason lay within the Xiao family. It seemed that the elder aunt of the Xiao family had perhaps committed some grievous act or experienced a troubling event, instilling fear in Xiao Hongli. This fear, compounded by the psychological strain of her infidelity, led her to engage in a self-deceptive, platonic romance with Lu Xingchen. Of course, Lu Xingchen, a scoundrel in his own right, was perplexing. Theoretically, he had numerous opportunities to completely possess Xiao Hongli through various means, drugs, coercion, intoxication, and so forth. Given Xiao Hongli's mental state during her infidelity, even an unconscious encounter with Lu Xingchen would likely result in her remaining silent, perhaps even justifying and concealing the incident through self-deception. How ironic that the reason for preventing physical infidelity was not due to you, Qin Yipeng. Do you not understand the principle that sycophants must perish? I sat up to stretch my arms, alleviating my mental strain. At that moment, Rong Xian entered. Evidently having been crying, she had seldom faced adversity in her life, and now felt utterly humiliated because of her daughter-in-law. Mom, please stop crying. I have already divorced Xiao Hongli. She is in a normal romantic relationship with Lu Xingchen, I said with a smile. Rong Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. Son, are you out of your mind? How can you speak such nonsense? That is your wife. I recounted the situation, and her acceptance faltered. Son, let us return home. The Xiao family is bullying us, and you have suffered greatly. Rong Xian burst into tears again, embracing me and repeatedly patting my head. Mom, from now on, I will stay with you and take Qian along to live with you. You should be happy. Come, give me a smile, I said, smiling. I had finally extricated myself from suffering and intended to confront Lu Xingchen, believing that any resentment the original owner harbored would soon dissipate. After all, my actions had been generous and just, positioning me as a role model among ex-husbands. Just as I finished speaking, Xiao Jinyan entered, clutching a document bag. This alluring woman seemed to have hurried over, her exaggerated curves heaving dramatically, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. Upon noticing Rong Xian's presence, her face flushed instantly, her eyes filled with panic and embarrassment. As she became aware of my gaze upon her, Xiao Jinyan felt an overwhelming heat rise within her, instinctively tightening her shapely, robust legs. Even clad in denim, the fullness of her peach-like posterior and the graceful, sensual contours could not be concealed. Jinyan, you have arrived. Rong Xian greeted her. Then added, I shall step out for a moment. You two may converse in the meantime. Andy, allow me to escort you out, Xiao Jinyan graciously offered, helping Rong Xian out the door. This act ignited within Rong Xian a bolder notion. Chapter 57. Test results. Xiao Jinyan escorted Rong Xian away and, feeling somewhat awkward, stepped inside. She handed me a file and said, My mother asked me to give this to you. Thank you. Please sit down, I replied. Patting the space beside me on the bed, I casually emptied the contents of the file, revealing a divorce certificate and an agreement. The official seal still glistening with fresh ink. The date on the agreement was March 1st. I must admit, the Xiao family is indeed formidable. What was initially to be handled in person at the Civil Affairs Bureau was resolved with a mere phone call, resulting in someone coming directly to us. The entire top floor of the hospital has been commandeered by the Xiao family, and they have dispatched numerous individuals to Linhai, causing a palpable tension among the various factions in the area. You and your sister have divorced? Xiao Jinyan exclaimed in astonishment. I chuckled softly, rose, and grasped the delicate wrist of the elegant woman beside me, gently pulling her into my embrace. Her voluptuous form, warm and inviting, was held tightly in my arms. Xiao Jinyan's eyes widened with surprise. She instinctively attempted to resist, but soon realized escape was futile. Don't move. I have a media conference to attend shortly. And I'm feeling a bit anxious, I whispered softly against her glistening earlobe. My warm breath caused her complexion to flush, rendering her almost faint with embarrassment. a rosy hue creeping from her cheeks down her neck, particularly her earlobes, which glowed as if they might bleed. This was not our first intimate encounter. Yet it was undeniably the most impactful for Xiao Jinyan. "All right, just for a little while," she replied, her voice quivering, revealing an unexpected anticipation rather than resistance. She gently shifted her ample form, as if seeking greater comfort in my embrace. The woman's reactions conveyed a stark contrast between her words and her physical responses. And I quickly understood, leaning in to place a gentle kiss upon her lips. A seemingly simple gesture left Xiao Jinyan as if struck by lightning. As a woman, she had once envisioned the scene of her first time, yet when that moment arrived, she found herself utterly flustered. I refrained from proceeding further. Yet I was surprised that such a simple embrace rendered Xiao Jinyan unable to withstand it. Her once clear and innocent gaze became increasingly hazy. As if a spring well was about to overflow, her face flushed as though intoxicated. "Jinyan, now that I am divorced, please help me take care of Qianqian." I spoke gently, mindful of not startling the timid beauty before me. "Okay." Her voice was barely audible. Xiao Jinyan bit her red lips, and upon hearing my words, she nodded vigorously, as if summoning every ounce of strength, pressing her face against my chest. With her eyes closed, her fair and delicate arms wrapped around my neck. Her entire being felt as soft as a heap of clay. With the divorce certificate now in hand, and without any moral burdens weighing upon me, the lingering resentment from my former self had dissipated. I believed everything was progressing positively. Suddenly, a cacophony of noise erupted from the corridor. I furrowed my brow as I gently laid the dazed Xiao Jinyan upon the bed, then stepped out of the ward. What had transpired to cause such a clamor? I inquired as I made my way forward. Yet, after only a few steps, I was intercepted by two bodyguards clad in black. "Young master, a nurse has inadvertently made a mistake. It does not concern you. Please return to your rest at once. You will be informed shortly when it is time for you to proceed to the venue," one of the guards intoned in a grave voice. "What has happened? He cannot go. May I not step outside to take a look?" Xiao Jinyan queried, following closely behind, her complexion still flushed, but gradually regaining her usual dignified demeanor. The black-clad bodyguards exchanged glances. They had been instructed to prevent my departure, yet not to obstruct Xiao Jinyan. As the nominal eldest daughter of the Xiao family, even as an adopted child, she was not someone ordinary guards could offend. The bodyguards stepped aside, allowing Xiao Jinyan to exit. The source of the commotion was the room of Xiao Hongli, which had now fallen silent. I returned to the ward, securely locking the door behind me, and retrieved my Bluetooth headphones, lying back upon the bed. The remote monitoring of Xiao Hongli's phone was activated, transmitting the sounds within the room clearly through the Bluetooth device. Simultaneously, Xiao Jinyan gently rapped on the door, entering upon receiving permission from Wu Ge. Xiao Hongli appeared ghostly pale, resembling a mere shell of her former self, utterly devoid of strength and slumped upon the floor. Beside her lay a shattered glass, shards strewn about, and a laboratory report soaked in water lay on the ground. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You must have made a mistake with the test. I have not been with that scoundrel. I am clean," Xiao Hongli murmured to herself. Wu Ge's visage turned ashen, taking a deep breath. She addressed the hospital's vice president beside her. "Xiao Lu, the test results cannot be erroneous, correct? Please conduct a second examination." Vice President Lu, a woman nearing her 50s, shook her head, replying, "Sister Wu, there is no need for further testing. I personally oversaw the entire process. Moreover, I examined my niece, and it is indeed the specific ailment circulating online, characterized by itching and purple abscesses. Her exposure may have been limited, thus the infection is not severe. With antibiotics and antiseptic cleansing, she should recover swiftly." "Very well. Please expedite the prescription and ensure discretion." Wu Ge managed a strained smile, her anger rendering her hands devoid of color as they clutched her handbag, her shoulders quaking incessantly. "Of course, we are sisters. Let's not dwell on that." Vice President Lu waved her hand dismissively as she took her leave, a flicker of derision and disdain crossing her gaze as she departed. True sisterly bonds are often tenuous, and Wu Ge and Vice President Lu had only met a few times at social gatherings. Their relationship primarily centered around familial interests. The assistance offered by Vice President Lu came at a price to the Xiao family. Otherwise, a top-tier hospital's inpatient department would not so readily accommodate a single family. One could only imagine that once the storm had passed, Wu Ge would likely become the subject of ridicule within her sisterly circle. "Xiao Hongli, I am deeply disappointed in you. You repeatedly claim that no relations occurred, Yet how did you contract this illness? Do you not realize that Yipeng is about to hold a press conference, and without evidence, how can you prove your innocence? You have been lying all along. I am tempted to extract your heart to see its true color. Wu Ge spoke coldly. Xiao Hongli, in a daze, shook her head without offering any reply, while Xiao Jinyan beside her attempted to assist her. Unexpectedly, Xiao Hongli's expression suddenly changed. Chapter 58. The wife's breakdown. The wife abruptly pushed Xiao Jinyan away, fixing her with a glare filled with hatred, gritting her teeth as she declared, I will not allow you to take my husband. I do not require your sympathy. Leave at once. Xiao Jinyan, at a loss, felt an inexplicable sense of guilt upon hearing her words, yet she could not suppress her indignation. How could one neglect such a wonderful husband only to seek to reclaim him now? What man would desire a woman who has strayed and contracted a disease? Wu Ge, with a stoic expression, instructed Xiao Jinyan to remain outside, then seized his wife's arm, his voice icy as he inquired, What else are you concealing from me? That day at the hotel, aside from Lu Xingchen, who else was present? Mom, have I not told you? Why do you still not believe me? You even had me revert to my original name. What more could I hide from you? Tears streamed down Xiao Hongli's face, the disbelief of her mother weighing heavily on her heart. How can I trust you? Where is the evidence? Did you not claim he merely took advantage of you? How then did this disease afflict you? Were you intoxicated or perhaps drugged? Did you contract it during your recent outing to the bar? Surely you were not without protection? Wu Ji's frustration was palpable. Xiao Hongli felt an urge to strike her head against the wall, her anguish manifesting in a bitter smile as she replied, Mom, I truly do not understand how this happened. Since returning from Lu Xingchen, I have not engaged with anyone, including my husband. I have complete confidence in my memory. The atmosphere grew tense. Vice Dean Lu's assertion served as an official explanation. One could not contract such an illness without having relations, and naturally. Wu Ge trusted the professional doctor's judgment. However, Xiao Hongli's long-standing reputation for deceit was indelibly etched in Wu Ji's mind, rendering her explanations utterly unconvincing. The more Wu Ge pondered, the angrier he became, poised to strike his unworthy daughter. Yet, he suddenly noticed her absent-mindedly scratching her hands. Turn your hand over. Wu Ge, anxious that he might have misinterpreted the situation, prayed that the worst had not come to pass. Xiao Hongli, confused, flipped her right hand, only to discover, to her horror, that large purplish-red pustules had erupted on the back of her hand. As a designer, her hands, naturally gifted and well-maintained, were akin to works of art, smooth and fair, with a radiant sheen. Yet now, this once flawless canvas was marred, the pustules and purple scars rendering it grotesque. How could this happen? Xiao Hongli gasped in terror, frantically rubbing her hands as if to erase the blemishes entirely. Wu Ge grasped Xiao Hongli's arm and commanded sharply, Xiao Yun, restrain her. These fools must not break. Stay calm. Do you wish to lose those hands of yours? He then delivered a resounding slap to Xiao Hongli's face. The sharp crack of the slap left her momentarily dazed, yet it proved effective. At that very moment, I arrived at the doorway, where two bodyguards were intently observing my every movement. Damn, there are only 10 minutes left until midnight. Can I get the test results? I'm heading to the venue now. I feigned ignorance, speaking loudly. Although Xiao Yun had my phone, I could still glean some information through the surveillance. The test results should have reached Wu Ge and Xiao Hongli by now. With Xiao Hongli receiving another slap, I was intrigued to see how Wu Ge would proceed. The noises in the hospital room abruptly ceased. Xiao Hongli, who had been struggling, was pinned to the bed by Xiao Yun, her body rigid with panic evident on her face. Wu Ge made a gesture for silence and addressed the outside, saying, The test results are not yet available. You should proceed to the venue. I will arrange for someone to deliver them later. I chuckled softly from outside, replying, All right, I will head over shortly. It would be best if they could be ready soon. Otherwise, things could become complicated. Xiao Jinyan stood beside me, seemingly hesitant to speak, her eyes filled with compassion, radiating a maternal warmth. Just as she contemplated offering me a word of caution, Xiao Changhe strode over, momentarily pausing when he spotted me at the entrance. What are you doing? Hurry to the venue. It's about to start. Oh, I came to collect Xiao Hongli's test report. I'm off to the venue now. I responded with a smile. Xiao Changhe scrutinized me closely, furrowing his brow. Your father refuses to call you? Well, from now on, you can address him however you wish. You go ahead. I will personally deliver it to you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jinyan swallowed her words, completely silenced in the presence of her adoptive father. I nodded in apparent indifference, while inwardly I scoffed. Xiao Chang'e said nothing further. He forcefully opened the door, his emotions a tangled mess, unwilling to exchange another word with his son-in-law. Ultimately, it was still his daughter's failure. If the relationship truly faltered, there would be little to discuss. Even if it reached the family, an explanation could be provided, but to disgrace the family by engaging in an affair with a fraud during marriage was unforgivable. Wu Ge stood between Xiao Chang'e and his daughter, while Xiao Jinyan cowered in the corner of the room. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Xiao Chang'e inquired, "What is going on?" Just as Wu Ge prepared to explain, every gaze in the room turned toward the television screen on the wall. At that moment, I had stepped into the hospital's small conference room, where a multitude of media representatives had already gathered, many of whom had been invited by the Xiao family, along with some unwelcome guests. This live broadcast news conference, aside from the involved parties, had also drawn spectators sitting before their televisions. At Zhu Jiuidi's villa, dozens of bodyguards patrolled inside and out, many of them conspicuously bulging at the waist, clearly armed with formidable weapons. Zhu Jiuidi sat on the sofa with a sullen expression, a cigar clasped in his hand, exhaling smoke rings that dissipated into the air. Suddenly, he extinguished it with a forceful gesture. "Bring that little brat to me," he commanded coldly. Before long, a handsome young man was escorted into the room by a bodyguard. Zhu Zitao, seemingly indifferent, lounged before his father with one leg crossed over the other. "Dad, it appears that the Xiao family is ready to abandon Xiao Hongli. What do you suppose that incompetent fool intends to say? Huh? Do you still have the luxury to ponder such trivialities? If you step outside, the Xiao family will seize you and use you for cement." Zhu Jiuidi's agitation grew, his face reddening as he slammed his hand against the table. "Look at the mess you've created. Didn't you claim to handle everything beautifully? What about the video? Where is Lu Xingchen? What are your true intentions?" Zhu Zitao sighed, replying, "I never anticipated that Lu Xingchen harbored such proclivities. The video incident was an accident, and I will manage it. Let us first hear what this incompetent has to say. It's pitiful that a commoner aspires to marry a daughter of a prominent family." As he spoke, a glimmer of malice and envy flickered in his gaze. Chapter 59. The farce at the press conference. The small conference room in the hospital was nearly filled with reporters. All colleagues engaged in animated discussions upon their reunion. "Long time no see. Is this your first press conference dedicated to such a matter?" "Indeed. Yet I must commend this fellow, who still stands tall despite his wife's infidelity. Ah, his wife is a daughter of a prestigious family. Have you seen the video? She is stunning. Were I in his shoes, I wouldn't seek divorce. He is fortunate indeed." "Exactly. One should never marry into such a family unless prepared for the consequences. After marriage, it's common for each to pursue their own pleasures. I've heard that Xiao Hongli is different. After all, Xiao Chang'e has long since retired. If not for the Xiao family's influence, such a commotion would hardly ensue." Most of those speaking were young reporters, while older ones wore solemn expressions. Despite Xiao Chang'e's retirement, the stature of the Xiao family remained unaltered. His pride and lingering resentment over past events had kept him from reclaiming his former position as speaker, though it would merely be a matter of time given his connections. Moreover, Xiao Chang'e enjoyed a stellar reputation among the citizens of Linghai. Not only was he known for his integrity, but he also faced immense pressure to thoroughly investigate the Fire Dragon warehouse incident and spearheaded the reforms that transformed Linghai. If his daughter were to tarnish that reputation, it would undoubtedly strike a heavy blow to him personally. To ensure the safety of the press conference, the Public Security Bureau dispatched dozens of officers to maintain order, with nearly 100 security personnel vigilant around the perimeter. As I entered the conference hall, the flashes of cameras erupted like a storm. Click, click. The sound of shutters echoed. A short, stocky reporter, unable to contain his eagerness, rushed forward, thrusting a microphone almost into my face, and loudly inquired, "Mr. Chen, what is your perspective on your wife's infidelity with the renowned designer?" A bodyguard promptly subdued the man, yet the plump reporter persisted, his eyes gleaming with excitement. A dozen reporters surged toward me, bombarding me with questions, seemingly offering no opportunity for response. "Mr. Chen, how long has your wife been unfaithful? Were you aware of it? Have you contracted any diseases? How is your health at present? Is the young lady from the Xiao family known for her tumultuous private life? As her husband, were you informed?" Each inquiry was more piercing than the last, aimed not at seeking answers, but at mercilessly stabbing at Xiao Hongli, solidifying the narrative of her infidelity and tarnishing the reputation of the Xiao family. In front of the television, Xiao Chang'e slammed his fist against the wall, then began to cough violently, supported by Wu Ge as he sank into a chair. Xiao Hongli bowed her head, her demeanor steeped in anguish, eyes shut tight, unable to bear the sight of the broadcast. The barrage of reporters' questions felt like countless steel needles piercing her heart, to the point where she nearly screamed in agony. Xiao Jinyan anxiously gripped the cuff of her sleeve, her gaze fixed intently on me, brimming with worry and tension. Within the venue, the expressions of my bodyguards shifted dramatically, nearly in unison, reaching for their weapons at their waists. One of them leaned in to whisper, "Son-in-law, this was not arranged by us. We will investigate immediately. You must move forward and refrain from answering anything. It's a live broadcast. Your silence will only suggest guilt. Step aside. I will take responsibility if anything goes awry." I replied firmly. The bodyguard, left with no choice, made a slight opening but remained steadfast in protecting me, prepared for any potential attack. "Ladies and gentlemen of the press, please allow me some space. I will address each of your questions without concealment. I ask that you maintain decorum," I said, smiling as I gently gestured for calm. The encroaching journalists appeared disoriented, perhaps taken aback by my composed demeanor. Their intelligence had led them to believe I was merely a timid son-in-law. Yet, my calmness and dignified manner of speaking made them feel as though they were confronting a figure of considerable importance. As they watched, I approached the podium at the venue, and whispers rippled through the crowd. "First, I must apologize as this incident concerning photographs and videos has consumed excessive public resources, hindering the timely coverage of more significant news and possibly inciting considerable controversy, which I will clarify shortly. Thank you for your concern and attention. First and foremost, Ms. Xiao Hongli and I reached a divorce agreement on March 1st of this year. To provide our child with a healthy living environment, we chose not to disclose this publicly. Of course, we are not public figures and did not consider all implications. Following our separation, Ms. Xiao Hongli and Mr. Lu Xingchen are in what I believe to be a normal romantic relationship. While I refrain from commenting on Mr. Lu's private life, the emergence of this incident has inflicted significant harm upon my family and child. It has also caused distress to Ms. Xiao Hongli. I kindly ask the media and our supporters for greater understanding and space, and I hope that we can view this ordinary emotional event without prejudice. Thank you. I did not recite a script, for I have witnessed much in another realm, able to speak fluently for an entire day with my eyes closed. The unprecedented announcement was eye-opening, leaving the reporters in the audience exchanging bewildered glances. It was entirely unlike what they had anticipated. They expected me to denounce my wife's infidelity, express dissatisfaction, or perhaps convey understanding and acceptance of her return to the family. Instead, it resembled an episode of self-importance. What was supposed to confirm the scandal involving the Xiao family turned out to be merely a trivial anecdote about unfortunate encounters. The former constitutes news, while the latter is but idle chatter. The pressure that once loomed over the Xiao family dissipated instantaneously, transferring all scrutiny onto Xiao Hongli. However, Xiao Hongli is not a celebrity. She is an ordinary individual devoid of any official title or status. It is easy to foresee that, after this press conference, the public will soon forget her entirely. The uninvited journalists wore expressions of discontent and were preparing to pose questions when suddenly, one among them, brandishing a phone, exclaimed, "The chemical company is suspected of producing banned substances. The chairman has been detained, and the investigation bureau is holding a press conference. Everyone hurry." This declaration fell like a boulder into tranquil waters, plunging the entire venue into silence. The reporters swiftly began making calls, and many who had yet to inquire were pulled back by their news agencies. Within 2 minutes, nearly all the journalists rushed outside, cameras in hand. Compared to an ordinary case of emotional fraud, the chemical company's scandal was the true headline, a sensational event indeed. Chapter 60. An unexpected miscarriage. The chemical group is not only the foremost in Jiang, but also ranks among the top 3 in the nation, handling a substantial volume of chemical exports and raw material imports annually. Any disturbance within such a conglomerate reverberates like an earthquake, impacting the livelihoods of hundreds of thousands, if not millions. Only the Xiao family could so swiftly release such significant news to divert attention. Or perhaps it was mere coincidence. As this information was destined to be disclosed, the investigation was still in the final stages of evidence collection. The Xiao family merely acted as a catalyst, announcing it over a month in advance, with the underlying exchanges of interests remaining obscure. After all, the chairman of the chemical group is not without familial ties and support. Had he not committed the gravest of offenses, the Xiao family would not have been able to shake him in the slightest. Inside the hospital venue, a dozen reporters remained, their complexion shifting as they observed the hawkish bodyguards and security personnel surrounding them, akin to lambs under the watchful gaze of hungry wolves. "Let us go." A short and stout reporter glared at me fiercely, shedding his facade and exuding a brutish aura. These individuals would not depart so easily, once outside the hospital. The Shao family's representatives would surely engage with them. After the Shao family exerted their influence, if the unseen orchestrators failed to step forward. Relying solely on their minions would be futile, their secrets would inevitably be uncovered. In front of the television, Zhu Zitao violently smashed the bottle of wine onto the ground. His voice a frenzied scream, filled with derision. His eyes glowed with a feral red light, brimming with malice. "Damn it! What is this nonsense? We are already divorced. Do you think I am a fool? Lu Xingchen, that useless wretch. Truly a piece of garbage. He can't even handle this trivial matter." Zhu Zitao showed no respect for Zhu Guide, his father, and after venting his anger, he picked up his phone without a second thought. "Hello? It's me." That coward at the press conference claimed it was a scheme devised by the Shao family. "It must be the work of a master. Your plans are not so easily realized. Are you certain you require Shao Hongli? I do not know your intentions, but the situation is escalating. And both you and I are in grave danger. You are in Linhai? Good. I will try to delay things here. You must also exert yourself. Find Lu Xingchen as soon as possible." After speaking, Zhu Zitao requested some manpower from Zhu Guide and then stormed out. At the same time, Shao Hongli sat numbly before the television. Even though the live broadcast had long since ended, she remained lost in thought. Upon hearing her husband present the divorce certificate and declare their separation, a veil of darkness enveloped her. The pain felt as though her heart were being mercilessly shredded. She had anticipated tears, but the overwhelming anguish rendered her incapable of crying, even unable to muster any extraneous expressions. It felt as if a substantial part of her soul had been irrevocably lost, and all she yearned for was to embrace her husband and daughter, to return to the warmth and happiness of her home. Wu Gu, fearing an unforeseen mishap, quickly held her wife's head, whispering, "You are not divorced. You are still a couple. Find a place to start anew. As long as you change, I believe you can win Yipeng back." "Is that so? I am not divorced. We are still husband and wife," Shao Hongli responded, comforted by her mother's words, as if she had grasped a lifeline. Her previously dim and lifeless eyes now flickering with a glimmer of hope, her expression less desolate. She self-deprecatingly laughed. "Mother, will he still want me?" Before Wu Gu could respond, she was abruptly interrupted by the furious voice of Xiao Chang'e. This man, in his 60s, bore a grim expression, holding a soaked test report. Trembling with rage as he shouted, "What on earth is going on? What is going on? There is a problem with the test results. I had Xiao Lu redo the tests." Wu Gu attempted to stall, speaking lightly. His wife, resembling a patient stricken with a terminal illness, shakily rose and extended her right hand before Xiao Chang'e. "Father, it is as it is. I am ill, a filthy disease contracted from Lu Xingchen. I do not know how it happened, but I assure you I did not have relations with him." Xiao Chang'e's hand was raised, poised to strike. But Wu Gu firmly intervened, causing it to drop weakly as he felt the world around him spin. Xiaoyan quickly supported Xiao Chang'e from behind as his condition deteriorated. His face flushed abnormally, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. "Why are you just standing there? Hurry and call the nurse and doctor," Wu Gu shouted urgently. Xiao Jinyan quickly exited the room, while at that moment, his wife rushed over to assist Xiao Chang'e, only to be unexpectedly brushed aside by him. "Dad!" his wife cried out, filled with a mix of grievance and concern, yet she instinctively took a few steps back. An unexpected turn of events unfolded as she, in her retreat, failed to notice the water left on the tiled floor, causing her feet to slip. She lost her balance and fell forward, her abdomen crashing heavily onto the low stool positioned beside the bed. This stool, intended for caregivers, was square and sharply edged. The force of the fall was tremendous. Shao Hongli felt dizzy, and a sharp pain twisted within her, prompting an involuntary sound of distress to escape her lips. "Blood!" Wu Gu exclaimed, swiftly helping Xiao Chang'e onto the bed before rushing to assess his daughter's condition, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. At that moment, doctors and nurses arrived, all bound by confidentiality agreements, aware of what to inquire and what to refrain from asking. Several personnel administered antihypertensive medication to Xiao Chang'e, while the remaining individuals attended to Shao Hongli. The lead female doctor, upon grasping the situation, immediately ordered that Shao Hongli be taken for examination. "Doctor, how is she?" Wu Gu asked anxiously. The female doctor glanced around before pulling Wu Gu aside, lowering her voice. Ms. Wu, I will speak plainly. Your daughter is likely experiencing a threatened miscarriage. You must brace yourself for the possibility that if the embryo's condition worsens, it may not be salvaged. Of course, we will do everything in our power to preserve it. How could this be? Are you certain? Wu Ge questioned, desperately hoping for a different answer from the doctor. I am merely stating the most probable outcome. We must await the examination results. Please remain calm, the female doctor urged. However, the implication was unmistakable. Wu Ge felt lightheaded. Just last night, her daughter admitted to having not shared a bed with her son-in-law for months. Where, then, did this child come from? Was it from some affair? Why would her daughter not speak the truth? The most pressing dilemma now was how to proceed. Even with some mental preparation, she was still profoundly shaken. With Xiao Changhe nearly unconscious, the entire family was left reliant on Wu Ge. Chapter 61. The wife's memory loss after much hesitation. Wu Ge resolved to take the most decisive actions to minimize the impact. Jinyan, you stay in the ward to care for your father. Inform me the moment he awakens. Xiaoyan, keep a close watch on your brother-in-law and his family. Do not allow them to wander freely, especially near the examination and operating rooms. The entire floor is to be under strict lockdown. Anyone who attempts to breach this will be detained. Wu Ge stated in an unusually cold tone. Under her command, the Xiao family's members within the hospital began to function like cogs in a well-oiled machine. Xiao Jinyan had anticipated being assigned to accompany her father, but was taken aback when Wu Ge provided her no opportunity to alert anyone. Meanwhile, I was being escorted back to the ward by bodyguards, acutely sensing that something was amiss during the process. Initially intending to monitor the situation through the phone, I soon realized that Xiao Hongli's device had powered down and ceased functioning. As I attempted to exit the room, several bodyguards obstructed my path. Are you restricting my personal freedom? I inquired, raising an eyebrow and feigning dissatisfaction. Not at all. This is for your safety, and I hope you can understand. The bodyguard replied indifferently, relaying instructions from Wu Ge. All right, I comprehend. But where are my parents? I cannot reach them by phone. Nothing has happened to them, has it? I pressed further. The bodyguard consulted his walkie-talkie and responded, your parents have been taken for a medical examination. Rest assured. They are accompanied by professionals and are already at the examination center. All expenses will be covered by the Xiao family. Frowning, I retreated to my room, firmly locking the door, which essentially signaled my house arrest. What could be the reason? Had my actions been discovered? Impossible. As a cleaner, I was confident that I had left no traces. Thus, it was far more likely that something had occurred within the Xiao family. Given that Xiao Hongli's test results had yet to be received today, Xiao Changhe would surely be aware that a re-examination would inevitably reveal Xiao Hongli's pregnancy. Well, the matter of the child is none of my concern. Who can say whose it is? I muttered to myself, though I entertained such thoughts. The lingering resentment of the original owner stirred my heart into a frantic pace. I had assumed that post-divorce, such turmoil would settle, but I had underestimated the depth of a seasoned coward's love and bitterness. All right, I shall investigate. I furiously struck the floor, striving to suppress any noise, internally shouting at the remnants of Gao Yipeng. I was all too familiar with the sordid tactics employed by the powerful, even if Xiao Changhe possessed integrity. I dared not gamble on it. As my heartbeat gradually steadied, my mood soured further. What did the remnants of the original owner truly desire? Initially, I believed it was vengeance, yet the situation seemed far more intricate than I had anticipated. After relocking the door, I made my way to the restroom. Raising my gaze to the ventilation duct in the ceiling, I utilized a key to unlock it and confirm my entry was feasible. Subsequently, I turned on the shower head to simulate bathing while connecting my pre-prepared phone with the one on my person, creating a rudimentary monitoring device to ensure I could react promptly should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Thanks to my professional aptitude as a cleaner, I swiftly navigated the ventilation system and located the examination room. 2 nurses were engaged in gossip. Have you heard? That one is sick and pregnant. Whose child do you think it is? Keep your voice down. We can't afford to provoke this situation. I doubt it's her husband's. It must be the man from the video. Both have contracted the same illness. Disgusting. What is the current status? I saw you head to the operating room earlier. I'm not sure. I was kicked out. Director Liu went in personally. From their conversation, it was evident they were discussing Xiao Hongli. However, the mention of the operating room sent a wave of dread through me. Quickly adjusting my position, I crawled towards the location of the operating room as I remembered it. Fortunately, the top floor was designated for VIPs, equipped with private operating rooms, examination rooms, and pharmacies. The ventilation ducts are extensive, allowing me to reach any destination I envision, as long as I remain silent. The powerful exhaust fan in front of the operating room makes my crawl arduous, tousling my hair and nearly blinding me. Fortunately, after a few minutes, I arrive at the anesthesia room adjacent to the operating theater. Here, prior to the surgery, the spacious room is occupied only by Xiao Hongli and Wu Ge. Wu Ji's expression is grave as he speaks in a low tone. You must have heard. The impact has likely jeopardized the child inside you. At this juncture, are you still unwilling to disclose the identity of the father? I don't know. I truly don't. The wife shakes her head in despair, her eyes filled with fear and confusion. Are you intoxicated or perhaps drugged? I have learned that you often work late with Lu Xingchen. Wu Ge urges anxiously. The embryo is now 42 to 45 days along. You need to recollect. A little over a month ago? She recalls vividly. I distinctly remember sleeping in my office while working overtime. Lu Xingchen never laid a hand on me. As for being drunk, Xiao Hongli begins to reflect carefully. Suddenly her pupils dilate in a wave of indescribable terror that washes over her. She starts to tremble and hurriedly reaches for her phone. Her own device is powered off, so she resorts to Wu Ji's phone to make a call. Hello? Bing Bing. It's me. Yes, don't speak just yet. I urgently need to ask you something. Do you remember the gathering in early August? I had too much to drink. And you were the one who took me home, right? Although I was dizzy, I don't think I was fully intoxicated. I seem to have a recollection. What? You don't remember? Was it you who took me home? Or was it Lu Xingchen? The phone slips from her grasp, crashing heavily to the ground. I find it peculiar. The gathering was under the watchful gaze of Gao Yipeng throughout. If Xiao Hongli only has a single hazy memory from that time, it must be from the drinking at that gathering. Yet, it was clearly Wei Bibing who took her home, ultimately igniting Gao Yipeng's wrath and leading to an undignified marital encounter. Why, then, would Wei Bingbing lie? Lu Xingchen's reputation has already tarnished, having been expelled, akin to a rat scurrying across the street. There is no reason for Wei Bingbing to defend him. What is her true intention? Whose side is she on? Wei Bingbing is Xiao Hongli's sole confidant at the company, a strikingly beautiful woman in Gao Yipeng's memory, yet her demeanor towards the original self remains indifferent. There is something amiss. This Wei Bingbing is suspect. I etch this name into my mind. Chapter 62. The father-in-law's test. I have long sought to investigate Wei Bingbing. However, in an effort to avoid entanglement, I chose to let it be. I had hoped that someone from the Xiao family would swiftly identify her, yet from Xiao Hongli's conversation, it is clear that Wei Bingbing currently enjoys a degree of freedom, remaining under the radar. The Xiao family is truly lacking in successors, the only two capable of noticing. Xiao Changhe and Wu Ge are preoccupied with their daughter's predicament, leaving them no opportunity for thorough contemplation. I continue to listen to the happenings below. Evidently, Xiao Hongli had completely succumbed to despair at that moment. She did not hear the response she longed for. A month had passed, and coupled with intoxication, many memories remained hazy. It felt as though she had experienced a dream in which the figures fluctuated between her husband and Lu Xingchen. She recalled fiercely resisting Lu Xingchen in her dream, only to realize it was her husband, leading her to cease her struggle. The dream was chaotic and exhausting. Upon awakening, she found herself at home, devoid of any anomalies. Impossible. The depths of Xiao Hongli's fear and despair surged to an unbearable peak. It was akin to being dragged into an abyss, the immense pressure of the water inducing a suffocating sensation that rendered her breathless. Tears came unbidden, her gaze gradually becoming vacant and dull. Collapse. A complete collapse. The long-standing self-deception, coupled with the pressure from being discovered in infidelity, erupted in an instant. Pain. Excruciating pain. Her heart felt as though it were shattering into fragments, the agony radiating throughout her body, triggering an instinctual protective response. Husband, I'm so sorry. I want my husband. Xiao Hongli gasped for air, her limbs numb and utterly immobile, resembling a dying carp. Wu Ge sensed something amiss and hurried outside to summon Director Lu and others. After administering a tranquilizer, Xiao Hongli finally began to calm down. However, tears continued to flow uncontrollably, her face devoid of color, her once stunning countenance now appearing ashen. Director Lu furrowed his brow and quietly remarked to Wu Ge, "The situation is dire. I fear we cannot save her, and with that illness, she must receive antibiotics." Wu Ge turned to Xiao Hongli to explain the circumstances, then whispered, "I've issued a gag order. Whoever speaks shall face dire consequences. Rest assured, this will not reach Yipeng's ears. If you are unable to confirm, capture that scoundrel, and I will investigate further. Mom, I am no longer pure. I cannot face my husband. Mom, my heart aches terribly. Xiao Hongli trembled as she spoke softly. If you don't speak, I won't either. No one will know. And this matter will remain buried within us. I will ensure Yipeng is compensated later. Wu Ge pressed her face against her daughter's, completely unfazed by any potential contagion. In that moment, she was not the formidable salon queen of Linhai, but an ordinary mother, willing to do anything and everything for her daughter. Listening from within the ventilation duct, I felt a chill in my heart. Truly, one cannot underestimate those of noble birth. Despite their outward display of kindness and humility, when faced with danger, their inherent selfishness and dominance emerge. They utterly disregard others, willing to go to any lengths for their objectives, even at the cost of lives. Below, Wu Ge whispered a few words to Xiao Hongli, who shook her head frantically. And the two remained oblivious to what they had exchanged. I quietly watched as Xiao Hongli, under sedation, was wheeled into the operating room, and soon after, a sharp pain pierced my heart, the cursed resentment of the original self once again seizing control of my emotions. A wave of regret and anguish surged within me. Qin Yipeng, what exactly do you intend to do? The one who seeks revenge is you. Now, do you feel regret? Gritting my teeth, I began to retreat. Meanwhile, Xiaoyan was knocking on my hospital room door, hearing the faint sound of water running inside. Lacking patience, she started banging on the door, instinctively preparing to kick it down, sensing it was locked. Just at that critical moment, I opened the door in my bathrobe. Is there something you need? I asked, my expression quite grim, primarily because of the unbearable pain in my heart. Xiaoyan disregarded my state entirely, pushing past me into the room. After surveying the area, she said, Second Master is looking for you. The Second Master refers to Xiao Changhe, and it was somewhat unexpected that he sought me out so urgently now that he had awakened. Xiao Changhe lay on the hospital bed, having appeared somewhat vibrant just this morning, but now he seemed frail and aged by a decade in an instant. Gripping my hand tightly, he spoke with all his strength. I'm sorry. The Xiao family owes you an apology. Dad. I replied sincerely, not out of obligation to Xiao Hongli, but for Xiao Jinyan. However, Xiao Changhe misunderstood my sentiment and, moved, patted my shoulder before taking a document from a bodyguard. He then said, I wish to offer you compensation, a fund that will enable you to fulfill all your dreams. A fund? Is it the very money that Zhu Guid and Sima Zhong have been yearning for? I hesitated to take the document. Xiao Changhe nodded, stating, with this capital, you could acquire 10 companies. Not only could you become the wealthiest in Jiangnan, but breaking into the top 10 would be assured. No need, I interjected decisively. One should not accept rewards without merit. You should reserve it for Xiao Hongli. After all, she is your biological daughter. Unless there is something else. I'd prefer to return home to see Qianqian. Xiao Changhe gave me a deep look and solemnly asked, are you certain? If you miss this opportunity, you may never have another chance to change your fate. I am certain. I insisted. I had no interest in this money. It was a hot potato, a curse to anyone who accepted it. I even suspected that Xiao Changhe might be aware of some hidden agenda, possibly wishing to eliminate me through this offer. Very well. You should return and rest. Once your parents finish their checkup, you may go home, he said wearily, shutting his eyes again, suppressing the pain in my heart. I expressionlessly returned to my room, nearly collapsing onto the bed, drenched in cold sweat. Meanwhile, Xiao Changhe suddenly addressed Xiaoyun. What do you think? Calm and collected. Neither greedy nor fearful, such is the mark of a true talent. Second Master has an eye for quality. Xiaoyun responded. Your discernment stands out even within the Xiao family. You truly are a worthy disciple of Qiu Qiye, Xiao Changhe remarked slowly. There was something Xiao Changhe did not articulate. My uncle seemed to desire nothing. Such individuals are either detached from worldly pursuits, having faced life and death, or they harbor grand ambitions, insatiably greedy. Chapter 63. The swamp for a week now. Ominous clouds have loomed over the coastal city, ceaseless rain pouring down. Even when it occasionally halts, it quickly resumes its relentless descent. An off-road jeep bearing the license plate of the Northern Frontier Military Region recklessly traverses the road, its tires splashing through puddles, drenching pedestrians in the process. Some, filled with indignation, are tempted to curse, but upon seeing the license plate, they swallow their words. With the situation in the Northern Frontier unstable, the Empire has deliberately dispatched troops to intimidate the Federation, resulting in a significant elevation in the status of the Northern Frontier Corps. The mere presence of a jeep from this corps in Jiangnan carries an unusual air of significance. The vehicle drives directly into the garrison headquarters of Linhai City. situated in the suburbs. The soldiers stationed at the entrance, upon sighting the jeep, show no intention of obstruction. They stand at attention, saluting, and swiftly lift the barrier. Awaiting at the base of the headquarters building is a colonel, accompanied by a dozen officers. As the jeep comes to a halt, a guard leaps from the passenger seat to open the door. Out steps a towering figure, a man nearly 2 meters tall, resembling a bear. His physique, like solid rock, strains against his military uniform, emanating an intimidating aura, particularly with his ice-cold gaze, as if he were ready to tear apart anyone who crossed his path. By this appointment, Lieutenant Colonel Chen Isong is temporarily assigned as the deputy commander of the Linhai City Garrison Headquarters, concurrently serving as an inspector from the military department. September 24th. The guard declares loudly, presenting the commission. At ease. Attention. All officers, save for the colonel in command, snap to attention, including the commander himself, who displays utmost respect without a trace of discontent. They do not revere merely the lieutenant colonel's rank, but rather the significant authority of his role as an inspector, a position akin to that of a commissioner with the power to detain and interrogate non-general officers, and capable of reporting directly to the military command. I could scarcely have imagined that upon the revelation of Xiao Hongli's infidelity, it would be the original body's brother who would be the first to react. Within a mere day, he returned from the northern frontier to Linhai, securing all necessary transfer documents along the way. This was a feat only achievable by Chen Isong, aided by the favor of a certain high-ranking military figure. Meanwhile, I remained blissfully unaware of these developments. After leaving Xiao Changha's hospital room, I found myself with a fleeting moment of freedom. Xiao Changha, oblivious to Wu Gu's orders, had prioritized his promise of freedom to me above all else. Although I was still confined to the hospital building, it felt sufficiently liberating. This floor, designated as a VIP area, lacked surveillance cameras in the corridors to ensure privacy. Glancing at the clock, I noted that half an hour had elapsed. Suppressing the discomfort in my chest, I stepped out of the room. This time, I was unaccompanied by bodyguards. The presence of security throughout the building had notably diminished. I found a white coat in the doctor's office, donned a mask, and disguised myself as a physician once more. Even if caught, I had a plausible explanation. I sought Xiao Hongli's test results, which I had not received at the venue, raising my suspicions about their validity. Anticipating that the Xiao family would feel a sense of guilt, I was confident that they would neither dare nor wish to trouble me. I smoothly made my way to the operating room, only to find that the surgical lights outside had been extinguished. After waiting for a few moments, Director Liu of the hospital hurriedly emerged, clutching a sealed test tube containing tissue samples, which he promptly delivered to the testing room. Due to Xiao Changha's orders, the absence of bodyguards allowed this tissue sample to temporarily escape the Xiao family's scrutiny. I immediately followed in. Witnessing Director Liu personally placed the sample into the designated refrigeration unit. In her haste to maintain confidentiality, she had overlooked the fact that I was concealed behind a cabinet. As soon as she departed, I swiftly replaced the label on the sample with that of another tissue specimen, hiding the original sample on my person. I could not concern myself with the possibility of the testing room discovering the ruse. I could only gamble on the hope that the personnel there would manage the situation internally. The entire process took less than 30 seconds. And as I exited the testing room, I brushed past Xiao Yun and Director Liu. Xiao Yun paused momentarily, instinctively turning her head. But upon seeing that Director Liu had already entered, she promptly followed suit. Thus, the sample I had swapped was placed under Xiao Yun's personal custody. Perhaps this stroke of luck was serendipitous, but I firmly believe that those who are virtuous are often aided by the spirits of the deceased, with Chen Yipeng's spirit watching over me for a smooth endeavor. Upon returning to the ward, I gathered some ice to preserve the sample and concealed it within the ventilation duct of the bathroom, ensuring the tissue sample's viability for 8 hours. Xiao Hongli was brought back to the ward, pallid from her recent surgery, her long hair disheveled, and beads of sweat continuously forming on her brow. Her vacant gaze lingered on the tulips adorning the windowsill, tears streaming down her cheeks. She longed for home, for her husband. It is only in moments of loss that one truly recalls the beauty of what was once possessed. She remembered how Chen Yipeng would prepare a lavish feast and present her with a bouquet of tulips on her birthdays. At the time, she had deemed it wasteful and rather dull, often interrupting her creative flow and inspiration. In retrospect, how absurd it seemed that she had lived in such happiness all along. Just then, a nurse entered to change her dressings and, noticing the sorrow in Xiao Hongli's eyes, remarked with envy, "These are from your husband. He asked me to bring the flowers here, saying you have always adored tulips. My husband? The one living next door? Xiao Hongli's dull eyes flickered with a hint of life as she hoarsely inquired. Indeed, your husband seems to care for you deeply. He has been asking where you have gone, the nurse replied, her tone tinged with admiration, yet not devoid of pity and mockery. The daughter of a wealthy family is indeed different from ordinary individuals. Despite her infidelity, she still attracts admirers. However, her husband, Gao Yipeng, possesses an undeniable charm. His physique resembles that of a model, complemented by a unique aura that renders him exceptionally appealing. After the nurse departed, Xiao Hongli could no longer contain her emotions and burst into tears, exclaiming, "Husband, I am so sorry. It was my fault. I truly realize my mistakes. I have betrayed your love for me." The series of events that transpired that day had driven her mental state to the brink of instability. Yet just as she was about to shatter, a bouquet of tulips brought her back to reality. Chapter 64. A surge of resentment, Xiao Hongli embraced the tulips on the windowsill, inhaling their familiar yet foreign fragrance with a sense of desperation. As if drawing strength from them, she mustered the energy to sit up despite her discomfort and powered on her phone, which was fully charged. Xiao Hongli intended to compose a message, not only to apologize but also to express her love and devotion. In the past, she had deemed verbalizing her affection as shameful. But after enduring such emotional turmoil, it seemed that only love could provide her with a momentary reprieve. This love belonged solely to her husband, her daughter, and her family. No outsider should dare to intrude upon it. However, upon unlocking her phone, an overwhelming number of unfamiliar messages flooded her screen. "Dear, I am Lu Xingchen. I saw your pathetic husband and was surprised to learn that you two have divorced. He even admitted to our romantic involvement. I am leaving now, come with me. I acknowledge my faults, but all I did was for you. After contracting that illness, I found the courage to sever ties. We are the purest of spiritual companions." Had the Xiao Hongli of the past encountered such messages, she would have been moved to tears. Yet now, she felt nothing but revulsion, immense disgust. Just the sight of the name Lu Xingchen made her skin crawl, as if a centipede were crawling over her, and her stomach churned violently. She retched, but fortunately, having consumed only nutritional fluids that day, there was little to expel, save for some acidic bile that pooled on the floor. The courage she had hoped to summon vanished in an instant. How could a woman so tarnished ever deserve her husband? How could she ever be worthy of forgiveness? Xiao Hongli felt nauseated once more. Her previously swollen right hand began to itch again, making her wish she could sever it from her body entirely. Suddenly, a call from an unfamiliar number rang through. Startled, Xiao Hongli instinctively hung up, then scrolled through her call log to find that the number had been persistently calling every 5 minutes. Suspecting it to be Lu Xingchen, she contemplated blocking the number. But before she could act, a message arrived. "Old friend, it's me. Surely, you wouldn't want me to reveal your high school secrets to everyone, especially your husband. Gao Yipeng, he would surely be disappointed to learn who you really are." Upon reading this message, Xiao Hongli trembled, her complexion paling. When the phone rang again, she pressed the answer button. Simultaneously, I monitored the situation and activated the Bluetooth to listen in. As Xiao Hongli turned on her phone, I received a notification on my end. The last text message piqued my curiosity, leaving me wondering what secrets Xiao Hongli might wish to keep from me. Was it her romantic involvement with Zhu Zitao during high school? That seemed unlikely, given that Xiao Hongli and I were never together during that time. If the sender were Zhu Zitao, he would surely be referencing events from university. Should I discover that Xiao Hongli is among those who have ruined my piano career, I would undoubtedly seek retribution. Driven by curiosity, I began to eavesdrop. "My little Hongli, long time no see. Do you miss me?" The voice on the phone was distorted, resonating with a harsh metallic rasp. "It's you. Did you not promise to cease your harassment? It must be you. Otherwise, how could Zhu Zitao coincidentally appear at the hotel? And Lu Xingchen, was that also your doing?" Xiao Hongli exclaimed passionately. "Have you forgotten what I told you? I curse you to never experience true love, forever to be betrayed." "Huh, this is your punishment." The caller erupted into raucous laughter before abruptly ending the call. I was left in a state of confusion, certain that the voice was not Zhu Zitao. But who could possibly have ties to Xiao Hongli from high school? Unless Xiao Hongli or her former in-laws were to enlighten me, I remained ensnared in this enigma. The person on the other end was undoubtedly a puppeteer of sorts, harboring deep-seated animosity towards Xiao Hongli from their high school days. Yet, what relevance did this have to me? I was merely a bystander caught in the tempest. The resentment of the original host still lingered, and though I could momentarily suppress it with silver needles, I was uncertain when it might erupt again. Unable to contain myself any longer, I inserted 3 cigarettes into an orange and placed it beneath the bathroom ventilation duct. Thud! I sank to my knees, silently reciting the mantra for liberation. Then, I spoke to myself. Every grievance has its origin, every debt its master. The cycle of karma is relentless, and retribution is inescapable. The transgressors bear grave sins, and shall receive all earthly retribution. They shall descend into the boundless abyss to atone for their misdeeds. Should you misstep in your rebirth, it is not my desire. After uttering these phrases, the original host's resentment eased somewhat. Yet one may deceive the heavens, but cannot deceive oneself. Although I am not the original Gao Yipeng, my presence in this world is also a consequence of karma. Had I not stirred the waters, Xiaohongli might have avoided her calamity. Perhaps other choices lay before her. I recognize that this narrative involves infidelity. Yet I hold profound respect for women's rights and firmly advocate for their autonomy, vehemently opposing any form of defamation or illegal acts. This story unfolds in an alternate realm, not reality, and I hope readers do not overly immerse themselves in it. I struggled to maneuver my body back onto the bed, and the sound of Xiaohongli's weeping ceased within my Bluetooth earbuds, followed by the sound of a door opening. On the other side, Wu Gu entered with a stormy expression, and upon seeing her daughter, she forced a smile. "Mom," Xiaohongli murmured softly, lowering her head at the sight of her mother. She found herself unable to face her mother, her mind lingering on the promise her mother had made before Chun Ma just 2 days prior. "My daughter is still pure." How harsh those words must sound now, and how deeply humiliating for her mother. It was not merely her heart that felt tainted. Her body seemed inexplicably sullied, beyond comprehension. To claim innocence felt unjust, yet who could blame her for her wavering resolve? Wu Gu, a woman of formidable strength and reputation in Linghai, saw everything fall apart at the hands of her unfilial daughter. As Xiaohongli contemplated this, she knelt on the cold ground, disregarding her physical discomfort, and bowed her head in a gesture of repentance. Wu Gu swiftly enveloped Xiaohongli in her embrace, and the two wept together, their hearts heavy with sorrow. Wu Gu was the first to regain her composure, aware that she was now her daughter's sole pillar of strength. She wiped her tears and declared, "I have already instructed the nurse to collect Yipeng's blood sample for comparison." Xiaohongli's heart raced at the mention of her husband, a flicker of strange light igniting in her gaze, a blend of anticipation and fear. Wu Gu sighed, her eyes reddening as she continued, "First, let us get up and have something to eat. We can talk while you eat. If you don't eat, I won't be able to either. You are the very heart of my existence. I live for you, my dear. No matter how you change, I will always be your mother." Chapter 65, The Law of Cause and Effect. Despite her anger at Xiaohongli's lack of honesty, Wu Gu could not bear to watch her only biological daughter descend into despair. Xiaohongli absorbed her mother's words, mustering her strength to sit up and open the thermos. Inside, steaming hot sour soup noodles awaited, garnished with cilantro and scallions, the sour aroma wafting towards her. "Did my husband make this?" Xiaohongli asked, excitement bubbling within her as she eagerly picked up her chopsticks. One taste brought forth a fresh wave of tears. She recalled a time when her stomach had ached, and she could eat nothing. Gao Yipeng had tried numerous remedies, ultimately crafting a bowl of sour soup noodles that perfectly matched her palate. Wu Gu hesitated before replying. "It wasn't Yipeng who made it. He taught me the recipe before, saying it was best for you when your stomach was upset. It's quite simple to prepare. It's mainly about the right proportions. Your father found it too sour after one taste." "No, the sourness is just right," Xiaohongli said, devouring the noodles, her tears cascading into the broth. Wu Gu endeavored to maintain her composure as she spoke gently. "Your husband, Gao Yipeng, is deeply perceptive. Given the recent events, I suspect he might have known about your infidelity all along. Yet he has remained silent. I currently possess no evidence, but I can't shake the feeling that your pregnancy and the video leak are too coincidental. That is why I arranged for a test using Gao Yipeng's sample. It could prove your innocence." However, her words seemed to leave Xiaohongli unmoved. After finishing her last sip of soup, she looked up and asked, "Mom, if a person's heart is tainted, does it matter if their body is clean? Why does it not matter?" Wu Gu gazed into her daughter's hollow eyes, a chill creeping into her heart. "Mom, I have merely come to understand certain truths. My husband has done nothing wrong. Why should he bear the brunt of this? The fault lies solely with me." Xiaohongli spoke softly, her sorrowful smile sending chills down one's spine. Wu Gu supported Xiaohongli's shoulder, saying, "Mother understands. It is not your fault. It is my own folly. Had I not been so obstinate in the beginning, perhaps, mother. Do not utter another word, not a single syllable. Everything is a matter of cause and effect. Xiao Hongli closed her eyes in anguish. At that moment, I heard footsteps outside the door and hastily tucked away my Bluetooth earphones, just as a nurse entered. This nurse was tall and donned a mask that concealed half her face, her legs adorned with white stockings that exuded an air of sensuality. Hello. I am here for blood collection for testing. The nurse's voice was somewhat hoarse, yet oddly familiar. I understood that the blood was being drawn for sample comparison. So I allowed her to proceed, my mind racing with thoughts. While the mask was a standard hospital protocol, I couldn't help but notice a faint, delicate scent of perfume about her, fresh and elegant. Such an exquisite fragrance seemed beyond the means of a mere nurse. All right, hold still. To think that a big man like you is even more delicate than your wife. Your wife just underwent a miscarriage, and you should be attending to her, the nurse remarked suddenly after finishing her preparations. I was momentarily taken aback, a spark of realization flickering in my eyes. Her words appeared casual, but were clearly aimed at the original body, Chen Yipeng. If I truly were Chen Yipeng, I would undoubtedly rush to confront Xiao Hongli, leading her to complete emotional collapse. But I was not Chen Yipeng. A glint of icy determination flashed in my gaze as I extended my right hand to grasp her arm, only to be seized by a sudden sharp pain in my heart. It seemed her words had stirred the original owner's resentment anew, leaving me rigid, unable to move as I watched the nurse exit. Just before leaving, she glanced back at me. Despite the mask, her eyes hinted at a smile. Wei Bingbing. It was indeed the wife's close friend. What could her intentions be? As Wei Bingbing stepped out, she brushed past Wu Gu and Xiao Hongli, who was so lost in thought that she failed to notice her dear friend. Wu Gu, observing my pallor, quickly supported me, anxiously inquiring, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" I could scarcely utter a word, summoning all my strength to stammer, "Pregnancy, surgery, the nurse." Before I could finish, I coughed violently, spewing blood. A mouthful of blood, a decade of life. This was my price, the retribution for my interference in the cycle of consequences. Yet, this was never part of my plan. Upon learning of Xiao Hongli's pregnancy, I was aware that, according to Chen Yipeng's memories, the child was likely his. However, there was no evidence to confirm that Xiao Hongli had remained faithful during that time, especially given her prolonged time spent alone with Lu Xingchen. I understood that the secret of medication could lead to complications, allowing Xiao Hongli to realize her pregnancy sooner. If she had indeed been unfaithful, she would undoubtedly have reached out to her lover. If Xiao Hongli wishes to keep this child, be it from the original body or the lover, I shall assist in alleviating the poison. As an orphan, I cherish the birth of every life. However, I underestimated the tenacity and remorse of the original soul's lingering sentiments. Even before any tests were conducted, she seemed to believe the child was hers, unleashing a torrent of resentment that spiraled out of control. Young friends, cherish the birth of every life. Unless absolutely necessary, you must hold dear and welcome every new existence. The cycle of karma is relentless, and fate has its design. The male protagonist faces retribution, exhibiting signs of premature aging, while the female protagonist is destined to suffer profound heartache. Xiao Hongli stood at the foot of my bed, her face and dress splattered with blood. The crimson droplets resembled winter plum blossoms, making her white gown all the more striking. "Husband!" Xiao Hongli rushed to embrace me, only to release me moments later, her complexion ashen, her eyes filled with a despairing stillness. She presumed my bloodshed was due to the revelation of her pregnancy, believing the child was not Chen Yipeng's. Yet, beside her, Wu Gu realized that if no one had leaked information, such news could not have reached us. Particularly concerning Xiao Hongli's pregnancy, which was known only to a select few. "Nurse?" Wu Gu turned to Xiao Yun, exclaiming, "Capture that nurse." At the moment those words left her lips, Xiao Yun spun around and dashed out, her movements as swift as a cheetah. Wei Bingbing, already at the elevator, heard the commotion behind her and decisively flung her tray aside. "Humph." Seeking death, Xiao Yun scoffed, bending her body low, her right foot propelling her forward as she surged several meters ahead, her right leg lifting high for a powerful kick. The speed and force were terrifying, as if the air itself had been violently torn apart, producing a whooshing sound. Wei Bingbing's torso bent backward at an unnatural angle as Xiao Yun's kick grazed her nose. And then, with her left hand supporting herself, she drew a handgun from her coat. No matter how skilled one may be, bullets cannot be evaded. Xiao Yun instinctively recoiled, while Wei Bingbing pressed the elevator button, aiming her firearm at Xiao Yun. At the moment the elevator doors began to close, the gun was discarded, clattering to the ground with a sharp sound. A plastic gun. Damn it, I've been deceived. Xiaoyan smacked her forehead in frustration, her assumptions leading her astray, thinking they were still abroad. The Empire strictly prohibits firearms. Even the most mundane gun-related cases are directly handled by the Investigation Bureau. Not even the powerful dare to touch them. This ironclad rule is akin to contraband. Whoever dares to engage with it meets their demise. This meant that the mere act of drawing a gun equated to mutual destruction. Observing the elevator's speed, Xiao Yun instructed the bodyguards downstairs to intercept, but alas. The elevator would stop on several floors ahead. Wei Bingbing, clad in a white coat, blended in so seamlessly among the nurses that she was unrecognizable. Chapter 66. The Wife on the Rooftop. Hello? I have something to tell you. Xiao Hongli is pregnant, but the child isn't Chen Yipeng's. However, I've informed him, and he should be spitting blood now. Does that satisfy your wicked curiosity? However, I had an unsettling feeling that Chen Yipeng had recognized me. If Chen Yipeng were still alive, I had no intention of returning to the company. Please refrain from contacting me in the future. Wei Bingbing. After concluding her call on a minibus, snapped her SIM card in half and tossed it out the window. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Lehigh Hotel, Zhu Zitao listened to the incessant beeping on the phone, his countenance darkening to an extreme as he furiously hurled his phone against the wall. Damn it! I wanted you to inquire why Xiao Hongli called you, yet you took it upon yourself to act. What are you truly trying to achieve? And you, Xiao Hongli? I never anticipated your utter depravity. This way, I bear no psychological burden. It is that individual who seeks to drive you to the brink. Do not entangle me in the grievances you harbored since high school. Zhu Zitao muttered to himself, unable to suppress the simmering resentment and jealousy within. Why should Lu Xingchen, that worthless being, be able to enjoy your affections while I cannot? It was the same in high school and persists into university. He would rather choose a spineless coward as a shield than consider me. That coward's hands were not destroyed by me. Why should I ultimately bear the blame? The more Zhu Zitao pondered, the angrier he became. He retrieved another phone, dialed, and coldly stated, Your plan has failed. Xiao Hongli is pregnant. Most likely with Lu Xingchen's child. I'm certain. It was your scheme, and you are the one who orchestrated it. The ensuing complications are not my concern. If Xiao Hongli cannot endure it and chooses to take her own life, what do you expect me to do? The hospital is now sealed off by the Xiao family. I am not your servant. The call was abruptly terminated from the other end, driving Zhu Zitao to the brink of madness as he shattered another phone. A full day passed, and I gradually emerged from my stupor. My heart had returned to a near-normal state, though I felt a lingering discomfort. The light in the hospital room was dim, just enough to discern my surroundings. To my left sat Chen Yipeng's mother, Rong Xian, who grasped my hand and had leaned her head against the bed, dozing off, her temples noticeably graying. To my right sat Xiao Hongli, her hands cautiously tugging at my sleeve, utterly still, as if she were a wooden puppet, her gaze fixed intently upon me. After a few moments, she suddenly widened her eyes, exclaiming, Darling, you're awake? At that moment, Rong Xian stirred and rushed out to summon a doctor. Soon, my room was filled with people, including my mother-in-law, Wu Gu, and Xiao Changhe, along with several bodyguards. Xiao Jinyan stood in the corner, quietly wiping away tears. Among these individuals, Xiao Hongli was conspicuously absent, which stirred an unexplainable unease within me, causing my brow to furrow slightly as I inquired, Where is Xiao Hongli? I could have chosen to disregard her. A woman like Xiao Hongli hardly warranted sympathy. However, the original Chen Yipeng was a seasoned sycophant, and I genuinely feared that if something were to happen to Xiao Hongli, the remnants of Chen Yipeng would drag me down with them. Wu Gu scanned the room anxiously and demanded, Where is Hongli? Find her. After inquiring around, a nurse mentioned that Xiao Hongli had left, but her whereabouts were unknown. This revelation heightened everyone's anxiety, for since my bloodshed and subsequent unconsciousness, Xiao Hongli seemed to have transformed entirely. Describing her in terms of an ordinary person, she seemed utterly devoid of life, her entire being suffused with a desolate aura reminiscent of withered flora. In the end, Rong Xian was filled with trepidation upon seeing her. Although her daughter-in-law's infidelity was inexcusable, it was still a matter of life and death. One could not simply drive another to despair. Rong Xian's allowance for Xiao Hongli to remain was a testament to her compassion, yet she remained oblivious to the fact that Xiao Hongli had once been pregnant. Had she known, her leniency would have been far less forthcoming. Presently, all those within the hospital privy to such matters had been cautioned by the Xiao family. ensuring that there was little risk of information leakage in the near term, and the family would also take measures to manage public discourse. Once this tumultuous period had passed, any resurfacing of Xiao Hongli's troubles would likely garner little attention. On the rooftop, a nurse exclaimed in alarm. The implications of this location were unmistakable. Xiao Hongli was contemplating a grievous act. Wu Ji's legs buckled beneath him, nearly causing him to collapse, while Xiao Changhe stood frozen, trembling uncontrollably. Despite their vociferous expressions of hatred, when faced with the precipice of life and death, parental love invariably prevails. Even the fiercest predators do not harm their young. My heart raced anew, the original owner's resentment surging with unprecedented intensity. In that instant, I felt as if I were on the verge of losing control of my own body, prompting a silent curse to escape my lips. Gao Yipeng, you insufferable sycophant. Would it not be better for you to be utterly extinguished? Even in death, you seek to ensnare me. This body now belongs to me. My inner fury erupted as I sprinted towards the rooftop with utmost urgency. Fortunately, my room was on the top floor of the hospital, and within mere seconds, I reached the rooftop where bodyguards and several nurses stood at a distance, watching apprehensively. At that moment, Xiao Hongli stood barefoot at the edge of the rooftop, adorned in the white gown she had worn the day prior, now stained with dark, purplish blood. Though she appeared haggard, her beauty remained striking, her dress billowing in the tempestuous wind like that of an ethereal being. Gazing down at the minuscule vehicles and people below, her former fear of heights dissipated, replaced by an unsettling tranquility as if stepping forward would grant her liberation. Xiao Hongli, come back, I implored in the calmest voice I could muster, slowly approaching her. I had no desire to meddle, yet the original owner's resentment seemed to awaken in response to Xiao Hongli's presence. Xiao Hongli slowly turned, her gaze falling upon the man before her, and her memories momentarily flickered to life, reminiscent of their first encounter in university, a young man radiating warmth and talent. She extended a delicate finger, yearning to grasp the memories of her past, only to withdraw it in an instant. Self-doubt washed over her. How could someone as tarnished as she dare to touch her own husband? By the time the test results had arrived, Xiao Hongli's spirit had been irrevocably crushed. She loathed herself, loathed her own body. Xiao Jinyan hurriedly approached, breathless, eager to dissuade her, but it was Xiao Hongli who spoke first. Sister, you are a good woman. After the divorce, please take good care of my daughter and Yipeng. A tragic smile graced her lips, as if she were bequeathing her final wishes. No, don't do anything foolish. Please, don't do anything foolish. Xiao Jinyan was taken aback, bewildered by how events had spiraled to such a dire extent. She is now engulfed in deep regret, questioning whether it is her own fault that Xiao Hongli has fallen into despair, and a profound sense of guilt weighs heavily upon her. Just then, Xiao Changhe, Wu Gu, and their family rushed in. Both families began to plead for her to reconsider, while I noticed the distant wail of police sirens echoing from below. Chapter 67. The Wife's Regret and the Understanding of Her Original Self. My child, do not act foolishly. I cannot bear to live without you. Wu Gu nearly fell to her knees, devoid of her usual grace, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Xiao Chang's face was etched with anguish, his lips parted as if to speak, yet no words emerged, his body trembling with fear. Dizziness overtaking him as his blood pressure spiked. No one dared to approach. Xiao Hongli stood perilously close to the edge of the rooftop, and any sudden movement could prove fatal. The shrill sound of the sirens grew increasingly louder as the crowd gathered below was dispersed, and a large inflatable safety cushion was deployed. The bodyguards communicated the situation discreetly to Wu Gu and Xiao Changhe. Initially, the two elders felt a slight relief, but their hopes were soon dashed by grim news. The inflatable cushion was only effective for falls from a height of 6 stories, with a maximum limit of 20 meters. However, the rooftop of the hospital soared a full 9 stories above ground, leaving less than a 1% chance of survival from such a leap. While others fretted over the inflatable cushion, my thoughts were divided, one half focused on Xiao Hongli and the other on the rescue team that had just arrived below. From the moment we discovered Xiao Hongli's intention to jump to our arrival on the rooftop, not even 3 minutes had passed. Yet the rescue team had swiftly set up the inflatable cushion. Had someone foreseen Xiao Hongli's action and arranged the rescue in advance? Even with a cushion at such a height, would survival truly be possible? What could this possibly mean? I was utterly perplexed. Did the one who called the police lack practical experience, naively believing that an inflatable cushion would guarantee safety? As my mind raced, only mere seconds had elapsed. Yet Xiao Hongli's mental state was increasingly unstable. Her gaze locked onto mine, filled with regret and an elusive affection, as she gently raised her arm as if to wave, then tilted her head back to gaze at the clouds above. That cloud resembled cotton candy. Qianqian loved cotton candy more than anything. I'm sorry, my dear. I am not a good mother. I cannot bear to face you anymore. Xiao Hongli was consumed by a singular desire for liberation, as if all she needed to do was lean back and sever ties with all the sordid matters of life. Suddenly, a notification sounded from her phone, and upon glancing at the caller ID, her expression transformed into one of fury and rage. In a fit of emotion, she answered the call, exclaiming loudly, "I will be waiting in hell for you." With that, her body leaned backward, and screams erupted from everyone present. Two figures dashed forward in a frantic burst. One was Xiao Yun, and the other was myself. My body moved of its own accord, completely beyond the control of my mind. Damn that Gao Yipeng, the devoted fool, who felt as if he were dying alongside his unfaithful wife. The resentment of the original self swiftly seized control of my body, propelling me forward with unparalleled speed. I, Xiao Hongli, am Qianqian's mother. Qianqian cannot be without me, and if death awaits, let us face it together. Initially, I intended to hurl insults, but now, with only my mouth at my disposal, I was compelled to rush to her rescue, feigning deep emotion in front of the crowd. Even though I felt nauseated to the core, the sensation of being shackled by resentment left me utterly helpless. In pursuit of maximizing my own interests, should I succeed in saving Xiao Hongli, Wu Gu and Xiao Changya would undoubtedly be immensely grateful, and any barriers between Xiao Jinyin and myself would dissolve. At that point, I could secure a fortune and enjoy a comfortable retirement. Yipeng, Wu Gu was truly moved by my feigned sentiments. Over the past few days, her impression of me had been that of a deeply calculating individual, harboring suspicions and trepidations. Had it not been for Xiao Hongli's unwavering commitment to me, she might have resorted to some treacherous means to force me away from her daughter. As I charged towards Xiao Hongli, her eyes reflected astonishment and disbelief instinctively. She reached out to grasp my arm, yet her angle was too precarious, and she could not regain her balance. I watched helplessly as Xiao Hongli vanished from my sight. And Xiao Yun, standing nearby, would certainly not sacrifice herself, coming to a halt at the very edge of the rooftop. Gao Yipeng, you madman, I want to live. Your wife has betrayed you. If death is to come, let it be, but do not drag me down with you. I silently screamed within. However, my body remained uncontrollable, as the remnants of the original self clung to a peculiar obsession with saving Xiao Hongli. I plunged downward, even faster than Xiao Hongli, propelled by an instinctive urge. Nevertheless, my professional ethos as a cleaner manifested in the face of life and death, despite being governed by the remnants of the original self. The primal instinct for survival compelled me to grasp the decorative light cord at the rooftop's edge. This cord, not securely affixed, entangled itself around my arm with a mere tug, and I closed my arms around it, diving down like a high diver. In Xiao Hongli's view, everything unfolded in slow motion. Space and time appeared to freeze, and her heartbeat seemed to cease. Vivid memories surfaced in her mind, painful yet joyous moments with her husband, Gao Yipeng, occupying the majority of them. Husband, in the next life, I shall be a devoted and unblemished wife. Xiao Hongli's lips moved, attempting to articulate this sentiment. As she plummeted from the fourth floor, a figure rushed towards her, and she nearly crashed into a warm embrace. The familiar scent enveloped her instantly, and tears streamed from her eyes. Her heart, which had seemed lifeless moments ago, felt as though it had begun to beat anew. Together in life and death. This singular thought consumed Xiao Hongli, and she firmly wrapped her arms around my body, resting her head against my chest. The immense force nearly took my breath away. I was tempted to slap this woman twice and spit in her face, for this shameless creature was dragging me down with her at the precipice of death. However, the seasoned sycophant seemed to revel in the experience, and I bore the nauseating ordeal. At this moment, I felt too drained even to utter a curse, merely hoping that the descent was not excessively prolonged, lest we reach the first floor too late. As I tumbled to the second floor, the light cord entwined around my arm suddenly exerted an immense force, one that my somewhat altered body could hardly withstand after the traverse. Crack! My wrist fractured, yet fortuitously. My descent alongside Xiao Hongli was consequently slowed. To prevent my entire arm from being torn apart, I relinquished the light cord, allowing inertia and gravity to let us both fall onto the inflatable cushion below. The entire episode was captured by onlookers and promptly uploaded online. As Xiao Hongli's notoriety had yet to wane, and the incident threatened to propel her back into the trending topics. Chapter 68. The Wife's Mental State in Any Realm. The gravity of death is paramount. Xiao Hongli, embroiled in scandal due to her association with Lu Xingchen, leaped from the building today, and the public sentiment swiftly shifted. Ultimately, she had merely encountered a morally deficient scoundrel post-divorce, and there existed no tangible evidence to substantiate their intimate relationship. Even if they had indeed been involved, it hardly warranted death. In my view, such transgressions are unforgivable and deserving of demise. Yet, the original sycophant thwarted my plans, leaving me with a plethora of messes to untangle. The online discourse gradually shifted from Xiao Hongli to other female protagonists who were undeniably implicated. Although those women had their own stories, the collective effort of netizens laid bare their pasts. Almost every woman from the upper echelons near the coast found themselves caught in the turmoil, creating a veritable tempest of scandal. Lu Xingchen's bounty for secret capture was nearing figures that rivaled those of the world's most notorious illicit traffickers. Of course, these were matters for another time. Presently, I found myself ensnared in a web of troubles, with Xiao Hongli, the remorseful and unfaithful wife of the original self, at the center. I lay despondently on the cushion, gazing blankly at the azure sky and white clouds, sensing a renewed control over my body. Yet, I lacked even the inclination to move a finger. As Xiao Hongli had firmly entwined her arms around me, "Darling, I'm sorry. I truly cannot be without you." Xiao Hongli gazed at me with an almost fervent longing, her hand gently caressing my cheek. Her gaze sent a shiver down my spine. Even in the presence of an exquisite beauty, I felt utterly devoid of desire. "Let go. We are divorced now. It would be inappropriate for others to witness this." I attempted to speak in a calm tone, fearful of provoking my potentially unhinged ex-wife. "Divorced? No. Even if the law does not recognize our marital bond, as long as I acknowledge it, that suffices. Only death can separate us." A blush crept onto Xiao Hongli's snow-white visage, her beautiful eyes glistening with unshed tears. "You've lost your mind, truly lost it." I shook my head, feeling as though I had been ensnared by a siren. This could not continue. I must restore Xiao Hongli to her senses, for if this trajectory persisted, I might ultimately meet my demise at her hands. "My dear husband, I am aware that I have tarnished my image in your heart, yet I am unperturbed. You may return home and chastise me as you see fit. I long for our daughter. I yearn to be a good mother, though I am uncertain if I will ever have that chance." Xiao Hongli's eyes flickered between madness and clarity as she murmured to herself, as if addressing me, yet also speaking to her own soul. We lay motionless upon the air mattress, and the rescue team dared not approach, fearing we might have fractures or internal injuries. Fortunately, we were in a hospital, and the emergency physician arrived with remarkable swiftness. The moment a young male doctor's hand brushed against Xiao Hongli's arm, she erupted in a piercing scream. "Disgusting. Do not touch me. Ugh." To my astonishment, she immediately vomited. Thankfully, I managed to sidestep just in time, avoiding her regurgitation. The unfortunate doctor was not so lucky. He was splattered with undigested noodles, an acrid and unpleasant scent permeating the air. "Let us conduct an examination. There may be a concussion," the male doctor said, his lips twitching into a grimace as he rushed outside to clean himself. After Xiao Hongli finished retching, she seized my clothing, fervently wiping her arms where she had been touched, with utmost seriousness and devotion. Yet, I noted with alarm that the skin on her arm where he had touched her had developed extensive bruising. The appearance of these bruises mirrored the effects of the secret concoction I had administered, but strangely, once Xiao Hongli calmed down, the bruises swiftly vanished. Could it be? I recalled that such an effect was not part of the formula. Had it mutated? A shiver ran down my spine as I contemplated this when Wu Ge and the others descended the stairs. Though they had not acknowledged my life-saving effort, someone had already sent footage of the incident. "You ungrateful wretch. How could you forget your mother for a wife? This woman is not worth your devotion. Why are you so foolish?" Rong Xin rushed towards me upon seeing my face, delivering a resounding slap before collapsing into tears in my embrace. This left Wu Ge and Xiao Changhe in an awkward position, while Chen Fu sighed helplessly, guiding Rong Xin aside and offering her a few words of comfort. Throughout this entire ordeal, Xiao Hongli remained silent, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon me, even in the presence of her biological parents. Even when turned away, I could feel her fiery gaze, as if it could incinerate me at any moment. Do not try to convince me of some fanciful notion of love. I suspect this is merely the so-called suspension bridge effect, leading Xiao Hongli to misconstrue her feelings as affection for me. I strongly advise everyone to engage in exhilarating activities with a woman during the courting phase, as they can accelerate heartbeats, such as tandem skydiving, visiting haunted houses, or watching horror films. The doctor conducted a brief examination and discovered only a dislocated right hand. After restoring it, he expressed surprise at my relatively minor injuries, yet insisted I should undergo an X-ray promptly. Xiao Hongli, surrounded by several female doctors, was thoroughly examined but revealed no apparent issues. However, when Xiao Changhe grasped his daughter's hand, all present understood the gravity of the situation. Xiao Hongli experiences nausea and discomfort upon male contact, accompanied by peculiar purplish bruises on her skin. Such a condition is virtually unprecedented in the annals of medical history in this realm. Reluctant to leave my side, Xiao Hongli resists all encouragement to seek medical attention. However, when I cast a cold gaze upon her and command, "Do not follow me, we are divorced. Quickly go and seek treatment, and have your mind examined," I expected her to react with anger. Instead, she smiled sweetly and replied gently, "All right, dear husband. I will heed your words. Please ensure you have a thorough examination as well." With that, she obediently accompanied the doctor for her checkup. Onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, their attention shifting to me as if witnessing an extraordinary spectacle. Given her mental state, Wu Ge could only urge me to comply. "Yipeng, thank you. Without Hongli, my life feels devoid of meaning. I am on my knees before you. Please help." Wu Ji's eyes were swollen with tears, and she appeared ready to kneel before me. With so many witnesses present, especially members of the Xiao family still lingering, I could not allow Wu Ge to kneel, for that would tarnish the reputation I had just salvaged from the brink of despair. Chapter 69. The mother-in-law's guilt. I quickly supported her, feeling an overwhelming distaste. Why do these people of privilege resort to moral coercion? It would be far more beneficial to engage in honest transactions. Observing Wu Ji's adeptness, one could surmise she had been a cunning individual in her youth, though the roots of her shrewdness remain a mystery. After marriage, she appeared as an ordinary retired matron. Yet, upon the emergence of troubles, she transformed into a sharp-edged sword, her demeanor fierce and decisive, sending chills down my spine. Faced with such a character, I could only maintain a facade of compliance. Thus, I nodded and said, "I will do my utmost to assist. Whatever you deem necessary, I shall comply. However, we are divorced now, and certain matters may be inconvenient. My dear mother has come to understand your love for Hongli. She acknowledges past mistakes. However, Hongli has shown remorse, and it seems her mental state is quite unstable. Could you perhaps accompany her for a while?" Wu Ji's eyes brimmed with tears, her body swaying precariously, clearly on the verge of kneeling again if I did not acquiesce. Rong Xin could no longer bear the sight. Her remaining compassion for Xiao Hongli had evaporated following my near suicide. Now, Wu Ji's moral coercion appeared to entangle my son with Xiao Hongli, and given her current mental state, what if she attempted self-harm again? Would she drag my son down with her? Madam Wu, your assertion is flawed. While we may be of humble origins, we cannot be subjected to such indignities. Xiao Hongli's reprehensible actions should not implicate my son now that she is in distress. Let us not forget, they are divorced. Xiao Hongli is now someone else's girlfriend. She has a new partner. Quickly call Lu Xingchen over. Rong Xin, a lower-tier teacher, had honed her skills in verbal sparring through years of experience in the bustling streets and in the competitive environment of the school, possessing a remarkable ability to pierce through arguments. Wu Ji's face fluctuated between shades of blue and white, while Xiao Chang's weathered visage flushed a deep crimson. He seemed reluctant to engage further, and, after a brief nod in my direction, hastily departed. With Xiao Changhe gone, Wu Ge found herself unable to leave. Even if her aged visage were to be trampled upon, she could only endure for the sake of her daughter. Adorned with a conciliatory smile, she grasped Rong Xion's arm and whispered with a chuckle, "Dear in-law, Yipeng's mother, you too have witnessed the depth of Yipeng's feelings for Hongli. Moreover, with Qianqian in the picture, severing maternal ties would be akin to cutting through sinew. We cannot allow Qianqian to grow up without a mother, can we?" I couldn't help but mentally applaud this formidable woman. She had struck a decisive blow to the heart. Upon hearing the name of her cherished granddaughter, Qianqian, Rong Xion's ire noticeably diminished, her heart softening, though her lips still murmured, "This biological mother is utterly inept and brings shame. Her absence would hardly matter." Despite her words, the innate bond of motherhood lingered, as Rong Xion continued to contemplate the well-being of her granddaughter, Qianqian. Wu Ge, ever vigilant to Rong Xion's reactions, promptly interjected, "I shall have Jinyan assist with Qianqian for a while. She has considerable experience caring for her." A glimmer of interest sparked in my eyes. Wu Gu had revealed her trump card, sending her foster daughter to serve as a live-in nanny before the divorce was even finalized. What man could withstand such a test? Jinyan may be agreeable, but what of her husband? Rong Xian appeared hesitant, turning to me as if seeking my approval. Not for long, it will be resolved swiftly. Such an ungrateful man will be destined to endure suffering and despair in his next life. Wu Ji's tone, though calm, was laced with malice, hinting at the grim fate awaiting Sima Zhong. I felt a disquieting sensation wash over me, sensing that Rong Xian's words were veiled jabs directed at me. While she ostensibly referred to Sima Zhong, the underlying meaning was decidedly alarming. If she could turn against a foster daughter's husband, what would become of her biological daughter's ex-husband if he faltered? This realization ignited a fierce indignation within me. I longed to deliver a sharp slap to Chen Yipeng. How could he be so blind as to choose such a partner without regard for her family? One should consider more than mere beauty when seeking a spouse. Setting aside the Shao family's concealed wealth and influence, the entire clan was far from ordinary. Aside from Shao Jinyan's innocence, Wu Gu was ruthless and decisive. Shao Chang'e was shrewd and calculating, and Xiao Jin's was cunning far beyond what the original Chen Yipeng could contend with. Ah, Aunt Wu, I hesitated to speak, only to be met with a piercing glare from Wu Gu. Have you forgotten what was previously stated? Even in divorce, one must not alter their address. Call me mother, Wu Gu declared with a cold snort. Resignedly, I replied, very well, mother. I can accompany you to the hospital for the time being, but I cannot remain there indefinitely. Qian cannot stay with Jin's. I fear she may not be well cared for. Rest assured, it will only be a matter of days. Once the examinations are complete, we shall all return home, Wu Gu assured. I nodded, recalling the samples within the bathroom's ventilation duct, and an inexplicable heaviness settled in my heart. Contemplating the current situation, I suggested, Mother, perhaps we should have Jin Sei bring Qian. It may aid in Shao Hongli's recovery. She agreed. Indeed, I shall call Jin Sei shortly. You should return upstairs for your examination. Wu Gu pondered this and found it reasonable. Wu Gu had always believed that his daughter's infidelity, lured by unscrupulous men, stemmed not only from a lack of resistance, but also from a deficiency in emotional closeness with her parents, which weakened her defenses against temptation. The bond between a parent and child serves not only as a glue for marital relationships, but also as a moral anchor during moments of infidelity. Mothers who have personally nurtured their children are typically more inclined to consider the implications of their actions on their offspring when faced with temptation. It is strongly advised against entrusting elderly relatives with childcare. Instead, couples should jointly engage in parenting to deepen their emotional ties, thereby fortifying their defenses against external lures and mitigating the risk of infidelity. With Honor Xin supporting me, I returned to the inpatient department, excusing myself to use the restroom, where I quickly examined the samples. Fortunately, the temperature within the ventilation duct was exceptionally low, preserving the sample's viability. Otherwise, my efforts would have been in vain. After a refreshing hot shower, I faced my reflection in the mirror and struck myself several times across the face, the sharp pain eliciting a grimace. Chen, I know you can hear me. Stop pretending. If you have the capability, come out. You are the biggest sycophant in the world. Don't think you can hide. Show me you can still control this body. Remember, this body now belongs to me. You, with your infatuated and foolish mind, your wife has strayed, and I shall exact revenge for you. Death is death. What does it matter to me? I shouted at my reflection. Chapter 70. The wrath of a younger brother. The more I thought about it, the more furious I became. I had previously assumed that the original owner, Chen Yipeng, was long gone. Even if his resentment lingered, I believed avenging him would suffice. However, today's leap from the building revealed that matters were far more complex than I had imagined. This wretched sycophant's love for Shao Hongli was so profound that he could not let go, even in death. A pitiful sycophant. Is Shao Hongli not your wife? Huh. What do you think will happen if I were to have any connection with her? As soon as I uttered these words, my heart convulsed violently, yet I paid it no heed, feeling as though I were tethered to a ticking time bomb, discomfort coursing through my entire being. Your wife has lost her mind. You would do well to take heed. Otherwise, you know the consequences. I struck myself again, 2 more sharp slaps until clear handprints marred my face. And only when my heart stabilized did I find satisfaction in nodding. Gazing at Chen Yipeng's reflection in the mirror, I detested this visage, for it bore no resemblance to my memories. The only remnants I carried were perhaps my memories as a cleaner, and within the reflection, Chen Yipeng's eyes glinted with a chilling intensity, sharp and unyielding like a blade. rendering them almost unapproachable. Once I had calmed my emotions and returned to a state of tranquility, I carefully stored the samples and donned my clothes once more. Upon exiting the bathroom, I found Xiao Jinyan standing at the foot of the bed. As the beautiful woman beheld me, her eyes brimmed with tears that cascaded down her cheeks, gently landing upon her garments before she leapt into my embrace, holding me tightly. This sensation differed entirely from that of Xiao Hongli's embrace. It was a unique warmth imbued with deep emotion. The fragrance of orchids mingled with the scent of soap from her clothes. Stirring my heart, this woman was truly a good woman. The original self, a hopeless romantic, would have never chosen such a partner, remaining stubbornly devoted even in death. A notion I disdainfully rejected. "I'm so relieved you're safe," Xiao Jinyan choked out. "Mom told me that from now on, I will be your caretaker. Please don't send me away, all right? I'll stay with you and Qianqian." Frankly, such words seemed beyond Xiao Jinyan's character. The shy and introverted beauty lacked the courage to express such sentiments. I suspected the influence of my mother-in-law was not insignificant in this matter. If Xiao Hongli had uttered these words, I would have found it repulsive. However, the slight tremor in Xiao Jinyan's voice as she spoke pierced my heart with tenderness. "Please, don't cry. How could I bear to send you away? I've already divorced. You should expedite your own divorce, and then we, along with Qianqian, can truly be a family." I gently offered her a tissue to wipe her tears and spoke softly. Xiao Jinyan's gaze was complex, fraught with unspoken sorrow. She opened her mouth to say, "Xiao Hongli, and you are not truly divorced. Although the divorce records you possess can be verified, they are based on fraudulent documents." Yet, recalling her adoptive mother's warnings, the words remained lodged in her throat, unspoken. Despite her mother's generally gentle demeanor, the memories of their tumultuous past lingered in her mind. Where the atmosphere had once been fraught with tension, relying on Wu Ji's late-night returns to manage the household. It was not until Xiao Changhe secured his position as the chairman of the Linghai City Council that Wu Ge gradually retreated from the limelight, disappearing from high society for years. I sensed Xiao Jinyan's inner turmoil but could not pinpoint its source. Assuming it was merely concern over her own marital status and the psychological burden it imposed, I was acutely aware of my affection for my partner. Years of turbulence had left me yearning for tranquility, akin to walking a tightrope. From now on, let us live earnestly, and let no one disturb our peace. My arms gently enveloped Xiao Jinyan, her ample form soft as cotton, every inch invitingly tender. Such comfort was unattainable by a young girl. Only a seasoned man could truly appreciate its merits. Instantly, Xiao Jinyan shed her worries, her cheeks flushed as if intoxicated, her entire being radiating warmth. Her thoughts a blissful void. Simultaneously, at the Linghai City Garrison Command, a massive screen displayed footage of the incident involving Xiao Hongli and me, interspersed with reporters' commentary on the matter. Crash. A hand, as large as a fan, slammed down upon the desk, shattering the solid wood surface, sending the items atop it scattering. Chen Yisong's face contorted with rage as he bellowed. Xiao Sun assembled a security team, fully armed, with live ammunition. Yes. A diligent guard immediately stood at attention, saluting before preparing to relay commands. In an instant, the guard platoon assembled. These were not mere local garrison soldiers, but battle-hardened warriors forged in the fierce crucible of the Northern Front. They were the elite of the elite, meticulously trained by Chen Yisong, numbering 35 in total, having just arrived by military aircraft that very morning. Just as Chen Yisong was about to issue the command to depart, a female officer, barely 5'3", sprinted towards him, barking orders with a fierce tone. "Bear, what are you doing? Dismiss the troops. With such energy. Run 10 laps around the field, and then return to your quarters." "Yes." Orders acknowledged. The soldiers bolted towards the field as if ignited by fire beneath them. "Don't run. I'm the deputy commander, you bunch of deserters." Chen Yisong roared in desperation, then turned to the officer with a conciliatory expression. "Jinlian, I was merely conducting a drill. Nothing more." "Nothing more? If I hadn't come out, would you have led the troops into a massacre by the coast?" The female officer chided, her frustration palpable as she leapt up, striking Chen Yisong's chest with all her might. Unfortunately, her strength was akin to a tickle, prompting Chen Yisong to deliberately bend down. I was merely watching my brother and that wretched woman attempting to leap off a building. The Xiaos have gone too far, and I must support my brother. Do not impede me, or I shall not need you anymore. Even Uncle Pan's words will hold no sway." Chen Yisong muttered, a strong desire for revenge igniting within him. His brother was a sensitive topic. During their childhood, when he struggled with his intellect, as he still does, their father Chen and Rongxin showed little affection towards him. leaving him largely protected by Gao Yipeng. In many ways, his brother's words carried more weight than those of their biological parents. Upon hearing news of Xiao Hongli's infidelity with Lu Xingchen, Gao Yipeng rushed back, crushing dozens of grip trainers along the way. Upon landing, he intended to find his brother. But this Jin Lian urged him to report in first, cautioning that trouble with local officers could lead to significant complications. Chapter 71. Intricate Tangles. Pan Jin Lian, 28 years of age, possessed a doll-like face, her features delicate and fair, albeit somewhat rugged from years spent in the north. Yet, from a distance, she still appeared as a budding beauty. Dressed in a skirt, one could easily mistake her for a high school graduate, as if she were defying the passage of time. She was the only daughter of a prominent figure in the Imperial Military Logistics Department, currently serving as a combat staff officer in the Northern Frontier's Fierce Tiger Brigade. And she shared a romantic relationship with Gao Yipeng. Gao Yipeng's attraction to Pan Jin Lian stemmed from her active pursuit. And both she and his sister-in-law bore the character Jean in their names, which Gao Yipeng found serendipitous. In his simplistic mind, the term couple equated to a closer bond than mere comrades in arms. Observing Gao Yipeng's demeanor towards Xiao Hongli at home, Gao Yipeng believed that couples and spouses should interact in a similar manner. Thus, he cultivated a habit of acquiescing to Pan Jin Lian's decisions, except when it concerned Gao Yipeng, in which case she took the lead. Pan Jin Lian instructed Gao Yipeng to crouch down and adjusted his collar, then remarked, "Your rushing in now would only cause chaos. I have heard that both the Zhu family and the Sima family are involved in this matter. Before I left, my father warned me that Zhu Guid is no ordinary person. He may have powerful allies. Zhu Guid is currently a senator of Linhai City, and if he advances further, he could become the city council chairman. Though you hold the title of deputy commander of the garrison, you cannot mobilize troops without the approval of the city council. Defying military law would leave even my father powerless to save you. Are we just going to let that shameless woman and her paramour roam freely outside? What about my brother's reputation?" Gao Yipeng retorted with dissatisfaction. "Why speak so harshly? Did you not see how your brother loved your sister-in-law? He even followed her in a leap from the building. It was a voluntary act. I suggest you reconsider your perspective. Do not regard her as your dear sister-in-law. Women, after all, are prone to err. I truly envy your sister-in-law for having such a wonderful husband. Mark my words, you ought to learn from your brother," Pan Jin Lian declared, hands on her hips. Though she was not a frivolous woman, she could not help but feel a twinge of emotion upon witnessing such devotion for love. At that moment, Gao Yipeng felt a chill run down his spine, his head heavy as if an invisible crown was precariously balanced above him, ready to fall. If only I had known that Gao Yipeng had arrived, I would have feigned the role of the wronged Wang Dalong, begging my younger brother for vengeance. Perhaps by using a knife in the dark to eliminate Xiao Hongli, the remnants of the original identity would fade. After all, one is a biological brother, and the other is the beloved wife. Let us see how you, Gao Yipeng, choose between the two. I certainly have no part in it. Bah, a sycophant deserves to perish. Gao Yipeng's limited reasoning was completely swayed by Pan Jin Lian, and he truly began to regard Xiao Hongli as his sister-in-law. After all, she was his brother's most cherished woman. Meanwhile, at the 9th Avenue, in the 7031 bar, the bar was currently closed, leaving the hall eerily empty. A spotlight on the ceiling cast a ghastly white beam upon a grotesquely disfigured human figure. This being, if not for the rise and fall of its chest and the occasional convulsions of its muscles, might have been mistaken for a crime scene. Lu Xingchen was the unfortunate soul sprawled on the ground, teetering on the brink of death, his skin marred by purple scars, and his body swollen to the size of a carrot. The brutal beating had caused numerous pus-filled blisters to burst, staining the area around him, while the air was thick with an overpowering stench of decay that was utterly nauseating. "I swear I didn't touch her. Please spare me. I'll leave immediately." Lu Xingchen's voice was barely audible. Without the loudspeaker placed beside his head, it would have gone unheard. "Lu Xingchen, you truly possess audacity, daring to jest with me." The voice was unmistakably that of Fei Shui, Lu Xingchen's nominal sister, who had not changed in all these years and was the first to provoke such a reaction from him. She shook a bottle of potent vodka in her hand, and after her declaration, tilted her head back to gulp down the liquor. The liquor flowed unabashedly from the corners of her mouth, staining the blood-red gown that clung to her form as if it were transparent. The surrounding burly men instinctively lowered their heads, too intimidated to gaze upon her, as if she were a figure of unfathomable terror. In one swift motion, she downed half a bottle of vodka, subsequently smashing the empty vessel against Lu Xingchen's knee. The sharp crack resonated throughout the bar, accompanied by the sickening sound of bone fracturing. The bottle shattered into countless shards, and Lu Xingqian's knee was utterly crushed. He could barely emit a cry, only managing a pained groan before losing consciousness. Two strong men, clad in gloves, dragged Lu Xingqian away, leaving a clear trail of blood upon the floor. What news from the hospital? Fei Shui reclined on the sofa, her long, black legs draped over the table, exuding a languid sensuality reminiscent of a wildcat awakening from slumber. From the shadows, a tall woman approached, stating, "Miss, there is nothing of particular note. The samples from Xiao Hongli have been tested and do not match Chen Yipeng's. This oversight led to the recent attempted suicide incident. I accept responsibility for my negligence. Please, punish me." The spotlight illuminated half of her face, revealing Xiao Yun, an apprentice of Qiu Qie, who was once a trusted confidant of Xiao Chang'e. Very well. It was not intentional. However, we must ascertain the identity of the child within Xiao Hongli. This matter requires investigation, Fei Shui replied slowly. Isn't it Lu Xingqian's? Xiao Yun asked, surprised. Their relationship was complex, and she spoke freely, posing questions without hesitation. Fei Shui licked the remnants of liquor from her lips and replied nonchalantly. Lu Xingqian is too spineless to lie without coercion. I employed the most advanced lie detector from abroad. It is certain that Lu Xingqian did not engage with Xiao Hongli, and that useless Chen Yipeng is not the father of the illegitimate child. This adds an intriguing twist. Impossible. Since joining the company, Xiao Hongli has been under our surveillance and had no opportunity. Xiao Yun frowned, responding, "That is precisely why I find it intriguing. Keep a close watch. We must gather evidence to utterly tarnish the Xiao family's reputation." Fei Shui uttered the harshest words in the gentlest tone, causing the air to thicken with tension. Xiao Yun nodded. "Very well. I shall return to the hospital immediately. Zhu Zitao seems rather restless. Should I remind him? There's no need. That fool cannot compare to his father. Let him dig his own grave. A toad wishing to eat swan meat." Fei Shui scoffed. Chapter 72. The wife's illness in the first hospital, in the special care unit. Xiao Jinyan's eyelashes fluttered slightly, her beautiful eyes half closed, the rosy hue on her cheeks still lingering, her body remaining soft and languid. After a brief moment of intimacy with me, her previously clear mind gradually succumbed to fatigue, ultimately plunging her consciousness into darkness as she fell asleep in my embrace. She had been utterly exhausted in recent days, having not enjoyed a proper night's rest. When she finally regained full consciousness and surveyed her surroundings, she discovered that I had already departed, prompting her to once again cover her head with the blanket. Reminiscing about her earlier audacity, her heart began to race uncontrollably, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Despite her efforts to compose herself, it seemed of little use, only intensifying the warmth coursing through her body. "Husband?" Xiao Jinyan murmured softly, her voice barely audible, her eyes brimming with boundless tenderness and joy. This term of endearment was not directed at Sima Zhong, but rather at me, the one who had truly entered her heart. In days gone by, she would have dismissed Chen Yipeng's clumsiness, but since my arrival, Xiao Jinyan had begun to understand what a genuine man truly embodies. Courageous, astute, and gentle, my myriad virtues, akin to the gentle spring rain, had quietly nurtured the love that had long lain dormant within her, until the commands of Wu Gu and recent events caused this tender sprout to burgeon into a towering tree. At that moment, Wu Gu summoned me from the room, while Xiao Chang'e did not accompany us, seemingly in a hurry to leave. Wu Ji's expression was somber as she gazed at me, hesitating for a considerable time before finally speaking. "Yipeng, mother acknowledges that Hongli has erred, a mistake that cannot be forgiven, but her current state." Her words trailed off as her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Not far off, Rong Xian waved at me, her face contorting into a series of meaningful expressions, as if hinting at something. However, this could hardly be termed a hint. It was rather an overt indication, as Rong Xian stood within the peripheral vision of Wu Gu, easily discernible with a modicum of attention. It appeared that Rong Xian had some awareness of the situation. I was eager to seize the opportunity to showcase my worth and gain some advantages. What is marriage, if not a transaction of interests, once the hormones dissipate? Beyond the simplistic moral obligations and the constraints of marital bonds, it ultimately boils down to a mutual exchange of resources. You earn a living while I manage the household. Together we care for the elderly and children. This too is a form of resource exchange, albeit more palatable than mere profit. Between men and women, there are reciprocal desires. Xiao Jinyan's yearning for me encompassed the emotional support that allowed her to embrace a sense of femininity, while my desire for her was a stable and warm family life, alongside the most fundamental needs. However, at present, my marriage with Xiao Hongli had dissolved, unbeknownst to me, Wu Ji's clandestine machinations, and thus, if Wu Gu were to propose conditions, she must do so with sincerity, a stark contrast to my previous role as her son-in-law. In the past, I lacked the authority to compel Wu Gu to fulfill her obligations, but observing Xiao Hongli's condition, it was evident that I held her vulnerabilities in my grasp, which effectively meant I controlled Wu Ji's fate as well. Patience was essential. Fortunately, Qin Yipeng was an experienced sycophant, so I mimicked his anxious demeanor and asked, "How is Hongli?" Rong Xian beside me, infuriated, pounded her thigh in frustration, turning away from me in disdain. Wu Gu, however, nodded in approval, saying, "Yipeng, I truly did not misjudge you. You are dependable in critical moments. To be frank, Hongli is unwell, not physically, but mentally. Dr. Su has diagnosed her condition as physiological disruption due to excessive psychological stress, leading to an acute reaction towards men." I paused for a moment, recalling the image of Xiao Hongli on the air cushion, and indeed, there was a resemblance. I then remarked softly, "So, to put it simply, men are off limits. If they come into contact, it leads to illness, vomiting, and even skin diseases?" "Yes, yes," Wu Gu exclaimed, visibly excited. "Currently, Hongli can only touch you without repercussions. Perhaps this is truly divine retribution. The heavens are blind. My poor daughter. If the heavens were truly blind, they wouldn't have sent me here. It is indeed a cycle of cause and effect, unyielding in its retribution." I was astonished to discover that the resentment concealed within me was surprisingly calm. Rather, a wave of warmth surged throughout my body. What on earth? You, a devoted admirer, believe your wife is untouchable by men, and yet you find satisfaction in this? Surely, your mind is unhinged. I inwardly cursed, instinctively clenching my fist, only to realize that I possessed an inexplicable surge of strength. What is this? A level up from defeating monsters, or a reward for completing a task? Do you truly consider yourself a deity, assigning me tasks? I failed to catch Wu Ji's subsequent words, lost in thought, secretly calculating how to resolve the original owner's resentment, lest this bomb explode alongside Xiao Hongli. "You do not wish to torment her, nor desire your wife to perish, do you? I shall devise a formidable solution for you. Yipeng, Yipeng." Wu Gu noticed my distraction and waved her hand before me, saying, "Do you agree with what I just mentioned?" Agree with what?" I returned to reality, instinctively responding. Wu Gu sighed and said, "It's about moving to the Changhe Villa after your discharge. Your father and I have purchased a small villa there. Once you move, it will also provide a chance to avoid the spotlight." "Absolutely not," I firmly rejected, asserting that it was imperative not to be in close proximity to Xiao Hongli at this time. If I were to succumb to temptation and the original Qin Yipeng took advantage of my inattention, what then? Although Xiao Hongli's actions were repugnant, it was undeniable that, as a normal man, I felt a stirring in my heart. However, feeling stirred does not equate to action. The original owner's resentment was stirring within me, and the immediate priority was to eliminate that ingratiating presence. Ultimately, I held no grudge against Xiao Hongli. She was not my wife, and her infidelities with 100 men bore no consequence to me. Observing Wu Ji's troubled expression, I sought to change the topic, saying, "Your villa should temporarily accommodate Hongli. Qian is about to enter primary school but is still in kindergarten. It wouldn't be beneficial for her to leave a familiar environment, especially given the current situation. She may require psychological counseling. What do you think?" Upon hearing her granddaughter Qian's name, even concerning her own daughter, Wu Gu could not refuse and nodded, saying, "Very well. Let her stay for a couple of days, but she must always be able to see Qian. If she insists on returning home, you cannot stop her. By the way, Mother, today I noticed purple spots on Hongli's arm. Could it be that kind of illness? If so, you must inform me. I've heard that illness spreads rapidly." And with Qian being so young, I feigned distress as I inquired, "Do not heed the baseless rumors. Trust in medicine. I fear you're overthinking. I brought the test results. Examine them carefully for yourself." Wu Gu handed me a test report, feigning an expression of great anger. Chapter 73. Compromise under the exchange of interests. The date on the report was from a few hours earlier, indicating that Xiao Hongli had just completed her examination, and it stated that all test items were negative. This outcome was within my expectations, as Xiao Hongli was classified as an indirectly infectious case. The toxicity had inherently diminished, and with the extensive use of antibiotics and disinfectants, it would soon be thoroughly diluted. However, I could not exhibit my certainty. Instead, I hesitated and said, "Mom, let's not dwell on this test. It's nothing. Are you worried? Do you fear I would fabricate results with the hospital?" Wu Gu retorted angrily, "Qianqian is my granddaughter. Do you think I am that wicked grandmother?" Ironically, given Wu Ji's character, she would indeed prioritize her daughter over both Qianqian and Xiao Hongli if they were in peril. "Fine, I trust you." I nodded with difficulty, my eyes still betraying a hint of unease and apprehension. Perhaps my reaction was anticipated by Wu Gu. Although I had recently exhibited rather unusual behavior, my courageous spirit in risking everything to save others dispelled her doubts. Wu Gu reassuringly patted my arm and said, "Let me take you to Dr. Su to understand the situation better. Qianqian will arrive shortly, and Hongli has just fallen asleep with Dr. Su." "Dr. Su? How skilled is she?" I inquired absent-mindedly. Wu Gu, fearful of my suspicions, quickly clarified, "Dr. Su is a female doctor, the head of the psychiatric department here, and her medical skills are exemplary. She was the one who diagnosed Hongli's issues. She may need your assistance in providing psychological guidance." I found myself at a loss for words. My former mother-in-law seemed excessively anxious. Even if Xiao Hongli were to lie among a group of men, it would have no relevance to me. Once I resolved the grievances of the original persona, I would deal with that vile woman, Xiao Hongli. Rong Xian, observing me follow Wu Gu, angrily trailed behind, but I persuaded her with sweet words to go down and receive Qianqian. To be honest, Rong Xian did not wish for Qianqian to come into contact with Xiao Hongli, a mother embroiled in national scandal, fearing it would negatively impact her granddaughter. She had resolved to urge me to take Qianqian back to our hometown. However, after witnessing my and Xiao Hongli's desperate act, she no longer dared to insist, relegating her frustrations to silent curses. The psychiatric department was situated away from the inpatient area, in a standalone building surrounded by tall railings. I noticed that many bodyguards sent by the Xiao family had departed, with some being local security personnel hired by Xiao Changhe himself. Following the resolution of the incident, the Xiao family's influence had receded. Although Xiao Changhe still held considerable sway within the family, this incident had significantly diminished that authority. Despite rumors circulating that Xiao Hongli had already divorced, many within the Xiao family were privy to the truth, harboring deep resentment and contempt for her, as well as dissatisfaction with Xiao Changhe's protective tendencies. Reputation, though intangible, undeniably exists, and Xiao Changhe was either at the hospital or negotiating with Zhu Guide. Within this intricate web of interests, it is utterly unrealistic to expect Zhu Guide to surrender his son to face death. Material compensation is the only feasible solution. Given Xiao Hongli's current psychological state, the benefits that Zhu Guide might offer would likely only serve to placate me, the indirect victim. The intelligence I have gleaned from recent newspaper analyses reveals that local magnates and aristocrats are typically quite discerning in their dealings, a rarity compared to the tumultuous situation involving Xiao Hongli, which nearly instigated a feud between two families. In truth, the spark I ignited has merely begun to reverberate, with repercussions confined to the cultural sphere, yet the fallout resembles a cascading domino effect. The discourse between the Eastern and Western cultural circles has gradually transitioned from newspaper debates to school discussions, ultimately evolving into a contention between old and new systems. Following Xiao Changhe's reforms in Linhai City, he has undeniably assumed the label of a progressive, and coupled with the storms surrounding him, evasion is not an option. The immediate priority is to resolve all existing troubles, enabling a focus on new adversaries. It is akin to a pride of lions. Once the Lion King shows signs of age, new contenders swiftly emerge. Xiao Changhe has resolved to take a substantial bite out of Zhu Guide to assert his vitality to all quarters. Accompanying him is the formidable figure, Qiu Qie, a prominent figure from the underworld. Regaining my thoughts, I found myself at the entrance of the psychiatric department, where an inexplicable sensation lingered, as if a pair of eyes scrutinized me from within the building. This feeling was certainly not a mere illusion. It has been this very intuition that has guided me away from troubles time and again, facilitating my role as a scavenger. I am a scavenger, adept at navigating the scene and adept at managing the excess of life that garbage represents. I traverse the shadows. Daytime is not my battleground. Yet I am far from lacking means for self-preservation. With this feeling in tow, I followed Wu Gu to the second floor of the psychiatric ward. "Dr. Su, greetings. Hongli's husband has arrived," Wu Gu cheerfully announced as he knocked on a door. My former mother-in-law, Wu Gu, now resembled an ordinary woman seeking assistance. Infused with the essence of the common folk, which perhaps contributed to Gao Yipeng's prolonged deception. Wu Gu possesses the ability to remain steadfast when kneeling, exhibiting a flexibility that instills a sense of trepidation in me. I am unafraid of the haughty and arrogant elite. Rather, it is the seemingly mundane individuals who can transform into ravenous predators in critical moments that truly cause me concern. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing a striking woman clad in a white coat, none other than Wen Ruyu, the individual I had encountered in the hospital lobby. Yet, why does she bear the surname Su? Come in, Yipeng. Allow me to introduce you to Dr. Su Rui. Wu Gu gestured. Dr. Su, I shall await you outside. Please enjoy your conversation. Furrowing my brow, I followed the woman into the spacious room, which was divided into two sections, awash with natural light. Behind a gauzy curtain, I could vaguely discern a figure lying within. It must be Xiao Hongli. Before my eyes stood two enormous single armchairs facing each other, accompanied by a desk positioned by the window, adorned with a computer and several documents. Behind it was a high-backed chair. Mr. Chun, it is a pleasure to see you again. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Su Rui, the woman said with a smile, gesturing towards the nameplate on her chest. The nameplate bore the words, Chief of Psychiatry, Su Rui. Weren't you previously introducing yourself as Wen Ruyu? And I believe that is the name you use in your parental group as well, I replied coolly, maintaining my guard. Chapter 74. The tenacious doctor. The woman chuckled softly and explained, Wen Ruyu is the protagonist from a book I hold dear. To avoid unwelcome attention from the fathers in the tutoring class, I borrowed the name. Mr. Chanchan's father, I recall mentioning my name to you before. Perhaps you have forgotten. Moreover, during our last encounter at the hospital, my nameplate was visible, yet you seemingly overlooked it, which is rather peculiar. What has caused you to be in such a hurry? I recall that many intriguing events occurred at the hospital that day. Surely they are not related to you, Mr. Chin? I scrutinized her expressionless demeanor. This woman, Su Rui, was strikingly beautiful, nearly rivaling Xiao Hongli. Her white coat extended to her knees, and she paired it with black high heels and stockings, exuding an alluring charm. Yet, beneath this beauty, I sensed an underlying danger. After hearing her words, I offered a cold smile and replied, There is no need for you to test me. I distinctly remember that day. You were not wearing a nameplate. Nor did you ever mention your name to me. If your intention is to discuss Xiao Hongli's condition, I would appreciate your direct approach. However, I must decline to engage in such trivial matters. Su Rui raised an eyebrow in surprise, then gracefully seated herself on the sofa, making a gesture inviting me to sit. I positioned myself across from her, intensely observing her facial expressions, leaning forward to diminish the distance between us, creating an atmosphere of interrogation and discomfort. Su Rui seemed unfazed, delicately removing her black high heels with her slender, fair fingers, revealing elegantly painted pink toenails beneath her black stockings, exuding an irresistible allure. Under such circumstances, it was likely that any man would be drawn to her. Mr. Chun, it appears you harbor some grievances towards me. I sincerely apologize. I was merely jesting. Su Rui remarked with a playful smile. A peculiar glimmer sparkled in her eyes, and she seemed to brighten, as though she had encountered something intriguing. Before I could respond, Su Rui produced a clipboard and extracted a form, handing it to me. It was a psychological assessment questionnaire containing over 300 thoughtfully designed questions, reflecting that the exploration of psychiatry in this world was as advanced as in the previous one. At the bottom was the assessment result, adorned with Su Rui's signature. The content reveals that Wu Gu had already conveyed certain information to me, which I merely glanced at before indifferently inquiring if there were any further tasks requiring my attention. I endeavored to cooperate. Such symptoms should not arise from a normal psychological stress response. However, the human mind is enigmatic, and the psyche is even more unpredictable. Thus, I sincerely hope that Mr. Chen can spend more time in close proximity to Miss Xiao. Su Rui smiled as she spoke, her right leg crossed over her left. The elegant foot, freed from its shoe, swaying rhythmically in the air. It was difficult not to notice this exquisite foot, and as it swayed a few times, my consciousness momentarily faltered. I quickly discerned that this woman harbored ulterior motives, attempting to hypnotize me. Consequently, I decisively reclined backward, raising my legs to obstruct my view, while my left hand pinched the muscles of my back, utilizing the pain to restore clarity to my mind. Rest assured, I shall comply. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. I feigned a sudden rise, inwardly scoffing, aware that such antics undoubtedly signified further developments. Indeed, Su Rui closed her folder and stated gravely, In comparison to Ms. Xiao, Mr. Chun, your issues are quite serious. I am here at the request of your mother, Ms. Rong Xin, to conduct a psychological assessment. Based on those forms? I retorted with derision. Certainly not. I hope, Mr. Chun, that you can first relax and not harbor such a combative attitude. I am merely a physician, Su Rui replied, smiling as she slipped her foot back into her shoe. I resumed my seat, fixing my gaze upon her. My internal alertness now heightened to its utmost. Mr. Chin, according to your mother's description, ever since Ms. Zhao's infidelity, your personality has undergone a considerable transformation. Su Rui did not lift her gaze. Instead, she took a pen and placed the folder, containing blank sheets, on her lap, diligently recording something. We are already divorced. The transformation in my personality stems from my own understanding, I remarked coolly. Scientific research indicates that your condition should not be categorized as a personality change, but rather as the sudden emergence of a second personality following some form of stimulus. The Chun Yipeng I know is honest, principled, and devoted to love and family. Yet the Chun before me is shrewd, calculating, and remarkably knowledgeable about psychology. My records suggest you studied music in university, with no relevant coursework, correct? So, what name should I address you by? Su Rui paused her writing, abruptly lifted her head, and presented the white sheet in her hand. The paper bore a depiction of a face, gaunt and unremarkable, yet its eyes were filled with gloom and depth. Such faces are ubiquitous on the streets. Conforming to the features of most ordinary individuals, one could readily find similarities in the portrait. A second personality? Is that akin to schizophrenia? How intriguing that Dr. Su believes I possess a second personality and has diligently undertaken a psychological profiling, treating me as a criminal. Truly commendable. I raised my arm and began to softly applaud, acknowledging her keen observational skills and professional acumen. However, how could I possibly continue to follow the rhythm set by the other party? My eyes narrowed as I recalled the tumultuous and dark experiences of the past and a chilling intent to kill surged forth. Su Rui did not flinch. Instead, she met my gaze with her enchanting eyes, exuding an aura of tranquility akin to that of a Buddha, seemingly capable of disregarding all hostility, or perhaps even dissolving my animosity, allowing my heart to unwittingly find peace. A sudden thought flitted through my mind. If I could share my life with this woman, wouldn't the remnants of my former self be unable to cause any further disturbances? The Buddha suppresses all evil spirits. Dr. Su, have you ever considered the possibility that I might be someone who has traveled through time? I articulated slowly, each word deliberate. This secret had weighed heavily upon my heart, and voicing it brought a surprising sense of relief. The notion of time travel seemed fantastical, especially since this world lacked any concept of it. Thus, even Su Rui, with her wealth of experience, was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly deciphered my meaning, a glimmer of coldness flashing in her eyes. Chapter 75. A match of wits. Su Rui considered herself a genius, one of the foremost experts in psychiatry in this world, having encountered countless cases. Yet she found herself facing such a challenging opponent for the first time. The idea of time travel, appearing whimsical, could only be conceived by a mind of exceptional creativity. With her pen, Su Rui tapped the portrait before her and slowly inquired, "Then, Mr. Time Traveler, what is your name in the other world? What is your identity? And what profession do you pursue?" "My name is Wang Luo. I am an ordinary person, and my profession is that of a street cleaner, essentially a janitor," I replied with a smile, revealing my truth without a hint of deceit. This caught Su Rui off guard. She leaned back slightly and spoke in a low voice, "Mr. Chun, the prolonged control of the body by a secondary personality could lead to even more severe psychological issues for you. As your secondary personality, you have constructed an elaborate virtual world of experiences, perhaps unbeknownst to you, that what you have undergone in your subconscious is not the reality at all. It is certainly not the so-called time travel. If possible, I hope you can release your primary personality or alternate control of the body. Otherwise, your mental state will inevitably collapse. Why? I am who I am. Since you believe me to be a secondary personality, what is wrong with me being the primary one? That is certainly preferable to being a coward. However, I had been jesting earlier. The notions of time travel and split personalities were entirely non-existent. I am presently in excellent health. It is not that I have transformed, but rather that my past self had suppressed his character out of love for family. I am who I am. I have now shed my obsessions, liberated myself, and embraced a new life, I declared, extending my hands. Just moments ago, I realized that Su Rui had attributed to me the diagnosis of schizophrenia, which was quite useful, as it could thoroughly explain my recent series of peculiar behaviors. Why am I so deep in scheming? because my primary personality has been dormant. Of course, this could lead to complications, once labeled as schizophrenic. I might be forcibly committed to a mental institution by my family, which is absolutely intolerable to me, even as the head of the psychiatry department. Su Rui cannot unilaterally declare someone mentally ill. Such a determination necessitates the collaboration of multiple qualified professionals and an extensive psychological assessment. Ah, I see. As Su Rui's pen ceased its rhythmic tapping and she prepared to rise, I interjected. Since we are all engaged in a discussion about psychology, why not allow me to create a psychological profile for Dr. Su? This is merely a personal interest of mine, and I hope to receive your insights, Dr. Su. I said slowly. Everyone possesses a certain pride in their area of expertise, and even someone as accomplished in psychology as Su Rui is not exempt from this human trait. It is an inescapable aspect of our nature. While Su Rui embodies a certain Zen quality, she is not an actual deity. And even the divine can exhibit a fierce countenance. Very well, I, too, am curious to hear Mr. Wang Luo's psychological assessment of me, Su Rui remarked, raising an eyebrow as she reclined fully against the sofa, the plush cushions enveloping her delicate form. I propped my chin on my arm, scrutinizing the enchanting woman before me, and suddenly chuckled. You harbor a dislike for the name Su Rui. Rather, you are fond of Wenryu, the character in the book, a pitiable yet contemptible woman who has lost everything. This character must resonate with you on some level, perhaps reflecting your own emotional oscillations or the despair following abandonment. You have experienced emotional trauma. The absence of a ring mark on your right hand indicates you have never been married, yet you have a son, who, then, is the father of your child? As a physician, you present a meticulously crafted appearance, yet your legs are clad in black stockings. You yearn for the attention of the opposite sex and derive pleasure from the act of rejection, which explains the absence of any long-term male companionship in your life. I even suspect that your son, Chengqing, does not reside with you, for a devoted mother would not adorn herself so seductively in front of her child. You possess a commanding presence, preferring to maintain control over every situation. Alas, like sand slipping through one's fingers, the tighter you grasp, the more escapes you. The stockings on your left knee bear signs of wear, and your previous gestures seemed aimed at hypnotizing me when, in truth, they were intended to conceal something. Conceal what? You are an exquisite woman, and it is improbable that you would wear torn stockings. Thus, something must have transpired today that caused you to lose your composure. Perhaps a hasty encounter with the ground. Moreover, I have observed that we frequently cross paths during drop-offs and pick-ups at the tutoring center. This cannot be mere coincidence. What? I wonder, are you truly after? My words flowed slowly, yet carried an undeniable certainty, while Su Rui's expression shifted from ease to gravity. Psychological profiling is an elite skill, requiring not only expertise but also extensive practical experience and formidable adversaries. Su Rui neither affirmed nor denied my observations. Instead, she gently applauded, mirroring my earlier gesture of acknowledgement. Thank you, I said suddenly. Thank you for what? She inquired. The timely arrival of the rescue team before Xiao Hongli's leap was likely reported by you, was it not? You indirectly saved my life, thus I owe you a debt of gratitude, I replied with a smile. I have now suppressed all animosity, engaging in conversation as effortlessly as one would with a friend. Su Rui recognizes her defeat, having lost in the realm of expertise to a mere enthusiast. She suddenly awakens to the realization of how her inexplicable interest came to be, stemming from a mutual admiration shared among top-tier experts. The individual before me, who identifies as Wang Luo, embodies a truly pragmatic master, contrasting sharply with my own textbook-like proficiency, one akin to daylight, the other to night. Only those who have long been exposed to the dark and unsightly aspects of life, and who have undergone specialized training, possess such an almost instinctive quality. There's no need for formality. I learned about Miss Zhao's situation through the television and had preparations made in advance. Healing the wounded is, after all, a doctor's duty. Moreover, I did not anticipate that Miss Zhao would leap from the rooftop, nearly resulting in an accident for which I must apologize, Su Rui stated calmly. Are you implying that you had prior knowledge of her intent to jump? Did you believe she would do so from her hospital room? You ought to have intervened. Yet you allowed her to leap. Why is that? I seized upon the flaw in her words, suddenly exuding an aura of formidable intensity, closing the distance between us until our noses nearly touched, our gazes locked, and we could feel each other's breath, even the rhythm of our heartbeats. Chapter 76. The wife's mental struggles. As Su Rui and I stood nearly face to face, The delicate fragrance of orchids mingled with hints of perfume enveloped us, creating an ambience typically reserved for lovers. Yet, we embodied the tension of mortal adversaries, each on high alert, waiting for the other to make a move. A series of knocks interrupted this intangible conflict. Su Rui did not respond to my inquiry. A faint smile curved her lips as she rose to open the door. Outside stood Wu Gu and Rong Xian, both appearing as though they had just quarreled, their expressions decidedly grim. Well, everything that needed to be addressed has been. Since the family has arrived, they may take Miss Xiao home. Su Rui spoke gently, completely shedding the assertiveness she had displayed during our psychological assessment. Wu Gu suggested that I spend more time with Xiao Hongli and requested that I wake her. The interior was arranged to feel as cozy as home, with Xiao Hongli lying on a small bed just over a meter wide. I made no effort to muffle my footsteps, nor did I rush to awaken her. Instead, standing at the bedside, casting a gaze as deep and profound as an abyss upon her. Su Rui is a peculiar woman, engaged in strange actions. I felt an instinctive sense that her intentions were directed toward Xiao Hongli. Yet, her motives remained elusive, devoid of any palpable hostility, replaced instead by an indescribable sensation. Thick curtains obscured much of the light, and in the dimness, Xiao Hongli lay enveloped in slumber. A light blanket covered her, insufficient to conceal her curvaceous form. Her slender waist resembled that of a delicate willow, showcasing an elegantly sculpted silhouette, complemented by her firm, peach-like posterior. I must admit, Xiao Hongli and Xiao Jinyan are truly favored by the heavens. Despite lacking any form of training, they possess figures that evoke envy in all women. I have to concede that if it weren't for the lingering remnants of my original self, I might not have minded engaging in a relationship with this woman that transcended mere friendship. Alas, the insufferable nature of the infatuated fool refuses to fade away. After a while, when there was still no response from her, I delivered a swift kick to Xiao Hongli's ample rear, nearly sending her tumbling off the bed. Groggy and still enveloped in slumber, she blinked her eyes open slightly, and, upon recognizing me, her gaze revealed a hint of alluring charm, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. "Darling," Xiao Hongli exclaimed as she launched herself into my embrace, disregarding the fact that her silk nightgown had loosened considerably, exposing a great deal of skin without a care in the world. Before I could fully comprehend the situation, her delicate form was already pressed against me, her slender, fair arms encircling my waist with surprising strength. Her body radiated warmth like a furnace, her head nestled firmly against my chest as she mumbled, "Darling, you've come to fetch me. I've missed you so much." "Xiao Hongli, could you refrain from repulsing me?" I said, my expression darkening as I grasped her hair, forcibly pulling her away from me. Grabbing her hair was undeniably painful, yet Xiao Hongli seemed utterly unfazed, almost relishing in the sweetness of the moment. Her stunning visage bore no trace of pain. Instead, it was adorned with a smile, and a rosy hue graced her cheeks, her eyes shimmering with boundless allure. "I have never laid a hand on a woman, but do not push me to that extent. Aren't you going to explain the situation regarding the child?" I asked coldly, releasing my grip slowly. Xiao Hongli, now sprawled on the bed, lost the sickly expression she had worn, replaced by an overwhelming sense of fear and unease, accompanied by regret and resentment. This resentment, of course, was not directed at me. Perhaps Xiao Hongli loathed her own lack of resistance and resented Lu Xingchen and the puppeteer behind it all. Nevertheless, this turmoil had severely impacted her mental state. "What should I do? Darling, will you abandon me?" She wept, gazing at me with pitiful eyes. Once a stunningly beautiful woman, she now resembled an abandoned stray cat, pleading for mercy as she faced the prospect of being cast aside. The remnants of my original self, Chen Yipeng, were indeed struggling to suppress the urge to embrace this wretched woman. I truly wished to take this opportunity to slap her across the face. Yet all I could do was curse internally. "Chen Yipeng, the infatuated fool, if I hit her, will you dare to emerge once more and see if I will perish alongside her?" The remnants of my original self remained unresponsive, seemingly acquiescing to my actions. Or perhaps they were simply cowed by my threat. With a firm push, I sent Xiao Hongli sprawling onto the bed, yet instead of crying, she exhibited a sense of relief. "I'm sorry, darling. I know I cannot explain myself. I feel deceived. I did not engage willingly. I was sullied by someone. Though I do not know who that person is. I assure you, once he is found, I shall personally ensure he meets a fate most gruesome," declared Xiao Hongli with utmost sincerity. The intensity of her gaze sent shivers down my spine. I fear not the ordinary individual, regardless of their status as an elite in any profession, for logical reasoning adheres to fundamental principles. Yet, the deranged mind is a different matter entirely, shrouded in unpredictability. At this moment, the specimen in my pocket, encased in ice, feels akin to a far more formidable bomb, necessitating immediate examination. Should it truly be the seed left by the original Gao Yipeng, then Xiao Hongli's vow would undeniably reverberate back upon me. Xiao Hongli leaned closer, exhibiting no trepidation of my potential wrath, and almost seemed to anticipate my intervention as she pressed her face against my arm. I inhaled deeply. The distinctive, fragrant aroma that belonged solely to her lingered in the air, evoking an involuntary reaction within me. With a sultry smile, she leaned in further, reverting to a state of reckless obsession, completely undeterred by my apparent irritation. Feeling somewhat exasperated, I gently patted her head and said, "Qianqian will arrive shortly. You should freshen up." "Very well, darling, I shall heed your words," she replied, nodding her head, her expression transforming in an instant as she hastened to the bathroom. "We are divorced now. Refrain from calling me darling in public," I asserted. "Of course, darling, I love you," she retorted, prompting me to wave my hand dismissively. It seemed unnecessary to engage in a dispute with a woman of such evident instability. Outside, a few individuals exhibited remarkable patience, allowing me and Xiao Hongli our moment of privacy, though the echoes of our quarrel were unmistakable. Even Wu Gu felt a twinge of sympathy yet remained silent. For the actions of her daughter were exceedingly distasteful and unseemly. Were she not her only child, she would scarcely wish to lay eyes upon her. Chapter 77. The wife's regret. Rong Xin held an entirely different perspective than Wu Gu. As a mother herself, her allegiance naturally lay with her beloved child. Witnessing her former daughter-in-law descended to madness, she resolved that no matter the family's power, such a person could no longer be accepted. Rong Xin firmly decided that should her son dare to propose reconciliation, she would promptly deliver a sharp reprimand to her foolish offspring. Meanwhile, Xiao Hongli had completed her grooming and donned a nurse's uniform that Su Rui had prepared in advance, securing a mask upon her face. In some respects, she had become a figure of notoriety. Thus, disguising herself could mitigate numerous complications. However, the petite nurses in the hospital were predominantly around 20 years of age. And despite selecting the largest size available, the uniform still clung tightly to her form. The curvaceous contours of her body were accentuated by the light blue fabric, showcasing an explosively attractive silhouette, particularly around her hips and bust, as if the slightest exertion might cause the seams to burst, coupled with her alluring charm. The pristine nurse's attire created a striking visual contrast, transforming the uniform into a symbol of temptation. The instant I beheld her, my eyes nearly widened in disbelief, and I struggled to recall the repugnant deed she had committed, barely managing to rein in my emotions, though a lingering sense of displeasure remained within me. This sensation is akin to acquiring a beautiful porcelain bowl, which you cherish dearly as you use it for your daily meals. One day, a stray dog wanders into your home and laps at the bowl. Although you end the dog's life, the bowl remains tainted. The dilemma now lies in the fact that if you continue to use this bowl, instinctively you will feel a sense of revulsion. Yet, if you choose to discard it, there is a possibility that it may be licked by a multitude of stray dogs, or worse, used as a toilet. If it were merely a case of out of sight, out of mind, it would be manageable. However, the bowl bears your name. Should it become a stray dog's lavatory? The whispers and glances of others, pointing out that this was once your dining bowl, would be profoundly unsettling. At this moment, Xiao Hongli embodies that porcelain bowl, while I am the nominal owner, with the name inscribed upon it belonging to my supposed daughter, Qianqian. This triad is indeed a tangled web, impossible to sever. "Honey, I feel a bit tight. Could you take a look?" Xiao Hongli approached me, her long, toned legs paired with a delicate waist, exuding an unintentional allure as she walked. "You cannot wear this dress. Don't you look in the mirror?" "Qianqian will be here shortly," I remarked, my brow furrowed, my tone frosty. Xiao Hongli chuckled softly. "Are you feeling jealous, dear? Is this how you managed to ensnare Lu Xingqian?" I replied slowly, my gaze unabashedly appraising Xiao Hongli's figure. Much like admiring a lady waiting for warmth on the street, I would not indulge her merely because her mind seems unwell. Who can discern the authenticity of her ailment? A leopard does not change its spots. Women with a history of infidelity cannot be trusted, for who knows when they might be whisked away by some wild dog again. Instantly, Xiao Hongli deflated like a punctured balloon, her complexion oscillating between shades of blue and white. Yet she obediently returned to change into the dress she wore during her attempted leap. She did not remove her mask. "Honey, please re-add my phone number." "I've acquired a new phone," Xiao Hongli said, retrieving a pristine green device from her bag with utmost care. Her previous phone had been shattered during her leap, and this new one was procured by her bodyguard at remarkable speed, specifically in her favorite color. I frowned and said, "I dislike the idea of you calling me from this phone." "Why?" Xiao Hongli inquired, puzzled. "Because of its color. It resembles the hue of the hat you gifted me. Seeing it evokes a sense of disgust, akin to witnessing you sharing a cup of wine with Lu Xingchen." My gaze was frigid, my tone as sharp as ice. "I'm so sorry, darling. I truly didn't mean to. Please forgive me," Xiao Hongli implored, on the verge of tears. The phone felt as searing as a hot iron in her hand, and she hastily tossed it to the ground, crushing it under her stiletto heel. The excuse regarding the color was mere fabrication. The real reason was that the new phone lacked any surveillance software, preventing me from monitoring Xiao Hongli's whereabouts. Logically, one would assume that the retribution for Xiao Hongli's infidelity had reached its conclusion. Her audacity to leap signifies she had already danced with death. Yet, I harbored an unsettling premonition, sensing that the fog enveloping Xiao Hongli had not dissipated. Rather, it had thickened. Due to assuming the identity of Gao Yipeng and the lingering regrets of my original self, I found myself inextricably bound to Xiao Hongli, making her every action critical to my safety. Of course, I am not a voyeur. My vigilance stems from the inherent caution of a custodian. "Is it all right for you to use my old phone?" I inquired as I produced a device equipped with surveillance software and handed it to Xiao Hongli. Ever since my arrival in this realm, I have carried 2 mobile phones, one new and one belonging to my predecessor, both outfitted with identical eavesdropping applications. Initially intended as a precaution, I never anticipated that today I would actually need to utilize it. Xiao Hongli appeared genuinely delighted upon receiving the phone. She caressed its surface as though it were a treasured artifact, and moments later, tears streamed down her face. The device was already marred by numerous scratches, and if her memory served her correctly, it was the very phone she had gifted her husband 5 years prior with her own salary. Back then, their relationship was exceptionally harmonious, with each fulfilling their roles distinctly, one managing the household while the other provided for it, creating a warm atmosphere upon returning home to their daughter. However, as time progressed, everything gradually transformed. The sight of the old phone brought Xiao Hongli to tears. Her husband had continued to use it all these years, which she interpreted as a testament to his love for her, surpassing that of anyone else in the world. Even a biological parent, confronted with their daughter asleep from a height, might not instinctively follow her, as only an all-encompassing love possesses the extraordinary strength to transcend instinctual survival. Xiao Hongli believed she comprehended my heart and felt an increasing remorse for her past actions. Torn between the desire to atone and the urge for vengeance, she resolved to adhere to her husband's wishes entirely, vowing never to lie and to prioritize his desires, even at the cost of her life, as a means of repaying his love. Yet her quest for retribution was not merely performative. She meticulously planned to enact it herself, determined to demonstrate her repentance to her husband. To that end, she specifically arranged for a new production line at the slaughterhouse. Now, it would not matter if I only provided her with the old phone. Even if I forbade her from using any phone at all, she would likely find a way to cope. Observing Xiao Hongli's demeanor filled me with disdain. Her feigned affection now seemed insincere. I am not Gao Yipeng. As long as she does not embarrass me in public, she is free to act as she pleases. Chapter 78. The sadness of a wife. Xiao Hongli concealed herself partly behind me, closely following as we stepped outside. Having studied ballet in her youth, her gait exuded an air of noble elegance. Even after years of neglect during high school, she maintained a poised posture, her back straight. Yet now, in my shadow, she crouched, appearing timid like a frightened little rabbit. Upon encountering Rong Xin, she lowered her head completely, fearing any gaze directed her way. In such a state, even Wu Ge, the mother, felt a pang of sympathy. The Rong Xin remained oblivious to Xiao Hongli's past pregnancy. However, even with this knowledge, Rongxin could only exhale a sigh. In her heart, she had long accepted that the other party had divorced her son. It was her son who remained infatuated, foolishly leaping into a pit of filth despite knowing its depths. Qian had already descended to the ground floor. "Let us hasten our steps," Wu Ge said, gently wiping the corner of her eye, forcing a smile. Xiao Hongli's gaze was a mixture of anticipation and insecurity. After a moment of hesitation, she requested an alcohol spray and a pair of medical rubber gloves from Su Rui. After meticulously cleaning her hands, she donned the gloves. As an observer, I couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. Truly, as Teacher Gua aptly stated, those who wrong you often understand your plight better than you do. Had I known it would come to this, why bother in the first place? Those who stray never find a favorable end. They either faced the disintegration of their families or the devastation of their lives. Rongxin first pulled me out of the consultation room, softly reprimanding me before inquiring about my thoughts. Yet, Su Rui suddenly interjected. If you two could hold on for a moment. There are some medications that may require further instructions. With that, she closed the door, meeting my gaze. As I listened to Rongxin's incessant chatter, I discreetly activated my phone's recording function, my mind sharpening in clarity. No matter what scheme Su Rui was concocting, I would undoubtedly uncover her ulterior motives. Were you even paying attention to what I was saying, or were all your thoughts consumed by Xiao Hongli? Are you foolish? Are you truly that foolish? You are even more naive than your brother. Rongxin exclaimed in exasperation, pinching my ear, compelling me to redirect my attention. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the consultation room grew tense due to Su Rui's remarks. Miss Xiao, your issues are, in fact, not as severe as your husband's. If I am not mistaken, Mr. Chen's temperament has undergone a significant transformation recently. As if, Su Rui's statement was abruptly interrupted by Xiao Hongli. As if he were a different person, Dr. Su. Is that what you wish to convey? I already know. There's no need to elaborate. Xiao Hongli frowned, her demeanor shifting dramatically in my presence, radiating an air of resistance and indifference. It seemed she could not bear to hear anyone mention me, especially not beautiful women. Su Rui shook her head, speaking solemnly. Miss Xiao, you may not fully grasp the severity of the situation. This is not merely a change in character. Based on my 10 years of experience in this field, Mr. Chun may be suffering from severe schizophrenia. What you are encountering now is likely his second personality. Second personality? Schizophrenia? Wu Ji's eyes widened, her face paling as she turned to Xiao Hongli. Clenching her fists, Xiao Hongli spoke slowly. Stop. I understand. This is all my fault. My sin. Everything is because of me, and I will ensure my husband recovers. In truth, on the very night I arrived in this world. After meeting Xiao Hongli for the first time, she had already sensed the difference between me and Chen Yipeng. However, at that moment, her mind was preoccupied with domestic matters, which prevented her from realizing it immediately. Or perhaps, I was quite adept at portraying Chen Yipeng at that time. I can discern that the bond between the two remains strong. I recommend that Mr. Chan be admitted to the hospital for treatment. He should recover swiftly, suggested Su Rui. Hospitalization? Wu Ge felt a flicker of interest. Yet, she was not inclined to make a decision. Although she acknowledged that if Su Rui's assessment were accurate, prompt treatment would indeed be the wisest course of action. I have divorced my husband. I lack the authority to make decisions on behalf of his family. And I do not believe hospitalization is an optimal choice. I will find a way to address this matter without troubling Dr. Su, Xiao Hongli replied coldly. She seemed unable to fully control her emotions, harboring an inexplicable aversion and apprehension towards the doctor before her. Su Rui regarded Xiao Hongli intently and remarked, I merely offered a reasonable suggestion. Should Mr. Chen have a beloved by his side, perhaps his recovery would be hastened. I will prescribe some medication for mental health issues. If Mr. Chen exhibits signs of mania or loss of bodily control, please administer the medication immediately and bring him in for treatment. Wu Ge promptly agreed. As a woman of 60, she had been overwhelmed by a series of distressing events. With her daughter in such a state and her son-in-law similarly afflicted, she felt deeply troubled by the coupling of two individuals in mental disarray. She had hoped her son-in-law would aid her daughter in regaining her health. Yet it turned out that his condition was even more severe, with its origins tied to her daughter. Su Rui handed a vial of medication to Wu Ge, explaining the usage before escorting the two out of the consultation room. Observing their retreating figures, a mysterious smile graced Su Rui's lips. I had been chastised by Rong Xin at the stairwell for an extended period, only pausing upon the arrival of Wu Ge and her daughter. Mother, you and Xiao Hongli should go ahead to the inpatient department to fetch Qianqian. I have some matters to discuss with Hongli's mother, I said slowly. My gaze fixed on Wu Ge. Xiao Hongli appeared anxious, her lips parted slightly, yet she obediently whispered to Rong Xin, Mother, let us go ahead. After descending the stairs, Xiao Hongli, whose spirit had seemingly faltered, became bolder. She no longer cared for appearances when with me, even if her mother-in-law chastised her for being shameless. She prioritized claiming her title. Rong Xin, exasperated, felt a pang of frustration but found it futile to argue with a mentally unstable person, especially one who was her granddaughter's biological mother. With a dismissive wave, she said, Let us go. Xiao Hongli smiled as she assisted Rong Xin, displaying a level of filial piety never before witnessed. In the past, she had sought to express her role as a daughter-in-law through material means. Now, She treated Rong Xin as her own mother, genuinely seeking to please her. Rong Xin felt a mix of resignation and sorrow. How could such a wonderful daughter-in-law transform into someone else after an affair? To make matters worse, her foolish son was utterly smitten. If this condition could be remedied, the notion of remarriage might not be out of the question, though it would ultimately depend on her son's wishes. Rong Xion's resolve began to waver. Chapter 79. The peculiar report at the corner of the psychiatric building stairwell. Wu Gu instructed several bodyguards to maintain a considerable distance, her heart fluttering with trepidation. The two reports concealed within her garment felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, nearly suffocating her. "Mother, there is something I wish to express," she began, her tears cascading down her cheeks, as if she were about to kneel. "Yipeng, I have wronged you. Hongli has lied. She even caused you to cough up blood. I am aware of your affection for her and the pain she has inflicted upon you. Even as her mother, I cannot condone such behavior, and here I am, kneeling before you. I do not seek your forgiveness, for she is unworthy of it. I only ask that you spend some time with her, to prevent her from treading down a path of despair." Wu Gu spoke through her sobs. "I reached out to support my former mother-in-law," pondering her words with a thoughtful expression. "I understand. You should also comprehend my sentiments. Is there anything else you wish to share with me?" Wu Gu refrained from actually kneeling, instead rising and hesitating before handing me the two test reports. With a hint of shame, she confessed, "Mother will not conceal anything from you. I just received the results, and Hongli's child is not yours. I was momentarily confused and almost misjudged you. Of course, it could not possibly be mine. The samples are still with me, making it impossible for me, or even for Xiao Hongli, to be the father. However, what followed left me momentarily speechless. I procured a hair sample from Lu Xingchen's office at the company, and upon comparison, the child is indeed his. Hongli has made a foolish mistake, and it is my failure as a mother to guide her. Yet, Hongli insists that she did not engage with him willingly, leading me to suspect the scoundrel must have taken advantage of her inebriated state." Wu Gu hesitated, struggling to articulate the next part of her revelation. It was utterly absurd. I distinctly recalled that I had swapped an expiring sample from the lower section of the refrigerator with the post-operative sample of Xiao Hongli. Nevertheless, this situation still favored me, as it was highly likely to be the original sample. At the very least, it redirected the focus onto Lu Xingchen for both Xiao Hongli and Wu Gu. Why should I, the current Qin Yipeng, bear the consequences of the repugnant deeds committed by my predecessor? Why must I carry the blame? Of course, I could not be certain just yet. Further testing was needed as conclusive evidence. A woman who strays often speaks untruths, and there might have been other suitors with whom she had been involved during that period. Feigning a pained expression, I glanced at the two test results in my hand before tucking them away, anticipating that should Xiao Hongli dare to act up again, I would brandish the reports before her. To be honest, I lacked the ability to read minds. But observing the ambiguous and inappropriate interactions between Xiao Hongli and Lu Xingchen raised questions about whether they had truly engaged with each other. This suspicion would linger indefinitely, for Xiao Hongli could not produce any evidence, such as videos, from the months they had spent together. Perhaps she was acutely aware of this fact. She merely believed that in a moment of confusion, she had lost herself, yet that period was precisely when her emotional fidelity faltered, leaving her too fearful to genuinely seek forgiveness. Wu Gu hesitated for a moment before continuing. "Hongli has only seen one comparison with you, and I fear that she may be further distressed. Although she believes in her heart that it was that scoundrel Lu Xingchen who did this, I do not wish to provide her with an answer so soon." "Mother, I understand, and you need not worry. I shall remain silent." I nodded in agreement. Wu Gu wiped away her tears and said, "This call of mother is one I do not deserve to utter, for I have previously caused you distress. Yet I speak it now for the sake of Jin Yan. Mother can see that Jin Yan has feelings for you, and she treats Qian Qian well as well. She is my daughter, and her character is far superior to that of Hongli. She will not suffer in your company, and this is not a matter of compensation, but rather a fulfillment of your destinies. As for Hongli, you need not worry, she will understand." From beginning to end, Wu Gu played on emotions, never once mentioning the matter of the two household registrations, using Xiao Jin Yin as leverage to forcibly bind me to Hongli. This formidable former mother-in-law of mine was not a new acquaintance. Since the upheaval of our marriage, Wu Gu had entirely transformed. "Very well. You can trust me with Jin Yan. I am no longer the cowardly version of myself. Since the opportunity presents itself, I cannot refuse. Moreover, Xiao Jin Yan indeed aligns with my desires. Gentle, virtuous, and possessing an admirable figure. With Wu Gu's endorsement, We even have a semblance of legitimacy. The only concern remaining is that Xiao Jinyin and Sima Zhong have yet to finalize their divorce. Initially, I suspected Wu Gu of deliberately creating obstacles, yet it increasingly seemed otherwise. From Xiao Jinyin's words, it appears there are indeed complications at play. Currently, Sima Zhong has been detained in the Public Security Office under charges of tax evasion, effectively extricating himself from Xiao Changhe's oversight. Meanwhile, Xiao Changhe is attempting to secure his release, yet the opposing party is showing no signs of cooperation. The puppeteers behind the scenes seem intent on maneuvering. Yet I am not particularly troubled by this. However, I must find a way to help Xiao Jinyin resolve her inner turmoil so that we can live together harmoniously. Distracted by Wu Gu, I nearly forgot the pressing matter at hand, and so I said, "The nurse who informed me of Xiao Hongli's pregnancy seems to be her close friend, Wei Bingbing. Mother, could you use your connections to apprehend this individual and inquire why she plotted against Xiao Hongli?" Wu Gu appeared somewhat taken aback by my request, but responded with visible reluctance. Given the magnitude of this incident, the higher-ups are quite displeased, and the Xiao family can no longer lend their support. Your father has gone to negotiate with someone surnamed Zhu, and it seems we must wait for his return to discuss further. Xiaoyan mentioned that Wei Bingbing possesses formidable skills, though I am uncertain which faction she is affiliated with. The current atmosphere in Lehigh City is tumultuous, and certain matters are exceedingly difficult to investigate. I understood the implications. No wonder things felt so desolate. Xiao Changde held significant importance for the Xiao family, and they could not afford to withdraw their support. The only reason for the withdrawal of influence would be pressure from above. An inexplicable sense of crisis enveloped me, a feeling that had saved me on numerous occasions when I acted as a scavenger. Sometimes, I preferred to trust my instincts over my own eyes. Mother, I need you to divulge more information. Who was responsible for the incident at the hotel, and what can you tell me about the woman named Fei Shui, as well as the situation concerning Xiao Hongli at the bar a few days ago? A series of questions left Wu Gu momentarily speechless. Fortunately, she was no stranger to life's tempests and understood that my concern lay not in the question of Xiao Hongli's infidelity, but rather in the underlying circumstances. My knowledge was limited, as all personnel had been dispatched by your father. If you wish to know more, I can arrange for the information to be delivered to you after dinner tonight. Should you have further inquiries, Xiaoyan can provide assistance. Wu Gu spoke slowly. She suddenly felt that Su Rui might have misdiagnosed, or perhaps she had developed a certain admiration for this son-in-law, who was a far cry from the spineless individual of the past, quick-witted and decisive. Such a patient with a split psyche would be regarded as a treasure by any family. Mother, is Xiao Yun a reliable woman? I asked in a low voice. I harbored a lingering sense of unease regarding Xiao Yun. Ever since Xiao Hongli's leap from the rooftop today, this woman had behaved unusually. In Chapter 80, The Absence of Maternal Love, Wu Gu provided a brief introduction to Xiao Yun. This woman had been secretly selected and raised by the Xiao family orphanage, trained in combat, firearms, and driving from a young age. After turning 18, she was assigned to serve as a bodyguard to prominent female family members. Xiao Yun was specifically appointed as Wu Ji's bodyguard, but as Xiao Changthe had already retired, Wu Gu introduced her to Master Qiu Qi as an apprentice. She had nearly become Master Qiu Qi's spokesperson, controlling 1/3 of the underground forces in Linhai, and her status within the Xiao family was steadily rising, serving as a crucial support for the family. The fact that such a person would personally come to the hospital as a close bodyguard left Wu Gu contemplating only gratitude and loyalty. However, my innate sense of vigilance sensed something amiss. Recalling the moment I discovered Xiao Hongli's intention to leap, I dashed out of the ward, and given Xiao Yun's speed, there was no reason for her to have lagged behind me by 2 minutes. When she reappeared on the rooftop, everyone had been in such a frenzy that this detail had gone unnoticed. While ordinary individuals might not perceive it, I could sense that this woman possessed tremendous explosive power, capable of swiftly intervening to restrain Xiao Hongli, which remained the greatest point of suspicion. As Wu Gu and I conversed, we made our way toward the hospital lobby. My former mother-in-law seemed to lack her usual vigor, particularly after the multitude of events in recent days, causing her to walk with a slight sway. By this time, it was around 5 in the afternoon, and patients and their families had begun to dwindle in number. However, many gazes remained fixed on the fountain outside the lobby, where 3 exceptionally beautiful women stood. Although one wore a mask, the elegance and cold allure she exuded, along with her perfectly proportioned, alluring figure, unequivocally signaled her beauty. Among the remaining 2, one was voluptuous and possessed a gentle, graceful visage that radiated a sense of peace and stability. The other was youthful and striking, standing tall like a water lily. Upon seeing her daughter, Xiao Hongli appeared somewhat agitated, waving her hand and saying, "Qianqian, mommy is here. Let me see you, all right?" Qianqian, with her ponytail, had just returned from kindergarten and seemed to be in a less than cheerful mood, her expression tinged with apprehension upon seeing her long-absent mother. She concealed herself behind Xiao Jinyan, cautiously peeking out, only to withdraw swiftly. A wave of guilt washed over Xiao Jinyan, as though she had usurped her sister's husband and now her sister's daughter, amplifying the sense of remorse within her inherently innocent heart. "Qianqian, haven't you always wanted to find your mother? Hurry up." Zhao Jins grasped Qianqian's arm and led her before Xiao Hongli. Xiao Hongli promptly removed her mask, clapped her hands, and exclaimed, "Come here, my dear. Mommy has missed you so much. Shall we go have some cotton candy?" After all, they were bound by blood. What daughter would not yearn to see her mother? This bond was unbreakable. Qianqian nearly leaped into Xiao Hongli's embrace, wrapping her arms around her neck, intent on showering her with affection, only to be gently evaded as Xiao Hongli turned her face aside. "Be good, Qianqian. Mommy isn't quite clean right now. Just let me hold you for a bit, and I promise to treat you well from now on." Xiao Hongli hurriedly explained to her daughter, her heart twisting in anguish. As if a knife were slicing through her chest, nearly robbing her of breath. She felt utterly unworthy of motherhood, reflecting on her past choices, lamenting the neglect of such a precious daughter in pursuit of some trivial artistic endeavor. Okay, Qianqian sensed something was different about her mother. A smile illuminated her face. Yet it quickly faded into a frown. Xiao Hongli anxiously inquired, "Qianqian, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" "No, mommy. My classmates are making fun of me, and I don't want to go to kindergarten anymore. They called me a broken shoe. My shoes aren't broken. Daddy just bought them for me. They also said you found me a new daddy." "Mommy, I only want my daddy," Qianqian whispered. The innocent child remained oblivious to the intricate conflicts of the adult world, often absorbing mere fragments of adult conversations, completely unaware of the potential harm they could inflict upon her young spirit. Xiao Hongli could no longer contain her tears, flowing freely as she earnestly addressed her daughter, "Qianqian, it is mommy who has made mistakes. I promise to amend my ways. Remember, you only have one father, and I will only ever be with your father in this lifetime." Having already faced death once, Xiao Hongli cherished her present circumstances with newfound resilience. Her thoughts were consumed by a desire for atonement and reconciliation, particularly towards her daughter and husband. Even if her husband was currently grappling with mental health issues, she would not abandon him, just as he had unhesitatingly rescued her from the depths of despair during her darkest moments. As for her husband's affair with Xiao Jinyan, Xiao Hongli dismissed it from her mind, opting instead for the comfort of self-deception. Qianqian felt elated. She had never before experienced such gentleness from her mother, a sensation she had only felt from the mothers of her peers. With a radiant smile, Qianqian clapped her hands and said, "Mommy, let me sing you a song that Daddy taught me. I sang it for my teacher at kindergarten once, and she cried, saying my daddy was amazing." "Really? Did your daddy write a special song just for you?" "Let us sing it for Mother," said Xiao Hongli, her voice filled with affection. The song that Qianqian sang was one that their mother cherished dearly, and she wished to hear it every day. At this moment, she longed to be with her daughter and husband every hour of the day, fully aware of her husband's deep affection for their daughter. As long as the bond between herself as a mother and her daughter was strong, her husband would never stray from her side. There's no love like a mother's. The innocent and bright child's voice resonated, harmonizing beautifully with the delicate melody and simple lyrics, perfectly encapsulating a mother's love. This was the first gift I offered to this harsh world. Inspired by Xiao Hongli's daughter, who had suffered from a lack of maternal affection since childhood, having grown up as an orphan, devoid of the experience of a mother's love, I felt a profound compassion for Qianqian, my nominal daughter, and could truly empathize with her. No matter how great a father may be, he can never replace a mother's role. There's no love like a mother's is regarded as an eternal classic, resonating with anyone who possesses emotions. The song captivated many, its poignant lyrics bringing tears to the eyes of listeners, especially within the sterile confines of a hospital, where countless sons and mothers hurriedly passed by. One son, supporting his mother as they exited the hospital, paused for a moment and suddenly knelt before her. "Mom, let us try once more. Without you, I have no mother." A man nearing 50 wept uncontrollably as he clung to his mother's legs. Chapter 81. A wife seeks to compensate her daughter's son. I won't be a burden to you. It will cost so much. I can't bear to take away from what should be for your son's education. The gentle voice of a mother in her 70s caressed her son's head. Her expression calm, devoid of any fear of death. Her only concern was that her son and grandson would be hindered by her presence. Many listeners, witnessing this scene while the song played, felt a pang of emotion, and those with tender hearts could not hold back their tears. A simple, unpretentious song like There's No Love Like a Mother's seemed to possess a pure healing power, especially for Xiao Hongli, who held Qianqian close. Upon the first note of the song, tears began to flow unbidden down her cheeks, the emotion striking her unexpectedly. She thought of her own mother, who had tirelessly supported her during these past few days, and despite her repeated falsehoods, she still unwaveringly favored her mother. In the past, she had resented her mother's lectures, particularly feeling anger towards her interference in her family matters. Yet, in the midst of the song, she suddenly grasped the depth of her mother's love, a love that surpasses all, selflessly given without reservation. She realized she was the happiest person, cherished by two who loved her, one who would care for her even at the cost of her own health, and another who would risk everything to save her husband. How could I repay such love? What could I possibly do? Xiao Hongli, once tense and anxious, found a sense of calm enveloping her. She held her daughter tightly and murmured, "There's no love like a mother's." As Qianqian sang, the eyes of Rongxin and Xiao Jinyan brimmed with tears. Particularly upon hearing Wu Ji's song, an overwhelming sense of emotion washed over her, almost overwhelming her composure. This melody truly echoed her innermost sentiments. Lately, she had been besieged by immense pressure. As a mother, she found herself compelled to conceal her daughter's misdeeds and scandals, contravening her principles. Witnessing her daughter's mental state left her with no choice but to act against her conscience. Such actions were previously unimaginable. Wu Ji's methods were typically reserved for those of low moral character, never directed at innocent kin. Indeed, at this moment, Gao Yipeng had become synonymous with her son in Wu Ji's heart. Saving her daughter equated to rescuing herself. Thus, this profound sense of guilt motivated her to seek swift atonement, even if it meant exhausting all of Xiao Changhe's connections to promote her daughter's success. Wu Gu possessed an undeniable confidence. I, however, found no time to ponder my former mother-in-law's psychological transformation. Instead, I discreetly approached Xiao Jinyan, gently scratching the palm of her hand. Caught off guard, her lovely face flushed a deep crimson, and her beautiful eyes glistened with unshed tears as she shot me a reproachful glance, seemingly chastising me for my playful gesture in such a setting. Yet, I discerned that this enchanting woman was actually brimming with joy, her restraint preventing her from expressing it openly. Wu Gu, witnessing this, felt an unsettling pang in her heart. Yet, as her adopted daughter, she could not intervene, particularly since she had initiated the conversation. She merely hoped that the two would be mindful of their surroundings and avoid further distressing her daughter. It was inconceivable that Xiao Hongli did not notice. Cradling her daughter, she feigned ignorance, though internally she felt as if she were being mercilessly sliced by a knife, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. She was consumed by the urge to slap that nominal sister and berate her for stealing her husband. Yet an overwhelming sense of inferiority and regret stripped her of the courage to act. "Mom, what's wrong?" Qianqian asked softly, startled by the bloodshot eyes of Xiao Hongli. "Mom, it's nothing. Your singing is truly beautiful." Xiao Hongli quickly wiped away her tears, adjusting her mask as she smiled and inquired, "When did your father teach you this song?" She continued to refer to her husband in that manner, not only to assert her claim to Xiao Jinyan, but also to subtly remind her daughter of their true familial bond. It was crucial to establish who truly belonged together. Lest Xiao Jinyan whisk her away, leaving her bereft. One must acknowledge that adversity fosters growth. Xiao Hongli had not only inherited Wu Ji's beauty and her father's tenacity, but she now showed faint signs of developing her emotional intelligence. The ambiguous atmosphere between Xiao Jinyan and me was abruptly shattered by Xiao Hongli's unexpected question. What was this woman up to? A headache began to form as I approached her. I held no trust in Xiao Hongli, for I adhered to the belief that once betrayed, one should never again rely on that individual. However, I find myself inexplicably fond of Qianqian, my nominal daughter. In her, I seemed to catch a glimpse of my own past, and I yearned to bestow upon her all the emotions I once lacked. Yet, to ensure Qianqian's joyful upbringing, I cannot bypass the presence of this woman, Xiao Hongli. Coupled with the unresolved resentment of the original, I am compelled to suppress my revulsion and feign composure. "What did you say just now?" I replied nonchalantly. though I may pretend it is inconceivable for me to adopt a congenial demeanor. The notion of greeting her with joy feels utterly absurd, entirely inconsistent with the image of a man who has been wronged. Even if the entire world is aware that I have long divorced Xiao Hongli, and there is no figurative hat upon my head, we remain a family here. And the truth lingers in our hearts. To a certain extent, feigning grievance and playing the sycophant is a perverse maneuver. I am a man in my prime, not a eunuch. Darling, when did you write that song? I had no idea you possessed such talent, Xiao Hongli remarked cautiously, entwining her arm with mine. Noticing my lack of resistance, she began to flatter me. It was on the very night you drank toasts with Lu Xingchen. Qianqian came home in tears. Lamenting your absence from the parent-teacher meeting and expressing her longing for a mother, I stated matter-of-factly. This was indeed partly true. Qianqian had wept that day, otherwise, the original would not have harbored such deep-seated grievances, ultimately leading to their demise. Xiao Hongli's expression stiffened, as though she had been struck with something foul, her heart aching with each pulse. The potency of truth can sometimes surpass that of falsehood. Wu Ge, feeling the weight of the situation, attempted to ease the tension, suggesting, "Perhaps we should return to the ward. Standing here is rather awkward." The gathering of several individuals, along with bodyguards, had undoubtedly attracted attention, with passers-by casting curious glances. Were it not for Xiao Hongli's mask concealing her features, she would have been recognized, for the fervor surrounding her had not yet dissipated. Chapter 82. The wife seeks to regain trust. Wu Ji's timely intervention alleviated Xiao Hongli's embarrassment, and I had no objections. Occasionally provoking her with my words has become one of my guilty pleasures. Reflecting upon this woman, who continued to flirt with other men even after our marriage, I felt no sympathy. Betrayal is my greatest aversion. I harbored a vague sense that the remnants of the original's unrequited affection would eventually dissipate when the moment was right. When Wu Ge suggested returning to the ward, I disagreed, for bringing Qianqian here could only serve a purpose other than visiting Xiao Hongli. Mother, I have matters to discuss with Qianqian. You all may return to the inpatient department, I asserted, taking Qianqian from Xiao Hongli's grasp without seeking her consent. Xiao Hongli gazed at me with hopeful eyes, softly inquiring, "Where are you going? Is Qianqian unwell? I can accompany you." As I approached her, she transformed into a fragile figure, reminiscent of an orchid after the rain, her voice barely above a whisper. "I am taking her for some tests. Are you certain you wish to accompany us?" I replied coolly. Xiao Hongli bit her crimson lips, blood frothing in her mouth, her body teetering on the brink of collapse, and her heart was laden with an unbearable ache. She clearly understood the implications of the man before her, who was evidently casting doubts upon Qianqian's lineage. She yearned to vehemently assert her innocence. Yet, burdened by a tarnished past, both her body and soul felt irreparably sullied, rendering such words impossible to utter. Wu Ge felt a profound discomfort within her, believing that I was intentionally provoking Xiao Hongli. It was evident that a private inquiry could have sufficed. Yet it had to be conducted today, in the presence of family, particularly in front of Xiao Hongli. Although she grasped the man's notions of dignity and pride, when it came to her daughter, she was resolutely unwilling to allow her any further suffering. A sigh escaped her lips. Her initial plan had been to forge test results, regardless of whether they belonged to Lu Xingchen or her daughter's other suitors, ultimately compelling her son-in-law to accept them. The pretext would be an unconscious encounter during a dream. But given her son-in-law's recent demeanor, it was clear that he would not be easily deceived, leading her to abandon the scheme. "Yipeng, it's quite late. Let us return to rest," Wu Ge suggested, noting her daughter's pallor. After all, it had not been long since the surgery, and today's harrowing experience of jumping from a height left her concerned that her daughter might falter and fall ill. "Mom, let him go. I understand," Xiao Hongli gently said, lightly tucking her hair behind her ear. Her gentle and elegant demeanor momentarily reflected Wu Ji's youthful charm, causing even me to steal an extra glance. "Am I appropriate to go?" Xiao Jinian thought fervently of accompanying them, but, upon noticing her foster mother's expression, her long-standing trepidation compelled her to take a few steps back. "I shall go," Zhao Jins volunteered, having remained silent before, engrossed in her phone, yet suddenly stepping forward now. This was indeed the most prudent choice. Rongxin shook her head at the scene, pulling Chen's father towards the inpatient department. She wished to disengage from the situation, opting to return to the hotel to rest. Confident that the Xiao family had ample funds to hire a caregiver, along with Xiao Jinyan, alleviating her concerns about her son being unattended. She had come to realize that Wu Ge possessed an intricate cunning that surpassed her own by 100-fold, when her daughter succumbed to madness. She merely drew her foster daughter into the fray. Yet, the elderly matriarch still felt a pang of sympathy for her granddaughter. After all, growing up with her biological mother was preferable to a single-parent household, especially since her son had divorced before donning the mantle of infidelity. Although the specifics of the Shao family's machinations remained shrouded in mystery, it did not hinder her son from seeking companionship anew. Shao Jinyan had initially shown fondness, but any association with the Shao family left Rongxin feeling apprehensive. Barely had the two elders exited the hospital when a military vehicle arrived to escort them, the bodyguards trailing at a distance relaying the situation to Wu Ge. The military vehicle had, of course, been dispatched by Chen Yisong, who, heeding Pan Jilian's counsel, decided to meet with his parents to ascertain the circumstances. At that moment, upon receiving the bodyguard's report, Wu Ge cast a thoughtful glance at my retreating figure. Believing that my recent temperament shift stemmed from the knowledge of my brother, a lieutenant colonel, returning home. However, following the tragic incident, Wu Ge found herself indifferent to my feelings, and even if I were to express my anger, all that mattered was that she still harbored love for her daughter. The only thing that weighed heavily on her mind was the notion of schizophrenia mentioned by Su Rui. The existence of a so-called second personality could potentially jeopardize her daughter's happiness. Yet, as Wu Ge took a few steps, she suddenly felt a chill in her limbs and realized where she had erred. If her daughter were to stray, and something were to happen to Gao Yipeng, it was likely that the rumored fierce tiger from Beijiang would come charging after her. Wu Ge had encountered Gao Yipeng once during her daughter's wedding. Although he was merely an unremarkable captain, his intimidating presence was enough to leave one speechless. Should he go mad, not only would her daughter's life be at stake, but the entire Linhai and even the Shao family could be engulfed in bloodshed. May the Buddha bless, may my daughter and son-in-law remain in love, Wu Ge silently prayed. The pressure that had mounted due to the withdrawal of the Shao family's influence seemed to have eased somewhat. Even if something were to happen to Shao Chang'e, her daughter had the fierce protection of the Chen family. Chen Yisong's orders were classified by the military, and with Pan Jilian's secret arrival, the security measures at the Linhai garrison had been heightened to the utmost level. The entire camp was sealed off, which meant that no one was yet aware of Chen Yisong's status. Mom, are you aware of a tiny device that can listen in and monitor? The smaller, the better. If worn on the body, it can inform another person about what one is doing and where they are. Xiao Hongli supported Wu Ge, as if recalling something, and suddenly spoke up. Wu Ge paused, knitting her brows. Do you suspect that such a device has been installed on you? Xiao Hongli shook her head. Of course not. My family has checked everything on me, including my phone. I was merely inquiring if such a portable device exists, as I would like to carry one. Why? Are you afraid of danger? Wu Ge was puzzled. Her daughter was particularly sensitive about her privacy. Since middle school, they had been unable to enter her dormitory. Xiao Hongli lowered her head and spoke softly. I want to carry it, so that my husband can always know what I am doing, where I am, and who I am with. This way, he won't worry about me. It would be best if it had a video recording function, so I could show it to him whenever needed. Wu Ge was left in a state of bemusement, incredulous at the thought of equipping oneself with a listening device. And even more so, one that recorded video. She firmly tapped her daughter's forehead and said, What? Are you not going to the restroom? Or will you skip bathing? If others discover that you have such a device on you, who would want to associate with you? Do you not understand the gravity of this situation? What on earth are you thinking? Chapter 83. Acquaintances at the testing center. A woman, especially one who has erred, demonstrates her desire for repentance not through her words, but through her actions. The greatest damage infidelity inflicts upon both spouses is the erosion of trust. With just one call that goes unanswered, or one sighting of you in solitary company with the opposite sex, unending suspicion inevitably follows. The pervasive suspicion is utterly insurmountable, serving as an incessant torment for the party at fault. Xiao Hongli's insistence on being monitored strikes one as rather extreme. Nevertheless, it is undeniably a method that can temporarily restore the sense of trust that has been lost. Hence, Wu Ji's counsel fails to sway Xiao Hongli, who, fully aware of my current sentiments towards her, persists in her decision. The primary motivation lies in her desire to return to my side. She would be quite content even if a portion of my time were devoted to other women, for Xiao Hongli perceives herself as a sinner, feeling tainted both externally and internally, embodying an exceedingly unhealthy psychological state, teetering on the brink of mental illness. Mom, help me. I just want my husband to believe in me. Even if he finds me unclean, I do not care. Xiao Hongli articulated each word with earnest conviction. unintentionally overhearing. Xiao Jingyan's expression shifted. She felt an inexplicable fear of her sister, an intense aversion to the idea of being alone with her. This was not born of guilt, but rather an unspeakable dread, a fear of her sister's extreme obsession. I seemed to hold an extraordinary significance in Xiao Hongli's heart, instilling in Xiao Jingyan an instinctual awareness that intimacy with me could threaten her very existence. Of course, such ominous signs have yet to manifest. Yet Xiao Jingyan's survival instincts subtly hinted at the potential peril. Advancing into the abyss, one might find themselves ensnared. Retreating, however, may lead to vast horizons. Xiao Hongli's nearly pathological mindset may erupt at any moment, merely awaiting the right catalyst. Wu Gu gazed fixedly at her daughter, her heart a tumult of emotions. Yet, one cannot deny the merit of this idea. While uncertain of her son-in-law's intentions, she recognized the correctness of such an active endeavor to mend trust. All right, mother will find a way for you, even if it means bringing down the stars from the heavens, Wu Gu said, tenderly tousling her daughter's silky hair. Filled with a sense of nostalgia, the ultra-microscopic surveillance devices, including monitoring and positioning technologies such as mobile phone tracking, are exclusive to investigative or military intelligence agencies, strictly prohibited for private use. Ordinary market cameras cannot sustain prolonged power outages nor provide precise location tracking. In light of the world's tense geopolitical climate, where war seems imminent, technological advancements in the field of information are prioritized for military application. Conversely, the hacking software I installed on Xiao Hongli's phone is, technically, remarkably advanced. However, the monitoring efficacy of a standard mobile device pales in comparison to that of military-grade surveillance equipment. Unbeknownst to Xiao Hongli, who is consumed by thoughts of me and her daughter, her physical discomfort has been overlooked. Yet, upon reaching the top floor of the hospital, she could no longer endure, collapsing to the ground. Fortunately, after examination, it was determined there were no significant issues, primarily requiring ample rest. Meanwhile, Zhao Jins and I accompanied Qianqian to the testing center. The testing procedures in this world resemble the blood routine checks of my previous life, efficient and rapid. The testing room on the hospital's top floor is quite small, while the facility I currently occupy caters to the general populace, filled with numerous couples bickering and many others queuing for examinations. Among those who were arguing the most fiercely, I recognized two individuals, Li Fei and Chen Aier, accompanied by several friends of Li Fei. Who could have anticipated that the glamorous, well-dressed female public relations officer would find herself in such a state? Chen Aier now appeared utterly wretched, her face bruised and battered, her dress soiled, and traces of dried blood still lingering beneath her nose. The examination results were revealed, and it was shocking to learn that the child growing within her was not Lu Xingqian's. Speak. Who else is your illicit lover? Li Fei snarled, viciously tugging at Chen Aier's hair, pulling her back and forth. Darling, I swear I have only been with Lu Xingqian. Please believe me. It must be a mistake in the results. Chen Aier cried out, her voice hoarse and pitiful. Most individuals present were accustomed to infidelity. It was an all too familiar scene. Even the security guard leaned against the wall, relishing the commotion, shouting provocatively, hit her harder, strike her face. If you're going to fight, do it outside. Do not disrupt our order. A young nurse protested. Li Fei, fuming, exclaimed, I requested the test results days ago, and you kept delaying until today. Did you mix up the samples? That's because the testing machine here was malfunctioning, and your samples were sent to the inpatient department for analysis. Only today did someone bring back the results. You know the inpatient department has been sealed off. The news has been reported, and someone even jumped from the building today. The nurse retorted with a glare. Li Fei merely sought to vent his frustration, well aware that the likelihood of an error was slim. With a cold snort, he yanked Chen Aier and stormed out. As he walked away, he continued to berate her. You wretched woman, not only have you contracted a vile disease, but you've also infected me. You've truly ruined my life. Once I return, I will make you pay. Li Fei hurriedly departed, oblivious to my presence, and I quietly observed him leave the testing center. I recalled the two test reports Wu Gu had given me. One indicated a match with Lu Xingqian's sample, while the other did not correspond with mine. Yet, only I knew that I had switched the original sample, which left me momentarily bewildered upon receiving the reports. Could it be mere coincidence? A whimsical thought flickered through my mind. The coincidences in this world are truly abundant, at times. It feels as if they are divine jokes or the handiwork of fate. If Wu Gu had not falsified anything, then the sample I exchanged was likely that of Chen Aier's unborn child. which would explain the match with Lu Xingqian. Surely, I must now be safely concealed in the shadows. I exhaled a sigh of relief, though I shook my head in resignation. If, upon testing, the sample turned out to be that of the original Chen Yipeng, and should Xiao Hongli not have engaged in reckless infidelity, it is likely that the original had already fathered another child. Life is indeed unpredictable, and all I can do is strive to live each day well in this body. As for the lingering sentiments of the original self, I believe that, once I distance myself from Xiao Hongli after this period, they will inevitably fade away. If I cannot provoke them, I can certainly evade them. Chapter 84. The enormous interests represented by the wife brother-in-law, a voice as melodious as silver bells, jolted me back to reality. Zhao Jin stood before me, hands clasped behind her back, slightly bending forward. Her delicate, fair arms were hidden behind her, and her lovely countenance was strikingly close to mine. In the memories of the original self, Chen Yipeng, Zhao Jin's impression was rather vague. Or perhaps her presence was simply minimal, further exacerbated by the constraints of school, which limited our encounters. Nevertheless, Zhao Jin's frequently called to inquire about Qianqian and my well-being, demonstrating more concern than her sister did. Not being the original self, I took the opportunity to genuinely appreciate this prodigious beauty up close. Today, Zhao Jin donned a pure white shirt, which not only did not diminish her radiant complexion but rather enhanced her alabaster skin. Her dark, lustrous hair cascaded to her shoulders, revealing exquisitely defined collarbones, a youthful girl brimming with vitality. While I admired her, I harbored no superfluous thoughts, whether in my past life or this one. I have never favored overly intelligent women. Zhao Jin belonged to the exceptionally astute category. Her intellect and emotional acumen often led me to question whether she was truly Wu Jiyi's biological daughter. Brother-in-law, those who just passed were your colleagues. And they are related to Lu Xingqian, right? Zhao Jin's face bore a faint smile, her mischievous glint suggesting awareness of something. You approached me for a reason, did you not? I retorted, refraining from answering her question. Adhering to the vigilance of a professional cleaner, I trust no one who approaches me voluntarily, even if that person is deemed trustworthy in the original self's memory. Zhao Jin scrutinized me from head to toe, shook her head, and remarked, "You're not my brother-in-law. No, something is amiss with your current appearance. Were you perhaps disguising yourself in the past? The day your sister strayed, Chen Yipeng perished, and I emerged," I replied slowly, deliberately lowering my voice to avoid being overheard by Qianqian nearby. Zhao Jin's pupils widened slightly, a complex emotion flashing in her gaze as she said, "Brother-in-law, I'm sorry. I actually knew all along. It's all right, dear. We must keep certain secrets. After all, we cannot allow your elbow to point outward," I replied nonchalantly. Zhao Jin took a deep breath, concealing her expressions, and retrieved a black bag from her backpack, handing it to me. "The Xiao family has sent people to inspect your home. I've concealed these surveillance recordings in advance. It's best not to reveal them for now, as it would be difficult to explain should your aunt discover them," she stated. "Keep them for your own handling. Even if they are discovered, it matters little." I stretched lazily. Given Xiao Hongli's current mental state, even if Wu Ge learned the entirety of the truth, he would hardly dare to confront me. Zhao Jin's purpose in delivering the surveillance device, however, instilled a sense of caution within me. From her standpoint, such actions were decidedly uncharacteristic, especially since Wu Ge regarded her as his own daughter. An aunt capable of concealing deceit, treating me as if I were her own daughter, is fundamentally untrustworthy. If she can betray her own kin, what am I worth? Zhao Jin disregarded my indifference and instead seated herself beside me, her gaze directed towards the examination room. In a hushed tone, she remarked, "In your current state, I find I prefer you this way." Her words were so softly spoken that they were almost imperceptible. "What?" I feigned ignorance. "Nothing. I believe you should keep your sister close. She is the sole heir to your uncle's bloodline, the legitimate successor to his connections and status in Linhai. This will be greatly beneficial for your future. Previously, your uncle intended to return everything to the Xiao family, as your sister was only interested in art and her husband was unable to support her. However, now that the Xiao family has disappointed your uncle, it is rumored that your sister's infidelity may involve members of the Xiao family. Therefore, you should consider this carefully, especially since Qianqian is still so young." Zhao Jin articulated slowly. Zhao Jin displayed the eloquence of a skilled strategist. Most would likely be swayed by her words. I shook my head and replied, "Indeed. The benefits are immense, and to claim otherwise would be a falsehood. But have you ever contemplated the true nature of your sister? A foolish woman?" Zhao Jin retorted. "An unfaithful one. You have acknowledged that she is the successor to Xiao Changhe. What relevance does that hold for me? She has already betrayed once. How can you expect me to believe that, in the face of immense power and profit, she would remain steadfast? I scoffed. It is said that Wu Zetian, in her quest to undermine the empress, could turn against her own flesh and blood, sparing not even her own son once she ascended the throne. If Xiao Hongli were to taste power, who could guarantee she would not transform into another Wu Zetian? My insight was too profound, perhaps more than Zhao Jin's had anticipated. All she had spoken was mere conjecture. Regardless of how splendid the facade, its foundation rested upon the character of Xiao Hongli. Would you truly be willing to cast her aside? I have heard that many scions of noble families are eager to pursue her now that she is divorced. Are you not at all concerned? Zhao Jin asked with a smile. Let them try. I did not directly respond to Zhao Jin's, but a glint of cold intensity flashed in my eyes. As long as Xiao Changhe remains, it is premature to discuss inheritance. Much like an aging emperor would not pass the throne to the crown prince, not due to the latter's inadequacy, but rather because the desire for power is a fundamental aspect of human nature. If Xiao Changhe genuinely wished to cultivate Xiao Hongli, he would have begun his machinations a decade ago. Now, the rumors likely serve more to observe which specters would emerge. I do not trust Xiao Hongli, yet I refuse to allow her to be taken from me without consequence. After all, she is Qian Qian's mother. This involves not only matters of reputation but also of interest. Should this storm engulf me, navigating the intricate dynamics of power will necessitate reliance on the Xiao family. I cannot claim to rely on them, for a mountain can crumble. Ultimately, what I desire is the entirety of the Xiao family. You ought to fervently wish for my peaceful retirement. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to act otherwise. Brother-in-law, please be cautious. Zhao Jin's eyes were filled with melancholy. She wished to articulate her thoughts, but found herself at a loss for words. Let us proceed, I suggested, leading Qian Qian towards the testing station. There was no queue ahead, and I swiftly collected my daughter's hair sample, along with the one nestled within my embrace, and submitted them to the testing room. Zhao Jin, displaying remarkable intelligence, refrained from approaching and waited at the entrance, her gaze fixated on her little white shoes. Lost in contemplation. Chapter 85. The fragmented memories merge, payment made, receipt issued, and samples submitted for analysis. Throughout the entire testing process, I insisted that the samples remained within my line of sight, after which I completely destroyed all residual samples. Half an hour later, the results for both samples emerged, revealing no surprises. During that period, Xiao Hongli had indeed only been involved with the original self. I had anticipated a further bout of bloodshed, having prepared medication to regulate my heart's rhythm. However, to my astonishment, not only did the remnants of the original self not manifest, but a considerable array of memories seamlessly integrated into my own. These memories, originating from the original Gao Yipeng before the age of 18, flowed into my consciousness as if I had lived them myself. I endeavored to shield myself from the influence of these memories. Yet Zhao Jin perceptibly noted a significant transformation in me. Following the revelation of Xiao Hongli's infidelity, which was discovered by family members in a restaurant, I adopted an air of cold indifference. Most would attribute this to overwhelming anger, but Zhao Jin speculated it might stem from a psychological issue. Of course, the notion of traversing realities is so fantastical that anyone with rational thought would not entertain it. In Zhao Jin's eyes, I exuded a newfound humanity. Previously, I resembled a hedgehog, bristling with defensiveness at the approach of others. Now, I was akin to a blade sheath, markedly more restrained and gentle. My guise as a purveyor of truth might deceive the average person, yet Zhao Jin was far too familiar with me. Unbeknownst to me, this young woman possessed an understanding of the original self that surpassed even its own awareness. Do you remember how we first met, brother-in-law? Zhao Jin suddenly inquired. You came from our hometown to Linhai, and I went to fetch you. That was when you were about to begin high school, I recalled, sifting through my memories. Zhao Jin lifted her gaze to the overcast sky, as if time itself had rewound to that fateful day several years prior. It was an autumn evening. At the bus stop outside Linhai railway station, dark clouds loomed overhead, unleashing a torrential downpour that rapidly transformed the road into a torrent of water. Zhao Jin, clutching a simple backpack, took refuge beneath the bus shelter. Although she was sheltered from the rain, the biting wind left her shivering. Cars passing by splashed through the puddles, drenching her skirt and exacerbating her predicament. She had arrived early, without a phone, and could only wait for her aunt to come and collect her. Though she believed herself accustomed to solitude, the wave of helplessness that enveloped her at that moment was overwhelming. She harbored a peculiar yearning, contemplating whether, should she faint, someone might come to her aid. Even if it entailed certain unfortunate events, it would be preferable to enduring torment in such an environment. Suddenly, a silver sedan approached swiftly through the rain, its orange headlights piercing the downpour. As the vehicle neared the roadside, Zhao Jin's braced herself for a drenching. But to her surprise, the car decelerated abruptly and came to a gentle halt before her. "Are you Jins? I am your brother-in-law, Gao Yipeng. Your mother showed me your photograph. I apologize for my tardiness." A gentle male voice emanated from within the vehicle. Moments later, a man holding a pink umbrella stepped out. Zhao Jins lifted her gaze, taking in her brother-in-law's countenance for the first time. He was handsome, his face adorned with a sincere and affable smile. The pink umbrella, grasped by a man, inexplicably added a touch of humor to the scene, eliciting a subtle smile from Zhao Jins. Gao Yipeng awkwardly remarked, "This umbrella belongs to your sister. I lent my own to a friend. Come quickly, get in the car." He then positioned the umbrella over her head, exposing most of himself to the rain. The sound of raindrops pattering against the umbrella fabric filled her ears, and suddenly, Zhao Jins felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Longing to lean into this man's embrace and cry freely. This emotion surged unexpectedly. Despite having arrived 2 hours early, this man shifted all responsibility onto her shoulders. The small umbrella felt like the safest haven in the world, warming the most vulnerable corners of her heart. My nonchalant response failed to satisfy Zhao Jins. She hastily took a few steps back, turning to fix her gaze intently upon my face. "Hurry up, don't block the way," I replied, furrowing my brow in mild annoyance. I had no desire to become entangled in any emotional complications with Zhao Jins. Dealing with Xiao Jinyin and Xiao Hongli was already enough trouble. I merely wished to enjoy a peaceful retirement. "Brother-in-law, I will help you." Zhao Jins pursed her lips, a fleeting smile brightening her face before she joyfully dashed away. I paid little heed to her words, gripping Qianqian's hand as I hastened toward the hospital ward. Concurrently, I sensed a familiar gaze lurking behind me, reminiscent of a previous encounter outside the psychiatric department, fixated intently on my back. At that moment, I had no inclination to engage, as I had just assimilated the original memories. I felt an urgent need to contact Rongxin and Father Chen. Beep, beep, beep. Rongxin's call went unanswered, stirring a pang of worry within me. This sensation was foreign, for I had never been concerned for anyone. Yet now, I found myself apprehensive, which felt like a vulnerability, a chink in my armor. I loathed this feeling, yet it was also exhilarating, a completely new experience. Next, I tried calling Father Chen. And this time, the call connected swiftly. "Hello, it's the eldest," he slurred, clearly inebriated and unaware of his surroundings. Just as I was about to inquire about the situation, the phone was snatched away, and Rongxin's voice came through. "Hello? What is the matter?" she asked irritably. I was met with a sharp retort, and rather naturally I inquired, "Mother, where are you and father?" I mentioned that I would visit them shortly, curious about whom my father was sharing drinks with. At that moment, I felt as if I truly were Rongxin, the son of Chen's father. The sense of estrangement I had experienced upon my arrival had completely dissipated. The memories of the original self, accumulated over 18 years, coalesced within me, as if I had indeed traversed those 18 years and had become the son of 18. "It's nothing much. Your father has encountered some friends, so we shall not return to the hotel tonight. You should take care of yourself," Rongxin said impatiently. "By the way, it's quite chilly this evening. Make sure to add an extra layer for Qianqian, and don't let her eat anything unwholesome." "All right, I'm hanging up." As she ended the call, I keenly detected the voice of a woman on the other end. "Auntie, do try this shrimp. I've peeled it for you." Chapter 86. Does maternal love fade? Upon hearing the beeping sound on the phone, I felt somewhat dazed. After all, I had just jumped from a building, and not long ago. Rongxin's demeanor had been quite different. Could love truly shift, or even vanish? I couldn't help but reflect on whether I had perhaps overstepped my bounds. And I was troubled by the question of where Rongxin and the others were, especially since there was a woman's voice on the line. Although Rongxin's tone seemed intimate, I had no recollection of her having relatives or friends in Linhai. Zhao Jins and I returned to the hospital ward, and to my surprise, I spotted Wu Gu and Xiao Hongli among others preparing to leave. Upon seeing me, Xiao Hongli's eyes brightened, and she promptly alighted from the vehicle, albeit slowly due to her physical discomfort, instinctively cradling her abdomen. As she approached me, she unconsciously gathered her disheveled hair and gently tugged down on her newly changed dress. Perhaps not only to smooth out the wrinkles but also to test my resolve. I endeavored to divert my gaze from her porcelain-like decolletage and asked, Are you leaving already? Husband, let's go home. I'm not accustomed to staying here, and you might be uncomfortable as well, Xiao Hongli murmured softly. Didn't you just undergo surgery? You should remain in the hospital to recuperate, I replied. In truth, I felt a twinge of sympathy for this woman before me. After all, we bore no animosity towards one another, had it not been for the overwhelming influence of the original self's memories before its demise. I likely would not have been concerned about any infidelity. Of course, had I not appeared, knowing Chen Yisong as I did, it was likely that this original self's brother would have wreaked havoc upon the Xiao family, enacting a true tale of Wu Song avenging his sister-in-law. Ascending to Liangshan at night. Upon mentioning her surgery, Xiao Hongli's complexion paled, and a look of regret and anguish flickered in her eyes. Her hands clenched tightly, her nails digging into her palms. I had no intention of being sarcastic, and noticing Wu Ji's pleading gaze, I hastily changed the subject. Very well. If we are to go home, you should return to the villa to rest, while I take Qianqian back to our home. Mommy, I miss you so much. Daddy is the worst. He just pulled my hair. At that moment, Qianqian leaped into Xiao Hongli's embrace, nuzzling her mother with her little head, erupting into fits of giggles. Xiao Hongli tightly embraced her daughter, tears streaming down her face as she looked at me with a pleading gaze. I know you despise me now and wish to avoid my presence. Could you please allow my daughter to live with me for the time being? I promise to take good care of her. Yes, Qianqian hasn't had a chance to be close to her mother for a long time. I've arranged for a nanny at the villa, Yipeng, so you need not worry, Wu Ge quickly interjected. No, mother, please do not send a nanny. I will take care of Qianqian myself. I must learn to be a good mother, Xiao Hongli asserted firmly. I found myself unable and unwilling to deprive a mother of her love for her child. After a moment of silence, I responded, very well. Let Qianqian stay with you for now. However, the current situation is precarious. We must consider that the threats against us likely extend beyond just the Zhu family. You must protect Qianqian. If anything occurs, call me immediately. Should I discover that you engage in actions unbefitting a mother in front of the child again, you will face the consequences. I referred to the incident where Xiao Hongli had allowed Lu Xingchen into the house. Although it appeared to be a misunderstanding, I feared that their daughter might perceive it differently. Parents should always set an example for their children, avoiding actions that could lead to misunderstanding. I am one who is lenient with myself yet strict with others. I feel ashamed. I reflect upon my actions. I must maintain a distance from Xiao Jinyan in front of Qianqian moving forward. Darling, rest assured, there will never be a second chance. Xiao Hongli spoke slowly, her seriousness evident, her beautiful eyes seemingly capable of holding only my reflection. Under such an intense gaze, I found myself compelled to avert my eyes. Redirecting my attention to Xiao Jinyan, Wu Ge, noticing this, felt a sense of helplessness and suggested, Jinyan, please assist Yipeng in tidying up the house. We will let Hongli return in a few days. What a formidable ex-mother-in-law she is, mastering psychological tactics with finesse. Thus, our party boarded the car headed home, with bodyguard vehicles trailing closely behind. Xiao Hongli insisted on sitting next to me. To avoid being too close, I positioned Qianqian between us. Xiao Jinyan occupied the front passenger seat, occasionally glancing at me in the rearview mirror, her expression a blend of shyness and an indescribable sorrow. Throughout the journey, Xiao Hongli sought conversation, prompting Qianqian to sing again, which brought tears to everyone in the vehicle. Just before we alighted, Xiao Hongli suddenly hugged me tightly, as if to merge our bodies into one, greedily inhaling the scent of my clothes. I was truly exhausted by this behavior. However, just as I was about to lose my temper, she released her grip. Husband, tomorrow I'd like to take Qianqian on a day off, so we can all visit the amusement park together, shall we? Xiao Hongli proposed, her misty eyes captivating, evoking an indescribable sense of pity. All right, we can request a leave from kindergarten. I will speak to Teacher Gua. I glanced at Qianqian's hopeful eyes, and the words of refusal caught in my throat. Although she was the daughter of the original body, I was still willing to embrace the role and responsibilities of a father. I had never experienced fatherhood, but I could learn. Naturally, having a child of my own would be even more fulfilling. Wu Ge listened, feeling a deep pang of sympathy, and advised, perhaps it would be prudent to wait a few days. Your health cannot withstand this. She added, your father is likely to return soon, and we can all go together then. As a mother, her heart ached for her daughter, and Xiao Hongli was beginning to share that sentiment. She turned and embraced her mother, assuring her, Mom, do not worry. The doctor has prescribed medication, and I am currently in no distress. That will not do. We must first go to the villa where I will prepare a nourishing medicinal dish for you, insisted Xiao Jinyan. Yipeng, it is settled then. I shall have Xiao Yun come to fetch you tomorrow, Wu Ge declared. The former mother-in-law acted unilaterally, not consulting me at all. Perhaps she believed that having Xiao Jinyan accompany me home was sufficient compensation. Xiao Hongli had transformed entirely. Before departing, she boldly planted a kiss on my cheek, leaving a distinct imprint of her lips. I felt utterly helpless. That woman, Su Rui, had diagnosed me as possessing a second personality of schizophrenia. Yet, it seemed to me that Xiao Hongli was the one truly displaying signs of mental fragmentation. However, her newfound maternal instincts might prove beneficial for her unfortunate daughter, Qianqian. Yipeng, I will first go to the supermarket to buy some groceries and prepare a lovely meal for you tonight, Xiao Jinyan said, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Let us go together, Jinyan, I replied, stretching as the fatigue of the past few days seemed to dissipate. Chapter 87. The mysterious surveillance at home. The ominous clouds lingering over Lehigh City showed no signs of dispersing, casting the entire city into a chasm of gloom. A steady drizzle brought a chill, the droplets glinting like fishing lines under the streetlights. Xiao Jinyan and I gathered a multitude of supplies at the supermarket before embarking on our journey home. Wu Ge had arranged for 2 bodyguards from a local security firm to accompany us. They appeared imposing, but were merely a facade to deter minor troubles. The true elite dispatched by the Xiao family had already been withdrawn, which was a source of ire for Xiao Changhe. Neither Xiao Changhe nor Zhu Guide were present in Lehigh. Instead, they were engaged in negotiations at a location designated by an intermediary. Such discussions were bound to be protracted, involving intricate dealings that could affect countless lives at the grassroots level. Upon our return to the home shared with Xiao Hongli, mere days away felt like an eternity. A familiar yet foreign sensation enveloped me. Xiao Jinyan was more adept at navigating the household than I, swiftly and efficiently placing our purchases in the kitchen, then kneeling to untie my shoelaces and helping me into my slippers. The gentle and nurturing Xiao Jinyan seemed to truly regard me as her support. Thank you. A warm sensation blossomed within me, prompting me to gently embrace her soft, curvaceous form. Xiao Jinyan stiffened, unable to move, her cheeks flushing with a rosy hue, resembling a young girl filled with dreams of romance. For a full 5 minutes, my mind was a blank canvas, consumed only by the sensation of her body. Soft as cotton candy and pleasantly fragrant, compelling me to inhale deeply. It is time to eat. Xiao Jinyan could feel her cheeks burning fiercely, her legs weak and almost unable to support her. Afraid of embarrassing herself, she hurriedly pushed me away. At that moment, she resembled a cooked shrimp. Her face and neck flushed a deep shade of pink. Noticing her troubled expression in the car, I sought to alleviate her embarrassment by changing the subject. Well, my mother has severed our adoptive relationship, and I will now have a separate household registration. She believes being associated with you would tarnish my reputation. Xiao Jinyan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her eyelids reddening as if they might spill over at any moment, evoking a sense of compassion in those who beheld her. After all, she had called someone mother for decades, and suddenly being cast out of her home must have filled her with a profound sense of anxiety that she could only express in my presence. All right, stop crying. My former mother-in-law's concerns weigh heavily on my heart. I used my sleeve to gently dab at her eyes, continuing, this is not about your reputation. It is clearly for the sake of the Xiao family and her precious daughter. If I were truly intent on inheriting Xiao Chang's estate, I would have to be with Xiao Hongli. She is currently employing a subtle strategy against me as well. How can you address him by his name? That is exceedingly impolite. Please refrain from doing so in the future. Xiao Jinyan seemed unable to grasp the crux of the matter. Truth be told, her intellect appeared less sharp than that of Xiao Hongli, giving her a somewhat adorably naive air. Perhaps describing a woman in her 30s as adorably naive is not entirely fitting, yet given Xiao Jinyan's current beauty and demeanor, it seemed appropriate. You must treat Hongli well. I have already wronged her enough. From now on, consider me your housekeeper. I shall serve you for a lifetime, Xiao Jinyan said gently yet with remarkable determination. A headache began to form as I pondered what sort of enchantment my former mother-in-law had cast upon this woman before me. However, I understood that the current circumstances were not conducive to a confrontation. In truth, I had no reason to do so, as I was the one benefiting from the situation. Wu Ge had even put a new villa in my name, the very place where Xiao Hongli and Qianqian resided, and had prepaid a decade's worth of maintenance fees. Now, as long as I spoke up, I could have anything I desired materially, Wu Jiyi's implicit demand was merely that I ensure her daughter did not suffer. Xiao Jinyan turned to the kitchen to prepare a meal, while I reluctantly carried the document folder into the study. The study had remained largely unchanged since I last visited. But as I settled into the chair, I sensed something amiss. A prickling sensation crept along my spine. I was being monitored. My mind raced with this realization. In my previous life, I occasionally dabbled in assassination and corporate espionage, but my primary role was as a cleaner, which necessitated dealing with surveillance. The ability to detect covert monitoring was a unique talent of mine, honed through years of experience. I quickly pinpointed the location of the surveillance devices in their blind spots, then seized the opportunity to grab a cup of coffee and conducted a thorough sweep of the house. There were 2 cameras in the living room, one in the bedroom, and another in the study. The individual who set up the surveillance was both cautious and principled, notably refraining from placing any devices in the bathroom. I entered the restroom with a folder in hand, lowered the toilet seat, and seated myself, inserting 2 storage cards into my phone. Within my abode, I had strategically placed 10 cameras, 8 of which were common models available on the market. Although discreetly arranged, I intentionally left them partially visible to obscure the presence of the remaining 2 cameras. One was a smartphone, prominently positioned on my desk, capable of operating for 72 hours while continuously recording. The other camera was ingeniously concealed within the body of a teddy bear belonging to Qianqian, with one of the bear's eyes serving as the lens, powered by a small charger and placed on the living room sofa, directly facing the entrance. To prevent signal detection, I utilized the most antiquated surveillance storage cards, which emitted no signals. I am one who prefers to be prepared for any eventuality, always keeping a contingency plan in mind. As I anticipated, the contents of the storage cards brought me unexpected delight. The timestamp indicated it was yesterday afternoon, led by Xiaoyun. A group of 5 utilized professional equipment to search for listening devices, primarily relying on wireless transmission signals for location tracking. Zhao Jin's had already concealed the surveillance. And coupled with their underestimation of someone employing such antiquated recording devices for clandestine filming, they returned empty-handed. I observed that after the other 4 departed, Xiaoyun turned back into the house. The camera within the teddy bear had a limited field of view, failing to capture specific details. Yet the home cameras were undoubtedly connected to Xiaoyun. During that segment of audio, only one piece of information stood out. Xiaoyun received a phone call in the study. Yes, young miss, I will return to the hospital immediately. The term young miss carries a certain significance. To my knowledge, the only individuals in the Xiao family who fit this title, besides Xiao Jinyan, are Xiao Hongli. The former possesses this possibility, yet I trust my judgment. Xiao Jinyan is genuinely innocent. If she could deceive me, it would indicate her acting skills are extraordinary. As for Xiao Hongli, it seems unlikely. If she were so scheming, she wouldn't have been so easily manipulated. Chapter 88. The subtle schemes of my wife while lost in thought. My phone chimed with a few notifications, revealing a short video recorded by Xiao Hongli. Daddy, have you eaten? Mommy made me noodles today, along with tomatoes. Mommy also asked me what I usually eat, saying she will cook for me from now on. Qianqian excitedly relayed, holding her bowl. The so-called noodles were merely boiled in water with a few vegetables, and the tomatoes were likely chopped and tossed into cook. The mix appeared unappetizing, yet Qianqian relished every bite, perhaps due to it being her first taste of her mother's cooking. As the phone camera turned, it captured Xiao Hongli beside Qianqian. This woman had shed her exquisite gown, donning what seemed to be one of my shirts, which hung loosely on her. Nevertheless, even a men's shirt could not conceal her statuesque figure, particularly her 2 straight, strong, and fair legs beneath the shirt. No matter how reluctant I was to admit it, I could not bear to miss a single moment of such a splendid sight. Xiao Hongli is undoubtedly intentional in her actions, however. Her face betrays a semblance of guilt as she softly murmurs, I'm sorry, my dear husband. This is my first attempt at cooking. It didn't turn out very well. Could you perhaps teach me tomorrow? I responded with a message, and she replied almost instantaneously. After our trip to the amusement park, we can return home to cook together. I'm truly sorry, my love. I had no idea that household chores could be so arduous. What a surprise. She insists on monopolizing my entire day, perhaps with the ulterior motive of persuading me to stay over. I feel that going to the amusement park was a mistake. I suggested to Qianqian that, given the recent inclement weather, with frequent rain, it would be better to wait for a sunny day. There's a new indoor amusement park in the city, and I've already booked tickets, dear. Please don't let Qianqian down, all right? Xiao Hongli's voice was gentle. I nearly hurled my phone in frustration, Based on the memories of the original body, how many of my daughter's birthdays had I missed? And how many family gatherings had I treated with indifference? Today, she dares to speak to me with such sarcasm? Though I am not the original Gao Yipeng. This body certainly is. Fine. See you tomorrow, I replied, suppressing my anger. If it weren't for Qianqian's presence, I might have taken the opportunity to retaliate against her with a few sharp words. I composed myself and sent greetings to Rongxin and Father Qin, but received no response. My mood remained sour. Subsequently, I extracted the documents from the folder in my hand, which contained brief notes concerning the enticement of Xiao Hongli to stray. My suspicions regarding Xiao Yun have intensified. If she had any hand in this information, it likely would lack any valuable intelligence. The surveillance at the Lehigh Hotel has been thoroughly destroyed, leaving no possibility for restoration. However, it can be linked to Zhu Zitao. The Lehigh Hotel is a significant asset of the Zhu family, and without evidence, retaliation is unfeasible. The conflicts among prominent families typically adhere to established rules, which include no assassinations, no harming the innocent, and no revenge without evidence. Of course, these rules are set by the powerful, and until one possesses the capability to breach them, such rules serve as a protective shield. Xiao Changhe is a man of principle, even when wronged years ago. He refrained from retaliating without concrete evidence. This is part of the reason for his enduring stability over the years, when conflicts arise between certain families. He is often called upon to mediate. Next, I examined the intelligence regarding Zhu Zitao, who suddenly returned from England to the Empire 6 months ago, primarily engaging in foreign trade and taking over the Zhu family's clothing processing factory. In the memories of the original body, Zhu Zitao has always maintained a low profile, typical of those raised in prominent families. Regardless of their private conduct, they invariably present themselves as refined and courteous gentlemen, never exhibiting arrogance or engaging in actions that would tarnish their family's reputation. Thus, the original body only harbored vague suspicions following the injury, never possessing the evidence to substantiate them, primarily because Zhu Zitao's disguise was impeccable. It was common knowledge within the university that Zhu Zitao was pursuing Xiao Hongli. Yet the original Gao Yipeng, undeterred by skepticism, became infatuated the moment Xiao Hongli showed any inclination. At that time, I found myself rather admiring Xiao Hongli's willingness to sacrifice her marriage as a form of compensation. At least she possessed the courage to take responsibility for her actions. Subsequently, regarding the information about Fisher and the bar, it was merely a thin sheet of paper. It revealed that the bar owner, Mr. Liu, had rented the establishment to a young man that day, and neither the bartender nor the waitstaff were from the bar itself. Mr. Liu mentioned that the other party had paid a considerable sum, and since there were no losses the following day, he paid little mind to it. As for the bar's surveillance equipment, it had all been taken away by the other party, leaving nothing behind. Fisher was unable to locate this individual. A comparison of appearances yielded no results throughout the entire empire, as if he had materialized from thin air. The so-called mother of Lu Xingqian has been confirmed as a mental patient, currently begging on the streets for survival. All traces had been meticulously cleaned, with no flaws remaining. Yet, this excessive cleanliness raised suspicions. It was utterly improbable that such an endeavor could be executed without assistance, particularly for this information to hold credibility. It must be submitted by someone whom both Wu Ge and Xiao Changhe trusted to avoid further scrutiny. Thus, there could only be one answer. I couldn't help but smirk. I must say, these individuals were woefully inept, thinking I was merely a fish on the chopping block for slaughter. In Journey to the West, which monster is the most formidable? Clearly, it is the one with backing. Currently, my greatest support comes from Wu Ge and the Xiao family. As the other party was evidently targeting me, why should I step forward? In the end, I was merely implicated by the Xiao family, and I felt entirely justified in my stance. Hello, mother, have you eaten? I have something to inquire. Today, I discovered someone installing surveillance at home. Was that your arrangement? Oh no, I was suspicious of Xiao Hongli's infidelity, so I had a camera set up. It captured Xiao Yun. Isn't she one of yours? All right. I will send it to you right away. Please address it quickly, or I won't be able to sleep soundly. I chuckled as I spoke to Wu Ge, then promptly packaged and sent the audio and video files. Wu Ge replied swiftly, seemingly anxious, urging me not to speak to anyone and assuring me that he would handle the matter immediately. Upon emerging from the restroom, my legs felt somewhat numb. I sat down, gazing at the feast before me, taking a deep breath. How delightful! The diligent Xiao Jinyan was still busily attending to her tasks, even pouring me a beer and urging me to eat without worrying about her. Meanwhile, she changed the sheets and bedding in the bedroom and washed the undergarments I had changed out of at the hospital. Chapter 89. A life of comfort now under surveillance. I refrained from engaging in any ambiguous behavior with Xiao Jinyan in the living room, yet this meal was immensely satisfying. In my previous life, I lived in constant trepidation. I had wealth aplenty and women in abundance, yet I dared not linger too long in one place. Relationships were fleeting, and after intimacy, one had to remain vigilant against the possibility of an ulterior motive. This prolonged lifestyle had left me mentally exhausted. However, individuals like me could never truly halt. The underworld is a realm of perpetual entrance with no exit. Gurgle, gurgle. As the last sip of beer settled in my stomach, I let out a satisfied burp. Just as I set down the glass, a knock echoed on the door, neither too soft nor too heavy. To my surprise, it was Wu Gu herself, accompanied by several technical experts from the Public Security Bureau, all of considerable rank. Wu Gu gestured for silence, and the experts promptly began to jam all wireless signals in the entire unit, methodically dismantling the surveillance equipment. They proceeded to analyze the monitoring frequencies, pinpointing the location of the signal transmission from the observers. Xiao Jinyan stood at the doorway, bewildered, and Wu Gu shot her a glare that sent her back into the bedroom, too intimidated to emerge. I shook my head in confusion, muttering, "Why must you do this? Once the surveillance signals disappear, they will undoubtedly receive notice." I had anticipated that Wu Gu would concoct a reason for us to stay elsewhere, perhaps even directly at the villa where Xiao Hongli resided. Wu Gu seemed to read my thoughts and stated solemnly, "From now until the next 2 hours, all signals in the block will be jammed under the guise of maintenance on the signal tower." My earlier caution was merely to prevent any alternative means of communication. "You know the message you sent. That is all that matters. I will explain everything to you later. But remember, not a word of this should leave your lips. And do not involve yourself further. Your actions have been wise. I appreciate your cleverness. You and Jinyan continue your meal. I must take my leave." Wu Ji's actions perplexed me. She appeared anxious, like a fisherman eager to catch before the net was fully spread. To be honest, regardless of her intentions, the likelihood of failure loomed large, as the opposing party was already in disarray. The arrival was swift, and the departure equally so. Xiao Jinyan emerged, her complexion pale, cautiously observing me without inquiring about the specifics. After we had eaten and drunk our fill, Xiao Jinyan prepared a warm bath in the tub. The bathroom was enveloped in a soft mist, with a plethora of white bubbles floating atop the water's surface, and a delicate scent of soap wafted through the air. I submerged myself in the water, feeling an overwhelming sense of comfort that nearly lulled me into slumber. Moments later, clad only in a white bathrobe, Xiao Jinyan entered. The warm air of the bathroom flushed her cheeks, and she struggled to maintain her composure as she steadied herself. In her hands, she carried a tray adorned with freshly cut fruits and a beverage to alleviate the effects of alcohol. Although I had only consumed a single bottle of beer, I now felt as though I were thoroughly intoxicated. Xiao Jinyan had been cultivated by Wu Gu to serve the Xiao family, and the essence of tending to her husband's daily needs was ingrained in her very being. Even such ordinary service overwhelmed me with a sense of happiness, let alone the forthcoming bathing and massage, which sent my blood pressure soaring. In the end, the line I dared not cross was still held back by the wretched Sima Zhong. What Xiao Jinyan was doing could be tentatively interpreted as the role of a caretaker. Yet the emotional complexities remained. Although I understood that Xiao Jinyan would not mind, the days ahead were long, and I was not so desperate as to compromise my dignity. After a relaxing bath, Xiao Jinyan's once fair skin now glowed with a delicate pink hue. Her enchanting eyes shimmered with a veil of mist, while the towel that clung to her form could barely conceal her figure. She hurriedly made her way to Qianqian's room. I was the last to emerge, nonchalantly reclining on the bed in the master bedroom. This bed, which Gao Yipeng had not graced with his presence for several months, still faintly carried the unique scent of Xiao Hongli, despite the freshly laundered sheets and bedding. Enveloped in this fragrance, my mind began to wander, especially after indulging in a bubble bath. Upon reflection, I realized how foolish I had been, driven by the memories of the original body to seek revenge. Yet, the original self showed no appreciation, instead proving to be a hindrance. What significance did my actions hold, particularly the act of swapping specimens, which was undoubtedly the most foolish decision of my career, nearly compelling me to leap from a building alongside Xiao Hongli. The body I inhabited before my journey through time was likely reduced to ashes. If the Xiao family discovered my series of maneuvers, I would surely lose this body as well. At 10:30 in the evening, the signals in the neighborhood returned to normal. I refrained from calling Wu Gu. As long as he did not provoke me, I had no interest in him. However, my phone suddenly buzzed with delayed images. Upon opening them, I nearly lost my composure. The subject of the photographs was Xiao Hongli, reclining on the sofa in a light purple silk nightgown that accentuated her flawless figure, radiating an astonishing allure. I could not deny her beauty. Had I not witnessed the videos of her with Lu Xingqian, I might have been tempted to explore some emotional entanglement with her. Unlike the gourd-shaped physique of Xiao Jinyan, Xiao Hongli possessed a taller, more proportionate figure, making her exceedingly photogenic and irresistibly enticing. The remaining selfies showcased various styles of stockings, each emphasizing allure. Xiao Hongli, what madness has overtaken you? If you had dealt with the original self in such a manner from the beginning, I would not have needed to intervene. I shook my head with a wry smile and closed my phone, preparing for sleep. Just as I shut my eyes, I was startled by the sound of alarms and sharp crackling noises from the street. Instinctively, I leapt from the bed, hastily dressing and peering through the curtain. The familiar sharp sounds were unmistakably gunshots. Someone dared to fire a weapon in the city. A wave of unease washed over me, reminiscent of my former mother-in-law's warnings. I first called Rongxin. The elderly couple had already retired for the night. After answering, the old lady scolded me, her growing disdain evident. Next, I called Xiao Hongli, who answered almost immediately. Darling, is there something wrong? Her voice was cautious yet tinged with a hint of delight. How are things on your end? I asked in a low tone. All is well. I just told Qianqian a story, and she has just fallen asleep. You have truly endured much over the years. Xiao Hongli replied with her nonsensical chatter. Chapter 90. Trouble approaches. Xiao Hongli remained blissfully unaware of my impatience, continuing her incessant chatter on the phone. Darling, I saw the fairy tale stories you bought for Qianqian. They are wonderful. I had no idea she understood so many tales, yet it seems Qianqian still prefers your storytelling. All right, please be careful tonight. Is your bodyguard nearby? I inquired with a furrowed brow. Yes, but Mom has replaced them with a new batch, all female, none male. Xiao Hongli quickly clarified. She now spoke with utmost caution, and even I couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity for her. Never mind. Consider it part of caring for the sick. Make sure to rest, and remember to foster Qianqian's independence. Don't let her sleep with you. My tone softened slightly as I spoke. Xiao Hongli initially failed to grasp my intent, mistakenly believing I was criticizing her, which pained her heart. However, upon detecting the gentleness in my voice, she brightened. Darling, see you tomorrow, she exclaimed joyfully. She had transformed entirely, akin to a renewed Xiao Hongli, even exaggerating her response to my words as if they were divine commands. Of course, I remained oblivious, interpreting it merely as a woman who, after straying, sought redemption and reconciliation with her family and husband. Yipeng, I hear you. Why are you still awake? Xiao Jinyan's voice drifted in from outside the door. Nothing much. Just heard some noises. It seems chaos is brewing in Linhai. I replied indifferently. I retrieved a box of cigarettes from the bedside table, one that had languished in the study drawer for an indeterminate time, the accompanying matches having succumbed to moisture, failing to ignite despite several attempts. Suddenly, a brass lighter was placed beneath my cigarette, and a flickering orange flame sprang to life, igniting the tobacco. The smoke wafted upward, filling the air with a faint scent of tobacco. Xiao Jinyan set down the lighter, concern etched on her face as she advised, Is something troubling you? You should smoke less. It's detrimental to your health. My apologies, I forgot you dislike the smell of smoke. I shook my head, instinctively crushing the cigarette with my thumb and forefinger, the burn on my skin akin to a mere mosquito bite. Xiao Jinyan hastily pried my hand away, and once reassured there was no harm, she relaxed. Your body is your own. You mustn't treat it so poorly. Indeed. How wonderful it would be if life could remain this tranquil, I mused, gazing out at the city of Linhai shrouded in darkness. It's splendid right now. Having you here makes it so, Xiao Jinyan said, tucking her hair behind her ear and offering me a gentle smile. For some, that night was destined to be long. But for me, it became a treasure to cherish for a lifetime. Before 5 o'clock the next morning, Xiao Jinyan, dragging her weary form, entered the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Knowing my fondness for wontons filled with shrimp, she had prepped fresh river shrimp and began to knead the dough. Each step was executed with meticulous care, as if these were not mere wontons, but rather an infusion of her heartfelt emotions. At 7 in the morning, Xiao Jinyan roused me from slumber. The dining table was adorned with that day's newspaper, steaming wontons, and the fragrant sesame cakes, freshly baked from the renowned establishment at the street corner. which Xiao Jinyan had braved the light rain to procure after walking several hundred meters. After completing my morning routine, I sat down at the table, enveloped in a moment of daze. Whether in this life or the last, whether from my own memories or those of my previous incarnation, Gao Yipeng, I had never felt such comfort. How I wished Xiao Hongli possessed even half of this nurturing spirit. This peculiar thought flickered through my mind, only to be swiftly extinguished. This woman has caused much trouble. If not for Qianqian, I would truly prefer to keep my distance. Unbeknownst to me, my demeanor had transformed significantly compared to my past life. I had developed a deeper sense of humanity, learning to consider others. This change is indeed a blessing, allowing me to savor life without the weight of exhaustion. Yet, it also implies a diminished vigilance towards the dangers that may lie ahead. The wontons were delectable, perfectly seasoned, and the sesame cakes left a lingering aroma on my palate. As I unfolded the newspaper, my actions halted abruptly upon encountering the headline, my brow furrowing with concern. Breaking news: a fierce gun battle erupted on North Street last night, resulting in multiple injuries among sheriffs and security personnel. The chief of the security bureau was present on the scene when he was shot and is currently receiving emergency treatment in the hospital. The investigation has been taken over by the bureau. Reports indicate that the assailants are armed militants from abroad, linked to several international incidents. The fewer the words, the graver the situation. These few lines consumed half of the newspaper, accompanied by numerous photographs from the scene, showcasing spent bullet casings, bloodstains on the ground, and the pained expressions of injured security personnel on stretchers. What transpired last night? I squinted, murmuring to myself, then hastily finished the last of my wontons. Just as I set down my spoon, my phone rang. It was my former mother-in-law, Wu Ge. Mother, has the situation been resolved? I inquired. The situation is dire. What was supposed to be an arrest operation devolved into a gunfight. Pressure from above is mounting, and I must consult your father, she replied. Stay put in Linghai and do not wander. I've left you a few things as a token of compensation. Please keep an eye on Hongli. I'll provide you with a new phone number. Use this for urgent matters. Wu Ge spoke swiftly, yet her tone remained calm, suggesting that the events of the previous day had not deeply unsettled her. Has Xiaoyan been dealt with? I continued to probe. After a brief silence, Wu Ge responded. Currently, there is no way to handle her. She is a disciple of Qiu Qiye and one of the key figures controlling the underground forces of the Xiao family in Linghai. Without solid evidence, we cannot proceed. However, my purpose in consulting your father is to discuss the situation regarding Xiaoyun with Qiu Qiye. For now, she will not seek you out, should she appear. The Investigation Bureau will promptly initiate arrest procedures. This is an official action, and the Xiao family has no authority to intervene. Is Qiu Qiye trustworthy? I inquired. Trustworthy. That is precisely why Xiao Yun's case bears scrutiny. I need to clarify this matter in person, Wu Ge affirmed. The classic scheme of using another's hand to eliminate an adversary. Perhaps Wu Ge was aware from the outset of the internal strife within the Xiao family, which led him to leverage his connections to prompt an investigation. However, this maneuver inevitably incurs the cost of some relational capital, an intangible asset that diminishes with each use. Wu Ji's succinct remarks reveal a profound and irreparable rift between the Xiao family and Xiao Chang'e, a discord likely rooted in the contentious fund that has now drawn the scrutiny of various factions, leaving all parties hesitant to act rashly. Half an hour later, I reclined on the sofa, watching the morning news, yet my gaze was inexorably drawn to the woman in the living room. Xiao Jinyan, the poised and mature beauty, had just finished mopping the floor, beads of sweat cascading down her cheeks. She felt as though she were trapped in a furnace, her clothing seemingly transparent. Fortunately, the doorbell rang just in time, prompting her to flee to answer it. A middle-aged man clad in a light gray jacket entered, accompanied by two younger individuals. The leader introduced himself as Zhang Xiang, a lawyer appointed by Wu Ge, who also serves as the legal advisor to Xiao Chang'e and will henceforth oversee any legal matters concerning me. Zhang, adorned with spectacles, exuded a scholarly demeanor and possessed an unremarkable appearance, the kind that would easily blend into a crowd. His attitude was humble and exceedingly polite, quite different from the imposing lawyers I had encountered before, which instinctively raised my doubts about his capabilities. Nevertheless, I trusted Wu Ji's judgment. This man was undoubtedly extraordinary. He presented a share transfer agreement, indicating that upon signing, I would acquire 5% of the company's shares, with the transferor being the general manager, Wang Wei, and the transferee left blank. Intriguingly, while the paperwork seemed in order, I recalled that share transfers typically required a shareholders' meeting and a vote. I inquired curiously. Wugu has already taken care of that. In addition to the share transfer agreement, there is also an agreement for share custody. From today onwards, you will hold 10% of Ms. Xiao Hongli's shares in the company, effectively making you the second largest shareholder. Congratulations, Zhang Xiang remarked with a smile. A stake in the company valued at over $1 billion was laid before me, particularly intriguing given the nature of the investment. It became evident that Wugu intended to bind me to Xiao Hongli. The so-called compensation offered was, at its core, merely a transaction devoid of romantic entanglements. This would compel me to return to the company and assert myself. I chuckled and proceeded to sign both agreements. This compensation was transparent and starkly contrasted with the toxic fund presented by Xiao Chang'e. As long as I was willing to remain passive, the dividends alone could ensure a lifetime of comfort. Wang Wei, having been promoted by Xiao Chang'e, bore responsibility for not safeguarding Xiao Hongli within the company, which justified the repercussions he faced. However, the origin of Xiao Hongli's 10% share remained a question. In the memories of her original self, Xiao Hongli certainly did not possess shareholder status, indicating that this 10% stake was acquired only in recent days. The company's equity structure is intricate. Even the largest shareholder holds no more than 30%, while the remaining shares are predominantly held on behalf of other factions, with a minority retained within the market and by a few key personnel of the company. Congratulations again, Mr. Chen. Here is my business card. Feel free to reach out to me for any legal matters, Zhang Xiang said, presenting a business card with both hands and smiling. After bidding them farewell at the door and securing the agreement, I felt no sudden excitement at the prospect of newfound wealth, nor did I entertain thoughts of flaunting my status as the second largest shareholder within the company. Such actions are the folly of children. My current focus is to patiently await and observe. While these shares appear to hold considerable value, the agreement stipulates that they cannot be traded for 10 years. In truth, until the dividend period arrives, this agreement holds no monetary worth for me. Of course, I could join the board of directors or appoint my own financial personnel within the company, but I have no desire to pursue such avenues. My previous life was exhausting. In this lifetime, my primary objective is to savor life as pleasures. Power is much like an addictive poison, though perspectives on it vary, as do current goals. Perhaps, after some time, my views may shift, but the act of choosing itself is a source of joy in life. Xiao Jingyan, noticing the time, urged me to hurry and pick up Xiao Hongli and Chan Qian, cautioning me not to arrive too late. She had already prepared a brand new custom suit for me, and my shoes were polished to a shine that reflected an image. With an umbrella in hand, she readied to escort me out. A man must always present himself with dignity. You are the pride of us women. Remember to spend ample time with Hongli and Chan Qian. Do not rush back, she advised, smoothing out the wrinkles in my attire and adjusting my tie. How could I not return? I replied, unable to resist embracing this gentle and devoted woman, grateful for her efforts the previous night and for her thoughtful concern now. Meanwhile, in the Changhe Villa district, Xiao Hongli suddenly awoke from a nightmare, feeling as though countless tendrils were ensnaring her, desperately pulling her into the abyss. A profound sense of suffocation overwhelmed her, compelling her to instinctively gasp for air. She instinctively reached out beside her, finding the sheets cold. A glance at her phone revealed it was nearly 8 o'clock. On ordinary days, by 7:30, she would hear her husband's affectionate call, followed by his warm embrace, carrying her to the washstand. At that time, she had resented being treated like a little girl, never contemplating the reasons behind his actions. Perhaps she had once felt moved and deeply loved, but as love transformed into an unexamined routine, it lost its reason for existence and gradually faded from her memory. Regrettably, everything was irretrievable. Her mistakes had led to deserved consequences. Darling, where are you? I miss you so much. Xiao Hongli, unbeknownst to herself, felt tears welling in her eyes. She turned her face into the pillow, her tears swiftly soaking a considerable portion of the pillowcase. After her weeping subsided, Xiao Hongli composed herself and, with a countenance of melancholy, rose from her bed, her loose nightgown failing to conceal her alluring figure. She wobbled her way to the kitchen, initially intending to pour herself a glass of water, when suddenly she heard a sound emanating from within. Instinctively, she quickened her pace, and a familiar aroma of toasting bread wafted towards her. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she hurried inside, exclaiming, "Husband!" However, instead of the familiar figure she expected, she was greeted by a petite silhouette, her daughter, Chan Qian. laboriously extracting slices of bread from the toaster. Qianqian, already dressed, adorned in a brand new apron that was evidently designed for adults, had the hem trailing down to her feet. The kitchen counter was relatively high, requiring Qianqian to stand on her tiptoes to reach the bread, her face radiating joy, akin to a sunflower blooming in the sunlight.